Chapter 1, Notation, Private Settlement Compensation. Be careful. A tremendous force struck the back of Shen Ya's head, plunging her into darkness, her legs giving way beneath her. In that perilous moment, Shen Ya managed to push the child beside her aside, her body uncontrollably falling forward, crashing against the glass platform in front of the bus stop. With a resounding thud, a stick, amidst piercing screams, came crashing down upon her. Blood dripped from her arm, mingling with the crimson flowing from the shards of glass embedded in her forehead, creating a grotesque tableau. "Knock, knock, Miss Shun. Are you in the restroom?" Miss Shun, as if awakening from a dream. Shen Ya felt a tremor in her hand that touched the wound on her face, the thin membrane covering it breaking under her fingernails, and droplets of blood began to bead. Calmly, Shen Ya gazed at the trail of blood, silently counting in her mind 1, 2, 3, 4. 47. Upon reaching 47, she watched as the red mark on her arm gradually faded until it vanished completely. Indeed, it disappeared. Despite witnessing this countless times, each encounter still sent a shiver through her heart. Blood would drip on her skin, only to vanish in an instant. Bruises inflicted on her body would, at most, take 4 hours to heal, restoring her skin to its former perfection. Even when she accidentally nicked her fingertip with a fruit knife, after a night's rest, it would leave behind only a faint white scar by morning. Shen Ya's body healed at a rate several times faster than that of an ordinary person. However, just 3 days prior, her body had been as vulnerable as anyone else's a mere cut, while chopping vegetables would take at least 2 days to begin scabbing. Now, as she brushed aside her hair to reveal her face marred by glass, she stared intently at the reflection in the mirror. From the left temple to her chin, there were 35 wounds. The initial 5 hours in the hospital had been spent merely extracting glass shards, not to mention the subsequent stitching. Particularly, the wound at the corner of her eye was the most severe. Had it deviated just a centimeter to the left, the glass would have pierced her temple, leaving her in dire straits, while a shift to the right would have meant the loss of her left eye at best, necessitating an enucleation. Yet now, the once gray skin bore only a faint white scar, and even the more serious wounds had begun to scab, while the most grievous injury at her eye was covered by a thin layer of white membrane. Everything seemed to be improving, yet Shen Ya found no joy in it. For one must understand, a man is often punished for possessing treasures he did not steal. Possessing the ability to heal swiftly without any means of self-defense would render her merely a lab rat, prey to those who sought to exploit her. Moreover, in this society, Xiao Wang, don't knock yet don't make any noise. The doctor at the restroom door, her expression grim, strained to discern any unusual sounds from the loud flushing within. But there was none. Had she not known that the single-occupancy restroom had only one steel-barred window, she would have doubted the occupant's safety. After all, as a doctor who had witnessed countless gruesome scenes, the thought of that wound left her feeling stifled, especially concerning the young woman whose beauty was evident even through the disfigurement that Xiao Wang. Hasn't it been 5 minutes since they last spoke? The doctor anxiously nudged a nurse beside her, equally pale with worry. You must find someone to unlock the door. Is the key still with Eucian? Before she could finish, the restroom door creaked open a crack that a figure, wrapped in bandages, emerged. Why are there so many people? Shen Ya's voice was hoarse, confusion evident as she regarded the crowd that had gathered outside her room. So many people? The doctor focused intently on the bandages and exposed skin on Shen Ya's face. Assured that there were no visible injuries on her wrists or neck, she sighed with relief. Yet, before she could speak, Shen Ya's words startled her. She turned abruptly to see the door ajar, revealing a throng of onlookers, men, women, and children pressing to catch a glimpse, some even stepping further into the room. That I told you. You can't enter the ward. The doctor scowled, signaling to several burly male doctors and nurses to escort the intruders away. However, before they could act, the crowd exchanged glances and, like a stampede, surged forward, kneeling before Shen Ya in unison. Shen classmate? Shen classmate, I beg you, please. I know my family has wronged you, but just consider that I recently lost my daughter. Please forgive Aunt Song. She was momentarily blinded by her emotions. Sister Shen Ya, my brother. My brother is gone. My mother is hospitalized. I can't lose my father too. Please don't let him go to prison. Shen classmate, my mother. Amidst the cacophony, Shen Ya's lips turned pale as she repeatedly attempted to free herself from those grasping at her pant legs and wrists. The group, tearfully pleading, clung to her like leeches, and despite the doctors and nurses rushing to shield her, she nearly fell to the ground several times. Stop filming. Stop filming. Your phone is hitting Shun classmates' wounds. What are you all doing here? Causing a disturbance. With a sharp reprimand, those still crying out attempted to climb onto Shen Ya's arms, but a calloused hand seized the most egregious offender, who had been repeatedly jabbing at her injured face with his phone. With a swift motion, the man's grip loosened in pain, the phone clattering to the ground. The would-be assailants fell silent. You bastard! The man, stung by the reprimand, began to curse, turning to unleash his fury on the one who thwarted him. However, upon seeing the deep blue uniform of a police officer, his expression paled and his clenched fist relaxed. The female officer, however, showed no signs of leniency, casting him a cold glance. What, do you intend to assault an officer? No, I wasn't going to assault anyone, we were just playing around. Yes, just playing. The man stammered, his gaze evasive, waving his hands frantically as he pulled the child kneeling beside him close, signaling to his companions with a nervous grin, eager to placate. Several individuals, looking disheveled, slinked away from the ward, but not far enough. Zhao Dawei, your sister, along with a group of others, has been spreading false information online and even openly inciting violence in public. These charges cannot be escaped. Instead of engaging in dubious dealings, you should focus on gathering support and funds. Perhaps that way, you can reduce your prison sentence. The familiar mocking voice filtered through the slightly ajar door. The bandages were unwound layer by layer. The blood increased with each deeper layer, until the innermost one revealed bright red blood seeping through the gauze. Are these bleeding wounds from the recent blows? The female officer looked toward the doctor and inquired softly, and oh, look at the wounds. They exhibit linear trauma with smooth edges and the sides aligned perfectly. Clearly, they are indicative of cuts, the doctor replied after a brief examination, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Fortunately, there's no need for restitching. Just change the dressing for you. After meticulously treating the wound, the doctor departed with a group of nurses and fellow physicians. Initially, she could have managed the dressing change alone, but the recent arrival of Zhao Dawei and his entourage had been overwhelming. Reluctantly, she had brought along a few doctors and nurses who were less occupied to intervene, but ultimately, it proved futile. The doctor sighed in resignation, shaking his head, pondering the unfortunate situation. Dealing with this group of rascals from such a troubled background if it came to litigation, who knew how long this patient could endure. Perhaps settling privately for a quick sum would be wiser. Fuming, Teacher Lee slammed the door shut with a forceful humph. What trash! A bunch of idiots with their heads up their own backsides. And they dare speak of settling privately. I spit. Anyone who mentions that phrase again will find themselves flattened like a Samsung folding screen. Shen Ya, listen to Mato, not empathize with these people. A bunch of heartless miscreants trying to play mind games. Engaging in a war of public opinion. Do they even know who my teacher is? When my teacher arrives, I will ensure they're driven to ruin, losing everything, family torn apart. Teacher Lee's tirade grew increasingly unhinged. Shen Ya quickly tugged at her sleeve, discreetly motioning for her to look aside. The female officer awkwardly touched her nose. Huh, officer, you're still here? Teacher Lee gasped, her face flushing crimson at a visible pace, her fingers nervously entwined at I was just speaking out of turn, please don't take it to heart, ha. She certainly did not believe that Teacher Lee's enraged outburst was mere bluster. Officer Liu, are you here to take my statement? Ultimately, it was Shen Ya who could no longer remain silent. She glanced at the officer's badge, Liu Jia, 25 years old. Yes, to take your statement. But before we proceed, please take a look at this. From her handbag, Liu Jia produced a brown paper file. She handed the file to Shen Ya. Liu Jia subtly shifted away from Teacher Lee. Noticing Liu Jia's movement, Shen Ya's hand, which had been tracing the white line, paused momentarily. What? Is the clasp not secured properly? Teacher Lee pulled a stool and sat opposite Shen Ya, resting her chin on her hand. No. Confirming that Liu Jia had no intention of obstructing, Shen Ya lowered her brows and extracted several sheets of paper from the brown envelope. What? A private settlement compensation agreement. Shen Ya stared at the paper facing her, unable to turn it over in time. With keen eyes and a quick tongue, Teacher Li blurted out the title of the document. Lu Jia. Who on earth slipped this document in? Couldn't even tell the front from the back. Under the oppressive gaze of Teacher Li, Lu Jia, who had been sitting upright, found herself unconsciously slumping. Lu Jia, the Samsung folding screen reserve. That could you at least grant me an opportunity to explain? Chapter 2. Second-class citizens' characters. Huh, an explanation? With a creak, dragging her chair, Teacher Li positioned herself in front of Shen Ya and oh no. Teacher, please calm down, it's not as you think, just hear me out. Teacher Li's voice trembled as she wiped away tears. Because of a baseless rumor, they've ruined a person's life. How can you expect me to remain calm? Lu Jia rubbed her temples in exasperation and replied patiently. Teacher, please don't be agitated. Just listen to me, that if Shen Ya truly wishes to pursue legal action, while the assailants are indeed at fault, pursuing a lawsuit will take at least a couple of months and will require considerable financial resources. I can find a way for the money, you need not fret over that. But Shen Ya is a second-class citizen. Lu Jia had not intended to utter those words. Yet, it was the truth. Since 2023, when a nation, alongside others, began discharging nuclear wastewater en masse, leading to severe pollution in various maritime regions. In 2051, 16 years after the onset of nuclear contamination in flora and fauna, and the 16th consecutive year of declining birth rates, the first victim among newborns appeared. Thereafter, the incidence of deformities among newborns surged exponentially by 2100, following an agreement among nations. The United Nations enacted laws to establish a hierarchy of human selection and prioritization. First-class citizens, being entirely healthy with normalized physiological and psychological states, receive preferential access to societal resources. Second-class citizens, possessing psychological health but physiological defects, are granted a degree of social compassion, akin to educational subsidies for the disabled. Third-class citizens, suffering from significant psychological and physiological disabilities unable to adapt to social life, may voluntarily apply for euthanasia, with local governments approving such requests and providing humanitarian compensation to their families. In terms of societal hierarchy, the order is first-class, second-class, and third-class citizens. Unfortunately, the individuals who harmed Shen Ya were all first-class citizens. According to the hierarchy of human prioritization, Shen Ya, under circumstances where compensation is deemed reasonable and legally compliant, must unconditionally accept it. Seated on a hospital bed, Shen Ya bowed her head, her tone flat. Let's first discuss what this baseless rumor is all about, right? You might not know yet. Of course, you just woke up yesterday. Teacher Li wiped her tear-streaked eyes. The situation is like this. Huh? What? What are you talking about? Shen Ya could discern the pauses in Teacher Li's speech were intended to give her time to process. Yet even so, she found herself doubting her own hearing. What nonsense about class 3-7 engaging in cult activities, collectively self-immolating in the classroom during gym class, with no survivors and parents unfurling banners, suspecting her as the mastermind behind it all. How peculiar, who knew there existed a niche language so similar to Chinese? On the subject, Teacher Li's face bore a complex expression. Shen Ya, do you understand? That I grasped the general idea. Shen Ya frowned, perplexed. But how does this relate to me? In recent days, she had ample witnesses to confirm her absence from the province. Why would they suspect Shen Ya? Lu Jia and Teacher Li exchanged glances, ultimately converging their gaze upon Shen Ya's eyes. Shen Ya cannot be described as possessing a stunning appearance that captivates at first sight. Rather, she embodies a remarkably standard, delicate beauty. With her dark eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and thin lips, her small, egg-shaped face does not reveal any particularly striking features when examined individually. However, this notion of beauty is confined to the shadows that envelop Shen Ya. The moment she steps into the light, the unlatched window allows a gentle breeze to stir, causing the pale blue curtains to flutter as radiant beams of golden sunlight cascade onto her visage. Shen Ya squints uncomfortably, tilting her head to evade the light. In that fleeting instant, Lu Jia perceives the transformation. A haze that often cloaks Shen Ya's eyes is swiftly infused with shades of purple, accented by hints of green and flecks of blue. What once seemed a somewhat bland appearance is dramatically altered in that moment. Lu Jia is reminded of a long-ago conversation where someone shared a dubious tidbit about crows, a bird species whose beauty rivals that of peacocks, yet remains largely unseen by the masses. That I understand now. Shen Ya murmurs, shielding her eyes. It is once again this ailing pair of eyes. This moment is indeed pivotal. When the conversation turns serious, Lu Jia's expression hardens, her keen eyes fixed intently on Shen Ya's subtle expressions. Shen Ya lowers her hands, gazing out the window, her eyes unlike any other radiating vibrant hues in the sunlight. That, of course, is all for the sake of financial gain. I am without parents, and in a year, I shall be attending university. Although I receive educational assistance with my junior high and high school tuition funded by the state, university fees are exorbitant. I must contemplate my future. This competition, albeit organized by a few local universities, offers a first prize of 1,500 yuan for each of the 3 events, totaling 4,500 yuan sufficient to cover nearly 6 months of living expenses if I economize. Furthermore, my motivation to participate in this year's college entrance examination is also driven by financial incentives. The government of Hua'an County has promised rewards. 4 top scorers, 30,000 yuan for the top 100, 50,000 for the top 10, and an astonishing 100,000 for the top 3. My selection of Class 7 was merely an assignment by the school. Lu Jia reviews her earlier background investigation of Shen Ya, confirming the accuracy of her claims, then exhales softly, her gaze reflecting compassion and sympathy. Shen, we have gathered most of the pertinent details. The police recommend that you consider a private settlement. Please, do not scold me, just yet hear me out regarding the compensation proposed. Lu Jia gestures towards the documents. The opposing party has agreed to extend a sincere apology for the negative publicity caused to you recently, alongside a compensation sum of 320,000 yuan to cover your future facial reconstruction expenses. 320,000 yuan? Is that meant to placate a beggar? Give me their contact information, I'll make sure they regret it. Teacher Li scoffs, rolling her eyes. She wishes to say more, but a sudden tightening of her sleeve interrupts her. Shen Ya fixes her gaze on Lu Jia, sensing her involuntary flinching under the intensity of her stare. Is she trying to convey something with that emphasis on immediate? It is not solely about the compensation amount. Teacher Li, you must have encountered the online discourse recently. Lu Jia offers a bittersweet smile. Many of those who openly harmed Shen Ya have family members who are now hospitalized, lamenting their plight online. Furthermore, some unscrupulous media outlets are spreading unfounded rumors. As the teacher of Class 7, you are well aware of the current circumstances faced by those teachers. Suspension from classes? Shen Ya abruptly raises her head, instinctively recoiling at the sight of Teacher Li facing her, then calmly nods in acknowledgement. I understand. Is there an application I need to fill out regarding my suspension? Shen Ya, the suggestion of suspension is made purely for your own good. There are media reporters masquerading outside the school. Indeed, I know the school has my best interests at heart. Teacher Li, you need not feel guilty. Your assistance over the past 6 months has been more than enough, and I am truly grateful, Shen Ya asserts earnestly. Moreover, it is merely a suspension. There are only 2 weeks left of classes, and it truly does not impact me significantly. Officer, I agree to a private settlement. Please ensure that the compensation of 320,000 yuan is directed to me. Teacher Li and Lu Jia exchange glances, both wishing to say more. However, upon observing the evident fatigue etched across Shen Ya's face, they silently decide against further discussion and exit the hospital room. Click. The door of the hospital room is gently closed. Shen Ya waits for a moment before opening her eyes. She rises and glances at the surveillance camera above the door, then retrieves an orange from the fruit basket brought by Teacher Li. The greenish peel clings tightly to the flesh, making it nearly impossible to peel in one piece, while the pale yellow juice is thick and sticky. Supporting herself on the pillow with her wrist, Shen Ya reaches for a wet tissue on the bedside table, but a sudden wave of dizziness causes her to topple her outstretched hand, inadvertently knocking the tissue to the floor. After a brief pause, as the throbbing pain at the back of her head subsides, Shen Ya, with a pale visage, leans forward to retrieve the tissue that had fallen, along with a small, folded paper that she had hastily stepped on earlier. Concealing the paper in her palm, she places the wet tissue back on the bedside table. Knock, knock. Shen Ya, are you all right? I'm fine, I just experienced another headache. Shen Ya weakly pushes her hair behind her ear and asks, "Nurse Wang, may I inquire when I might be discharged?" Discharged? The nurse, momentarily perplexed, steps closer to adjust the blanket. "Your injuries are still quite severe. You cannot be discharged yet. Oh, I see you're worried about your medical expenses, aren't you? You needn't concern yourself with that. It's not about the expenses." Shen Ya interlaces her fingers before her, stating, "I'm aware that during my stay, media and individuals unaware of the truth have been intruding upon your work daily. My headache has subsided, and my facial injuries will not heal overnight. Rather than continuing to burden the hospital, it would be best for me to leave." Nurse Wang hesitates briefly as she inspects Shen Ya's sincere eyes. Her own tremble slightly out of personal sympathy. She wishes to dissuade Shen Ya from leaving, but from the hospital's perspective. "Nurse Wang, please hurry. That individual is causing a scene again, claiming he lost something in our hospital." A young nurse rushes in, her frustration palpable. Upon spotting Shen Ya, she quickly covers her mouth, her face flushing crimson. Nurse Wang glances at the young nurse with exasperation. "They'll attend to it right away. Shen Ya, I will relay your request, but even if you are discharged, it must be at a time when your recovery will not impede your daily life. Please continue to rest. I'll go see what the commotion is about." With that, Nurse Wang exits with the young nurse. The hospital room has poor sound insulation, and faintly, one can hear the altercation between Nurse Wang and a man with a gravelly voice. Shen Ya listens closely, recognizing it as the voice of Zhao Dawei from earlier. Lying in her hospital bed, cocooned in blankets, she utilizes the small beam of light filtering through the ceiling. Shen Ya unfolds the note that IT contains a series of characters, TDQ Open Beta 00042. Chapter 3. The Cannibal. The wound is healing quite well. Dr. Li rubbed her hands together, performing a disinfection. As she gazed at the slowly scabbing injury on Shen Ya's face, she offered reassurance, saying, "It seems you're not prone to scarring. Although the wounds on your face appear numerous, there is still a significant possibility of recovery once the scabs fall away." "Yes, I understand." Shen Ya's lips quivered slightly. She wished to smile, to alleviate the excessively tense atmosphere surrounding her. Yet, the scab half of her face felt as rigid as wood, rendering any expression nearly impossible. Even speaking was a laborious task. Such expressions would have to wait until her facial wounds had healed somewhat. For now, it would be prudent to speak less, minimizing any movement of the facial muscles that could aggravate her injuries. "Doctor." Li handed her a densely written list of dietary restrictions along with a package of medications encased in a white plastic bag. Even upon discharge, she would need to return every 3 to 4 days for a change of dressings. With courtesy, she bid farewell to her attending physician and the nurses who had provided her with exceptional care during her stay. Shen Ya, carrying her medication and a small bag from her hospital stay, walked briskly towards the elevator. It had been 5 days since the police last visited with Teacher Li. During this interval, Shen Ya received a compensation of 320,000 yuan and intentionally reduced the frequency of her wound dressing changes, allowing her injuries to heal at a pace that was swift yet discreet. The examination of the back of her head also passed successfully. Today, she would be formally discharged. Everything was progressing in accordance with Shen Ya's expectations, except for that note. Shen Ya's mobile phone lacked a search function. Over the past few days, she had borrowed others' devices to search for a particular string of characters. Yet regardless of whether she used Baidu, Sogu, or Google, every available search engine had proved futile, yielding not a morsel of information. Even more perplexing was the fact that on some search platforms, one could input a completely nonsensical string of words, and various intelligent AI systems would generate an elaborate array of incomprehensible information. However, that specific string of characters resulted only in a chilling 404 error. Was it that these networks were incapable of retrieving the relevant information, or was there something more? With her mind divided, Shen Ya pondered the note while her eyes diligently scanned the surroundings, observing the pedestrians sharing her vicinity. Almost as soon as those two individuals entered her field of vision, she became acutely aware of their presence. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She halted her steps, pivoted on her heel, and swiftly moved to the stairwell not far from the elevator. Shen Ya's hospital room was situated on the 23rd floor. If she were to descend the stairs, it would undoubtedly exhaust her. Without a moment's hesitation, She hurried to the stairwell on the 22nd floor, only to find the door firmly locked when she attempted to pull the handle. She quickly proceeded to the 21st floor, where the stairwell door was fortunately unlocked. However, as she cautiously peeked out, she immediately recognized two familiar figures, those who had once surrounded and assaulted her, now fortuitously present at the hospital upon her discharge. Shen Ya would not naively assume that the individuals blocking the stairway had come solely for medical attention. Likewise, she saw no necessity to continue her examination on the subsequent floors. Leaning against the blind spot on the 21st floor, she ensured that no one above could see her. Shen Ya retrieved her phone and prepared to dial 110. The dialing button had yet to be pressed. Click! Shen Ya paused in astonishment, her actions halted. Could it be that this was mere coincidence? Shenlan, have you lost your mind? The nurse has already stated that the child has departed. Why are you still clutching at her collar? Her voice, deliberately lowered, was laced with irritation. It seemed she feared being overheard. Yet another individual had evidently lost all semblance of sanity. Just because she said she left, does that mean she truly has? A worthless wretch, born of parents yet raised without them, who in our neighborhood doesn't know. Something that has been thoroughly tarnished cannot possibly compare to my Eucian. Why should she continue to thrive while my Eucian? My Eucian, oh my child, sob. Enough. Stop crying. Do you wish for the entire hospital to learn of our arrival? I shall cry if I please. Why should I be denied this release? Zhao Yu, you are pathetic. You can bear to watch your child perish without seeking justice, but I cannot. A life for life. That is what she owes me. Murmuring incessantly, Shen Ya crossed her arms, her fingers pausing mid-tap as she contemplated the resources being discussed above, ration supplies. Just then, her gaze was drawn upward towards the two dark figures of the stairway. In that instant, the situation took a harrowing turn. A piercing scream shattered the air, startling Shen Ya into a tremor. Shenlan, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Release me, ugh. I am the one who has gone mad. Zhao Yu, it is you who has lost your mind. You are spineless, unworthy of being Song Jia's mother. But it matters not, for I can. It does not hurt. Once they return to life, I shall regard Song Jia as my own child. That website, did you not see it? You too partook of the broth. If I kill you, when I awaken, I shall bring them back to life. Zhao Yu, do you not wish for Song Jia to live? With a clatter, Shen Ya had already sensed something amiss and rushed toward the 13th floor. It was all too late. Grinning derangedly, the disheveled woman wielded a sharp knife, stabbing repeatedly into the cheeks and chest of the person beneath her. With the blade in hand, her deliberately elongated nails frantically tore at the clothing of the lifeless figure below, even as the eyes of the victim widened in shock. Breath long extinguished, she remained unwilling to relent. Shen Ya delivered a swift kick to Shenlan's wrist, causing the dagger to slip from her grasp. This kick was executed without restraint, and the swelling on Shenlan's wrist quickly became visible, turning red and bruised. Yet despite the pain, Shenlan continued to dig and scratch at Zhao Yu's chest, a maddening grin plastered on her face. The heavy door was kicked open, and the medical staff, alerted by Zhao Yu's cries of agony, rushed in alongside the security personnel. Under the harsh glare of the corridor lights, Shenlan bit down on the flesh of Zhao Yu's chest, tearing it away with brutal force. Blood splattered, staining her already disfigured visage. As the piercing screams echoed, the security rushed forward, attempting to pry Shenlan away from Zhao Yu, but the strength Shenlan exhibited was astonishing. 3 burly men struggled to restrain her, 2 gripping her arms and 1 holding her waist, but they could not detach her from her gruesome feast. Zhao Yu's lifeless body swayed as they pulled, her chest revealing glimpses of bone, her head bobbing helplessly, as if she were being hoisted solely by the piece of flesh that Shenlan had latched onto. A voice called out to pry open Shenlan's jaws. Trembling with fear, the security guards extended their hands, and after a tremendous effort, they finally managed to pull her away. With a thud, no one dared to approach Zhao Yu's corpse as the last vestiges of Shenlan's grip released. Zhao Yu fell to the ground, her skull striking the floor with a resounding impact, her head tilted to the side, a dislodged eyeball, clawed out and precariously dangling, quivered before ultimately plummeting. It rolled down in a gentle arc until it lightly collided with the tip of Shen Ya's shoe. The remaining eye, dim and lifeless, was struck by a drop of blood that fell from Shen Ya's teeth, trickling down her temple, following the bridge of her nose, a haunting resemblance to tears of blood. Chapter 4. The Reborn, the strongest in the southern safe zone, having witnessed numerous acts of murder and death. The act of cannibalism was a severe challenge to her moral compass. Shen, are you all right? The words escaped from Nurse Wang's throat, trembling with anxiety. Her gaze fixated on the ceiling, too fearful to glance at the ground. Amidst the paralysis of terror that gripped everyone present, she cautiously approached Shen Ya. Inching along the wall, upon grasping Shen Ya's warm hand, she exhaled softly. "Let us go, we must ascend." With a chill in her palm, Shen Ya was taken aback by the warmth she felt. Looking down, she noticed the wrinkled collar of Nurse Wang's uniform. So, it was she who had been bullied? Grasping Wang's hand in return, Shen Ya glanced at her name tag, Wang Jia, and quietly acknowledged with a soft okay. Approaching Shen Ya lowered her head. Catching a glimpse of Shen Lan's slightly swollen cheeks, the trembling flesh, and the blood that marred her face, as if she were savoring something. Despite the fact that Shen Lan was subdued by 3 imposing figures, and the immediate threat seemed to have dissipated, an inexplicable sensation gripped Shen Ya, a feeling that the real danger was just beginning. The 7th Brigade of the National Security Special Police is executing a mission here. All unauthorized personnel, evacuate immediately. Special Police? The abrupt announcement shattered Shen Ya's thoughts, tightening her grip. Wang Jia clutched Shen Ya's hand tightly, her voice tinged with excitement. "Shen Ya, we must leave. The police have arrived." The arrival of law enforcement always brought a sense of reassurance. As they brushed past the officers, only a few steps taken when bang, 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 bang. Why were there 4 gunshots? Did it truly require 4 shots to subdue an individual already incapacitated? What the security guards? "Shen, is that you speaking?" Noticing the sudden halt of the person behind her, Wang Jia turned, just in time to catch the barely audible murmur from Shen Ya. "Didn't any guard come out with us just now?" Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in horror, fixating on the figures being dragged not far away, her lips turning pale. How could this be? With a gaping hole in his forehead, the security guard's face bore a look of relief, as if he had just escaped a heavy burden. Just moments before, they had been the stalwart protectors of the medical staff. Yet now, they lay lifeless on the ground, resembling mere heaps of flesh, dragged along with disdain, devoid of breath. With a cold gaze fixed on the scene before her, Shen Ya covered Wang Jia's eyes, lowering her head and whispering, "Let us go." "Wait, Shen Ya. At the moment she was called, Shen Ya quickened her pace, remaining silent, yet soon found an arm blocking her path. Lu Jia's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Shen Ya, her nostrils flaring, her eyes slightly reddening, caught in a tumultuous state of excitement, fear, and certainty. Almost impatiently, as Shen Ya turned to look at her, she lifted her lips, ready to speak. But in the next instant, she was repelled by the palpable indifference emanating from Shen Ya's eyes. "Is there something you need?" Shen Ya silently cradled Wang Jia in her embrace. What could account for this attitude? Lu Jia stood in stunned disbelief, her eyes wide open. Could it be dissatisfaction with the compensation amount of 320,000? Or perhaps discontent with her personally? Yet, during their last encounter, she had not displayed such demeanor. Soon, Lu Jia's internal confusion found resolution as she beheld the distant figures still engaged in the grim task of transporting bodies. It is not the formidable adversary one fears, but rather the ineptitude of one's allies. They had been explicitly instructed upon receiving the mission to temper their impulses, to restrain their murderous intent, and to not allow the hatred from a past life to cloud their vision in this one. Initially, the intention was to proceed with caution, but it now appeared that full disclosure was the only course of action. Lu Jia let out a heavy sigh, raising her hand to strike her cheeks with vigor. In mere seconds, her expression underwent a profound transformation. Just moments ago, her eyes reflected the fervor of a novice police officer, brimming with vitality for life and the future. Now, however, her countenance resembled that of an aged elder, worn and weary, having endured countless tribulations, devoid of any drive for existence. Shen Ya's hand, which hung by her side, trembled slightly. She heard Lu Jia's soft voice. Shen Ya, do you believe in rebirth? Rebirth? What kind of rebirth? As someone whose life revolved almost entirely around earning money and studying, Shen Ya was utterly bewildered upon hearing these two words. However, the meaning behind them was not difficult to grasp. Before Shen Ya could contemplate further, Lu Jia's lips stiffened into a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. On the first Monday of June, the selection game for living beings would be publicly launched on Earth. On that day, every organism across the globe would be forcibly drawn into a game that demanded their very lives. A game filled with aberrations, mutants, infectees, contaminated zones, safe zones, blood moons, and calamities. The entire Earth would transform into a hellish nightmare. No one would escape. Everyone. Do not think this is a jest. It is all too real. That world. Lu Jia's gaze was filled with sorrow, and even without elaborating, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Thank you for your warning. But why are you telling me this? Lu Jia was taken aback. She lifted her head, realizing that at some point, she had transformed into a posture of embracing her arms. Her body bowed, trembling all over. Lu Jia was not particularly short, standing at 168 centimeters, and even when straightened, Shen Ya towered over her by half a head. Now, the disparity between them appeared even more pronounced. In the shadows, Lu Jia fixed her gaze on those gray, icy eyes. For a fleeting moment, she regretted her earlier thoughts. Could a person with such chilling eyes truly be as kind and upright as they claimed? Should she have merely trusted their one-sided narratives? Lu Jia's eyes widened in realization. A soft tissue gently touched the corner of her eye. When the tissue was removed, a damp patch was starkly evident. So, she had been crying? Shen Ya pressed the tissue into Lu Jia's palm, and she clasped Wang Jia's hand, preparing to depart. This group undoubtedly knew her address. At this moment, there were matters of greater urgency than listening to stories. She soothingly tightened her grip around the trembling hand. And upon hearing Lu Jia's words, Wang Jia's demeanor shifted dramatically. Suddenly, her hand, which had hung loosely, was grasped from behind. Lu Jia, as if clutching the last lifeline, fervently held onto Shen Ya's hand and spoke in a hushed voice. Because you are remarkably strong, Shen Ya, in the times to come, you will emerge as the most formidable individual in the Southern Safe Zone. Moreover, you are one of the few who, in the previous life, participated in the internal testing and, upon gaining abilities, boldly disclosed the existence of the internal test to the local government. Shen Ya, we require your assistance to lead more individuals into the internal testing. The abilities obtained from it are vastly superior to those from the public testing. Only by acquiring these enhanced capabilities can we minimize the losses when the public testing arrives. Public testing? Open beta. Shen Ya suddenly recalled that note. Could it be? Team Leader Lu, a heavily bundled special police officer, hurriedly approached, coming to an abrupt halt upon seeing Shen Ya. What is it? He inquired. The scratches on the 3 security guards have begun to turn black and rot. They must be incinerated completely. Incinerated? But the headquarters stated they need to be studied. Silence. Those old fools reveling in chaos. Listen to me. Burn them. Disregard their orders. Heighten your vigilance. Do not underestimate the infection rate of the infected. The two figures gradually moved away, their voices becoming increasingly indistinct, until they were out of sight. Shen Ya felt a heaviness in her hand. The person who had been clinging tightly to her suddenly collapsed to the ground. Shen Ya hastily reached out to offer support, but in the next moment, Wang Jia suddenly stood up. Grasping Shen Ya's clothing corner, she forcefully pulled her into an unoccupied hospital room. Without allowing Shen Ya the chance to inquire, she swiftly loosened her collar, turning her head to the side, her eyes tightly shut, enveloped in a sense of desperate abandon. Shen, my classmate, can you take a look for me? Hi. This isn't torn, right? It's just red. Isn't it? It's merely red, correct? Like a long-neglected machine, rusted and inoperative, tears brimmed in her eyes as Wang Jia forced a smile, a grimace that was painfully stiff as she swallowed hard. Shen Ya's fingers trembled slightly at her side, her gaze fixated on the patch of exposed skin. On the pale collarbone, 2 finger-width scratches were inflamed and festering. The edges of the slightly raised wounds adorned with black, spiderweb-like patterns approximately a palm's breadth wide, trailing downward and disappearing beneath her clothing. Chapter 5. Then Let Us Live. The last flicker of hope in Wang Jia's eyes extinguished completely. She slid down to the ground, her hands, bleached by the disinfectant, pressed tightly against her mouth. Intermittent sobs, filled with despair, escaping her lips. I don't want to die, no, I cannot die, sob. What should I do? Grandma, what should I do? Shen Ya lowered her eyelids, a momentary confusion swirling within her throat. But now, what else could she possibly do? Damn it, Shen Ya, think properly. Bang, clatter. Shen Ya's brows arched sharply, and at the moment the door was forcefully kicked open, she stepped forward, shielding Wang Jia firmly behind her. Her left hand, which had been hanging by her side, gripped the handle of her firearm with unwavering resolve, raising it with purpose. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet pierced through the fluorescent tube in the ceiling, fragments of white scattering downwards, causing Wang Jia to scream and curl up in Shen Ya's embrace. Indeed, it was no surprise that your earlier demeanor was so peculiar. The intruder was none other than the special police officer who had just been conversing with Lu Jia. He cast a cold gaze upon the two women and sternly warned, "Miss Shun, the person in your arms has already been infected." Shen Ya's hand, firmly clasped on Wang Jia's shoulder, trembled slightly. She soothingly stroked Wang Jia's hair, her gaze drifting past the person before her to quietly observe the figure that had arrived a moment too late in the distance. In a hushed voice, she inquired, "Officer Lu, may we converse?" Lin Xian, step aside, Lu Jia sighed. She reached out to gently push aside the obstruction in her path. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she focused on the pallid figure cradled in Shen Ya's embrace. "You should leave for now," she gestured. "Wait for me at the door." Lin Xian cast a skeptical glance at the two women, but nodded obediently before turning to close the door behind him. "Miss Wang, may I examine your wound once more?" Wang Jia hesitated, casting a glance at Shen Ya. "Let her take a look," came the response. The garment that had been tightly clutched against her chest was loosened once again. Lu Jia delicately pulled down the fabric a few inches, revealing the entirety of the dark. Intricate patterns that spread like a spider's web, extending downward to a point just above Wang Jia's navel. As suspected, Lu Jia released a breath she and T realized she was holding. With a sense of relief, she withdrew her right hand from her pocket, her brow easing as she signaled for Wang Jia to adjust her clothing. However, at that moment, Wang Jia was devoid of any desire to tidy herself. Her fists clenched tightly. She yearned to move forward but found herself paralyzed by fear. All she could do was curl up in place, her voice trembling as she implored, "Officer Lu, it means I'm all right? Surely, there is no problem with this?" In those final moments, she pondered, how could she save her? Shen Ya, in a fit of agitation, tugged at her hair. Had it not been for her, Wang Jia would never have attracted the attention of those individuals. The misfortune she endured was indeed an undeserved calamity. Shen Ya detests being indebted to others, particularly in matters that are utterly irredeemable. There are indeed solutions, however. Lu Jia cast a fleeting glance at the individual on the ground, who suddenly raised their head with a look of joy. Her expression remained indifferent as she sighed softly and remarked, "If you wish to save her, it is highly likely that you will have to pay a tremendous price. This is not worth it, Shen Ya. You must understand that your worth far exceeds that of her singular life. The value of one's existence is never for others to determine. The decision of whether to continue living lies solely with themselves." Shen Ya extended her hand to pull the person up. One by one, the buttons were fastened, tears were wiped away, and Shen Ya gently tucked Wang Jia's disheveled hair behind her ear, asking, "Now tell me, do you wish to live? Do you wish to live?" Wang Jia stared blankly at Shen Ya, her lips quivering incessantly. "Yes, I want to live. I truly want to live." Tears cascaded down her cheeks. She genuinely yearned to continue her existence in this world. Even if tomorrow heralded the end of days, she still wished to survive. Then let us live. Dressed in a deep blue combat uniform, wearing a bulletproof vest, and equipped with a military dagger and a multifunctional knife, Shen Ya meticulously examined the military rations and other survival gear prepared in her backpack. A soft knock echoed. "Come in." Shen Ya drew out her dagger, executing a series of thrusts, slashes, and cuts with a certain degree of proficiency. Shun, in 10 minutes we shall arrive at the next hidden testing site. It has been 35 hours since the infection began, and remarkably, Wang Jia has successfully endured the perils of the first night. However, Shen Ya silently gazed at the black markings that had crept up Wang Jia's cheek, the pallid skin tinged with a hint of green, and the noticeably dilated black pupils, all of which indicated that time was running short for her. Excluding the previous 87 long-standing hidden sites, the next 5 incidents occurred between April and May. Shen Ya took the paper. On April 1st, 2123, in Hua'an County, an explosion in a department store resulted in 4 fatalities and 17 injuries. On April 7th, 2123, a midnight arson incident in Jipping Township led to 3 deaths and 19 injuries. By April 15th, 2123, a poisoning case at the 7th Elementary School claimed 16 lives and left 318 injured. On April 27th, 2123, the brutal murder of women on Sunshine Avenue resulted in 4 deaths. Finally, on May 8th, 2123, a self-immolation incident involving the senior class 7 of Hua'an No. One high school caused 25 deaths. In just 36 days, 5 cases led to 52 deaths and 354 injuries. While these numbers may seem modest, it is crucial to understand that Hua'an County, with a population of no more than 600,000, has witnessed such a surge in violent incidents in a remarkably brief period. What about the rest of the nation? Since the first reincarnator emerged on January 7th, 2123, the military has mobilized the entire country, forming investigative teams to apprehend reincarnators posing a threat to society. Although some progress has been made, the situation remains dire. Lu Jia sighed, shaking her head. Having endured a world governed by the law of the jungle, many individuals have lost their reverence for life. Furthermore, it has been speculated that most internal tests occur at the sites of major incidents, intensifying the urgency for many. Shen Ya, our military is in dire need of a substantial number of extraordinary individuals. This necessity transcends personal power. Only with a robust government can society swiftly regain its footing in the face of impending doom. No nation can ensure the tranquility of its citizens amidst chaos. I understand. Shen Ya placed the paper aside, but are you certain that I can genuinely participate in the internal tests? And even if I do, can you truly infiltrate the process? Of course, Lu Jia replied confidently, patting her chest. In the aftermath of calamity, while most are vying for their own survival, we who are less prominent can seize opportunities, especially if we encounter a benevolent figure. When the time comes to cleanse the contaminated zones, we could effortlessly blend into the process to enjoy a taste of the warmth, whether it be in the public or internal tests. While internal tests are selective, once you are chosen, we can conveniently position ourselves nearby, and with a stroke of luck, we could find ourselves within the designated area. Isn't that effectively infiltrating? Indeed, even a forceful approach requires both skill and luck. I comprehend. The specially modified vehicle continued its slow journey as Lu Jia departed. Wang Jia approached slowly under Shen Ya's watchful gaze, offering a black, biting restraint, crafted entirely from metal. It would effectively eliminate any potential for her transformation to inflict harm, and her nails had already been trimmed to their utmost shortness. Wang Jia took a deep breath and smiled gently. Classmate Shen, could you assist me in putting this on? I do not wish to harm anyone. The all-metal design ensured it would be anything but comfortable, yet Wang Jia had long ceased to concern herself with comfort. After all, she had become numb to such sensations. Turning her back, she sat upon a metal stool anchored to the ground, her gaze vacant. Classmate Shen, please do not feel guilty. You have exerted tremendous effort to save me. This is their fault, the hospital security's failure to conduct proper checks. My own negligence in focusing on the peanuts I had stored in the drawer instead of noticing their approach, and the delay of Officer Liu and the others. None of this is your fault. In truth, I never aspire to be a nurse. I want to be a caregiver. At that young age, and coming from a small town, I had never encountered a nurse before and knew nothing. When I heard the teacher speak of nursing, I mistakenly believed it to be akin to caregiving. Thus began my arduous journey of servitude, You cannot imagine how strict our head nurse was. Shen Ya raised the bite stopper, perplexed by the multitude of straps behind it, and questioned the purpose of the blackboard in front. The bite stopper tightened and clicked into place. "Shun, my dear." Wang Jia turned her head in confusion, clutching her heart, murmuring, "It hurts so much here." Tears could no longer flow from her eyes. Suddenly, a red light illuminated the blackboard directly in front of the bite stopper. Realizing its significance, Wang Jia touched the bite stopper on her face, and a sense of relief washed over her as she smiled. Wonderful. Slowly, she retrieved a small box from her pocket. Inside, there was a compact black remote control alongside a key. If I survive, use the key to unlock the bite stopper. If I do not endure, then use this remote to blow it up. Do not let me harm anyone. Chapter 6. Pre-testing. Engaging the monster. Lin Xian exhaled heavily, stretching his stiff back after sitting for too long. Having worked tirelessly for over 30 hours without rest, even iron could not withstand such strain. He pulled a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket and took a fierce bite. Noticing someone boarding, he mumbled, "Where is Miss Shun?" After a moment's pause, he pounded his chest, nearly choking on the biscuit, his eyes lighting up as he focused on the person before him. "Cough, cough, that smells delightful. Is that barbecue? Have you been sneaking bites?" The special police officer grinned, producing a large plastic bag from behind him. "Sneaking? This is what Miss Shin bought. Remember that station where a soil bomb went off? Although its power was minimal, Miss Shun emerged covered in dirt. I want to pick her up." She handed me this bag of barbecue. "By the way, it also contains fried chicken frames and chicken tenders. Hey, don't you dare snatch any." Lin Xian's smile faded slightly as he stepped aside for his chuckling comrades. "Miss Shin hasn't tea arrived yet? Hey, Zhao Tianlei, why do you have an extra piece of meat on the bone?" "Oh, you mean Miss Shin? She is still waiting for some squid to finish grilling. It'll take a moment. If you're in a hurry, just head over there, through the alley. She is at the entrance of the 7 little school." "Understood." Lin Xian patted his friends on the shoulder. "I'll go check." "Sure." The special police officer, Chen Su, cheerfully savored the flavors of cumin and chili powder bursting in his mouth. It had been years since he left school, yet this taste was what he missed the most. However, he soon noticed Lin Xian approaching with a grave expression. At the entrance of the 7 little school, there was a red electric tricycle adorned with a series of unknown advertisements and illegally modified. The owner was an elderly lady with graying hair, wearing a purple-red hat embellished with a large purple flower and a brown-red cardigan. "Are you certain you saw Miss Shen waiting for squid there?" Chen Su's heart sank. "What's wrong?" "Well, I did see the squid, but Miss Shen was not there at all." "How could that be possible?" "Just wait a minute longer." "Are you paying with a scan or cash?" "Cash." "All right, that's a total of 87 yuan and 80 cents. So let us call it 87. Shen Ya tousled her still damp hair, lowering her head as she retrieved a 100 yuan note from her waist pouch. The words she had intended to utter suddenly faltered as she stared in bewilderment ahead. Before her stood not the gentle, soft-spoken elderly man with white hair, but rather a dark alleyway, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. Shen Ya turned in a circle, meticulously surveying her surroundings. The alleyways stretched both ways. It seemed devoid of streetlights, shrouded in an eerie darkness. Although she could barely discern a few details, it was only thanks to the faint light seeping through the crevices of the adjacent stone wall. Oddly enough, despite the early hour and the moon still lingering in the sky, one would expect at least some illumination. The sky above was unclouded. Puzzled, yet Shen Ya had already begun to piece together the situation in her mind. For the past couple of days, Lu Jia had been assuring her that she would undoubtedly gain access to the internal testing phase. To deepen her understanding of this internal test, Lu Jia had mentioned that the boundaries of time and space in the contaminated zones were exceedingly vague. It was entirely possible to find oneself in the same location and environment, yet in the blink of an eye, be transported back 10 or even 20 years. In a similar contaminated zone from her previous life, Lu Jia had once encountered an ancient figure from 1700 years ago. Drawing a dagger from her waist pouch, Shen Ya cautiously approached the glimmering stone wall. Through the weathered cracks of the wall, she could vaguely make out a low building, its facade draped in a thick layer of climbing ivy. In front of the building stood a rusted bicycle, its brand obscured by time, while the moss-covered flagstones and the weeds, which had grown to waist height in the cracks, attested to the fact that this place had long been abandoned. As she brought her pale, cloudy eyes closer to the gap, Shen Ya swiftly drew her dagger and lunged forward. However, just as the blade was about to pierce the fragile membrane of glass, she hesitated. The cloudy gaze withdrew, revealing an elderly figure of modest stature, clad in a well-fitted wine-red short-sleeve shirt. A black briefcase, bearing the faded white lettering of Rongqing Public Security Bureau, hung from her arm. The old woman parted her lips as if to speak, but in the next moment, a dagger, faster and more forceful than before, plunged deeply into her chest. The dagger was withdrawn. Shen Ya flicked her wrist, and the stone wall that had once stood before her had inexplicably vanished. The aged body of the man who had fallen to the ground appeared to have been utterly drained of moisture by the impact. His limbs twitched rapidly, desiccated and contorted. In mere moments, he transformed into a grotesque creature, prostrating on all fours. His emaciated, dark back arched high, and his sparse, silver-gray hair resembled withered grass. Beneath it, a multitude of pulsating protrusions emerged upon his scalp, densely packed. In the next instant, those protrusions erupted open. No, Shen Ya widened her eyes in horror. They were not mere bumps, but rather the eyes of the creature that covered its entire head. The crimson and black irises rolled about erratically before they suddenly began to scurry across the monster's form, its arms, its nails. From its neck, the entire head abruptly tilted backward, and from the gaping void, a serpent-like tongue, dark green as ink, was thrust forth. The viscous saliva dripped from the tip of the tongue, cascading onto the mossy ground, where white smoke began to rise slowly. Its saliva bore corrosive properties. Shen Ya's fingertips trembled momentarily, and in the next instant, she dashed swiftly toward a nearby small building. The creature writhed and pursued closely behind her, moving with astonishing speed. Despite Shen Ya's desperate sprint, within mere seconds, the rancid breath of the monster was alarmingly close to her ear. Her heart raced, and with a quick pivot to the right, she narrowly evaded the creature's foul maw aimed at the back of her neck. With a frustrated growl, the monster's tongue flicked out, greedily surveying the figure that continued to flee. Fragrant, so tantalizingly fragrant. She could scarcely ponder whether the ivy on the wall could bear her weight. With a decisive stride, Shen Ya firmly grasped the withered tendrils of the climbing vine, wrapping it twice around her wrist. Leveraging this slender resilience, she lightly pressed against the wall, advancing with a few nimble steps. In the next moment, a warm, serpentine tongue grazed her ankle, burrowing into the wall and creating a small indentation the size of a fist. With a swift slice, she severed the vine from her wrist and leaped onto the creature's back, her fingers entwined in its sparse, silvery gray mane. Despite the creature's head thrashing and the spittle splattering onto her hand, corroding her skin, she held on resolutely. The dagger glinted with a lethal sharpness as Shen Ya clamped her legs tightly around the beast. Grasping its hair firmly, she yanked back with all her might. The creature's maw gaped wide, and with the first thrust, she plunged the dagger into the tender interior of its mouth. She could feel the blade sinking in, though it did not penetrate completely. Yet, she did not relent. Her grip tightened as she pressed harder, the thin layer of flesh yielding under her relentless assault for an agonizing 2 minutes. Throughout this struggle, the creature writhed, attempting to roll away. Sensing its intention to shift, Shen Ya instinctively leaned to the opposite side, while delivering a forceful kick to the wound inflicted by her earlier stab. The sound was akin to a balloon deflating. In that fleeting moment, as the dagger pierced through flesh, revealing the blade's tip, Shen Ya executed a decisive slash to the side, cleaving half of the creature's head from its body. With a guttural roar, the beast, belatedly aware, extended its tongue in a futile attempt to ensnare Shen Ya's wrist. But it was too late. The fragile membrane connecting them was utterly torn apart. Shen Ya raised her head high, and, as the liquid dripped down, the moment it landed on the back of her hand, the agonizing sensation of her hands being corroded was somewhat alleviated. Shen Ya lowered it hergaze, unperturbed by any sense of cleanliness, as she directly rubbed the liquid from her head onto her right hand. Even in the demise of the monster, the foul, putrid saliva continued to corrode Shen Ya's palm, where her bones were beginning to show through. Miss Shun, Miss Shun. Hmm? It seems I have heard Lu Jia's voice. Shen Ya turned her head and caught sight of Lu Jia and her companions, their faces alight with astonishment as they peered curiously at her from a distance, leaning against the wall. Shen Ya trembled as she struggled to rise from the monstrous creature, raising her hand as if to speak. Not enough time, Miss Shun. I am accompanied by Wang Jia. We shall meet during the internal test. Wait, what do you mean there's no time? Shen Ya stared wide-eyed in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation before her as a flash of white light appeared, leaving only the lifeless body of the monster in front of the dilapidated old building. Chapter 7. Hua'an No, Hua'an, Internal Testing Zone Number 11. As the white light dissipated, Shen Ya opened her eyes to behold a solid mahogany door, slightly ajar, through which a warm yellow glow seeped, illuminating her shoe tips. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and surveyed her surroundings. This appeared to be a bedroom. As her gaze swept over the furniture, Shen Ya lifted her eyes to examine the walls. Apart from the wall featuring the red-brown door, the remaining walls were adorned with exquisite bas-relief murals. However, due to years of neglect, the murals were mostly faded, allowing only faint recognition of elements depicting the Virgin Mary and the Christ Child. Furthermore, the artistry extended beyond the walls. The armrests of the sofas, the legs of the wooden tables, and even the towering marble columns at the corners of the room were embellished with images of angels and the Virgin, standing upon a thick, plush red carpet. Shen Ya perceived an intricate elegance in every corner of the room, reminiscent of the art textbooks distributed at the beginning of the school year, which she had only flipped through on the day before classes commenced. In the center of the room, 3 iron folding chairs stood in stark contrast to the surrounding wooden furniture. At this moment, 2 individuals occupied the chairs on either side. Clad in a sleeveless black hoodie and black cargo pants, one man lounged with his legs crossed, leaning back in his chair. Upon noticing Shen Ya's approach, he raised an eyebrow with interest. His right hand, which had been resting casually at his side, paused momentarily in a rhythmic tap against the floor with a steel pipe. But soon he averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent. Shen Ya's attention, however, was not on the 2 men. She was fixated on the back of the pair, with a monster she had just encountered awaited. Its emaciated, elongated form, with a dark green tongue and red-black eyes, loomed large and small, one sitting while the other lay sprawled. As Shen Ya's gaze met theirs, the creature twitched its nose, saliva dripping onto the carpet and corroding it into small pits. Lowering her eyelids, reassured that the monster posed no immediate threat, Shen Ya glanced at the object tightly clutched in her hand, then at the lone remaining chair, deep in thought. Perhaps. Shen Ya advanced with measured steps toward the chair, yet she did not take a seat. Instead, she circled around to the back of the chair, gently resting her head against it, aligning herself with the 2 nearby creatures. Only then did she cautiously settle into the central position. Almost at the very moment Shen Ya sat down, a series of thunderous knocks reverberated from the firmly shut door. Shen Ya slightly rose, squinting her eyes to scrutinize the door frame, which appeared intact. However, judging by the recent sounds, if something had indeed struck the door, it was certain that this wooden structure would exhibit varying degrees of deformation. Damn! Quickly, a door had suddenly manifested. A flurry of light footsteps suggested that more than one individual lurked beyond the door. The doorknob rattled violently, yet the 3 individuals inside remained silent. Shen Ya brandished a dagger while the man grasped a steel pipe, both sensing an overwhelming stench of blood. Damn! Another dead end, the man muttered, and the rattling ceased. Through the shadowy gap beneath the door, it seemed the intruders had departed. However, before Shen Ya and her companions could exhale in relief, a sound pierced the air. Beep! Beep! Yo-yo, come on baby, go! Sorry. Under the incredulous gazes of the 2 beside her, Shen Ya sheepishly retrieved an old-fashioned mobile phone, its vibrant golden red hue unmistakable. The characters on the device were oversized, and Shen Ya was certain she had pressed the hang-up button. To further assure herself against any mishap, she pressed it several more times, yet the screen displayed. Beep, Earth date, May 20th, 2123, 1743. The internal test area number 11 in Hua'an County, South region of China, officially commences testing. Expected participants. 3. Actual participants. 38. Difficulty level. D-38 participants? Why are there so many? Shen Ya reached, including herself and Wang Jia. There were a total of 10 individuals. Lu Jia had previously mentioned that small-scale infiltrations typically attracted little attention from higher authorities. Yet the number infiltrating now seemed to be 12 times the stipulated limit. Suddenly, a jarring electromagnetic sound reverberated, causing a numbing sensation in their ears. Shen Ya witnessed her phone screen flickering with ominous red lights. Beep, warning, warning. The number of participants in the internal testing area number 11 of Hua'an country, southern region, has exceeded the limit. The difficulty level is relatively low and in alignment with the spirit of the life selection game. This internal testing area will undergo difficulty assessment and adjustments in 1 minute. Beep, adjustment commencing. The chilling countdown echoed, compressing their already taut hearts like a grim reaper's decree. Shen Ya rotated her wrist, the thin layer of flesh barely covering the bones, yet it had not yet healed. What? Upon hearing the soft murmurs from the boy beside her, Shen Ya cast a sidelong glance. The boy shook the smartphone in his hand, and the information being broadcasted was identical to that displayed on the suddenly appeared app. Shen Ya leaned closer, observing the app the boy pointed out. It appeared identical to any ordinary application, adorned with the emblem of a cerulean planet. Upon opening it, a screen filled with white text greeted her. To her astonishment, this app had also manifested on her own device. The girl scrolled through her phone, her expression darkening. She attempted to delete it, restarted her phone repeatedly, yet to no avail. What on earth is this bizarre phenomenon? And what is this peculiar place? The girl's emotions frayed completely. She tugged at her hair, curling up on the chair in despair, her voice lowered to a hoarse scream. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Shen Ya stood upright, her back rigid and her jaw clenched into a straight line as she fixed her gaze intently on the narrow gap of the door directly facing the three of them. A shadow gradually solidified. Beep, adjustments complete. Earth date, May 20th, 2123, 1745. The official testing of the 11th internal testing zone in Hua'an County, southern region of Hua'an, has commenced. Expected participants, 38. Actual participants, 38. Difficulty level, C. Almost in the very next instant following the cold, mechanical female voice, Shen Ya's brows furrowed as she abruptly seized the girl and retreated 3 steps in quick succession. Thud, thud, thud. The brown-red wooden door was violently struck from the outside, caving inward and splitting from the center. A sharp, spiraled steel rebar shot through, piercing a chair and embedding itself deep into the ground. Can you stand? A massive hand, encased in thick cement, broke through the door panel. The hand, seemingly encased in lime, was utterly rigid, striking again and again with relentless force, ruthlessly enlarging the original hole without fear of pain. I can. The girl's face turned pale. Upon witnessing the steel rebar embedded in the ground, she wished fervently to faint away completely. Yet, even a mere thought conveyed that if she truly lost consciousness, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. As the opening gradually widened, not a glimmer of light could be seen from outside. Utilizing the dim, yellowish glow within the room, Shen Ya discerned the figure outside. Clad in orange construction attire, smeared with deep gray cement, it was evident that the man was not merely dressed in the material. His hands, feet, and even facial features were sealed tightly within the cement. The smooth surfaces and precisely angled edges, along with the debris that fell away with each of his powerful strikes, suggested that he was entombed within a rectangular container, encased in cement. The manner of his cement entombment. One could only wonder what deep-seated grudge could provoke such a brutal fate. Shen Ya's eyes darted around, still searching for a path to safety when a male figure approached her. The steel reinforcement bar remained immovable. He had just attempted to pull it out with all his strength, yet it was firmly embedded. Casting a puzzled glance at the boy, Shen Ya wondered why he had specifically come over to speak to her. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, she replied with a simple acknowledgement, indicating that she understood. However, inexplicably, at the moment she uttered that word, the boy's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a deep discomfort. He pressed his lips together tightly, casting an irritated glare at Shen Ya, and snapped, "You try pulling out, see what happens." The room, devoid of any windows aside from the partially demolished door, was a stark reminder of their plight. The door had been largely dismantled, yet the monstrous entity remained unable to enter, hindered by the heavy cement that encased them. Shen Ya glanced at her slender arms and legs, then shifted her gaze to the bare biceps of the young man before her. "What? Am I supposed to pull out? Hurry up. He is coming in." The man wore a serious expression, urging her on with no hint of jest. "Fine then." Shen Ya stepped forward a few paces, extracting a roll of bandages from her bag. She wrapped it around her hand several times, ensuring that the wound would not come into contact with the cement. Only then did she crouch down, gripping the rebar tightly, and exerting all her strength to pull it outward. The fresh flesh on her palm, newly formed, was squeezed and began to bleed with the exertion. The sight made the girl's legs tremble with weakness. She clenched her teeth, contemplating whether to call the boy over to help. But upon observing the tension in his jaw and the increasingly fierce expression in his brows, she timidly approached Shen Ya's side, taking a position slightly behind her to grasp the rebar. The rebar was gradually extracted, and in the very next moment, Shen Ya found her hand empty. The boy tightened his grip on the rebar, casually spinning it in his hand. "Not bad," he remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he tossed the original steel pipe into the girl's arms. "Stay close to me." The girl instinctively tightened her hold on the pipe and instinctively shifted backward, seeking shelter behind Shen Ya. "Of course, if you wish to meet your demise sooner, feel free to follow her," he added, before walking to the farthest corner of the room from Shen Ya, still gripping the rebar. "Stay close to him." Shen Ya replaced the blood-soaked bandage on her hand, her gaze fixed upon the chair beneath her, now marred by a gaping hole. Although her previous position had been at the very center of the room, the door was not aligned with her. Rather, it faced the area occupied by the boy. Yet, inexplicably, the monster had chosen her as its target. Even the creatures lurking behind the two individuals she had just observed only bared their fangs upon catching sight of her. Brandishing a dagger, Shen Ya executed a flourish, her expression devoid of emotion. She refrained from drawing hasty conclusions. It sensed that the boy's abilities were not on par with hers. They were coming. The moment the monster burst through the door, she issued a warning. Indeed, the creature lunged directly at her. Shen Ya gripped the dagger tightly and leaped onto the bed, yet refrained from retaliating. "Let's go." The boy seized the girl's cap from behind her, noticing her dazed expression as she stared at the scene. He took decisive strides, pulling her along. "No, wait." The brightly lit room gradually receded, and the girl hurriedly turned her head, clutching her cap. "Aren't we going to help her?" "Ha, help her? You want to help?" The boy cast a derisive glance at the girl, his scornful look leaving her pale. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her eyes reflecting timidity and self-mockery. She was afraid, and she simply couldn't do it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, causing the girl's legs to turn to jelly. She anxiously glanced back, yet saw nothing. "What? Do you truly believe that Shen Ya has blocked that monster, rendering this place safe?" The boy sensed the sudden slackness in his grip and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He roughly grabbed the girl's ponytail, lifting her off the ground. Seeing the agony contorting her face, a smile, tender yet chilling, curled at the corners of his mouth. His voice was soft, akin to honeyed syrup. "TSK, little girl. Grip that steel pipe tightly, just like this." He grasped the girl's arm and forcefully thrust upward. Cold liquid dripped steadily from the pipe in her palm as she collapsed to the floor, her hair yanked back, forcing her to gaze at the ceiling. The phone's flashlight illuminated the scene. The girl widened her eyes in horror. She beheld a figure clad in orange construction attire, firmly nailed to the ceiling by iron spikes that pierced his throat, palms, and abdomen. He had no abdominal cavity. Rather, from his chest down, his body was devoured by a multitude of dark, grotesque beetles that occupied a vast expanse of the ceiling. With tears blurring her vision, she supported herself against the floor, retching uncontrollably. The steel pipe had plunged into the monster's eye socket, and the boy callously released his grip, regarding the vomit on the ground with nothing but disdain. "If I were you, I would use that steel pipe to crush his skull right now." The boy shook the rebar in his hand before prodding the girl's neck with it. "Remember, you're the one who got too frightened to run off on your own. Understand?" The girl awkwardly wiped her mouth. Her instinct warned her that denying this would prompt him to kill her. I understand. Good. The boy vanished into the darkness, and the girl tilted her face upward, staring vacantly at the ceiling. In a daze, she seemed to glimpse the figure above, missing an eye, perhaps trying to convey something with trembling lips. What did he wish to say? Save me? Kill me? Or? With a dazed expression, the girl pushed herself up, arms raised, standing on tiptoe, striving to reach out. The distance closed, nearer and nearer. The grayish face smiled faintly, satisfied as the pure, white lamb approached step by step. The distance was sufficient. A rustling sound ensued. His mouth gradually widened. A swarm of tiny, pale gray beetles emerged from his mouth, unfurling their wings and gliding down onto the girl's head, face, mouth, and eyes. Chapter 8. Ability bang. Shen Ya was forcefully struck back, her back crashing heavily against the wall, causing her to slide down to the ground. Her right hand, which hung limply by her side, twitched slightly and trembled, yet ultimately fell back down in reluctant submission. The already weathered mural began to peel away in large sections as she descended, releasing clouds of fine white dust that rose in a gentle haze, delicately settling upon Shen Ya's hair and shoulders. Shen Ya experienced fleeting moments of disorientation. Yet swiftly, the pungent metallic scent of blood flooding her mouth jolted her consciousness back to alertness. It was intensely acrid and bitter. Shen Ya gasped, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Her body felt as though it had been crushed beneath the weight of a truck. Every inch of her bones seemed to rebel against her will. Surely, some bones must be fractured, though she could not ascertain how many. Has she reached her limit at last? Shen Ya lifted the corners of her mouth. The bandage that once encircled her head now hung loose and disheveled. The strips of fabric that lay between her brows cascaded downward, obscuring her vision. Amidst the layers of white, she beheld the figure sprawled upon the ground, struggling as one might observe a fish flopping on its back. A fish. Yes, it was Wednesday. She had intended to eat fish. Yet, she had not yet had her meal. Despite her body being rendered almost immobile, an unexpected surge of stubbornness coursed through her. Shen Ya, using her elbow for support, found herself leaning forward instinctively, her face meeting the ground. With her fingers gradually bracing against the earth and her forehead pressed down, her upper body lifted slightly off the surface. As her fingers delved into her mouth, pressing against the root of her tongue, a sizable chunk of crimson flesh dislodged from her throat. Coughing and gasping, the obstruction cleared, and a torrent of blood surged forth from her gullet. Shen Ya clamped her hand over her mouth, curling her body, her forehead touching the ground, yet the relentless stream of blood continued to seep through her fingers. Shen Ya cast a sidelong glance as the creature, deprived of an arm and a leg, raised its hand. Its cement-clad appendage struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a small crater. In the next moment, the creature's remaining hand clenched fiercely, reducing the cement, encasing it to mere fragments within its grasp. The creature's palm curled, desperately clinging to the jagged edge of the dented debris, inching its way towards Shen Ya. Shen Ya was almost amused to the point of laughter by his relentless actions. Was her allure truly so compelling to these creatures? Such a method of advancement would elude any rational being. Oh, how could she forget? He possessed no intellect whatsoever. Rendered utterly immobile, Shen Ya found it tedious to regard the incessantly clattering fellow. With her eyes closed, she assumed a position of one knee on the ground, her rear elevated, striving to regulate her breath as best as she could. If she could not regain some strength before the monster approached her, she would be left with no escape. With her eyes shut and her breathing slowed, the silence of the surroundings heightened Shen Ya's auditory sensitivity to an extraordinary degree. She could perceive the faint rustle of fabric against the ground, the sound of the door swinging wide open as the wind rushed in, and even the dull, thunderous rhythm of her heartbeat, heavy with pain. One thump followed another. Wait, Shen Ya suddenly opened her eyes wide. With her head tilted and her ear pressed to the ground, she realized that the carpet, which had once muffled sounds beneath her during the struggle with the monster, had become tattered and torn. She could hear it, the fragmented, stumbling, Footsteps. Shen Ya tilted her head, her eyes straining downward as she fixated on the grand entrance. There were a total of 38 individuals. Excluding herself and the two just mentioned, what was the likelihood that 1/3 of them would be someone she recognized? Would it truly be so? The monstrous creature lay in wait, no more than 4 meters away from her, and within 5 minutes at most, it would reach her side. 5 minutes. If the approaching entity were not a monster, she might still cling to the hope of survival. Shen Ya's heartbeat intensified, and she endeavored to steady her breath. The rapid thumping of her heart not only exacerbated the pain in her already wounded chest, but also clouded her judgment. It drew near, ever closer. Shen Ya closed her eyes, straining to discern the identity of the approaching presence through the weight of its footsteps. However, her heart sank as she realized something was amiss. The sound of the footsteps was unnaturally heavy. Even her gym teacher, a towering man at 6'2" and weighing over 200 pounds, did not tread with such ominous weight. The oppressive sound of footsteps compelled Shen Ya to reluctantly open her eyes, focusing on the grotesque visage of the creature drawing nearer. Its face having shattered half of the concrete wall. Its ashen, gray complexion bore no trace of color. This oppressive sound was eerily familiar, having echoed just moments before. The last glimmer of hope extinguished. Was another monster approaching before the first had been dealt with? Boom! Ignoring the noise outside the door, Shen Ya diverted her gaze. The acrid stench of the creature nearly overwhelming her senses as its grayish hand reached out with fervor. A guttural growl emanated from deep within the creature's throat, a sound dripping with excitement. How delightful! How utterly delightful! Despite the blood on her palms and the corners of her mouth having vanished. A pool of blood beneath her showed no signs of drying. With a forceful impact, the creature slammed its face into the ground, obliterating what remained of its half-formed concrete mask. Its nasal bridge shattered completely, the entirety of its face flattening with the motion. Yet, even in this grotesque form, it greedily lapped at the blood pooling on the ground, as if savoring the delicacy for the end. The creature did not immediately open its gaping maw to rend her flesh, but soon, as the blood was licked clean, it became restless, sniffing at the ground in a frenzy, only to find its own nose crushed by its prior assault. It could no longer smell. What was that scent? Such a tantalizing aroma. The creature, perplexed, continued to sniff the air, its tongue flicking against the ground in vain until it tasted its own lower lip. The tearing of flesh sent Shen Ya into a panic. She attempted to mobilize her body, yet all it yielded was excruciating pain and profound weakness. At that moment, she heard the sound of chewing. Ordinarily, such a mundane noise would escape her notice, but the creature's jaw still bore remnants of concrete. As it tore at its lower lip, it inadvertently crunched the hard substance between its jagged teeth. The sound of its sharp teeth grinding against the unforgiving material filled the air, and as the creature loomed over her, Shen Ya could feel the debris from its gnashing teeth raining down upon her. The creature's weight gradually pressed down further. Rolla! A muffled roar erupted, and Shen Ya shut her eyes once more. In a haze of crimson, she felt the shadow that had enveloped her suddenly dissipate. A pair of cold, rigid hands rested helplessly upon her back. Shun! Shwe, it's not. Too late. Shen Ya opened her eyes. Before her sat a rigid figure, adorned with a biting device, whose face was almost entirely consumed by black, spiderweb-like patterns. Her complexion had turned a ghastly shade of blue, and her eyes were devoid of any white, rendered entirely black. The vitality of Wang Jia had nearly vanished, and she was on the brink of collapse. Shen Ya opened her mouth, intending to call out her name, but as soon as she spoke, she abruptly sensed something amiss. Her gaze fixated on Wang Jia's eyes, which appeared vacant and devoid of focus. She was unable to see. Lu Jia had mentioned that those infected gradually lose their sense of touch, sight, and hearing. Time was of the essence. Shen Ya's expression darkened as she cast a glance at the creature nearby, sprawled on the ground and unable to rise. Can you still distinguish left from right? Wang Jia nodded. Very well. Now place your hands on my back and see if you can push me down. Shen Ya's perspective has become exceedingly limited. She must adopt a different posture. Her hands gradually descended. That is my posterior. Your hands should shift toward your side. The hands slowly glided to Shen Ya's left side, And at last, Wang Jia's fingers found their way to the contour of Shen Ya's hip bone. A gentle push ensued, followed by a soft sound. Shen Ya's body tilted uncontrollably to the side, her already injured spine crashing painfully against the wall. She gasped in agony, watching as Wang Jia anxiously reached out, intending to touch her. Shen Ya quickly called out to stop her. "Do not touch me. Move your hand to the left. At the 9 o'clock direction. Yes, keep going, just a little further. Perfect, don't move. Now, stand there, place your hands on the ground, and feel your way forward until you reach approximately 3 palms length. You will find a dagger." As she lay on her side, Shen Ya's field of vision expanded considerably. She had already spotted the dagger while lying prone, but it was beyond her reach. Fortunately, Wang Jia was now present. She was immobilized, and Wang Jia became her hands. Though Wang Jia could not see, she served as her eyes. Shift your left hand slightly to the left. Avoid the blade's tip. Excellent. Now, turn around and take 5 steps. Wang Jia was unaware of Shen Ya's intentions, yet she placed her trust in her, for Shen Ya was destined to become the greatest of all. Stop. Very well. Now squat down. Cough, cough. With a guttural sound, Shen Ya spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of flesh. She carelessly coughed a couple of times and remarked, "Yes, grip the dagger tightly. Maintain this angle." The dagger, unwavering, hung poised at the monster's brow. With all her might, she plunged it downward. Shen Ya raised her voice, just a fraction away, just a mere whisper away from embedding the dagger's tip into the monster's brow. At that moment, she heard a faint, delicate sound. No, wait. Shen Ya parted her lips, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. No, it couldn't be. Just moments ago, she had severed the limbs of that creature with her military-grade dagger. Yet, despite her unwillingness to accept it, the blade shattered before her eyes. Splitting into 2, the dagger broke in the middle, but Wang Jia's forceful thrust continued unabated. Wang Jia, as she watched Wang Jia's hand approach the fractured blade, Shen Ya desperately attempted to intervene, but it was too late. She could only watch in horror as Wang Jia drove the jagged tip into the creature's skull. The point pierced through its brow, emerging from the back of its head, pinning the beast to the cold floor. Fragrant. So fragrant. Wang Jia extended her tongue, intoxicated by the aroma that wafted through the air, sweeter than syrup. This scent made her body tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. Even though her vision had succumbed to darkness, she felt as if she could distinctly see a flickering light in the shadows that was impossible to ignore. The fragrance emanated from that very spot. The scent. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her palm. Wang Jia staggered back, collapsing onto the floor, crying out in agony. She clutched her hands tightly, staring at the gaping wound that nearly severed her palm. Wait a wound. She could see it. In mere seconds. Before her very eyes, the dark markings on Wang Jia's face rapidly lightened until they vanished completely. Thank goodness, Shen Ya thought, her brows relaxing. She was fine. A translucent orb, no larger than a quail egg, materialized at Wang Jia's fingertip. The orb pulsed gently, sliding down her fingers until it nestled in her palm. Vivid crimson blood, mingled with filth, coiled around the orb, which swelled and shrank rhythmically as tiny transparent droplets gradually seeped into Wang Jia's hand. Wang Jia gasped, a tingling sensation dispelling her pain. Could it be that she was awakening her powers? No, this was not an awakening. It was Shen Ya. Were it not for Shen Ya, she would have perished long ago. Wang Jia could hardly contain her excitement as she turned her head, eagerly shaking her hand. Shen Ya, look, I have. Her voice faltered abruptly, her hand falling helplessly. She blinked, struggling to comprehend. No, this could not be. Surely it was just an illusion. Stumbling, Wang Jia approached Shen Ya and knelt beside her, raising her hand weakly before gently lowering it. The touch was frigid. The final vestige of her fantasy shattered completely. Chapter 9. Severed Limbs. Skinless Wang Jia extended her hand toward the severed joint of Shen Ya's left arm, approximately a palm's length below the shoulder. Shen Ya's entire arm had been severed, the break rough and uneven, unmistakably the result of repeated blunt force strikes. Creatures do not wield weapons. The only blunt object in the room was Shen Ya's dulled dagger. One arm traded for a life. It was worth it. Shen Ya's eyelids drooped. her lips pale, and her forehead drenched in sweat. She nearly bit her lower lip until it bled, while Wang Jia's eyes were red with tears. Do not cry. Shen Ya was perplexed as to why Wang Jia wept even more fiercely after she uttered those words. She genuinely did not feel that she had suffered loss. After all, when she severed one of the monster's arms, she had not anticipated that a flattened, sharp iron shard would spring forth from the severed limb and pierce her left arm, pinning her firmly against the wall. At that critical moment, when the creature had yet to lose its mobility, she was compelled to make a decisive choice. Had her blade hesitated for even a second as it sliced through the arm, the one lying on the ground would have been her. She truly had no reason to feel wronged. Allow me to tend to your wound. Wang Jia abruptly diverted the conversation, knowing that if they continued, she would inevitably unravel. Yes, the bandages are on the bed. Shen Ya's voice gradually diminished, leaving behind an unfinished sentence. I am so tired, I need to rest. Wait. No. Shun, don't sleep. With tears in her eyes, Wang Jia froze in place, desperately wanting to shake Shen Ya awake. However, upon seeing the exposed, broken vertebrae protruding from Shen Ya's back, her hand hovered in the air, unable to descend. Her ability could only manage minor wounds. But this protruding bone was beyond her capabilities. Tears streamed down her face. She felt utterly helpless. It was a miracle that Shen Ya had held on this long, even managing to utter a sound to alert her. Wang Thia sensed Shen Ya's vitality rapidly dwindling. She couldn't last much longer. What should I do? A slender stream of water gently divided into two, encasing the two wounds, but it was insufficient. This feeble healing could not replenish Shen Ya's swiftly vanishing life force. Whoever you are, please, just let Shun survive, even if it costs me my life. Tick-tock, what sound is that? Wang Jia's prayer was interrupted as she turned to the door, which provided no protection. The dripping sound grew closer. Her expression turned grave as she frantically searched for a hiding place. The cabinet? One door was missing. Under the bed? The end of the bed was dented, offering no refuge. Under the table? The same issue as the previous. Desperately scanning the large room, Wang Jia realized there was no spot that could be deemed completely concealed. Suddenly, she spotted a bulging pile nearby. Was that a carpet? Yes. Perhaps she could wrap them both in the carpet? She recalled that during her transformation, she had completely lost her sight. She wasn't sure if it would work, but she had to try. Gritting her teeth, Wang Jia hurried to grab the large pile of carpet, shaking it gently. What? It was only this tiny piece. Unyielding, she rummaged through the rest. Moments latte. She stared blankly at a scrap of carpet barely large enough to cover her face. This was the biggest piece from pile. Tick-tock, tick-tock. There was no time left. A thin stream of water appeared at Wang Jia's fingertips, shielding Shen Ya as she placed two small pools of water over her wounds. She couldn't use all her power on herself. Even if hope was dim, she would do everything possible to ensure Shen Ya survived. Therefore, no matter what approached, she absolutely could not allow it to enter this room. The water stream elongated and compressed, ultimately transforming into a whip about 2 meters long. Wang Jia took a deep breath, her expression darkening as she advanced toward the door. Tick-tock there. The water whip lashed forward with a crisp sound, slicing through the air. Though the water was gentle, it emitted a sharp crack. Wang Jia could not discern who was approaching from the darkness, but the whip seemed to have a mind of its own, accurately intercepting the fleeing figure before wrapping around their neck, tightening suddenly. No, please don't kill me. That voice. Her heart jolted, and she loosened her grip on the whip, eyes widening in shock as she took an involuntary step forward. Teacherly? Cough, cough. A wave of nausea surged within her as Teacherly revealed her tear-streaked face, trembling uncontrollably, yet her voice broke free urgently. Are you also an ability user? Please. I beg you, save him. He is about to die. Please save him. She clutched her throat as if fearing the person before her would refuse. Please save him. He is also an ability user. He is a good person. Wait. Wang Jia cautiously glanced behind her. No one was there. Then she released the water whip, summoning a stream to encircle herself as she cautiously moved toward Teacher Li. It's me, Teacher Li. I'm the nurse caring for Shun. Please, Wang Jia. Teacher Li's expression turned blank her fears slowly dissipating as she recalled the name she had heard just days before. Recognition flickered in her eyes. Though they had only met twice, she remembered this Hua'an nurse as kind. And she was an ability user, perhaps, but before Teacher Li could speak. Wang Jia grasped her hands tightly. Her heart raced, the chances of success nearly zero. Normally, Wang Jia would never take such a gamble. But now she had no choice. Teacher Li, the ability user you mentioned, is he a healer? A healer? Teacher Li repeated, dazed, as Wang Jia tightened her grip, pulling her toward the only glimmer of light in the darkness. Effortlessly, Wang Jia drew her into the room, her voice trembling as she pleaded. As long as we have one more healer, Shen can survive this danger. How? How can this be? Teacher Li covered her mouth, stepping back in disbelief as she recognized the girl before her, the one who had once stood out in her memory. The broken arm, the completely contorted, powerless body, especially the exposed, fractured bone. Is he a healer? That question pierced through the moment. Teacher Li's eyelashes fluttered. I don't know. Never had she loathed her timid nature more. When she had heard the call for help, fear had driven her to rush forward without thought. Even the identity of the ability user had only been inferred from the sound she heard. She felt utterly useless, tears swirling in her eyes. Let us go. Huh? Teacher Li stared, bewildered, at Wang Jia, who fell silent for a moment before bending down gently to lift Shen Ya onto her back. Help me. Place Shen on my back. I can't leave her here, and her arm is near the wall to your left. Wait for me to grab it, and we'll go save him. Struggling to restrain her strength, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on Wang Jia's forehead. You really want to save him? Teacher Li fixed her gaze on Wang Jia, concluding from her earlier words that this nurse was an aggressive yet low-level healer. Even if it cost her life, she could not drag the innocent into murky waters. It was indeed perilous, a truth I acknowledge. Yet did you not mention he possesses extraordinary abilities? Wang Jia gently brushed the strands of hair clinging to her lips. Since you remain uncertain, there remains a possibility that he may be a healer. Given this potential, we must endeavor to rescue him, even if that possibility stands at a mere 0.0001%. With resolve, Teacher Li wiped away the tears staining her cheeks. Supporting Shen Ya, she guided her to Wang Jia's back, before hastily retreating to the corner to retrieve an arm. Nurse Wang. Yes. Upon acquiring her powers, Wang Jia discerned a marked enhancement in her senses. Thus, upon hearing a faint sound, she swiftly turned her gaze toward her shoulder. Classmate Shen? Was it you speaking just now? Resting her chin upon Wang Jia's shoulder, Shen Ya closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, she had not anticipated hearing such words upon regaining consciousness. I will strive to remain alert. Therefore, should the situation become dire, one must promptly turn and flee. Shen Ya yearned to articulate the latter half of her sentence. Yet after merely uttering two phrases, a familiar metallic tang surged within her mouth. Her current state remained exceedingly tenuous. I assure you of my and Teacher Li's safety. Perceiving the underlying implication in Shen Ya's words, Wang Jia cast a glance at Teacher Li, who had hurried over in excitement and decided against wasting any more time. Teacher Li, please lead the way. All right. The gentle jostling exacerbated Shen Ya's already painful abdomen. Unable to sleep, she squinted, diverting her attention by observing the surroundings. The lengthy corridor was not devoid of illumination. Rather, the distance between each flickering oil lamp was far too great, casting a dim glow. In a fleeting moment of obscurity, Shen Ya's half-open eyes suddenly focused. She spotted a solitary steel pipe lying forlornly in the corner. That steel pipe? However, before she could voice her thoughts, Teacher Li's trembling voice interrupted. We have arrived. She fixated on the wide-open door ahead, her entire being quaking with trepidation. There is nothing. What? Teacher Li glanced at Shen Ya in a panic, summoning an unknown strength. Shen Ya slightly lifted her head from Wang Jia's shoulder. Even that minuscule distance of separation caused her already fragile body to emit a mournful cry of impending collapse. Yet she stubbornly raised her gaze. She fixed her eyes on the ajar door. There were no monsters. She did not sense any presence of a creature. Trust Shen Ya. Let us proceed. Without further hesitation, Wang Jia directed the surrounding currents of water into Shen Ya's wounds, surpassing Teacher Li and charging ahead. The trio arrived before the door, which bore numerous signs of damage, though the destruction appeared markedly less severe than that of the room Shen Ya had occupied. Just a step away from the threshold, Wang Jia halted abruptly. Why aren't you? Teacher Li's heart eased upon not hearing any monstrous roars, and seeing Wang Jia stop, she quickly leaned forward to peer inside. Yet in that moment, Teacher Li too froze. The pallor of their faces spoke volumes. Indeed, there were no monsters within. The desolate room contained only a single figure on the floor, a person devoid of skin. Chapter 10, Excision of the Spine. Little red man? Cough, cough. Shen Ya coughed softly, burying her head in Wang Jia's neck for a brief moment before slowly raising her face. Her vision was blurred, and she could only discern a crimson figure lying on the ground. Is he truly still alive? Wang Jia murmured, gazing at the seemingly lifeless individual. Feeling her sense of security derived from her abilities evaporate entirely in that instant. Over the past 2 days, she had repeatedly contemplated her own mortality, even preparing for the worst when relinquishing the remote control. Yet while one may prepare, the notion of dying in such a gruesome manner was something she could not possibly accept. Teacher Li clenched her jaw, the nauseating metallic scent of blood filling her nostrils, causing her mouth to water with bile. Fortifying her resolve, she hastened to the man's side, and as she crouched down, she sensed something was amiss. This Teacher Li exclaimed. Just as she had pulled a sheet from the bed to lay it on the ground and gently placed Shen Ya down, Wang Jia rushed over upon hearing her exclamation. What is it? Teacher Li leaned forward, pointing to the man's mouth. Look, is that a thread? A thread? How could there be a thread? Wang Jia crouched down and finally noticed. The corner of the man's mouth was sewn shut with an exceedingly thin thread, and it was not just his mouth. There were countless red threads binding his eyes and ears as well. It was uncertain whether these threads were originally red or stained by blood, but the exposed skin was drenched in crimson, which they had failed to notice at first. Do we need to cut it? Teacher Li hesitated, glancing at Wang Jia. If we do, I have a pair of scissors. No, wait a moment. Wang Jia paused, suddenly considering a possibility. She turned to Teacher Li. Are you certain this person is the ability user you just mentioned? Yes, it's him. Have you ever witnessed this ability user unleash their powers? Wang Jia felt her speculation was rather far-fetched, yet she wondered, could it be possible that these threads were, in fact, his abilities? Wang Jia nearly succumbed to the madness of her thoughts, realizing that the desire to consume everything would not merely be confined to skinning this man. Stitching up food, surely there wouldn't be such a senseless creature, would there? Who would complain about a meal being too hot, insisting on complicating matters further? Let us not remove the threads for now. You go move the cabinet to block the door as best as you can. Having learned from past experiences, Wang Jia calmly issued commands. She placed her hand on the man's chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart through his clothing, leaving behind a water sphere before swiftly returning to Shen Ya's side. Shen Ya's breath had grown notably lighter, yet Shen, what is this? Gazing into Shen Ya's half-open eyes, Wang Jia curiously followed her line of sight, landing on the figure on the ground. Wait, was that person's face directed this way earlier? I'm fine. Shen Ya lowered her eyes, her breaths emanating warmth, a sensation of intense heat enveloping her. Shen, you really shouldn't force yourself. Wang Jia expressed her concern. I'll be fine soon. Although the injuries on the man appeared quite alarming, she could sense through the water sphere that life surged within him, nearly overflowing. It required minimal effort. All she needed to do was draw forth the vitality from within him, compress the water sphere into strips, and let them weave through the gaps of the red threads. Li, the teacher, anxiously awaited nearby, ensuring the door was secured. At last, a mouthful of dark red blood surged forth from the man's lips. Wang Jia hurriedly propped him up, shifting his position to prevent him from choking on the blood. As his coughing subsided, the red threads unraveled from his face, intertwining to form a singular red cord around his neck. Indeed, it was his extraordinary ability. Thankfully, she had not severed the threads earlier. Wang Jia felt a wave of relief wash over her as she released her grip, watching the man slowly open his eyes. a smile of relief gracing her lips. That's wonderful. Hello, are you a healer? He gently closed his eyes again, his eyelids fluttering as he raised a hand to shield his sight. If it's the person behind you, I can save her. That's splendid. Wang Jia, overtaken with joy, exchanged a glance with Li, surprised by their unexpected fortune. She stood, intending to assist the man, but he sidestepped her touch. He pointed a finger, lifting the red cord that hung around his neck, his amber eyes fixed intently. It seems someone is approaching. Someone is coming. Wang Jia turned toward the entrance. The room was filled with low cabinets, and she noted the pattern of destruction throughout the area. Every room bearing signs of conflict had similarly damaged doors. This room was no exception. The low cabinets could not fully barricade the entrance. While the monsters might struggle to enter, humans could easily breach the space. There was no time to waste. The man gently rolled up his sleeve, revealing blood-red skin beneath, seemingly oblivious to his own state. He retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket, spread it flat in his palm, then rose to approach Shen Ya, taking her arm and pulling her gently into his embrace. Observing the protruding bones of Shen Ya's back, he placed his hand delicately upon it. Wait, let go! Wang Jia cried, her temper flaring as she moved to intervene. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the space as a bloodied man fell from the ceiling. Chen Su. Wang Jia could hardly believe her eyes as she rushed over. What happened to you? He merely stared wide-eyed, gasping for breath. Damn it, did you hit your head? After confirming that the man posed no threat to Shen Ya, she signaled to Li to keep watch, instructing her to alert if anything seemed amiss. Subsequently, she directed the water whip into Chen Su's slightly ajar mouth. 2 ribs were broken, his right hand fractured, and there was mild internal bleeding in his stomach. Thankfully, aside from these severe injuries, there were no critical internal damages. Wang Jia felt a chill from the grim reminder of Shen Ya's earlier predicament. The chilling water enveloped Chen Su's head. Gurgling sounds erupted as the water dispersed. Chen Su opened his mouth wide, expelling the water, and along with it, a white object fell, a broken tooth. Miss Shen, is Miss Shen here? He exclaimed, fully regaining consciousness. His speech was somewhat slurred without his tooth, and he clutched Wang Jia's shoulders, frantically searching for Shen Ya. I must find Miss Shen. Captain, she can't hold on much longer. Chen Su produced a disposable glove from his pocket, waving it excitedly. It was the same one Shen Ya had given him while buying barbecue. No, wait. Calm down. Wang Jia attempted to grasp him, hoping to explain the situation, but Chen Su's emotions were in complete disarray. The room was small, and with a mere turn, he spotted the red silhouette. A monster. There's a monster. Stay calm. As Chen Su brandished his firearm, Wang Jia could no longer contain herself. Ever since the infection, her emotions had been taught. She slapped him hard across the face. Slap. She held nothing back. Are you awake now? Chen Su covered his face. Helpless. Yes. Miss Shen cannot help you right now. Wang Jia pulled Chen Su to Shen Ya's side. Awakened by the commotion, Shen Ya opened her eyes, her lips pale, and gazed at Chen Su. Before she could speak, a refined male voice interjected. Her vertebrae must be removed. What? The man gently placed his hand on the back of Shen Ya's neck, indicating the path that needed to be taken. His hand moved slowly down to her coccyx, signifying that an extensive portion of bone needed extraction. Chapter 11. Did you know each other before? An eerie silence enveloped the room. Without vertebrae, could a person survive? Though Chen Su had just arrived and was still grasping the situation, he was thoroughly alarmed by the man's statement. Suddenly, the severity of the situation with the captain seemed less daunting compared to the prospect of removing someone's spine. They can survive. The man waved Li over, instructing, take him behind that screen. Alahite. The observer promptly approached, guiding Chen Su away. The man withdrew a small knife from his pocket, lowering his gaze as he began to slice away at Shen Ya's back clothing. The fabric clung to bone and flesh. Despite his efforts to minimize movement, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Shen Ya's face. Just a little more. Lowering his voice, Shen Ya buried her head against the man's shoulder, nuzzling slightly, and murmured softly, Huh, who am I? Where am I? The hand holding the phone light trembled slightly. Upon noticing, Wang Jia steadied her hand. Yet despite the urgency of the situation, her attention wavered. Do these two know each other from before? Look here. Shen Ya possesses an inherently pale complexion, her skin radiating a whiteness that surpasses that of ordinary individuals by a shade or two. Such delicate skin, upon encountering an accidental bruise, manifests a striking and alarming hue of deep purples. Gazing at the extensive bruising on Shen Ya's back, accompanied by the protrusions indicative of fractured bones, Wang Jia felt a sudden weakness and ache in her thighs. There's a notable bulge here, beneath the blood-stained ridge where the bone juts out. Wang Jia strained to discern the area indicated by the man, and she faintly perceived a glimpse of white amidst the torn flesh. Could it be bone? No. Wait. Wang Jia widened her eyes, extending her hand to measure the length of the protruding bone. It appeared that Shen Ya's spine had fractured just above her navel, the impact having caused her back to bend uncontrollably, with the broken vertebra piercing through the skin and flesh. Yet, the length of the exposed bone, this cannot be right. This bone is not. Hold on, this is? An absurd hypothesis began to form in Wang Jia's mind. Are you joking? How could a human bone possibly regenerate itself? The man paid no heed to Wang Jia's astonishment. He discarded the blood-soaked handkerchief and casually retrieved another, gently lifting Shen Ya's damp bangs away from her forehead. Here, do you feel throbbing pain? His hand lightly rested on Shen Ya's back. Throbbing pain? Shen Ya found herself unable to discern her surroundings. Every inch of her body ached with excruciating pain. The gentle yet magnetically resonant male voice was deliberately lowered, as if whispering tenderly between lovers, exuding an exquisite softness. However, each word that escaped his lips sent a chilling shiver through the three conscious individuals present in the room. But fret not, for within my abilities lies a touch of anesthetic prowess, should you find it necessary. Shen Ya reluctantly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently upon the individual before her. Beneath the crimson exterior, he possessed a pair of amber eyes, clear and luminous, in which Shen Ya discerned not a hint of concealment. Extract it, Shen Ya stated with a dispassionate tone, the words sending a tremor through Wang Jia's heart. This was no mere removal of a fishbone. We were discussing the extraction of a vertebra. Very well. Additionally, please administer more anesthetic, as I fear the pain may be quite severe. Indeed. Madman. Both of you are madmen. Witnessing the two engage in their seemingly nonchalant exchange, Wang Jia exhaled heavily, wiping her face with her hand. Damn it. My ability can expedite the healing of others' wounds. I shall assist you. With that, Wang Jia conjured a sphere of water. All right. Pour an entire bottle of alcohol onto the blade. As the knife sliced through flesh, vibrant crimson did not flow forth. Wang Jia's expression remained unchanged. She merely shifted her body slightly to obscure the narrow passage leading to the screen. The man's shirt was partially open at the chest, and it was only then that Shen Ya realized this individual was not entirely a crimson figure. He bore patches of unblemished skin, albeit far too small, merely covering his left shoulder to his heart. His teeth clenched against his shoulder, his tongue gently caressing the small incision made by the blade, revealing only a scant amount of blood. The anesthetic effect of the blood seemed somewhat inadequate. Was it too little? The man's hand paused for a fleeting second. Shen Ya's tongue had just entered, her breath slightly labored, yet it went unnoticed by anyone. The man's hands remained remarkably steady. The process of removing the bones was far from effortless. At the very least, Wang Jia watched with beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Shen Ya's vertebrae were not merely fractured at one point, as she had originally presumed. Rather, her bones were largely shattered, with several pieces splintered into fragments, embedded within her flesh. Fortunately, Chun Su had provided a small pair of tweezers in his backpack. The water gradually enveloped the wounds, and Wang Jia remained utterly focused, daring not to let her mind wander for even a moment. Sweat trickled into her eyes, the salt irritating her eyelids. Once the injuries had healed completely, Wang Jia realized that her extraordinary abilities were not inexhaustible. Breathless, she collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Is it done? Is it done? Teacher Li, hearing the commotion outside, quickly peeked her head out from behind the screen. However, Upon recognizing the scene before her, she immediately thrust Chun Su's head aside forcefully. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "You are not allowed to come out." "No, wait," Chun Su exclaimed, his expression anxious, attempting to peer out again. Miss Shun, are you still there? If you dare to poke your head out, I will sever yours," the man spoke coldly. Shen Ya, perplexed, lifted her head. She had initially intended to rise, yet a tremendous force around her waist firmly held her in place. After struggling unsuccessfully to break free a couple of times, she opted to acquiesce. She raised her gaze, her eyes appraising the scene for a moment before focusing intently on the red string adorning the man's neck. Was it just now that it spoke? With a flushed face, Teacher Li, confident that Chun Su would not dare to look her way again, took small steps outside, bashfully retrieving her small bag. "I have the outfit I was originally going to wear for today's event in my bag. Shen Ya, you should try it on first." From her bag, she produced a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with adorable cartoon characters. However, as Teacher Li clutched the hem of the shirt, she stole a glance at the man who was tightly embracing Shen Ya. Leaning closer to whisper in Shen Ya's ear, she said softly, "Shen Ya, I don't have that kind of clothing for you to wear underneath." At first, Shen Ya did not grasp the implication of Teacher Li's words, but soon, as Teacher Li's gaze occasionally descended, she understood. It was merely a matter of two masses of flesh. Shen Ya could not comprehend why, during the summer, the streets were often graced by men strolling through the night market, unabashedly bare-chested, while women, merely swapping their bras for pasties, seemed to bear an undue burden of apprehension. Perhaps a simple bandage could suffice to secure their modesty. Wang Jia picked up Shen Ya's bag, although her powers were not yet at her disposal. Her strength had begun to return. It seemed another fierce battle loomed ahead, and securing her movements would be prudent. Wang Jia waved the bandage, stating, "Allow me to assist you with this." The man averted his gaze, releasing his grip. "I shall step behind the screen to gather information." Shen Ya, lifting the hem of her garment, regarded this individual whom she had only recently met with curiosity. Why would he feel the need to inform her of his intentions? Very well. As she observed his silhouette gradually fade into the distance, Wang Jia unwrapped the bandage, her curiosity piqued. "Hey, Shen Ya, do you know that person?" "Not really." "Not really?" Teacher Li, taken aback, rested his chin upon his hand. "But then again, given his appearance, it is indeed difficult to ascertain if he is someone you recognize." "Is that what you meant?" Shen Ya could not discern the situation. She lowered her eyelids, allowing Teacher Li to rise and assist her in securing her hair. Uncertain whether she had encountered this individual before, she merely felt a sense of confusion. Chapter 12. Acceptance of the main quest, the outsider at Hobbs Manor. As she donned her attire, Shen Ya steadied herself by grasping Wang Jia's shoulder to rise. A strand of hair, inadequately secured, fell against the nape of her neck, causing an irritating tickle. Habitually, Shen Ya reached to retie her hair, but as she loosened it, she nearly forgot her left arm was broken. Shen Ya gazed at the three individuals in front of her, who were exchanging information and assessing the situation. She parted her lips, intending to call out to Teacher Li for assistance in tying up her hair. "Tying up your hair?" A boy stepped forward, shaking the medical gloves he had just received from Wang Jia. "These gloves have excellent sealing properties. If I wear them, I won't soil your hair." Shen Ya turned her back, offering a hair tie. "It's all right. My hair is already quite dirty." The mixture of wall dust, blood, and the sweat that had accumulated in her hair made her hesitant to imagine the odor that would emanate when her hair was finally released. She was the one who should feel apologetic. With her left foot stepping forward, she struggled to find balance. After the loss of her left arm, Shen had an incessant feeling of disarray. Her walking posture fell off, and her standing stance was equally askew. Everything felt amiss. "Your left arm will heal," he assured gently. "Huh?" He delicately cradled Shen Ya's face as she turned to the left, grasping her chin. "Look ahead. Your hair is tied unevenly. Didn't you notice? Here." He pointed to her injury and then gestured toward her left arm resting on the table. "If you compare them, you'll notice that the combination of these two is longer than your right arm by a segment." "Longer by a segment?" Shen Ya cast her gaze to the left, scrutinizing her left arm, as if from this angle it appeared somewhat longer than before. But what could be the reason behind this? Earlier, Lu Jia had mentioned that in order to acquire extraordinary abilities, one must successfully slay a monster in the internal testing zone. Yet, the creature she encountered upon entering that zone was not one she had vanquished herself. Could it be that the monster she faced before entering the internal testing zone was being considered? However, the issue of her recovery speed had manifested long before. Back on May 13th, "My body is truly peculiar," she murmured softly to herself, opening her right hand. She examined the palm and back of her hand. Apart from two scars that had yet to fade completely, there was no longer any trace of the ghastly sight of exposed bones that had once marred her hand. The boy lowered his head, deftly braiding Shen Ya's hair into a scorpion braid. He observed the furrowed brow of Shen Ya, etched with confusion, and chuckled softly. "So, what do you think of this hairstyle? I suppose I have some skill, don't I?" She turned to glance at him. The young man shook a fragment of a mirror he had seemingly found, his face beaming with a smile. Without the mask, Shen Ya could clearly discern the natural contours of his facial muscles, devoid of any pretense. He appeared genuinely content, strikingly handsome. Shen Ya tossed her hair, her braided pigtails secured tightly, and she felt pleased. "I am Shen Ya. What is your name?" "Lu Qingyan," with Lu from the mainland and Qing composed of 3 drops of water, followed by Yan, also formed from 3 drops of water. Lu Qing, she paused, and with a gesture, indicated for Shen Ya to open her palm. Through her gloves, Lu Qingyan extended a finger, meticulously inscribing the characters in her palm. 3 drops of water for Yan, he remarked, tilting his head to scrutinize his handiwork. Shen Ya silently lifted hat face. "This is the radical for double person, double person." "Yes, indeed, double person." Lu Qingyan nodded, admitting, "I am illiterate. My level of education is quite low. I apologize." Amused by Shen Ya's solemn expression, Lu Qingyan covered her lips, her amber eyes curving into crescent moons. "Yes." The trio, having just finished exchanging information, turned to behold this scene. Chen Su gazed at that face with lingering trepidation. Is it only I who feels fear from that visage? In truth, we share fears. Wang Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Teacher Li, both intuitively deriving the same answer from each other's eyes. "Let's proceed." Wang Jia cleared her throat softly, gesturing, "Shun, we have already discerned the location of Team Lu. This should be on the 4th floor." "The 4th floor?" "Yes, indeed." Wang Jia nodded. "I previously examined the layout of this estate. Our current position should be the basement." "Wait, the basement?" Shen Ya widened her eyes, for she had remained fully alert while running on the back of Wang Jia. She had been counting the rooms they passed, a total of 13, and now she was informed that all these rooms were basements. "I understand you. The wealthy often display such extravagance." Wang Jia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Alas, if only Chen Su could teleport more than one person at a time. Murmuring softly, Wang Jia continued, "Fortunately, during the infection, those monsters would not attack me. Thus, when Chen Su mentioned the Golden Lion, I instantly knew it was on the 4th floor. Let's hasten our steps." Shen Ya gestured for Wang Jia to lead the way. "What about Lu Jia and the others? Though they are still holding on, their situation should be somewhat better than yours." Chen Su glanced at Shen Ya's severed arm, wishing he could slap the noisy version of himself from moments ago. After all, they were merely surrounded by monsters. At least they had sufficient personnel, unlike here, where there were those with severed limbs and others who had been skinned, with one currently unable to use their abilities and another being an ordinary person. In truth, you could take a moment to regroup. Team Lu has not only my other brothers, but also a multitude of ability users. Although they're also stretched thin, the bond between military and civilians is strong. Chen Su shook his bag, mentioning he still had a phone. Should things become unbearable on the other side, Team Lu would contact him. "It's fine. Hand me your dagger. Let us go." "What do you intend to do with that arm?" Shen Ya looked at the last person in confusion. How did Lu Qingyan manage to remove his coat and wrap it around her arm? She thought she must have seen it incorrectly. Yes. I knew something was forgotten. The arm." "Shen Ya, you mustn't forget your arm. As long as it is well preserved, perhaps it can be reattached later." Teacher Li clapped her hands and remarked on what had been overlooked, revealing it to be the arm. "Huh? Can it grow back by itself? Can an arm truly regenerate?" Teacher Li was perplexed. The clamor within the room fell silent the moment they stepped outside. Leading the way, Shen Ya cautiously surveyed the surrounding darkness, only to be gently patted on the shoulder twice. In a hushed tone, amidst the flickering beams of mobile flashlights, Eucian leaned closer to Shen Ya's profile. "What kind of weapon do you desire?" "A weapon?" "Indeed." Eucian smiled brightly, proudly shaking the object he held in his arms. "I can craft a weapon from bone." "So what kind do you wish for?" "Weapons can be made from bone?" Shen Ya was taken aback. "Of course. I can make the bone as sharp as a knife." "As sharp as a knife? Then I would prefer a blade. Its appearance is inconsequential, as long as it feels comfortable to wield. Do you understand?" Shen Ya gestured with a dagger, attempting to convey her desired form. Yet after a flurry of indistinct movements, she relinquished her effort. Eucian, tilting his head, observed Shen Ya's pouting lips, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "I see. It's merely a handy knife, is it not?" "Indeed," she replied. Their unnerving exchange successfully pushed Wang Jia to the second row, where she rubbed her arms, feeling the goosebumps rise. "If I heard correctly, were they discussing the bones of classmate Shin's arm?" "It seems so." Teacher Li, sandwiched in the middle, appeared considerably more at ease. "Not just the arm. I also noticed that person stuffing in a whole heap of bones," Chun Su remarked, leaning closer as he scrutinized the two ahead, cautiously adding to the conversation. "What a bizarre topic. Enough of this." The five of them hastily made their way to the staircase. "Wait a moment." Shen Ya raised her arm, shielding herself from the advancing figures behind her. It seemed as though there was a sound. Shen Ya's expression was grave as she gestured for those around her to maintain silence. The rustling grew increasingly frantic, sending a shiver down her spine. Never before had she felt such a prickling sensation on her scalp. In the pitch-black surroundings, visibility was non-existent. Yet in a daze, it seemed as though she beheld a swarm of creatures, their ebony shells glistening, surging toward them. "Damn it, it's insects!" As she observed the figures ahead, rapidly fading from sight, and heard the rustling intensifying behind, Shen Ya clenched her teeth, striving to maintain her balance, but ultimately lagged behind. With her clothing secured around her waist, Eucian grasped Shen Ya's arm, motioning to his back. "I'll carry you." Gratitude surged within her. But there was no time for lengthy exchanges. Shen Ya acted swiftly, her right arm firmly clutching the fabric of Eucian's shirt. "Here, over here." In the distance, she spotted a room flickering with light, and a hand emerged, waving up and down. "Steady yourself." Eucian quickened his pace, and the moment they entered the room, the door slammed shut. Wang Jia hastily brandished an unfamiliar canister, spraying frantically at the gap beneath the door while shouting, "Did you get in? Did you get in?" She was utterly terrified of insects. No, Nurse Wang, please calm down." Lacking the stamina of the superhumans, Teacher Li leaned against the wall, panting, enviously watching the person who effortlessly carried another, his cheeks flushed yet seemingly unbothered. How fortunate to be a superhuman. As she descended from Eucian's back, Shen Ya lifted her gaze, astonished by the figure before her. No, this ghost. Wait, that seemed even more peculiar. Shen Ya turned to Teacher Li and inquired, "What is this?" Teacher Li lifted her face and replied, "According to our local terminology, this should be classified as a ghost." However, she scrutinized the semi-transparent spirit floating before her, noting its distinctly Western features. Would it be more appropriate to refer to a Western ghost as a specter? Is this truly a matter worth pondering? TSK, is this an issue that requires our attention? Chun Su rubbed his palms together with excitement, declaring, "It falls upon me at this crucial moment." He cleared his throat, suppressing his smile, and with utmost courtesy, extended his right hand towards the ghost. "My name is Chun Su. What is yours? How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you, and you?" Wang Jia bashfully shielded her face, murmuring, "I apologize. It's just muscle memory from my student days." The ghost's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he began to question whether rescuing these individuals had been the right decision. Yet, casting a wary glance at the now tranquil door, he realized his time was limited. Before their arrival, he could only hope for a miracle from a desperate situation. With a blade spinning delicately on his fingertip, Shen Ya leaned against the wall, listening intently to the sounds outside. Had it grown quiet? What was that vial of gas? Was it truly so effective against that group? Shen Ya pondered, caught in a moment of indecision as she contemplated whether to borrow the canister for closer inspection. The specter bowed deeply before them. Adele, the master of this forsaken manor, I am aware that the deceased ought not to meddle in worldly affairs, yet alas, my grievances remain unresolved, and the scoundrels responsible for the demise of my 213 servants still roam free. Adele's back arched further downward, his voice resonating with a somber and bitter tone. In this capacity, I wish to extend a request to you as the proprietor of Hobbs Manor. Hobbs Manor? Mr. Li, why are you so excited? Is this estate particularly renowned? Chen Su scratched his head, genuinely disinterested in the forenames like Hobbs and Hawkins. Mr. Li, suppressing his enthusiasm with his hand, exclaimed, Hobbs. That's the one. Yes, Hobbs Pharmaceuticals. Since you are a soldier, you must be aware of a highly effective analgesic. Something starting with O. I can't recall at the moment. But know this, the Hobbs family dominates 1/3 of the global pharmaceutical industry. It is conservatively estimated that Hobbs Pharmaceuticals boasts a market value of nearly $30 trillion. $30 trillion in dollars. So, does that mean they VE struck it rich? Oh, so you can speak Chinese? Mr. Li, Chen Su, is that the crux of the matter? This is hardly the focal point. Task: expel the outsiders from Hobbs Manor. Will you accept? Reward: all treasures of Hobbs Manor. Note: this task has already been accepted by one individual and can be shared among participants, including the rewards. Internal testing, indeed. Shen Ya's gaze remained tranquil. After a harrowing escape, she nearly forgot that she was not in a conventional world, but rather in a pre-release internal test of a game. An internal test without even the basic main storyline. Did that still qualify as a test? To accept or not? The individuals around exchanged glances devoid of hesitation. Accept. Regardless of the task's difficulty, it was certainly preferable to floundering aimlessly through this manor like headless chickens. They had yet to glean even the slightest notion on how to escape the internal test. Chapter 13. Save me. Shen. The task was automatically accepted, and the phones of those present emitted a beep in unison, except for Shen Ya. Calmly, she pressed the answer button. 5 months prior, the ailing master of Hobbs, Priestley, on the brink of departing this world, thought of his youngest daughter, Smidley, who had eloped to Hua'an 32 years ago. Oh, his beloved daughter. Since her elopement with a poor lad from Hua'an, he had not received any news of her. Years of longing crystallized into an obsession. On the eve of his departure from this world, he yearned to see his treasure, his angel, one last time. He also missed his old companions from years past. Yet he was loath to leave the manor where he had dwelled for the better part of his life. The eldest son of the Hobbs family, Duke Wilder, understood his father's sentiments and, similarly, missed his little sister who had left home at a young age. As the most dutiful child, Wilder recalled a residence he had once visited in Hua'an. He resolved to undertake renovations, ensuring a one replica of the manor and absolute confidentiality regarding the blueprints. The Duke entrusted his most trusted younger brother with the plans, sending him ahead to Hua'an to hire the finest local architects. And then there are these scoundrels. These scoundrels. They envy my noble status and the wealth of the Hobbs family, their greed driving them to cruelly slay me and my servants. Adele bellowed in fury, his form swelling like a balloon, occupying much of the room. I demand you kill them. Only by slaying them can you acquire the riches of the Hobbs family. Note: detecting the task issuer's extreme anger. The task is set to be altered. Task: expel the outsiders from Hobbs Manor will soon change to task: blood for blood, slaughter. Outsiders of Hobbs Manor. Reward: all treasures of Hobbs Manor, Hua'an. The cold, mechanical voice seemed to resonate with a hint of excitement amidst Adele's increasingly boisterous fury. Shen Ya gazed coldly at the ghost whose form had swelled, almost brushing against the ceiling. Am I being toyed with? No, it is the explorer of Hobbs Manor. Adele bowed gracefully, his slightly lowered hair brushing against Shen Ya's nose. The Hobbs family never betrays its partners. So long as you are willing to accept the alteration of tasks, I can provide you with more of what you desire. Just like that, his eyes turned a deep crimson, resembling the distorted body of a faded oil painting, as his translucent form enveloped Shen Ya and her companions. A sacrificial offering. A smile cracked at the corners of Adele's mouth. After all, this offering had nearly cost him his life, barely wrested from those entities. Oh no, no, he could not afford to recall those entities. He must not become complacent. Panic washed over Adele as he shrieked wildly, sprinting towards the door, but just a step away. His body froze in place. His mist-like form seemed to be manipulated by an unseen hand, compressing him into a square shape. In an instant, his legs entwined around his neck, his lips stretched into elongated strips, binding his arms. No, I was wrong, my lord. I was wrong, bang. Adele's upper body exploded completely. From a threat to the explosion, perhaps only a dozen seconds had passed, resembling a sighting of a ghost. Oh, how could they forget? They had indeed witnessed a ghost. Wang Jia reached out and nudged Chen Su's shoulder. Did they teach you this scene during training? Chen Su stai lang li. Mouth agape. I don't know. The teacher didn't cover it. The task progress has halted. Teacher Lee fixed his gaze on the task panel on his phone, murmuring. Task alteration complete. Task. Blood for blood. Slaughter. Outsiders of Hobbs Manor. Reward. All collectibles from Hobbs Manor. Huagua. Special reward. Incomplete. Sacrifice one. What should we do now? Teacher Lee looked towards Shen Ya with a plea in his eyes. Shen Ya tossed the dagger up and caught it steadily. One step at a time. In truth, I had no desire to interrupt your conversation. Eucian raised his head, his voice gentle. Yet this fellow seems to still be alive? Are we certain we shall disregard it? Still alive? Despite having been blown apart for the most part, it astonishingly continues to exist? Shen Ya lifted her head, her remaining half-body swaying gently in the air. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle tremors of her ghostly limbs. Threads of crimson intertwined delicately around her fingertips. Eucian turned with a beaming smile directed at Shen Ya, proclaiming, My red thread can disregard any form, ensnaring monsters if you desire. With a cold chuckle, Shen Ya turned away. Take it away. With a spray bottle in hand, she finally found relief from the chilling presence of the black beetles as they approached the staircase. The layout of this mansion was rather peculiar. The staircases were spaced apart on the eastern and western sides. For instance, to ascend from the basement to the first floor, the staircase was located at the far west of the corridor, while to reach the second floor, it reappeared at the far east. Thus, every ascent to a new level required Shen Ya and her companions to traverse the corridor. Initially, Chen Su and the others were on high alert, occasionally glancing nervously upwards or behind them. However, as they continued walking, their tension gradually dissipated. It was not that they had not encountered monsters. In fact, they faced many along their path. Yet, gazing at the charred remains of a monster reduced to ashes by flames, Wang Jia solemnly regarded Shen Ya, stating, That person must have acquired their powers on the first floor. Indeed, Shen Ya nodded, acknowledging the strength of the individual. With merely a steel bar encased in cement, he had vanquished 3 monsters, whereas she had nearly lost an arm and failed to eliminate even one. Indeed, that man was formidable. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shen Ya and her companions finally encountered the monsters. Chen Su moved swiftly, aiming his firearm at the creature's head. With a pull of the trigger, a specially designed bullet erupted, obliterating the monster's skull. The splatter of blood and brain matter struck his cheek, prompting him to wipe it away with the back of his hand. With a dagger deeply embedded in the creature's brow, she twisted her wrist, releasing a torrent of brain matter. Shen Ya stepped onto the monster's shoulder, leveraging the force to extract her blade. How many had they slain? Including the contributions of that man, there lay 18 corpses of monsters before them. 18. Shen Ya lamented as she scrolled through Teacher Lee's phone, which revealed no information regarding the total number of outsiders. Their efforts to fill in the gaps along the way seemed futile. They needed to head to the 4th floor to find Officer Liu and the others. Aren't we going to kill more? Chen Su turned, inquiring if they hadn't received any communication from Team Liu, suggesting that the situation there might be more stable. Teacher Li approached from the encirclement, a fragile being devoid of any abilities. She was shielded between Wang Jia and Eucian, and as she witnessed Shen Ya and Chen Su dispatching foes with ease, a wave of envy washed over her. Oh heavens! Couldn't I also be bestowed with an ability? She yearned for even a non-aggressive spatial power, anything to elevate her from her current state. having immersed herself in the web literature market. Teacher Li had developed a particular fondness for unique abilities like the stockpiling spirit spring. You still Haven T gained an ability? Chun Su exclaimed, astonished at Teacher Li, noting that among their pair, even the unluckiest had attained powers after slaying 4 monsters. If his memory served him right, Teacher Li had delivered the finishing blow to 6. Alas, I am currently experiencing a streak of misfortune. You are indeed quite unfortunate. Over here, nearly everyone has acquired their abilities. Oh, by the way, Nurse Wong. After we separated, we encountered 13 more individuals, all of whom have also gained abilities. Thus, it seems that Team Lu now boasts 20 empowered individuals. Shen Ya abruptly lifted her head, seizing Chun Su's arm and drawing him closer. Did you just say that all 13 individuals you encountered are endowed with abilities? Yes, indeed. What's the matter? 38-2-10-125, 13 individuals with abilities. This implies that the probability of those individuals acquiring such powers is approximately 50. Is it truly so coincidental? Shen Ya harbored no doubts regarding Lu Jia and her companions all possessing abilities. After all, she had previously witnessed the military's arsenal. With the experience from her past life and the backing of the government, their success seemed assured. However, a group of ordinary individuals inadvertently embroiled in the internal testing. How curious. Lu Jia had mentioned that the mortality rate during the internal test was exceedingly high. Based on incomplete statistics and calculations, the likelihood of survival while gaining abilities in the internal test appeared to be around 14. Shen Ya suddenly halted her steps. The difficulty of the internal test has been adjusted to D-. What? Shen, what did you just say? Wang Jia, who was tending to the cut on Chun Su's wrist, lifted her head. Was that Shen speaking just now? The difficulty of the internal test has been modified to D-. Previously, it was E. Shen Ya anxiously turned to them. Did you not receive this news? Teacher Li and a few others glanced at each other, then uniformly shook their heads. We must hurry. That group undoubtedly poses a threat. A chilling and piercing scream, so harrowing it sent shivers down the spine, suddenly echoed as Shen Ya stepped onto the 4th-floor corridor. Shen Ya abruptly turned her head towards the source of the sound, just in time to see a figure clad in dark combat attire struggling to emerge from the monstrous heap. The flesh on his cheek had been savagely torn away by the creature's sharp teeth, exposing a significant portion of his teeth. Upon spotting Shen Ya, he excitedly reached out his hand. Save me. However, the monster seized his nose and violently ripped away the upper half of his face and scalp. Chapter 14, Shen Ya. Zhao Tianlei, Chun Su, in a frenzy, teleported amidst the swarm of monsters, wielding a handgun, his eyes ablaze with fury, charging headlong into the fray. The bullets struck the monsters' skulls, exploding with a deafening crack. Chun Su allowed the monsters to tear at his flesh, oblivious to his own suffering. As he desperately thrust his fingers into the creature's maw. That is my brother. That is my brother. Water swirled around the two, forcefully repelling the creatures that encircled them. 10 seconds, Wang Jia shouted, knowing she could only hold out for a brief moment. That is sufficient. With a powerful kick, she dislodged the heavy monsters, pinning the two down, and Shen Ya, gripping a dagger with one hand, slashed at the claws embedded in their bodies. The creatures bore no protective layer of cement, making them considerably easier to combat. Chun Su, stay alert. He is not dead. With a swift kick aimed at Chun Su, Shen Ya positioned herself in front of both. Yet it was a struggle to fend off the onslaught of claws with only one hand. Get out of here! The two vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Lu Qingyan and his group. Without a moment's pause, Lu Qingyan gestured for Wang Jia to hastily clean off the piece of human skin that had been forcibly removed from the creature's mouth. The red threads intertwined closely, the stitches numerous, but within moments, a patchwork of skin, now missing a large portion, was crudely sewn back together. You are merely keeping him alive. Wang Jia took the vacant position left by Lu Qingyan, enveloping Zhao Tianlei's face in a healing water orb. What is the situation over there with Shen? Despite her anxiety, Wang Jia could not permit Zhao Tianlei to perish before her eyes. He was merely 18. His life should not conclude here. Not well, Lu Qingyan replied. His fists clenched tightly. In just 2 minutes, he had sustained numerous injuries. I will go bring her out. Chen Su, tears streaming down his face, was determined to charge forward. No need. Someone will go. Someone will go. Wang Jia's thoughts wandered, and she involuntarily lifted her head. Chen Su was a walking blood bag, covered in wounds, practically a beacon screaming, "Come devour me." She and Lu Qingyan were merely two novices in combat, while Teacher Li was the most inexperienced among them. Could be Officer Lu? Before Wang Jia could piece together her thoughts, a burst of crimson flames materialized abruptly amidst the monsters. Feeling a tightening at his waist, Shen Ya managed to sever half of a monster's head before being caught under an arm and hoisted onto a shoulder. Run! The man in black swung his arm back, creating a flickering wall of fire that divided the corridor into two realms. The firewall would not endure for long. In the dimly lit room, only a single flame flickered, igniting an oil lamp as the man turned to Teacher Li. This must be at least 6 feet tall. Water enveloped the wounds, and upon noticing Shen Ya rise, he remarked, "Thank you. Are you seeking death, or have you lost your mind?" "What? Shen Ya, is your saintly heart once again restless, demanding to be showcased to the world, inviting pleas for assistance? With an arm severed, you still wish to prove your strength. Do you truly desire to be devoured alive by those grotesque beings?" Shen Ya, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the words, blinked in confusion, caught off guard by the unexpected response. Thank you for saving me, but do we know each other from before? How'd he seem so familiar? Ah, I see. You knew me from my past life, correct? Shen Ya's right hand struck her knee, producing a crisp sound. I apologize, but I have not been reborn, so the person you seek cannot possibly be me. The man's face shifted from green to purple as he fixed his gaze on the individual standing before him. You. What the hell? You're not reborn? Then who was I trying to impress with my suave demeanor? Was it for a ghost? Wait a moment. That is not right. If you haven't been reborn, how did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to be participating in the closed beta on the 25th? Damn it, I wondered how you managed to break your own arm. If you're not reborn, why would you charge in so recklessly? Did you think you were that imposing savior from your past life? Hold on, slow down. What Qingyan? Which Eucian? Who are these people? As he hastily circled around Shen Ya, the man leaned down to inspect the ground. Well, although his face is marred, it's evident he is not that bastard Eucian. I must tell you, Shen Ya, if you wish to avoid ending up like your previous life, lost to the world, you must stay close to me. Don't rush to rescue every stray you come across, especially not Eucian or Eucian. Upon hearing those names, you should run as far as you can. Where are you going? With a frown, he sees the individual attempting to walk out the door. I'm going to save someone. Did you not hear what I said? I know, but those people are not Eucian or Eucian. Shen Ya raised her eyebrows, despite the man's fierce demeanor. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. Strange. Could it be that a person without memories of their past life could still feel a connection to former acquaintances? Avoiding eye contact awkwardly, the man grunted, "Then who do you intend to save?" Lu Jia. Even amid the chaos, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Lu Jia, pinned down by someone, her hair disheveled. I truly did not expect this, Shen Ya remarked coldly, believing she would never encounter those individuals again in this life. Zhao Dawei. She recognized him, even if it was just a silhouette, even if they had only met once. 13 ability users, all familiar faces. Ah, how fitting. It was time for reckoning. Cough, you lunatics. Shut up. Zhao Dawei shot a dark glare at the person beside him. Didn't you hear what I said? Cut out his tongue and feed it to the monsters outside. The man waved his hands repeatedly. But they're police officers, Zhao Ge. We can't kill the police. Wu Wei laughed, police? Your cowardice truly does not do justice to the good name your father gave you. Police? Zhao Dawei shook his short, thick fingers side to side. In 10 days. 10 days. It's the apocalypse, and you still speak of police? Bah, when the time comes, it's the strong who prevail, and this world will belong to us. Don't even mention police. I could bring a few policewomen for fun. Exactly, Zhao Ge. A man with a buzz cut raised an eyebrow, suggestively. Look at Zhao Ge. ISNT, he's stepping on a policewoman right now. Haha, she has top quality straight from the capital. You guys didn't hear it, but I did. They call her Lu Squad Leader. Lu Squad Leader? Ridiculous. A little yellow-haired girl is the squad leader. A woman with brown hair adjusted her glasses, raising a finger to summon a glimmering knife. As one of the few offensive ability users among them, Zhao Yu's expression was haughty as she coldly lifted her finger, prying open Lu Jia's eyelids with her brightly manicured nails. Zhao Jia, please don't be angry. She's just a support-type ability user. How could she compare to you, an offensive type? The buzzcut man summoned a large red flower into his palm. Lin Yuanjia, a support-type ability user, this flower can induce hallucinations, causing temporary illusions in those nearby, including the monsters. It was he who had taken advantage of Lu Jia and the others exhausting their abilities, successfully capturing them with a hallucination. Lin Yuanjia cheerfully rummaged through his military backpack and handed a can to Zhao Yu. This can all be deducted from my share. Please accept it, Zhao squad leader. At least you're somewhat considerate. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes, a smirk forming on her lips. She handed the can to Zhao Dawei. But I'm not a squad leader. You can take that position. Zhao squad leader? Lin Xian disdainfully surveyed Zhao Dawei, especially grimacing at his rotund belly, feeling compelled to cleanse his eyes with bleach lest he go blind the next moment. Cut out his tongue. Understood. Zhao Yu waved her small knife and sauntered over. Moments later, a strip of flesh was brutally crushed beneath her foot, grounded to a paste before she hummed an off-key tune, swaying back to Zhao Dawei's side. Go on. Scream. Keep screaming. Lin Xian lay beneath someone's foot, his hard-soled shoe grinding into his nose, eyes, and ears. Yet, he never averted his gaze. Even if he were to perish in this moment, he would remember the faces of these people. Lin Xian roared in fury. Let her go. Release her. With a heavy foot pressing against Lu Jia's neck, Zhao Dawei's expression darkened further upon witnessing her pained grimace and parted lips. Truthfully, Lu Jia's fierce appearance did not appeal to him. But as a man who had gone nearly 5 years without intimacy in this life and the previous, he believed he could endure the disgust to grant this woman, who would not live much longer, a modicum of satisfaction. However, he stared intently at his own lack of arousal. No, he couldn't get it up. As a man poised to embark on a grand endeavor, he could not get it up. It was all Shen Ya's fault. If it weren't for her, how could he have ended up like this? Was it merely for being infatuated with a young girl? In that era, who did not have their peculiarities, he neither killed nor tortured. He simply fancied a starving girl. And besides, he was an ability user. To have taken an interest in her was a blessing. Yet, because of a trivial matter, that bitch Shen Ya had caused the man beside her to not only incapacitate himself, but also to torment him so. Even in his rebirth, he found himself unresponsive. Strip her and throw her out. Zhao Dawei's anger intensified as he gazed at Lu Jia. She was a harlot too. He hadn't forgotten that she was the one who broke his hand in the hospital. So this is how a mute calls for help? Zhao Yu grinned at Lin Xian, who reacted violently to her words. What, do you like her? The heel of the shoe pressed down upon Lin Xian's head as he strained against the ropes binding his wrists, even as the cords dug painfully into his flesh. Drawing forth blood, he refused to surrender. Shen Ya, if you truly are the savior, I implore you, I beseech you to rescue her. With a desperate twist of her body, Zhao Yu lost her footing, and in a moment of imbalance, she fell hard to the ground. Are you trying to kill yourself? Thud. Her head struck the ground with a heavy thump. In an instant, blood streamed from her forehead. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and through her tearful haze, Lin Xian saw that Lu Jia's vest, embedded with steel plates, had been stripped away. Chapter 15. Yet this time, the monster transformed was none other than himself. Crimson flames ignited at the heart of the room. Chun Su teleported to the center, raising his hand as several damp blankets enveloped the individuals in a row. With their hands bound, they resorted to biting down. Upon speaking, Chun Su raised his hand once more, spilling the contents of a bottle haphazardly across the carpet. Quick, seize him. The fire is spreading. Extinguish it. Bah, you think you can catch me? Chun Su spat disdainfully, evading the person lunging towards him. It must be said, uttering the words, I was immensely satisfying. With a smirk, he quickly scanned the room. Illusion? Indeed, it was a rather uncommon yet remarkably useful ability. A man yawned, No wonder everyone desired to participate in the internal test. As expected, the rubbish within the internal test was considerably diminished. The group of monsters lingered outside the room, presumably affected by the illusion. If you truly wish to rescue those inside, it will be prudent to first deal with the one wielding the illusion ability. Otherwise, once that individual regains consciousness and nullifies the effect, gathering their forces and unleashing the illusion once more would prove disastrous. Did you not mention that among them was a knife thrower, considered a ranged threat? They might shoot an arrow or two, and coupled with the monsters, your people are bound. Even a deity would find it impossible to save them. However, should the illusion be dispelled, would not the monsters also enter? You need not fret, for did not Shen Ya observe just moments ago? Aside from one individual, the others were neatly lined up inside. If I ignite a fire in the center, rescuing just one person becomes significantly easier. Oh, and by the way, my ability is currently at a low level, so do not forget to bring 2 bottles of wine to aid in kindling the flames. Excellent, precisely as that individual stated. Chun Su recalled that while he was still present, only 3 among this group refrained from using their abilities, and one of them must possess the illusion power. But who could it be? Chun Su's gaze flitted between the buzzcut man, the girl in plaid, and the boy in suspenders. Ultimately, his focus settled on the girl in plaid, for she was encircled in the midst of them. The illusion ability was indeed rare. With his gun chambered, Chun Su teleported behind the girl, pressing the firearm against her temple. Dispel the illusion. The girl paled, frantically waving her hands, yet no words escaped her lips. Lin Yuanjia, dispel the illusion. Everyone, follow me. Lin Yuanjia? Chun Su's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the buzzcut man waving a large red flower. Wait, he had made a mistake. Chun Su quickly released his grip and prepared to pursue. At that moment, a glinting dagger hurtled toward his forehead. Instinctively, Chun Su tilted his head, halting his steps. This was bad, too late. A girl in a blue JK skirt darted past him, heading straight for the buzzcut man. With a swift motion, she delivered a powerful blow to his chin, followed by a precise strike that rendered him unconscious. Chun Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Was he hallucinating? Had he crossed into a different dimension? How else could he explain the appearance of an animated character before his very eyes? He was not alone in his astonishment. Zhao Dawei and his companions also stared in disbelief. At that moment, the dagger glinted ominously, and in an instant, blood splattered. Ah! The man, wincing in pain, released his grip as Shen Ya drew the blade closer, cradling Lu Jia in her embrace. Shen Ya swiftly carried the person to a place of safety. Chen Su, you take Officer Lu out first. Oh! Chen Su embraced Lu Jia, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wait, why is that anime character still here? This can't possibly be real, can it? From the moment of the fire to the act of rescue, everything seemed to transpire in mere minutes. Shen Ya exhaled deeply. Although she had long prepared herself for the possibility that Chen Su might not recognize her, the reality of the situation still induced a palpable tension. However, as she gazed at the animated character that approached her, she pondered, who could this be? The boy in suspenders clasped his hands together, while a small patch of dark clouds gathered ominously above the flames. Raindrops began to fall lightly, and as the flames gradually dissipated, the figure behind them became visible to all. Thankfully, that individual was not present, but since he was absent, Zhao Dawei's malice overflowed in his eyes as he fixated on the person in the center of the room, who was missing an arm, nearly bursting into laughter. Indeed, he could not contain himself. Ha ha ha! Shen Ya, do you still believe you are the same savior from your past life? The one who could summon countless followers with a mere gesture? It's truly unexpected that, despite having lost an arm, you have not learned a single lesson. Zhao Dawei raised his eyebrows and spread his hands, signaling those behind him to stop hiding. This was his moment of glory, the pinnacle of his existence. He would personally bring an end to the nightmares of his former life. Oh heavens, you truly favor me. Indeed, I have returned to this world to become its sovereign. Shen Ya, you must be filled with questions now, right? You must wonder why I, a stranger to you, harbor such animosity. The answer lies in my identity as Zhao Dawei, a man well versed in the affairs of past and present. With that, He extracted a note from his pocket and waved it in front of her. "It is because of this that you were able to follow me here, isn't it?" Shen Ya truly did not anticipate that a mere piece of thin paper could possess such an effect akin to summoning a team. Words lodged in her throat. Zhao Dawei's expression darkened. "Are you also a reincarnator?" The answer was self-evident. Shen Ya cast a glance at the door. Could this hallucinatory effect really have such a prolonged delay? Why hadn't the monsters rushed in yet? "Brother, stop wasting time with her." Zhao Yu's face was grim as she observed the police officer, who had already risen from a corner not far away, and then glanced at the monsters tightly barricading the door. "Let us leave quickly. Lin Yuanjia is not with us." "What if leave? What do you mean by leave?" "Destiny is in my hands now. In your dreams." Zhao Yu rolled her eyes dramatically, yet she understood her elder brother's stubborn nature was not easily swayed. After all, it was futile to reason with someone intent on courting death. If the situation took a turn for the worse, she would not linger here to face those individuals. The monsters had already breached the threshold of the door. Shen Ya gestured for the anime girl to follow her as they moved toward the side of Lu Qingyan. The two groups gradually approached the corners of the room. Shen Ya's fingers lightly tapped on the dagger. 1, 2, 3, 37. They have arrived. The crimson threads lay loosely, unraveling into countless strands, ultimately concealing a colossal specter that was only half visible, hazily thrown into the frenzied onslaught of monstrous entities. "Go," she commanded sharply, raising her hand to intercept a few stragglers, signaling Lu Qingyan and the others to hastily escape from behind her. The door was tightly barricaded. Lin Xian raised his hand, trembling as he grasped the pistol. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a gaping hole appeared before them, standing half a person high. "I have come to assist." Chen Su unexpectedly appeared from within the room, excitedly circling around Shen Ya. "Teacher Li and my elder brother have already drawn all the remaining monsters in the manor over here, and the liquor has been spilled. I guarantee that a blaze will surely erupt brilliantly." "Indeed, it certainly will." Shen Ya revealed a smile of palpable relief. Initially, she had no intention of taking such action. However, the method to escape the internal testing was simply unavoidable. "Have you received the main quest?" Although she had yet to leave the room, it felt as though she was already engulfed by the searing heat of flames. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with a lightness. Despite the fact that she had not acquired any notable abilities during this internal test, it is also possible that she had indeed obtained some form of power, yet remained oblivious to it. Nevertheless, all she yearned for was to escape this wretched place. As the last few individuals departed in waves, she gazed at their receding figures, and finally turned to cast a glance at the interior of the room. The transparent specter had been devoured nearly beyond recognition, thrashing angrily in this space. Yet it was rendered helpless, having lost its upper half. Shen Ya's expression remained indifferent as she coldly surveyed her surroundings. From the moment he conspired against her, she had been orchestrating everything before her. Nobility alongside the most renowned architectural masters of the region. How foolish do they think she is? Huazhou County, a place with an economy that could be deemed among the worst in the nation, and yet the Hobbs family mansion stands here, where not even a children's playground exists. Furthermore, Lu Jia had mentioned that the internal testing area was only associated with significant casualty events. Given the absence of the mansion, Shen Ya's gaze was drawn to a group of grotesque figures clad in orange-yellow construction attire. Their expressions were menacing, yet traces of their former selves lingered. Among them, the shortest figure bore a red mole on his brow. This very mole she had recently spotted on the tricycle of an elderly woman selling barbecue. Hua'an Bei, 15 years old, with a middle school education, skilled in applying putty and tiling, offering services at an affordable rate of 10 yuan per hour. "Shen Ya, let us go." Lu Qingyan extended his hand towards her. Shen Ya closed her eyes briefly, suppressing the emotions swirling within. She replied softly, and, as she took her first step out of the room, Shen Ya stared in astonishment, her eyes widening as she struggled to lift her feet. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not move her legs. No, wait. A tremendous force suddenly emerged behind her, with a firm grip in his palm. Lu Qingyan clung to the wall, reluctant to let go. Shen Ya turned her head, only to discover that the situation in the room had completely reversed in the blink of an eye. The ghost's legs had transformed into numerous writhing tendrils, clawing and grasping, ensnaring the monsters without mercy, rendering them utterly powerless. Zhao Daoi's expression was malevolent. He spread his arms wide, and a swirling vortex of dark ink materialized in his palms. Shen Ya, this will be your final resting place. Release it. Shen Ya's body soared into the air, her scorpion braid fluttering wildly in the wind, obscuring her vision. She had to eliminate that person. Shen Ya thought coldly. Give me the dagger. Let go of me. The grip on her hand tightened. Shen Ya, I will never. Huh? What did you say? The wind howled, drowning out the words, shouting at the top of her lungs. Shen Ya felt as though she had just caught a glimpse of someone speaking to her. Was it merely an illusion? The icy grip of the weapon was thrust into her palm. With a sudden release of pressure, Shen Ya found herself unable to adjust her posture in midair, wildly tossing her head in an attempt to shake off the hair clinging to her face, but to no avail. Damn it! Shen Ya could only hastily shield her head. A soft thud resounded as the tumultuous wind ceased, her disheveled hair being swept back. She glanced downward, revealing a mass of white fur and a pink belly beneath it. Wait, this is... Do not look. A sticky, squid-like appendage obstructed her view. Do not look at me, came the voice of Lu Qingyan. I shall not gaze upon you. Although she did not comprehend the reason behind his words, Shen Ya could sense an overwhelming sorrow emanating from him, nearly spilling over. The squid-like appendage withdrew. Shen Ya, feeling an uncomfortable sensation, reached up to wipe away the stickiness from her eyes. However, when her hand made contact, she found it surprisingly dry. Puzzled, she quickly dismissed this odd feeling as she sat on the soft, natural blanket beneath her. Her gaze remained fixed on the scene below. Transparent tendrils, having split apart, had pierced through the chests of the creature and Zhao Dawei and the others. Their bodies quivered violently, visibly dehydrating at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, a small human head inexplicably appeared at the waist of the ghost. My head hurts. My head. The ghost rolled in midair and, as it did, the figure on its tendrils also flipped upside down. Help, help! It hurts! It hurts so much! Zhao Dawei could only perceive that his brain, heart, and stomach were all shifting uncontrollably, as if a colossal vortex had emerged at the junction between him and the tendril, pulling him in. This time, however, he himself had become the prey. Chapter 16. The undying crack, crack, crack. As her feet touched the ground and she steadied herself, Shen Ya suddenly lifted her head, sensing a sound. Wait, what was that? Her pupils constricted, and her eyes widened in alarm. Damn it! She grasped the hand of the person behind her and stumbled forward. We must hurry, it's going to collapse. The moment she witnessed the ghost's tendrils piercing through those individuals, the thought crossed her mind that perhaps the ghost had transformed into a tangible entity, especially as its body expanded rapidly. Yet, she never anticipated that it could actually prop up the roof of the 4th floor. Cough, cough. As she loosened her grip, Shen Ya abruptly turned her head, just in time to see Lu Qingyan's legs give way, his body leaning backward. What is wrong with you? Shen Ya swiftly stepped forward, grasping the person's arm and pulling them into her embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around their waist. As she bent her knee, she held onto Lu Qingyan's arm with one hand, signaling her to wrap her legs around her neck. With a sudden lift, she effortlessly hoisted the person onto her back. This brief delay left them with insufficient time to reach the open space. Gritting her teeth, Shen Ya turned and dashed beneath the tendrils of Adele. Regardless of the impending danger, she was determined. After all, if the sky were to fall, a tall figure would surely hold it up. She refused to believe that those stones could soar over Adele and strike her. I apologize. Huh, it's fine. You've carried me before. Shen Ya remained indifferent as she deftly dodged the falling meteors from the sky, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. A safe place, a sanctuary. Wait, that corner. A wave of joy surged within Shen Ya as she noticed a stone slab that had fallen in the corner of the triangular wall. Though it was not entirely secure, it was certainly preferable to gazing upward at Adele's madness. Lu Qingyan, look. A gentle chill brushed against Shen Ya's ear, causing her to shiver slightly. She heard a soft chuckle close to her ear, but before she could inquire about the source of Lu Qingyan's amusement, he had already released his hold and stepped back from her. His amber eyes remained fixed upon her, unblinking and serene, as she felt a sudden coolness in her hand, leaving Shen Ya momentarily bewildered. Your weapon? Huh? My weapon? Shen Ya, in a state of astonishment, raised her hand, firmly grasping a peculiar grayish-white bone knife resembling a ring-headed blade. The blade extended approximately the length of her forearm, while the handle had been meticulously polished to a smooth finish, providing a delightful grip. However, there was one distinction. Unlike the typical ring-headed knife, the very tip of the handle did not feature a circular ring. Instead, as Shen Ya gently pressed her finger against the end of the handle, a single drop of blood emerged with the slightest touch. The handles culminated in a conical spike, roughly the length of a palm. Indeed, it was an unusual knife. Nevertheless, Shen Ya twisted the handle slightly and casually executed a few chopping and slashing motions. It felt remarkably comfortable in her hand. Thank you. Shen Ya had no desire to delve into the origins of this weapon. Each individual harbored their own secrets. Supporting Eucian's arm, she was about to guide him towards the stone slab. Suddenly, a piercing female voice stood out amidst the monster's roar. Shen Ya swiftly turned her head. It was Teacher Li. You go ahead. I shall wait for you by the stone slab. Eucian gently patted Shen Ya's shoulder. Shen Ya nodded. Indeed, please take care. Without further hesitation, she clutched the knife in her mouth and swiftly scaled the cabinet. Elevated, she had a broader view, deftly sidestepping the erratically swaying tentacles. With several significant strides, Shen Ya positioned herself at the fracture of the wall, and at last she beheld it. Layer upon layer, shadows intertwined. An endless sea of phantoms encircled Wang Jia and her companions. She had suspected as much, given that Adele could transform into such a form. How could these 53 servants merely serve as mere backdrops? Shen Ya turned her head. The clawing specter, Adele, floated in midair, with the almost desiccated monsters and Zhao Daoi's group ensnared in his tendrils, caught in a limbo of existence. It was uncertain whether he had sensed Shen Ya's gaze or if the individuals and creatures in his grasp had ceased to provide any more sustenance for him to extract. Adele's crimson eyes fixated on Shen Ya, a glimmer of desire and obsession reflected within them. So fragrant, so very fragrant. He fixated on her silhouette, his yearning palpable. Transparent tendrils surged toward Shen Ya. In a swift motion, she leaped, her foot landing on one of the tendrils. At the very moment when others threatened to pierce her body, Shen Ya bent at the waist, and the blade in her hand sliced cleanly through the tendril, severing it entirely. It hurts. The excruciating pain provoked a violent thrashing from the severed tendril. Without the support of her left arm, Shen Ya gripped the bone knife tightly with her right hand. There was no leverage to be found around her. With a click of her tongue, she plunged the blade deeply into the tendril, relying solely on this tenuous grip to dangle in midair. Peering down, she noted the specter's tendrils raised high above her, the ground a daunting 8 or 9 meters below. An explorer? Perhaps it was the agony stimulating his mind, but Adele seemed to regain a semblance of rationality. As Shen Ya lifted her gaze, she was met with a pair of eyes that were decidedly more astute than those that had merely cried out in hunger moments earlier, fixating on her with unwavering intensity. Her fingers unfurled slowly, and Shen Ya straightened her posture, the vigilance in her eyes remaining undiminished. She coldly regarded the head that drifted closer to her. An explorer? Excitement sparkled in Adele's eyes as he leaned closer to Shen Ya. Have you completed our task? Have I completed it? Shen Ya cast a fleeting glance at the monstrous beings sprawled across the ground, contemplating whether she had indeed accomplished her task. With this thought in mind, she resolutely uttered a firm humph. A translucent tentacle draped over her shoulder, only to be swiftly severed by her blade. In the throes of excruciating pain, veins pulsed ominously on Adele's forehead, yet he responded not with rage, but with a chilling smile, the tentacle gesturing ominously towards Wang Jia and her companions. Shen Ya turned her head, her jaw tightly clenched, as she coldly stared at the individual before her, who seemed eager to stretch his mouth from ear to ear. A tendril ascended, pointing towards the center of Shen Ya's brow. A hint of frenzied crimson stained Adele's face. Outsider. A subtle blush of red washed over Adele's body as he laughed maniacally, unrestrained and deranged. From the very beginning, the completion of this task was utterly devoid of possibility. All he desired was for these individuals to suffer a mutual destruction with those coarse, monstrous beings. No, not merely mutual destruction. He greedily appraised the person before him, for the flavor of an extraordinary being was far more delectable than that of a monster. Especially her. His nostrils flared with fervor, intoxicated by the scent, as his body swayed slightly in the air. Shen Ya extracted her phone from her pocket. The wind tousled her hair, obscuring her expression amidst the strands, rendering her emotions indiscernible. Just a moment ago, her phone flickered to life. Through the thin fabric of her trousers, the light, though faint, was barely perceptible. She pressed the unlock button. It was a message from Teacher Lee. Go ahead and do it. I won't let a single one of them die. Is this how they perished as well? Temptation, coercion, and then driving them into a corner. Shen Ya brushed aside her hair and advanced with lethal intent, her gaze unwavering as she took in the wounds etched upon her adversaries. The marks of blade and axe, all wrought by human hands. Are you about to declare that only one among us shall survive? Indeed, yet I do not force them into a corner. I merely reveal to them the means of seizing a fortune of 100 million. It is their own avarice that leads to their demise. The ashen blade swung with ferocity beneath the resplendent moonlight, momentarily blurring the line between the moon's serene glow and the crimson staining her weapon, enhancing the moon's purity. With a swift stroke, she cleaved through Adele's skull, leaping gracefully to evade the frenzied tendrils surging from all directions. Her toes grazed the ground as she clenched the hilt of her blade in her mouth, propelling herself forward with a leap that defied the limits of human capability. Grasping one of the oncoming tendrils, the blade encountered no resistance. Though forged of bone, it sliced through the tendrils as effortlessly as a cleaver through jelly. A scarlet blaze ignited behind her, the heat wave expanding swiftly, compelling the few remaining stragglers to recoil and retreat. The tendrils, in desperation, pierced the abdomen of a phantom that failed to evade in time. Futile, the severed tendrils regrew anew, with only half of his visage remaining. Much of Adele's cranium had already reformed. I am immortal. None can slay me. But you, how many more leaps can you make? Dodging to the side, Shen Ya's bone knife danced relentlessly in her hand as she sought to avoid the grasping tendrils while maintaining her balance, aware that these appendages were endless in their assault. Shen Ya subli adustet herbiretin, asse sink her stamina. Although she could not endure for much longer, she believed that sustaining herself for at least another half-hour was feasible. However, it was still too slow. Shen Ya fixed her gaze intently on the tentacle poised to pierce her chest, and suddenly recalled the words Lu Jia had spoken just a day prior. You only need to know what you know, she had said. What I know, you ask. That seems to pertain to the power of devouring, does it not? Yet, others claim you possess the ability to win every battle, or perhaps the gift of extraordinary speed. In any case, you seem to be endowed with nearly every talent. Oh, by the way, Shen Ya, are you aware that in your previous life, you had quite a renowned nickname? A nickname? Senyankwayev. Lu Jian nodded enthusiastically, indeed. Regardless of the severity of your injuries or the perilous zones you ventured into, you always returned unscathed. Thus, among certain mercenary teams, you were referred to as the Undying. Shen Ya clenched the hilt of her blade between her teeth, pressing her hand against her neck, producing a sound that was almost unbearable. With the hilt firmly gripped in her hand, she licked her lips. In truth, after slaying so many monsters along her journey, she had refrained from mentioning one peculiar detail to those around her. While the monsters found her scent enticing, she too found theirs rather alluring. A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she gazed at the sharp spikes behind the hilt of her bone knife. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, the green hue in her eyes deepened, and she seemed to grasp the purpose of that spike. Suddenly, Adele felt an inexplicable sense of panic wash over him, despite the absence of a heart within him. As time stretched on, this unease intensified rather than diminished. The tentacles, moving with blinding speed towards Shen Ya, faltered momentarily, thrown off by this anxiety. Damn it! Adele glared furiously at the figure darting nimbly between the tentacles. Surely, this was beyond the physical capabilities of any human. Was she flying? As the blade once more severed a tentacle, Shen Ya cast a cold glance in his direction. Instinctively, Adele's massive form trembled slightly. No, the tentacles curled inwards. It was impossible for him to feel fear towards a human. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. The tentacles contracted and trembled, instinctively intertwining to form a sphere in midair. What in the world was that? Chun Su cursed, thankful that the tentacles had ensnared several ghosts, alleviating the pressure on their group. Now, they could afford to glance over at Shen Ya's battle, as it had become somewhat leisurely. Teacherly huddled within the protective circle of the team, tears streaming down her face. Even now, she had not recovered from the grief of obtaining her powers. Do not ask her why she mourned despite having acquired spatial abilities. The truth was that her powers were nothing short of a complete burden. All right, Eucian. Having powers is better than not having any at all. Cheer up. One must always look forward. Xiaowei, could you please refrain from enjoying the spectacle? Boo-hoo. You got your wish, but I am still. The girl in the blue hoodie chuckled lightly, her starry eyes cradling her pain pack, gazing at the treats within while a smile crept further across her lips. They are here to protect me now. From this day forth, she was the happiest girl in the world. Wang Jia was utterly drained, sprawled flat on the ground. Huh? How is it that, in the blink of an eye, Shen Ya has vanished? Chen Su, did you see where she went? I didn't notice either. Big brother, did you catch a glimpse? No. As Chen Su and the others searched for Shen Ya's figure. No. I am immortal. No one can kill me. Not even adults can. Licking her lips, Shen Ya sat beside Adele's head, flashing him the most exquisite smile. Her eyes sparkled with an eerie green glow in the darkness. Has anyone ever told you that you smell delightful? No. Every action was purely instinctual. A spike pierced through Adele's skull. A chilling pain surged through him in an instant, as if every bone in his body had been ground to dust and then reassembled. Shen Ya gasped for breath, not from the agony. Adele's eyes widened, his body suspended in midair. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. New bones erupted, flesh and blood burgeoning wildly. Shen Ya's left arm was growing at an astonishing speed, returning to its pristine state in mere moments. Yet, this was not the extent of it. The flesh and skin that had been torn by claws along her journey were rapidly mending as well. The hilt of the dagger was firmly gripped in her palm, as the power extracted from the creature continuously surged into Shen Ya's being. However, it was still insufficient. Shen Ya's eyes were enraptured, her tendrils withered and revealing a gap. Through this crevice, she tilted her head, her gaze settling upon the gathering crowd. She licked her lips. Chapter 17. Permanent Contamination Zone Number 11, Hua'an County, Southern Region of the Hua Kingdom. Look, is that specter's form not diminishing? A voice from the crowd exclaimed. The man in black lifted his head to observe. The crimson flames had just consumed the last specter, causing it to dissolve and emit a thin wisp of white smoke. Adele hovered in the air, his transparent form slightly coalescing, yet obscured by the night. Despite knowing that these specters were but a final desperate attempt, incapable of affecting him, he remained steadfast in the battle, for he had faith in Shen Ya. That was the ability to devour other powers, unbeknownst to the man in black. As he uttered this phrase, a smile of unrestrained joy crept upon his lips. Thankfully, she had retained the power of devouring from her past life. Fortunately, her life's trajectory had not been derailed by her involvement in this internal test. Lu Jia propped herself up, leaning against Lin Xian. Her eyes fixated on the shadow barely visible through the tendril's gap. Her power was supportive, primarily enhancing vision. She recalled the day when a specially modified compartment had been sectioned off to accommodate a single bed. 7 hours after being injured, Wang Jia had entered a phase of worsening infection. Chains as thick as a thumb bound her firmly to the bed. This was done both for their safety and for Wang Jia's own. During the deterioration phase, the infected experienced an unprecedented hunger for them. A human heart was the ultimate sustenance, surpassing even the will to live. Their only vulnerability lay in their heads, hence they cared not from whom the food originated. even if it came from themselves. Lu Jia had just concluded the handling of the Shenlan incident when she stepped into the compartment, greeted by a series of resounding thuds. She hurriedly made her way to the partition. Upon turning the corner, she found Shen Ya standing silently before the iron door, peering through a small window into the room. Taking a few steps forward, Lu Jia watched as Wang Jia struggled to slam against the side partition, the iron barrier remarkably sturdy. Wang Jia's forehead was swollen, but bore no signs of injury. Her body was beginning to mutate. She wouldn't make it, Shen. You must think of yourself. Lu Jia's expression darkened. On one hand, Shen Ya's previous words in the hospital had truly resonated with her, as someone surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. On the other hand, she felt revulsion at her own sense of satisfaction. She had declared her desire to live. Did merely wishing to survive grant her longevity? Human life is frail. It is not through mere desire that one can attain a century of existence. Lu Jia's voice grew agitated as she looked at Shen Ya. On May 25th, in Qingping Ancient Town, if you endure the internal test, you will regain the abilities of your past life. My words may sound harsh, but Shen, the value of the powers you will acquire far surpasses her mere survival by 1,000-fold, a 10,000-fold. We have just received word that in the capital, there is also an individual from our police force, a reincarnator who was meant to participate in the internal test on May 26th. However, she inadvertently became involved in the test 2 days ago and has only just emerged from the testing area 5 hours ago. Yet the spatial abilities she should have attained transformed into light abilities instead. Although light abilities are indeed potent in attack, they are utterly inferior compared to spatial powers. Lu Jia averted her gaze, whispering, "Consider this carefully." With that, she turned to leave. She understood that such matters were exceedingly cruel for one who had yet to experience the apocalypse, but she believed in Shen Ya's capacity to make the right choice. Knock, knock. Lu Jia's foot halted at the threshold of the door. Indeed, there has never been a pie that falls from the sky without cause. Shen Ya gently wiped away the droplets of blood that had oozed from her bitten lips with the back of her hand. Her gaze was icy as she fixated on the hand that clutched the hilt of the knife. 2 thorn vines emerged from Adele's head, ensnaring Shen Ya's arms tightly, rendering her incapable of even relinquishing her grip on the blade. She could only passively endure the relentless surge of power coursing through her body and the burgeoning desires within her heart. It seemed that severing her own arm once more was the only recourse. It was a pity, for she truly cherished this knife. Shen Ya gazed reluctantly at the hilt of the knife, tightly gripped in her hand. Shen Ya extracted her mobile phone from her pocket, intending to contact her subordinates to casually send a knife up. The dagger she had previously possessed had long been discarded amidst the ruins below when she acquired the bone knife. Upon pressing the unlock button, she accessed her inbox, where, aside from the topmost read message, the majority were unsolicited texts of unknown origin. Lacking any interest in these messages, she prepared to open her contacts with her left hand. But by a stroke of misfortune, she inadvertently opened her call log. To her surprise, she discovered an unanswered call, one that bore no number or name, only a discernible avatar depicting a cerulean planet. The missed call was from 3 minutes ago. Estimating the time, Shen Ya shook her head, biting down hard on the wound on her lip to stave off unconsciousness. This call must have come through while her mind was clouded. Connecting beep. DQ-123 has successfully eliminated the pollution source in Hua'an County, South region of Huagua, test zone number 11. Your audacity and bravery have surpassed 99. 9 players on Earth. Gazing at the series of miniature firework icons that appeared on her phone's call interface, Shen Ya furrowed her brows, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Damn it, was there no way to skip this? As the spiritual selection game points mall has yet to be activated, normal point redemption cannot proceed. We sincerely apologize for the impact on your gaming experience and offer compensation. The game compensation will expire in 3 minutes. So please, DQ-123, make your choice within this time frame. 3 minutes? A choice? Her nails dug into her wound as Shen Ya struggled to refrain from glancing at the crowd not far below. No, she could not look at them. She must not. Yet, their allure was intoxicating. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck her left cheek, causing her face to swell slightly, and clarity returned to her eyes. 110,000 points, distributed upon public testing launch. 2. Newbie Guide to Abilities can be exchanged for 1,000 points once the mall opens. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ya decisively selected option 2. Shen Ya initially assumed that this so-called novice guide would be conveyed to her via a phone call, but to her surprise, she found herself sitting upright, fixated on an information panel that had materialized before her eyes. ID: DQ123. Name: Shen Ya. Age: 19. Life points: 87,100. Influence: your life points will increase at a rate of 5 per hour. Stamina: 68,100. Affected by: your stamina will decrease at a rate of 5 every 10 minutes. Abilities: you die. I do not. Medium activated. Applicable solely to 1's unique abilities. Under certain conditions, you may absorb life points to enhance your own. Rebirth: applicable solely to 1's unique abilities. Under certain circumstances, you will experience hunger more acutely than others. However, why is it termed rebirth? Could it be a reference to undesirable superstitions? Efficient recovery: as an evolver, your healing speed will be 25 times that of an ordinary person. Devour: as long as your body is sufficiently large, even a black hole shall succumb to your might. Shen Ya appeared deep in thought, her fingers caressing her lips, smooth and unblemished. The wound that had previously been bitten open had long since healed under the relentless absorption of the bone knife. Yet, she had always believed this healing was a byproduct of her devouring ability. However, it now seemed she had misjudged a crucial aspect. She spread her palm and gazed into its center. If the essence demanded by her devouring power was not this strength, then what could it possibly be? The answer was becoming increasingly apparent. With no wind to stir it, her hair began to rise, and Shen Ya exhaled deeply, retrieving her phone to send a blind message to Teacher Li. Everyone go to the basement. Do not emerge without my signal. The screen illuminated, yet Shen Ya refrained from opening it. She tucked the phone into the inner pocket of her attire, her eyes shining with an unsettling intensity. She had initially thought the vines were Adele's ultimate trump card, but it seemed she had underestimated their significance. With no hint of resistance, Shen Ya allowed her desires to flourish uncontrollably. This time, free from the temptations of others, she grasped fleeting fragments that flickered behind those desires. As her soul detached, Shen Ya in that instant perceived a third perspective. One side revealed her kneeling on the ground, tightly gripping the knife's hilt, while the other side observed the shimmering light within Adele's body. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Ya plunged in, the sound of water echoing as she fell into the lake. The pale green water rippled before her, but the aquatic life, water plants, small fish, and water snakes, was conspicuously absent, leaving only emptiness in the lake's depths. Before Shen Ya lay only the soft earth, strewn with clusters of insect eggs and beetles carpeting the lake bed. As if sensing an unwelcome visitor, swarms of beetles surged towards her. Yet this time, Shen Ya chose not to flee, allowing the creatures to claw at her flesh. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the luminous glow at the center of the lake. She must possess it, even at the cost of her life, her mind insisted. Her flesh was swiftly gnawed away, only to regenerate anew. On several occasions, she felt her abdomen pierced, her intestines floating in the water, yet she pressed on undeterred. As the distance to the light diminished, her heart raced with increasing fervor. The magnetic pull emanating from the depths of her soul was nearly irresistible. At last, she parted the swarming insects that obstructed her path, her outstretched fingers revealing their bared bones, and she arrived at the source of the light. Impatiently, Shen Ya reached out. The sensation was warm and delicate. Was it a living creature? No, wait, that feeling. As the glow contracted, she finally discerned the truth. What she grasped was not a living being, but rather a piece of human skin. More precisely, it was a human face. And in that very moment her fingers made contact with the skin, the swarming insects that had rushed towards her erupted in a spectacular burst. Not of blood, but of a fine, delicate mist, a faintly sweet and cloying aroma, identical to the liquid tightly held by Wang Jia. Shen Ya slowly opened her eyes. The tentacles that were tightly coiled around her wrist gently unfurled. She gazed at her palm, where the human skin effortlessly parted. revealing the object it had enveloped so securely, a complete hand bone. She licked the corner of her lips, her eyes shimmering with an eager, restless light. The bright moon shattered, and the dark night sky fragmented into countless pieces. Her consciousness wavered in a haze. Shen Ya found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The 11th internal testing, pollution, zone of Hua'an County in the southern region of Hua Country has been permanently closed. Little girl? Little girl? Oh, little girl. Who is calling? Little girl, here is your squid, and I've also found your change. Please count it to ensure it's sufficient. The hand extended mechanically, presenting a 10 yuan note along with 3 1 yuan coins, glimmering faintly under the dim light of the car. The elderly woman lifted the dust cover, turned off the small light, and noticed Shen Ya standing in a daze. With concern, she gently urged the cart forward. Little girl, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Ya blinked her eyes as she fumbled to tuck the money into her pocket. No, I feel no discomfort. Is this a dream? Wait, could it be that she had merely been dreaming all along? The number 11 internal testing area, the pollutants. No. Wait, could it be that even Wang Jia was merely a figment of her imagination? Shen Ya's head throbbed painfully. Oh dear, little girl, you still claim that you feel fine. The elderly woman gazed at the young girl before her, gripping Shen Ya's still mechanically repeating hands. Look, your hands are so cold. Could it be that wearing short sleeves has made you catch a chill? Short sleeves? What short sleeves? I am clearly wearing a sweater. Shen Ya lowered her gaze, noticing the exaggerated anime design on her clothing, along with the grayish-white bone dagger firmly clasped in her right hand. Shen Ya habitually rotated the bone knife in her hand, savoring the familiar sensation. Grandmother, can you see what this is? What is it? The elderly woman gazed in astonishment at Shen Ya's outstretched right hand, exclaiming, Isn't this just a scallion? A scallion? But it's clearly a bone. The vehicle gradually turned, revealing a brightly smiling missing person's notice printed on the other side. Hua'an No, 15 years old, with a middle school education, went missing while searching for work in May. If you have seen this individual, please contact 158XXXXXXXX. Chapter 18. Supplies. Shen Ya was running a fever. While conversing with her grandmother, she vaguely sensed that something was amiss with her body. Initially, she attributed this discomfort to the aftereffects of just emerging from the beta testing zone. But to her surprise, the sensation intensified as time passed. Oh, you say. Of course, that is true, and also the police have uncovered. Get away. All classes have been suspended. No. Examinations. Who is speaking? Shen Ya, feeding some with us. Yearned to bury her face in the comforting embrace of her blanket. Surely, this must be an illusion. She had always resided alone in a rented apartment. How delightful. A cool, refreshing sensation pressed gently against the side of Shen Ya's face. Shen Ya's hazy consciousness instinctively urged her to draw closer. In truth, she acted upon this impulse. Gazing at the hand pressed beneath her face, the masked man momentarily lost his focus, but he quickly regained his composure. The coolness of the fever-reducing patch rested against Shen Ya's neck. With a newfound sense of relief, Shen Ya's brows relaxed, and she naturally released the hand that had been firmly pressed against her face, liberating her countenance from the confines of the blanket. As the door closed, she heard a gentle male voice from outside the room, softly murmuring, "Speak quietly. She is still asleep." The sound receded into silence. When Shen Ya awakened once more, the sun had set beyond the mountains. Unbeknownst to her, someone had entered without drawing the curtains, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of crimson and violet hues painting the expansive blue sky, with white clouds billowing gently. The orange glow enveloped half the scene, while the green hills remained, shrouded in a delicate veil of darkness. For one who is unwell, witnessing such a gradually fading vitality is inevitably poignant. And Shen Ya was no exception. She rose and approached the windowsill, opening the window halfway. The evening breeze carried with it a hint of the impending summer's warmth. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She could hardly wait for the dawn to arrive. With a gentle knock, the door opened. As the remnants of her fever dissipated, her consciousness cleared, allowing her to match the voices she had heard to the faces she had encountered. The door stood ajar, and a sweet fragrance wafted in to greet her. Shen Ya turned her body slightly, gazing at the person who paused outside the door, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for taking care of me, Lu Qingyan." Lu Qingyan lifted the small bowl from the tray, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "I thought you would be waking soon, so I prepared half a bowl of sweet soup to whet your appetite. Dinner will be ready shortly. We just need a serving of braised ribs." Donning her coat and cradling the small bowl, Shen Ya blinked, a peculiar thought crossing her mind. Was it merely her imagination? Why did she feel as though there was a thread swaying at the back of Lu Qingyan's neck? Was it a red string? "Why are you all?" Shen Ya's voice was hoarse, and her lips curled into a frozen smile. She surveyed the napes of everyone in the room. Each person bore a deep crimson thread, one end embedded within their necks, while the other extended straight into the ceiling, vanishing into obscurity. "You see it too," Wang Jia remarked with a bitter smile as she reached for the invisible thread at her neck. "This is the reason we came to find you. Since last night, we discovered that everyone suddenly has this line at the back of their necks. Those endowed with abilities have a deep red thread, while those without have a pale pink one. One end is at our napes, and the other." Lu Jia pushed open the window, revealing the bustling scene outside. It was the end of the workday, and Shen Ya's rented abode was notorious for its low rent, making it a preferred choice for outsiders in this small county. Weary faces hurried along the streets, while elderly vendors peddled fresh vegetables, their expressions etched with the weight of life. Though it was May and the evening air should have been refreshing, outside felt suffocatingly hot, like a steamer. Shen Ya's fingers instinctively pressed against the window as she leaned forward, her wide eyes absorbing the scene. The evening breeze filled her thin nightgown just as a passerby below stirred the pale pink thread, causing it to sway slightly. She raised her hand, feeling the thread pass through her palm. The scenery remained unchanged, yet as she gazed at the crimson and violet hues of the twilight sky, a sense of trepidation gripped her heart. In a moment of disorientation, she imagined a colossal shadow lurking beneath the clouds, with each person merely its prey. There was no refuge. The military's information on this internal test had always been scant, and the precise cause of these threads remained elusive. "For now, we can only do what is within our means." Lu Jia's words pulled Shen Ya from a reverie. Indeed, she had been meaning to ask why the living room was cluttered with so many large boxes, at least 30, if not 50, each nearly the size of an 18-inch suitcase, leaving no space to maneuver. No wonder so many crowded the kitchen. With just a slight motion, Lu Qingyan could easily elbow two people into the pot. Curious, she approached one of the boxes and accepted the small knife from Wang Jia. Randomly, she tore open a package. Inside were uniformly transparent wrappings. One contained what seemed to be a cotton jacket. "This is our military's latest research achievement from the past 6 months," Lu Jia exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Don't underestimate this seemingly ordinary black cotton jacket. It's akin to your usual down jackets, but the fabric is specially designed. When the apocalypse arrives, wearing this will ensure comfort even in temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. And this canned food, its nutritional content surpasses that of fresh vegetables by several times. Once the end times come, any harvested food will have a drastically reduced shelf life. Though the taste may not be ideal, it is certainly preferable to mere medication." Lu Jia continued to chatter enthusiastically, while the others in the kitchen listened in silence, having never experienced the world Lu Jia referred to as hell. Despite their recent brush with mortality during the internal test, in the early period of the last world, 70% of the deceased did not fall victim to monsters in polluted zones. Many succumbed to extreme heat, with temperatures nearing 80 degrees capable of roasting an ordinary person without abilities. Conversely, at -70 degrees, a moment's inattention could leave a reconnaissance team member maimed. Furthermore, malnutrition led to numerous deaths from disease. We cannot prevent the apocalypse, so we can only strive to minimize the senseless loss of life. Oh, Shun, do not think we provide you with these items to curry favor or show bias towards those with abilities. Our military respects your choices. If you wish to join us, it would be our honor. Even if you choose not to, we hope you can live well in the future. Let us first place everything in this room. Shen Ya did not overlook the glimmer of hope in Lu Jia's eyes. However, to be frank, despite being moved by Lu Jia's heartfelt words, she remained somewhat hesitant about whether to join them. In fact, she even wavered on the decision of whether to continue her stay in the southern region. Her peripheral vision catching sight of someone in the kitchen serving rice. Shen Ya gently shook her left hand, for there were still matters she wished to discuss with Lu Qingyan in private. Holding the key, she unlocked the adjacent door to her own room. This room was somewhat smaller, sparsely furnished with merely an iron bed. As she surveyed the space, Liu Sheng, attending to 2 tasks at once, inquired, "Shen Ya, do you share this place with others?" "No, I live alone," Shen Ya replied. Liu Sheng, residing not far from here, recalled her own search for accommodation, having learned that there were 1-bedroom apartments available nearby for a mere 600 per month, whereas she believed this place was around 1,200 per month. Shen Ya casually pressed her cotton jacket to the bottom, even though Lu Jia had mentioned that the drop in temperature would occur more swiftly than anticipated. For the time being, it was unlikely she would need it. Initially, she had considered renting a 1-bedroom apartment, but the previous landlord, perceiving her youth, sought to take advantage of her, and the security in that area was rather poor. In contrast, this neighborhood boasted commendable safety, and the current landlord was preparing to go abroad to live with her son. Seeing Shen Ya's youth and feeling a sense of pity, she kindly reduced the rent by 300, bringing it to a manageable 900 per month, which was within her budget. The additional 300 served as a safeguard for her security. "I see," Liu Sheng murmured, pursing her lips as she gazed at Shen Ya's downcast eyes. She opened her mouth to offer an explanation, but found herself at a loss for words. Seeking assistance, she glanced at Lu Jia. Lu Jia sighed softly. "Shen, the reason Li Laosher inquired about your situation is not out of suspicion. Our primary concern is your safety. In your previous life, someone had always been by your side. By the timeline, he should have been with you since you were 9 years old." "9 years?" "Yes, indeed. From the age of 9 until the apocalypse, you were inseparable. The specifics remain unclear to me, for I had already passed away when those events transpired." Lu Jia waved her fingers, recounting what she had been told. "In our past existence, we lost the game with great reluctance. We had the opportunity to win and were on the verge of gathering enough points to rescue Earth from this ordeal. However, just as we were prepared to submit all our points to create an absolute safe zone and unite against the enemy, that individual systematically eliminated the 9 strongest factions of the safe zones." With a bitter smile, Lu Jia continued, "Without these factions, we were utterly incapable of overcoming the final ambush. Why did he annihilate those factions? I don't know. Perhaps it was an act of social vengeance." Lu Jia shook her head. Since receiving this information, military forces worldwide have been vigilantly monitoring this individual, yet he seemed to vanish without a trace. After half a year of searching, they had uncovered no leads. Since I rejected assistance from the orphanage at the age of 9, I have lived alone. Yes, hence we suspect that this individual may have been reborn a decade ago. However, this is merely conjecture. Shen, you must remain exceptionally vigilant regarding this person. Lu Jia's expression turned serious. The disappearance of the 9 major factions occurred over a span of approximately 3 years. The most casualties were suffered by a foreign family that had yet to be established, with nearly 3,000 high-level abilities lost, while the least was merely a single individual. "Is that me?" "Yes." Shen Ya responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Rest assured, I merely detest witnessing the demise of others, yet I am not a fool. I shall not harbor one who wishes to take my life. By the way, what is his name?" "Eucian. Once again, that name." Shen Ya cast her gaze downward, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall keep my distance from that name in the future." The myriad of items proved overwhelming. After dining, Chen Su, Lu Qingyan, and others joined the fray. Yet it took Shen Ya and her companions a full 2 hours to organize everything. Beyond the essential provisions and clothing, the military had thoughtfully prepared an array of special medications, seasonings, and various hygiene products, including an astonishing supply of sanitary pads, enough for 50 years, assuming one was used daily. The small dwelling, long untouched and gathering dust, was thoroughly cleaned. Approaching the calendar, a retro piece purchased during the new year, Shen Ya noted the last date marked was May 8th, and she methodically tore off the pages until reaching the 24th. This time, Shen Ya had succumbed to a fever and remained unconscious for 3 days. Remarkably, the anticipated public testing was merely a week away. "Shall we converse?" she suggested, tossing the torn calendar pages into the wastebasket, her gaze settling on the silent figure seated on the sofa in the living room. Lu Qingyin's attention was quietly fixed on a potted, everlasting flower on a coffee table. "When was this acquired?" "This." Shen Ya lifted the flower, dismissively replying, "I can't recall. Perhaps it was a gift from someone during my school days." "Is that so?" Lu Qingyin took the flower from her hands, revealing, "I once had an identical pot, but it was lost during a move." "Then why not purchase another?" "It has been discontinued. It's no longer available." Shen Ya, drawn in by the fleeting glimmer of regret in Lu Qingyin's eyes, blurted, "Then allow me to gift this pot to you." "Are you certain?" Lu Qingyin chuckled lightly, shaking the everlasting flower in his hand. "Never mind. I shall not tease you further. What would you like to discuss? What shall we talk about?" Fell into a momentary silence, then suddenly stepped forward, leaning her body as she knelt beside Lu Qingyin, her knees resting on either side of his legs. With a gentle motion, she reached out to remove the mask and sunglasses that obscured his face. In the dim, golden light, his emerald green pupils reflected her presence. Lu Qingyin's high nose bridge and softly defined facial contours exuded an air of serenity, his gentle brows and eyes, complemented by a small mole on the bridge of his nose, added to his fair complexion. Although his lips curled into an enchanting smile, there was an undeniable aura of aloofness surrounding him. This visage reminded Shen Ya of the full moon during the internal testing phase. Chapter 19, Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities. The only matters that humanity can address are those within their own strength. Shen Ya's fingers gently traced the crimson area behind Lu Qingyin's ear. In response, Lu Qingyin delicately grasped Shen Ya's left hand and took the sunglasses from her grasp, smiling as he remarked, "What you truly wish to inquire about is likely the matter of the offering, is it not? Could it have perhaps fallen into the internal testing zone?" She raised her gaze, fixated on Lu Qingyin, recalling the scene from that time when Wang Jia and her companions had already descended to the lower level. While her knowledge of Lu Qingyin's whereabouts was somewhat limited, she vaguely remembered that he was amidst the ruins at that moment. "Ah, indeed, it was with me," Lu Qingyin said, propping his chin on his hand. He looked at Shen Ya with a bright smile, yet added, "However, I'm unable to give you my hand bone just yet. You must have noticed that too." He removed his gloves, revealing the blood-red flesh, now devoid of blood. Yet the dim light of the living room rendered it unsettling. There was no trace of concealment in Lu Qingyin's expression. He gazed directly at her with an unsettling candor. Shen Ya pressed the mask into his hand. "How about a trade? You allow me to remain by your side and ensure my safety, and in return, I will assist you in finding a sacrifice. You must have noticed that while my abilities extend beyond this, at present, I am rendered powerless." Shen Ya did not respond immediately. She caressed her left hand and suddenly inquired, "Do you know where the sacrifice is?" "I do not know, but I'm aware of where my skin resides." Lu Qingyin maintained his composed demeanor, reminiscent of their first encounter. He slightly tilted his head, intentionally exposing his vulnerable neck to Shen Ya. "You may kill me, should you wish. This is my sincerity in submission." A storm of agitation brewed within her. Shen Ya particularly despised expending her thoughts on such convoluted matters. Nevertheless, she straightened up and scrutinized Lu Qingyin from a superior vantage point. She found it impossible to harbor animosity towards him. Furthermore, she had always trusted her own instincts. "Where's the next sacrifice?" Lu Qingyin understood that she had acquiesced, without the slightest hesitation. He uttered a location that Shen Ya was all too familiar with, Hua'an No. High School, the very institution from which she had already withdrawn. What a remarkable coincidence. Shen Ya responded softly, rising to stretch her arms. She had grasped most of the circumstances, though uncertain of what this individual might still be concealing. Ultimately, it was of no concern to her. "Aren't you leaving yet?" He clasped his hands together, swaying slightly in front of her. "I have nowhere to stay. Could you possibly offer me shelter for a few nights? I'll make do with the sofa." With that, Lu Qingyin adjusted the cushion tucked at his waist towards the side of the sofa. "Please don't make it seem as though I've already consented to your stay." Exasperated, Shen Ya rubbed her forehead and waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to bicker further. The door to the adjacent room is unlocked. I'll fetch you some sheets and blankets. The cleaning supplies are in the bathroom. You can tidy up a bit and make do for now. All right, he replied. Shen Ya extracted 2 blankets from the cupboard, embracing them closely, while Eucian remained steadfastly beside her, clutching a small basin and a cloth. The minute space was tidied up with remarkable speed. Shen Ya yawned, acknowledging that although her illness had nearly subsided, she still experienced a slight fever. Nonetheless, it posed no significant concern. A restful sleep would suffice. Suddenly, Eucian emerged from the kitchen, the timing of his entrance a mystery to her. In his hands, he cradled a glass and 2 white tablets. This is antipyretic medication and ginger syrup. I trust you have no aversion to ginger syrup? Displaying no awareness of his own role, Eucian resembled a concerned father as he pressed the glass to Shen Ya's lips, all the while fussing over the windows on the adjacent balcony and inquiring what she wished to eat the following morning. With a resounding click, the door was locked, and Eucian paused in his tidying of the sofa, turning his gaze toward the dining table, which bore only an empty glass that had been thoroughly drained. It appeared that she craved a variety of foods. Eucian smiled good-naturedly. Thus, over the course of 3 consecutive days, Shen Ya experienced the rich diversity of breakfast offerings from her homeland. From a northern steamed buns and stuffed pastries to the southern dim sum, the individual who lamented their lack of funds and housing seemed to invest considerable effort into the culinary delights. Shen Ya, whose frail body had been completely revitalized under Eucian's attentive care of sumptuous meals, found herself restored by the 4th day. Early that morning, after emerging from her room, washing her face, brushing her teeth, and lingering at the dining table for half an hour, she finally awaited the return of the person who had left at dawn. Was there a change outside? Indeed. Shen Ya extended her hand, and Eucian dutifully placed his phone into her palm. Upon exiting the internal test area, the survivors among them had established a group. Shen Ya perused the chat history. The initial batch of infected individuals has emerged, and the probability of early infections is highly unpredictable. Public testing may commence ahead of schedule, and tomorrow the government will notify the market to halt all non-essential operations. This message was sent at 3 in the morning. The group remained silent for an extended period, and Shen Ya gazed thoughtfully at the desolate chat screen. She was aware that the government had established a safe zone. However, due to the uncertainty surrounding the initial infections, it was not yet feasible to gather large crowds. Liu Jia's words were, in essence, a notification but also a plea. Despite having 3 days remaining, and Liu Jia having previously stated that the government had ample supplies, the number of police vehicles conducting inspections had increased to 2 to 4 times the usual amount. Logically, they had done everything within their power, yet the question lingered. Shen Ya casually tapped on their avatars within her phone, and without paying attention, she inadvertently clicked something. To her surprise, she found herself staring at the chat interface as it transitioned to a news web page, displaying the red typhoon warning emblem of Hua'an County. However, was it not a bit early for a typhoon to arrive before June? In her heart, Shen Ya was filled with confusion. She clicked on the news, initially intending to peruse expert predictions, but was instead captivated by the comment section. Torrential rains, snowstorms, earthquakes, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions. The comments flooded in from all corners of the globe, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, all discussing the sudden disaster alerts that had appeared on their phones. Wait a minute, could it truly be the end of the world? One commenter mused, I often express a desire for death, but I merely speak in jest. Shen Ya abruptly rose to her feet and drew back the curtains with a swift motion. Outside the window, the sun shone brilliantly in the sky. Shen Ya's gaze was enigmatic as she leaned against the window, suddenly breaking into a soft laughter. Indeed, natural disasters and human calamities are matters that humanity can only manage through sheer effort. Chapter 20. A slaughter from beginning to end. The impending typhoon arrived far more swiftly than Shen Ya had anticipated. Hua'an County, being coastal, often faced typhoons in previous years. Although the house she rented was exceedingly affordable, she remained deeply concerned about safety. Thus, every window in her residence had been reinforced. Aside from certain regions that require particular caution due to earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tornadoes, the inhabitants of other areas seemed relatively secure. As the afternoon approached without the arrival of the typhoon, Shen Ya observed that personnel were distributing food both upstairs and downstairs. Though the provisions were limited, it appeared that with careful rationing, they could sustain themselves for at least half a month. The government had yet to disseminate any news regarding the apocalypse, merely alluding to certain viruses. Shen Ya also discovered that discussions about stockpiling food and clothing had begun circulating online as early as 2 weeks prior. Various supermarkets had launched promotions such as buy 2, get 3 free, and buy 5, receive 10 for staple foods like rice and flour. The speculations shared online were rather intriguing, and Shen Ya stumbled upon numerous renowned survival bloggers who had been consistently posting about essential survival skills for several months. The chat group, however, remained silent. Shen Ya rubbed her sore eyes and gazed at the person approaching from the balcony. "What do you have in your hand?" "A solar power storage battery. I purchased several. They should come in handy during power outages caused by typhoons." Shen Ya silently gazed at the person in front of her, blissfully tidying up the room. The items were evidently of considerable value. Hadn't he mentioned that he kept only enough money for meals in his bag? At 9:27 p.m., the typhoon arrived. The howling winds, accompanied by rain, battered against the windows with a resounding thud. Shen Ya enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep, though the incessant sound of rain proved somewhat bothersome. She buried her face in her blankets, expressionless, with a pillow clamped over her head, drifting into a hazy slumber. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by an ear-piercing scream. It was a fleeting sound, so brief that Shen Ya barely had time to react before it vanished into silence. Hastily, she gathered her hair and flung open the door. Outside, Eucian was dressed in heavy rain gear, shaking a raincoat in his hands as he offered it to Shen Ya. "Did you hear where that scream came from?" he inquired. "Only that it originated from the south." "Understood," she replied, gripping her bone dagger. Donning her leather boots, she yanked open the balcony door and leaped from the 6th floor, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. In the dimly lit living room, Eucian approached the balcony, allowing the torrential raindrops to soak his hair. Amidst the enveloping darkness, his gaze remained fixed on a silhouette barely discernible in the shadows. As Shen Ya paused, her foot resting on the edge of a narrow alley, she lifted her face. Although the metallic scent of blood had largely been washed away by the rain, she could still faintly detect its presence. The sound of her boots echoed against the cobblestone path as she turned into the alley. Not far ahead, she discovered an arm, partially devoured. With a swift motion, Shen Ya spun her bone dagger, having sensed the disturbance behind her before the sound of slicing air reached her ears. She sidestepped gracefully, her dagger gliding smoothly as it cleaved through the monstrous assailant, severing half its head. Crimson blood, mingled with brain matter, was washed away by the relentless rain. Shen Ya possessed piercing eyes that pierced through the veil of uncertainty. Logically, she should have been able to sever the creature's head with a single stroke. Yet, just as the blade was poised to make contact, the monster deftly turned its head to evade the strike. Although she had never encountered a fully transformed, infected being, Shen Ya brandished her blade and charged towards the creature before her, driven by a need for confirmation. The initial escape could have been mere chance, but as she relentlessly cornered the infected being time and again, its evasive maneuvers became increasingly frequent. Was it learning? Shen Ya delivered a swift kick, sending the infected individual crashing against the nearby wall. Subsequently, she wielded a bone knife, impaling the person against the surface. Approaching the eaves, Shen Ya retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed Lu Jia's number. "That's about the gist of it," she stated, observing the thrashing figure. "I have an address for you. Do we need to leave this infected one alive?" "Absolutely. It's of utmost importance," Lu Jia exclaimed with fervor. "Shun, in our previous encounter, we learned that if we do not deal with such learning-capable infected individuals promptly, they will become exceedingly troublesome once they acquire supernatural abilities. It is perplexing why this type of infected has emerged so early this time." Shen Ya abruptly turned her gaze towards the darkness at the end of the alley. A figure adorned with black markings slowly emerged from the shadows, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, until the entire alley was teeming with them. I apologize, Captain Liu, but I fear I may not be able to retain the individuals you seek. What? What is it, classmate Shen? Have you encountered some trouble? Our team will arrive shortly. Without hesitation, she swiftly severed the head of the struggling infected. If they are not endowed with abilities, do not send them here. I am somewhat overwhelmed by the number of infected on my end. Shen Ya cast a sidelong glance behind her. Indeed, there was a dense throng of people. However, it remained uncertain whether these individuals were of the same ilk as those who followed Zhao Dawei. In the boundless embrace of night, a silvery gray light flickered subtly, and it was unclear who among them had been the first to charge forward. Shen Ya tightened her grip on the hilt of her knife. This was a massacre from beginning to end. Chapter 21. He and the dog with a slow, deliberate motion. The sharp spike was withdrawn from the desiccated, infected body. Shen Ya raised her hand to wipe away the remnants of a wound that had long since vanished from her face, leaving behind only a lingering ache. Shen Ya initially contemplated delivering swift strikes, yet as she swung her blade midway, a recollection surfaced of the time she siphoned life force from Adele during the beta test. If she could perform such an act on that creature, could she not do the same with these foes? It turned out that Shen Ya's hypothesis was indeed accurate. Listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the eaves, she removed her hat, her gaze drifting into a state of bewilderment. This path was not far from her home and served as a crucial route from her residence to the school. It was entirely possible that on some long-ago day, she had brushed past these individuals, perhaps even exchanged fleeting glances. But now, hey, Shun, is that you? We're relieved to see you're safe. We're on our way right now, and Shen Ya lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes concealing the emotions within her eyes. In the inky darkness of the night, her voice bore a hint of somberness. Officer Liu, are you aware of any notable adversaries I may have had in my past life? If we're speaking of enemies, it would likely be Eucian. The circumstances surrounding my disappearance closely resemble several incidents that followed, although this particular case, while widely circulated, was never substantiated during my lifetime. I understand, she said. The vehicle came to a halt at the mouth of the alley. Shen Ya stretched languidly. Although the source of the previous screams remained uncertain, potentially linked to the earlier infected individual, the ensuing chaos had rendered any further investigation impossible. Given the current relative calm of the police presence, it seemed prudent to leave the inquiries to Officer Liu and her team. As Shen Ya's footsteps neared the mouth of the alley, just as she was about to step out, a youthful voice, laced with unrestrained urgency, cried out, "Stop!" A figure, curled up in a dark corner and shielded by a cardboard box, splashed through the puddles, rushing towards her. Do not go any further. There is a small black snake poised to strike at your heart. Shen Ya raised her hand to block, and as the ink serpent collided with the tip of the blade, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. The boy's voice faltered, caught in his throat. As he stared in astonishment at the figure who had turned to face him, his throat parched. What should he do? She appears to possess formidable strength. Would he meet his demise? Shen Ya lifted the brim of her raincoat with the handle of her knife, gazing at the child before her. Oh, it's you? She remarked. How is it that you spent the 4,500 so quickly? Her impression of a boy was indelibly etched in her memory. Had it not been for that moment at the bus station when she had attempted to push him away, one could only ponder whose head that blow would have struck. The boy's face flushed a deep crimson as he awkwardly rubbed his fingers together, balancing a cardboard box. He struggled to position the small dog cradled in his arms upon his shoulder, and from his pocket, he produced a neatly stacked bundle of banknotes. I'm sorry. I spent some of this money on his treatment. He was hit by a car. His belly had a large, gaping wound. I have been slowly saving to repay you, but it's still not enough. There's just over 1,000 left. The boy's voice trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. A prominent scar marred the left side of his face, with faint signs of burns visible at its edges. Amidst the enveloping darkness and the sound of rain, the cardboard he had been holding had long since become soggy. To shield the money from the downpour, he was forced to hunch over, cradling the notes protectively against his chest. Shen Ya's expression remained indifferent, offering no commentary on belief or disbelief. She tucked a damp lock of hair behind her ear and raised her hand to signal the hurried individuals behind her to halt. Lu Jia and her companions paused in their tracks, observing as Shen Ya slowly approached the figure shrouded in shadows, who was weeping. In an instant, as a brilliant flash of lightning surged toward her, a bone knife slipped from her grasp, piercing the boy's sleeve and pinning him firmly against the wall. Sidestepping, Shen Ya grasped a strand of her hair, charred from the electric shock, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. She had yet to confront him about the theft of her money, and now he had the audacity to harbor resentment toward her. However, Shen Ya had not yet closed the distance. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. The boy struggled desperately. Even his blood streamed from his arm where the blade had cut him. He tore his shirt, exposing bruised and battered skin, and knelt on the ground, cradling the small dog in his arms. Clenching his teeth, he held the whimpering creature tightly, casting wary and uncertain glances at Shen Ya. At last, Shen Ya understood why the dog had not fled or barked when it fell. She gazed at the dog's limp hind legs, devoid of any response, her expression inscrutable. The boy trembled. "Yes, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xiaobai's just too scared. I thought you'd harm me. Please, I beg you, let it go." The small dog continued to whimper, licking the boy's cheek gently, its eyes fierce yet filled with despair as it looked at Shen Ya, amused by the pair's apparent belief in her malevolence. Shen Ya observed the boy's body, marked with evident signs of beatings from sticks and belts, and sneered, "Quit crying. I have no penchant for bullying children." She glanced at the dog's belly, noting the absence of visible wounds. It seemed to be recovering quite well. At least she hadn't wasted her money. "Lu, you all can handle this." Withdrawing the bone knife, Shen Ya regarded the boy. "You came specifically to find me?" The boy looked up at her, hesitated, then nodded, adding, "I want to repay you. I have accepted the money, and with your earlier warning, we are even." With that, Shen Ya made no further delay. Twirling the knife's tip in her fingers, her clothes drenched by the rain, and she again swept her hair back, pondering whether to opt for a buzz cut. At least it would be convenient. Meanwhile, she quietly began counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 22. Not even half a minute had passed. "Wait." The boy's voice broke through, earnest in his plea. Clutching the small dog, he cautiously evaded the nearby officers and approached Shen Ya, gently tugging at her sleeve. "We are kindred spirits, aren't we?" It was rare to hear someone describe themselves in such a manner, and Shen Ya regarded the boy's eyes with a hint of amusement. "My name is He." He hurriedly introduced himself, leaning closer to Shen Ya, his exposed side drenched by the rain, the swelling becoming increasingly pronounced. He gazed into Shen Ya's eyes, enunciating each word firmly. "We are kindred spirits." His voice bore conviction that belied his youth. "Don't underestimate me because of my age. I am quite formidable." Though his voice was still childlike, the boy, no more than 8 or 9, possessed a maturity that seemed incongruous with his years, and as he looked at Shen Ya, 2 streaks of blood began to appear at the corners of his eyes. "Do you not care why I am here to confront you?" He's voice dropped to a husky whisper. "Your presence here today was both coincidental and inevitable. I saw someone standing in this very spot, holding a small snake, along with many others, all donning black masks." Shen Ya gently pressed her hand against the boy's lips, silencing him. She gazed at his face, contorted in pain. As if receiving some form of tacit approval, the boy's battered body sagged forward into Shen Ya's embrace. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his frail frame radiating an alarming heat. Yet, despite his distress, he clung fiercely to the small dog nestled in his arms. The little dog tentatively licked Shen Ya's fingertips, its eyes wide and round, as if seeking to please her, emitting soft, purring sounds from its throat. One wonders from whom this large and small pair has learned such behavior. Shen Ya rolled her eyes in frustration, tugging the raincoat closer around them. She took a step to leave, but was suddenly called back by Lu Jia, having maintained a distance until she noticed Shen Ya's intent to depart. Lu Jia quickly raised her voice, not even glancing at the child cradled in Shen Ya's arms. Standing an arm's length away, a smile graced Lu Jia's lips as she said, "Given the torrential rain, why don't you join us in our car? It would be much more convenient." "Oh, we have some matters to discuss with Mr. Lu. He just messaged us to come find him at your place." Mr. Lu, Shen Ya post momentarily, finally associating this title with Lu Qingyan. Although she had long suspected that this individual's identity was dubious, she glanced up at the overcast sky, pondering why such urgent matters needed to be addressed at this hour. Understanding the situation, Shen Ya decided not to persist further. She looked down at the rain-soaked clothing of herself and the child, hesitatingly regarding Lu Jia. Where shall we sit? You both can join me. Lu Jia replied with a bright smile. Before she could finish her sentence, the rear door of the vehicle that had been stationary in the center suddenly swung open. An elderly man with silver hair and a slender frame adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze towards Shen Ya filled with warmth. He waved his hand and said, "Please, come in." Lu Jia, with an apologetic expression, shot Shen Ya a conspiratorial wink, silently mouthing her apologies. Shen Ya felt no particular remorse. After all, sitting beside anyone was merely a matter of circumstance. As she approached, a plush blanket had been placed on the back seat, presumably intended to absorb moisture. Shen Ya reclined upon a plush blanket as the automobile glided gently along. Shen Ya gazed at the person in her embrace. Glancing around before her eyes settled on the luxurious leather seats that were unmistakably expensive. Ultimately, she chose to cradle the individual in her arms, fully aware that such a treasure was not something one could afford to lose. "Zhou Hao, if you do not mind, you may simply call me Lao Zhou," he said, extending a warm hand toward Shen Ya. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Ya hesitated for a couple of seconds before gently grasping his hand and giving it a slight shake. At a loss for words, should she introduce herself with a simple hello? "Lao Zhou, I am Shen Ya." Zhou Hao, however, appeared unperturbed, engaging in casual conversation as if discussing the weather, seamlessly transitioning from topics of daily brunches to methods of preventing colds and fevers, leaving no detail unaddressed. Shen Ya responded intermittently as the nearby low buildings grew closer. Through the curtain of rain, she vaguely discerned what appeared to be a shadowy figure on her balcony, but in the blink of an eye it vanished. Did classmate Shen meet Mr. Liu in the beta testing area? Yes. Shen Ya cast a glance at the person beside him, pondering whether he was about to delve into the main topic. Would he inquire about Lu Qinyan's background and life story, or perhaps his extraordinary abilities? Or, more gravely, would he ask about his age and family lineage, whether he owned property? Zhou Hao smiled amiably. "So, how would you describe the relationship between you and Mr. Liu?" "Is fairly decent." "Ah, so the relationship is quite good. I have always heard that you, Shen, are an upright individual with friends spanning across the globe." "No, I meant it is merely acceptable." "Then, what are your next plans, Shen? Are you heading north or south? Does Mr. Liu wish to accompany you?" "No, I meant the relationship is still. The south is indeed pleasant. There is a saying about the misty rain of Jiangnan, which cultivates one's sentiments. Yet the north has its charms as well, with its solitary cities, vast deserts, and snowy realms." Shen Ya discerned that this individual was nothing short of a tourism ambassador. The door creaked open gently, and the light from the corridor was punctuated by the sound of footsteps. Clad in a cartoon-themed nightwear, Lu Qinyan approached, draping two thick towels over Shen Ya. He gestured for her to pass the child to him. A gentle smile graced Lu Qinyan's lips as he said, "The hot water upstairs is ready. You should quickly change out of those wet clothes to avoid catching a cold. I'll handle things here." "Then I shall leave it to you," Shen Ya replied. Given the sultry weather, the drenching rain was not particularly bothersome. She made her way into the living room, where fresh clothes had already been placed in the bathroom. After a brief rinse, she emerged from the bathroom, a clean towel draped around her. Just then, she overheard a conversation. "Well, I definitely plan to follow Xiaoyu from now on. Yes, indeed, I have no immediate desire to travel abroad. Asutseye? Apologies, we are not well acquainted." "That's good to hear, Lu. You and Shen are both fine comrades. After all, there's no place like home, even in a foreign land." "Oh, I almost forgot, Lu. Are you from the south? Do you prefer sweet or savory zongzi? What on earth does that even mean? And is it true that our relationship is truly that intimate?" Shen Ya, tousling her hair, took just a couple of steps out of the bathroom when she spotted he sprawled on the floor alongside the dog. "Xiaoyu, is something the matter?" A gentle male voice resounded from behind. Shen Ya hesitated, her hands suspended in midair, poised to lift the boy. "I'll take him to the bathroom for a wash." "He shouldn't." "Allow me." Lu Qinyan interjected with an air of authority, effortlessly hoisting the child. "There's kanji in the pot. After a long night, you should have a bit while it's still warm." "Indeed, Shen, Don't push yourself just because you're feeling well, Zhou Hao chimed in, cheerfully taking his leave, leaving behind a scattering of packages. Confused and disoriented, Shen Ya ran her fingers through her still damp hair and approached the coffee table to unlock her phone. To her surprise, she discovered an unexpected call. Chapter 22. The spread of contamination. The phone rang incessantly, yet there was no response from the other end. Shen Ya cast a glance at the clock mounted on the wall. It read 5:47. Shen Ya belatedly realized that she had scarcely slept throughout the night. The sound of water in the bathroom had yet to cease. Stifling a yawn, she was well aware of Lu Qingyan's adeptness at caring for others. She felt an immense sense of reassurance entrusting both him and the dog to his care, save for one minor concern. Approaching the bathroom door, she gently tapped on it. The sound of water ceased, and through the door, Lu Qingyan's voice was faintly discernible. "Is something the matter?" he inquired gently. "Yes, I understand. I will contact her once daylight breaks." The voice of Shen Ya gradually faded away, and Lu Qingyan's smile dissipated. He gazed at the person and dog abandoned on the cold porcelain tiles, his expression indifferent, revealing no emotion. The warm shower head released a fine mist, and under the golden-hued warm light, a shadow could be seen twisting in disdain against the white tiles of the wall. The wretched howl abruptly ceased as the little white dog found its mouth bound. It struggled with its forelegs, desperately widening its eyes in an attempt to awaken Lu Qingyan's reason. "Help! Someone is threatening my life." Lu Qingyan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Hush! Don't cry out. If you wake her, we shall feast on dog meat hot pot tomorrow at noon." The little white dog trembled, curling up in a corner. It extended its front paw to shield its eyes, listening intently to the rustling sounds nearby. "I'm so sorry, dear master, but this person is truly terrifying, so filthy." The little white dog licked its fur frantically. I'm not dirty. I'm merely dusty." Shen Ya was roused from her slumber by the sudden bark of a dog outside, though it was but a fleeting sound. She stifled a yawn and glanced at the clock on her bedside table. 9:21. Nearly 4 hours had passed, which sufficed. After donning a simple coat, Shen Ya opened the door and immediately spotted someone sleeping on the sofa. The worn cushions of the old sofa had long since sunk, and the compact layout of the house had led the original owner to choose a sofa barely 1.5 meters long for the sake of aesthetic coherence. Although Lu Qingyan had a slender frame, he was still the physical embodiment of an adult male. She gazed at his lower legs, which, despite his efforts to curl up, remained exposed. Shen Ya stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. Lu Qingyan, his eyes half closed, spoke in a hoarse voice tinged with the remnants of sleep. "Is something the matter?" Crouching before the sofa, Shen Ya rested her chin on her hand and pointed towards her room. "If you're feeling tired, you might as well rest in my room for a while. Nurse Wang and the others are expected to arrive soon." As she flipped through her fully charged phone, she came across a text message sent an hour and a half earlier. It was from Wang Jia, informing her that she had risen and was preparing to leave for here. By the reckoning of time, she should be arriving shortly too. Lu Qingyan supported his chin with his hand, the weariness in his eyes fading away as he gazed at the hand still resting on his shoulder. Slowly, he extended his hand, the leather glove softly brushing against hers. "I understand." Shen Ya tousled her hair, realizing that she had not dried it before sleep. Now the strands concealed beneath felt slightly damp. Approaching the balcony, she glanced at the tightly drawn curtains before her, likely drawn by Lu Qingyan prior to his slumber. The bedroom door softly closed as Lu Qingyan departed from the living room. Shen Ya lingered in the living room, hesitating whether to reach out to Wang Jia once more. Although she was acutely aware of the considerable distance separating their homes, compounded by the heavy rainfall that had brought public transport to a standstill in the county, she couldn't shake the feeling that an hour and a half was rather excessive. Approaching the curtains, Shen Ya tugged at one corner, peering outside. The gentle drizzle obscured her view, far less daunting than the tempestuous downpour of the previous night. To her surprise, the verdant plants on her balcony had miraculously survived the typhoon's wrath. Wait a moment. When had she ever planted greenery on her balcony? Such delicate and high-maintenance flora had never garnered her attention. She had always believed that preserved flowers sufficed. However, Shen Ya pressed closely against the balcony glass. her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the verdant plants swaying gently in the light rain. Doubting her senses, she rubbed her eyes, yet upon reopening them, the vibrant green remained as majestic as ever. Tentatively, she probed with the tip of a knife, ensuring that the plants harbored no intent to attack before she leaned out from the balcony, peering upwards. The neighbors below had vacated the premises 6 months prior, rendering the place long uninhabited. The low-rise building Shen Ya chose housed 6 households on each floor, with balconies in close proximity. To her left resided a kindly elderly woman, who had come to Hua'an County to care for her grandchildren's education. The old lady's balcony was modestly adorned with a few scallions and garlic. To her right, however, was an unabashed drunkard, and during the past days, whenever Shen Ya hung clothes on the balcony, she could smell the overpowering scent of alcohol at least 5 out of 7 days a week. A habitual drinker from dawn till dusk, he naturally lacked the inclination to tend to delicate flora. Yet today, it seemed the nauseating stench of liquor was absent. Had the rain washed it away? Shen Ya did not ponder for long. The verdant vines cascading down from the upper floor were indeed the plants meticulously nurtured by the young lady residing above. After repeatedly confirming that these plants posed no threat whatsoever, Shen Ya, just to be on the safe side, decided to sever the vine that had encroached upon her space. She patted her rain-soaked outerwear and was about to head to the bathroom to retrieve a hairdryer when she was startled by a knock at the door. "Shen, are you in there?" Wang Jia's voice carried a hint of urgency as she anxiously supported the person beside her, who was gripping her arm tightly. The door opened a crack, and Shen Ya was taken aback by the sight of a group of individuals behind Wang Jia. Why is everyone here? Not only Wang Jia, but also Li Yuansheng, Su Wei, and others were crowded at the entrance. "Shen, didn't you see today's chat group?" Shen Ya stepped aside to allow them to enter. When Wang Jia inquired about her well-being, she shook her head, explaining that she had been preoccupied with some matters last night and had only just awakened, not yet having the chance to catch up on events. Wang Jia set down the assortment of fruit and milk she had brought along, her excitement palpable as she eagerly handed her phone to Shen Ya. "The public beta has been advanced. Look at this news. Many people's phones have automatically downloaded the software today." With that, Nurse Wang opened the app and swiped to the left, revealing a world map. She searched for Shen Ya's residence, gesturing for her to take a look. "See, there are numerous areas highlighted in red." Shen Ya took the phone and confirmed that there should indeed be a total of 49 red markers in Hua'an, one of which is located in Hua'an County. Furthermore, Shen Ya opened the highlighted area of Hua'an County, gazing at the familiar address. She raised her eyes to Li Yuansheng. "You are not mistaken. This marked point is indeed your school. However, the institution had suspended classes 2 days ago, and now it stands deserted, devoid of any presence." Li Yuansheng, in a state of anxiety, clenched her hands tightly and rose from the sofa, observing that Wang Jia had been talking endlessly without getting to the point. She hastily interrupted. "This highlighted zone is a contamination area. Officer Liu just messaged in the group, warning that if the contamination is not addressed promptly, it may sporadically spread outward. The residence of Shen Ya is situated at a distance from the school that is neither too far nor too close." However, Li Yuansheng, prioritizing convenience for her job, deliberately chose a location adjacent to the school, allowing her to gaze down from her balcony and behold the schoolyard. Last night, at around 4 o'clock, a multitude of police officers unexpectedly surged into our neighborhood, utilizing loudspeakers to disperse everyone within an hour. By 7 this morning, the area experienced its first wave of dispersal. At this thought, Li Yuansheng felt a surge of apprehension. She often stayed up late until 1 or 2 in the morning, and 4 or 5 o'clock was precisely when she would finally succumb to slumber, her phone resting beside her. Shen Ya murmured these 2 words softly, and suddenly she raised her head to gaze at Li Yuansheng. "Did you notice anything unusual when you left your home?" Shen Ya rested her forehead on her hand, suddenly at a loss for words. Though uncertain if it was mere coincidence, she mentioned the sudden appearance of greenery on her balcony. "Is it possible that the pollution zone is spreading so rapidly?" Li Yuansheng lamented. Wang Jia gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not be so pessimistic. The rate of expansion of the pollution zone should not be so alarming. If it truly encroached upon this area, Captain Liu and his team would surely inform Shen first. Oh, by the way, Shen, this is my grandmother. I was rather concerned about her being alone at home, so I took the liberty of bringing her here. However, I have already reserved a hotel nearby. Once we finish attending to that child, I will escort her to the hotel for a proper rest. Wang gestured towards the elderly lady, who smiled shyly at Shen Ya. When Shen turned her gaze towards her, the elder hurriedly rummaged through her backpack. I have some homemade beef sauce here, and yes, also some loquat syrup I made myself. Shen, this is perfect for sipping with damp hair. No, I mean, the elder's eyes reflected a hint of clumsiness, as if she realized she had misspoken. She struck her mouth lightly with her hand, forcing a smile. Look at this mouth of mine. One grows old and becomes less capable. Shen Ya rubbed her eyes and gazed at the elderly woman in silence for 2 seconds before suddenly saying, "Please do not go to the hotel. If you don't mind, it would be safer for you to stay here for now. Nurse Wang, the child is in that room." Wang Jia glanced at her grandmother, who seemed inclined to politely refuse Shen Ya's suggestion upon hearing her voice. Quickly, she stepped forward to interrupt her grandmother. "Grandma, please sit over there for now. Oh, by the way, Shen classmate, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Didn't you steam some flatbreads this morning? You absolutely must try my grandmother's beef sauce. It is simply delicious." After saying this, she hurriedly pulled out 4 large bags from the burlap sack she had brought, containing steamed buns and flatbreads. Placing the buns on the coffee table, Wang Jia cheerfully grabbed Su Wei, who was sitting at the farthest corner. "Xiao Wei, didn't you skip breakfast this morning as well? You know how to use a microwave, right?" "Ah, I do," Su Wei replied, stealing a glance at Shen Ya. Noticing that Shen Ya bore no ill will towards her presence, she mustered her courage and added, "I can also use a rice cooker. My mom is the head chef at a restaurant, and she is excellent at cooking. Shen classmate, just tell us what you would like to eat. We brought a lot of fresh meat and vegetables this time." Su Wei's mother, a pleasantly plump woman with a neat bob haircut, rolled up her sleeves and, upon hearing her daughter's words, stepped forward with a hearty smile. "Does Shen classmate like beef? Are you okay with cilantro? How about fish? Would you prefer it braised or steamed? I can prepare either." Surrounded by such warmth, Shen Ya felt a bit overwhelmed and rubbed her face in discomfort. Observing her reaction, Wang Jia felt a sense of relief. Her heart lightened as she smiled. She had been interacting with Su Wei over the past few days, and she was somewhat familiar with her mother, who owned a chain of restaurants and was renowned for her kindness. Upon learning about Shen Ya's unfortunate circumstances in the hospital, Wang Jia had felt a deep sense of sorrow for the girl, who had endured unjust blame for events beyond her control. She genuinely yearned for a circle of compassionate and sincere individuals who would treat her kindly, even in the face of this sudden apocalypse. Wang Jia opened the door, and just then, her peripheral vision caught something. She turned her gaze to the side. The bedroom door was ajar, and Lu Qingyan leaned against the door frame, gazing outside with a slight smile, his eyes vacant. For a fleeting moment, Wang Jia felt as if she had glimpsed something profound, but upon further reflection, it seemed that his expression was merely one of emptiness. Shaking her head, she stepped inside, only to see a small dog, its mouth bound with a zip tie, cautiously peeking at her from the bed. This must be the dog Shen classmate mentioned that possesses abilities, right? How fascinating. Can animals really learn abilities too? Chapter 23. The cage filled with children having just finished lunch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the door to Shen Ya's room was knocked upon once more. Lu Jia and her companions arrived more swiftly than Shen Ya had anticipated. Observing the cheerful demeanor of the person who had come to inform them, Shen Ya mused internally. To save time on explanations, Lu Jia succinctly conveyed, the military will be organizing the first batch of ability users to investigate the contaminated area around 1:30. If Miss Shen is interested, she is welcome to join us. Otherwise, if you prefer to investigate on your own, please accept these items. Shen Ya loret hergaze. Observing that Lu Jia had brought primarily food items and utensils. Considering their group, most of the weapons were cold arms, and, aside from these, there were mainly medicinal supplies. The polluted zones of this era bore little resemblance to those from our previous lives. It remains uncertain whether this discrepancy is attributable to the difficulty of our reincarnation. The rate of pollution spread has accelerated significantly compared to before. Lu Jia muttered to herself, her hands already retreating towards the door in preparation for departure. She waved her hand, intending to leave. Shen Ya rose and firmly grasped the door that was about to be closed. I shall join you at 1:30. Shen Ya has always been disinclined to await the news of others. Rather than remaining passive, she prefers to take the initiative. Lu Jia's face lit up with joy as her enchanting eyes, resembling phoenixes, glanced through Shen Ya towards the hesitant individual behind her, giving a subtle wink. Oh, that's wonderful. I shall wait for you at the Hua'an supermarket at 1:30. Shen Ya nodded. The Hua'an supermarket was not far from here, approximately a 5-minute walk. Since Shen is going, I want to go too. A youthful voice interrupted Wang Jia, who was about to speak. His face flushed as he awkwardly clutched his oversized clothing with one hand while pushing open the door with the other. Gripping the doorknob tightly, he instinctively turned his head to shield the scar on his face when everyone's gaze turned towards him. However, upon noticing Shen Ya's stare, his motion to turn around halted. In a quivering tone that seemed to escape from his nostrils, he stammered, I am also an ability user. I want to go to that polluted area. Is that all right? You seem a bit less confident, young man, Li Yuesheng remarked, exchanging a glance with Su Wei, both of whom were taken aback by the revelation. If their vision was not deceiving them, this was evidently a child. Lu Jia, however, was less astonished than the other two. Despite his youthful appearance, in her previous life, she had encountered numerous ability users even younger than him. Of course, apart from those exceptionally talented or extraordinarily fortunate individuals favored by relatively powerful beings. It was rare for ability users of such tender age to survive long enough to escape the polluted zones. If you wish to go, then go. Shen Ya glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. Since they had decided to depart at 1:30, she noticed it was already 1:07 on her phone and promptly resolved to tidy up the food and weapons while also familiarizing herself with the abilities of those around her. Wang Jia, of course, retained her formidable water-based powers, needing no further elaboration. Su Wei shook her meticulously organized pain pack. My ability is somewhat abstract. I can summon characters from the world of anime to assist in battling monsters. However, I can only summon one at a time, and it tends to exhaust me quickly, so I usually can't maintain it for long. Li Yuesheng placed the milk she had been clutching onto the table, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. With a faintly melancholic smile, she said, My power is spatial. I currently possess a storage space of 5 square meters. However, this space is rather peculiar, as it can only accommodate items that have a clear price tag. Clear price tag? And goods? But you can store items with me for free. The currency system within my space is determined solely by me. Additionally, I can enforce a queue for others, which should fall under control abilities, right? Wait a moment. Wang Jia interjected, scratching her head in confusion. Is your ability even legitimate? Whether it is or not, I cannot say, but it is certainly amusing. Li Yuesheng closed her eyes in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. In this post-apocalyptic world, who would have imagined she could still engage in a simulation management game? A space no larger than a restroom required her daily attention for inventory management and sales figures. With a wry smile, Li Yuesheng quickly retrieved a bag of chips from her storage. 1 bag of red braised-flavored chips, 10 grains of rice. Who wants to come and help me boost my sales? Excluding her recent playful exchanges with Su Wei, if she completed transactions with 96 more individuals, she could upgrade her supermarket. Not only would her storage capacity increase significantly, but the duration for enforcing queues would also be extended. After silently completing a round of sales, Wang Jia and the others turned their attention to the last person in the room who had yet to disclose their ability. Nervously swallowing, he lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern his features. He possessed foresight, alongside dual abilities of lightning and fire. Clutching his rejuvenated dog tightly, he trembled as Shen Ya approached, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, as her icy fingers brushed against his cheek, Shen Ya bent down to tuck his hair behind his ear, securing it with a small rubber band atop his head. Your hair is dirty. Do not contaminate the wound. His eyelashes fluttered, his fingers absently squeezing his dog's paw. As he noticed Shen Ya turn to leave, he hesitated briefly before reaching out to grasp her sleeve. Aren't you curious about my foresight ability? People are naturally intrigued by events yet to unfold. Doesn't she want to know what the future holds? She certainly hasn't forgotten why this child fainted earlier. He's eyes dulled completely, his fists clenched, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he bit his lip, feeling a sense of disorientation. His ability was not as practical as others, and his relationship with Shen Ya was not as effortless as with the others. However, he raised his head, lifting his dog, cautiously studying Shen Ya's profile through the softness of its fur. They were kindred spirits, destined to become her most trusted companion. Indeed, her most trusted. No. He softly extended his hand, wide-eyed in shock as he witnessed Eucian placing a hand on Shen Ya's shoulder. His slender form hovered protectively over Shen Ya, inadvertently obstructing the stubborn resolve that had just begun to surface in He's gaze. He cast a perplexed glance at the individuals beside him. What now? Shen Ya contemplated the items she needed to prepare, momentarily refraining from dislodging the hand resting on her shoulder. I will go this time too, she declared. All right, then you can gather your things. Time is of the essence. Shen Ya shrugged off his hand, assessing that the few items she had should suffice. Teacher Li, I will play some essentials with you shortly, all right? Why haven't you changed your clothes yet? He blinked in surprise, still reeling from Eucian's unexpected appearance. No, wait. Who exactly is this man? Oh, I almost forgot. It seems I don't have any children's clothing at home, Shen Ya remarked, observing He's petite frame. How about you wear my clothes for now? I believe my middle school uniform is still around. I can alter it for you shortly. It should fit reasonably well. What are you staring at? He grumbled, clutching her small white companion. Though she was oblivious to the man's identity, his presence elicited an inexplicable discomfort within her, as if he had burdened her countless times in a distant past. Eucian ran a hand through his tousled hair, his tone gentle. Nothing. Once everyone had deposited their belongings with Li Yusheng, there remained a mere 9 minutes until 1:30. We should make it in time, Wang Jia asserted, her expression grave, particularly as she observed the rampant greenery flanking the road. Her tense form stood increasingly erect. When they had arrived at 9 o'clock, the trees outside had appeared relatively normal, yet now. She flared her nostrils, suddenly exclaiming, Do you smell something? A smell? Li Yusheng, spotting the illuminated sign of Hua'an supermarket in the distance, waved a hand to disperse the beads of sweat forming on her nape. How strange, on such a hot day. The fog seems so dense. Wait, this mist is growing thicker, she exclaimed, as a blanket of white enveloped the surroundings. Shen Ya gripped the hilt of her knife. Her brows furrowed as she gazed into the mist. She had lost track of time, her footsteps fading into silence until she found herself utterly alone. The unknown terrors often tug at the fragile thread of human emotion. What lurked behind her? What would happen if she turned back? A cascade of uncertainties invaded Shen Ya's mind, prompting her to take a deep breath, desperately attempting to calm her racing heart. No, she must remain composed. Amidst the dense, white fog, the glowing red sign of the Hua'an supermarket had vanished without her notice. Shen Ya instinctively halted her steps, the hilt of the knife gripped tightly in her palm. She pressed her fingers firmly against her brow, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. No, wait. The world before her seemed to plunge into a temporal tunnel, distorted, shattered, and overlapping. A splitting headache coursed through her, causing her body to bend uncontrollably. Half kneeling on the ground, in her daze, she thought she could hear that sound again, a bang, as her finger pulled the trigger, blood splattering. Cracked the willow branch, dipped in salt, mercilessly lashed against Wang Jia's back. Wang Jia gasped, her cries caught in her throat, as a surge of pain overwhelmed her, magnifying 1,000-fold in that instant. Her back. No, her knees, her palms. Every inch of her skin screamed, with varying degrees of agony. Wang Jia's expression turned hazy. Hadn't she just been following Shun and the others? No, wait. She suddenly widened her eyes, staring at her palm pressed against the ground, forced down by the immense force from behind. As a nurse, she frequently sanitized her hands, rendering them sensitive and pale from the disinfectant, necessitating the application of hand cream from time to time. Thus, compared to others, there was a stark contrast between the color of her hands and arms. Yet now, The yellowed back of her hand bore visible dark scars from inadequate washing, though the color disparity of her palm was undoubtedly due to the thick calluses from prolonged labor. Was she now reduced to the state of child? A torrent of expletives exploded in Wang Jia's mind. What on earth was happening? But there was no time for Wang Jia to linger in despair, as the sound of the willow branch slicing through the air was imminent. Wang Jia's brows knitted sharply, and she swiftly formed a barrier in her hands. Wait, what about her water-based abilities? Feeling the utter lack of response from her powers, she could not evade in time and endured a whip across her back. A searing pain shot through her, causing her body to crumble to the ground. It hurt. Damn it. This wretched, thick-skinned creature. How could she be so weak after just a few lashes? The woman with a large mole on her nose raised her fingers, painted with cheap red nail polish, and grasped Wang Jia as chin, forcibly lifting her face to indicate she should look aside. Wang Jia's consciousness, already dulled by pain, sharpened as she caught sight of something in the dim corner. Cages, stacked high, densely filling an entire wall. Wang Jia recalled passing a dog meat restaurant back in her hometown, where curiosity led her to the kitchen as she heard the pitiful whimpering of dogs. The kitchen, aside from a corner filled with 3 sets of cooking utensils, was filled with cages of varying heights, housing all manner of dogs, stray and pet alike, many bearing scars from iron chains. Upon seeing her, their eyes reflected deep fear and despair, yet some, with fewer scars and cleaner fur, wagged their tails, rolling over to expose their bellies, as if to convey that they meant no harm. Wang Jia had thought she had long forgotten those helpless, fearful gazes, but now she found herself confronted by that very look again. This time, however, it was not stray dogs that bore such eyes, but rather children. The cramped cages, barely large enough for a medium-sized dog to stand upright, were now crammed full of children. Chapter 24. A dark corner crack. Wang Jia was nearly knocked unconscious by the willow branch. Half conscious, she mused bitterly. Human trafficking? Human experimentation? Surely, it couldn't be for consumption, could it? A wave of nausea washed over her as her stomach twisted, and she quickly dismissed the thought. As she lay flat on the ground, being yanked up by her hair from behind, she caught a glimpse of someone who resembled Lu Jia beside her. It bore a striking resemblance, but she would have to confirm after enduring this onslaught of willow branches. Thankfully, the woman did not seem intent on outright killing them. Examining her freshly manicured nails, the woman gazed with satisfaction at the fearful expressions of the children in the cages, raising her hand to signal the man behind Wang Jia to cease. I tell you, I've spent a fortune raising you lot, and it's not for you to eat my food for free. Do you see that? If the next person who pays me offers less than the last, this will be your fate. The woman stomped her foot onto the back of the boy beside Wang Jia, revealing the fresh, bloody wounds beneath his tattered clothing. The boy cried out, only to elicit more vicious pressure from the woman's heel, which sank into his shoulder blade. Her excessively dark pupils, illuminated by the dim light, fixated on the children before her, her voice sharp and venomous. And don't even think about calling for help or alerting the police. If they could help you, they would have arrived by now. You're nothing but inferior citizens, sold here by parents who despise you. You expect others to assist you? Huh. You are the refuse that should not exist in this society. Trash. I give you a meal, and you should be grateful to me. Nonsense. To hell with you, you worthless scum. Wang Jia clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with fury. The boy beside her continued to cry out intermittently, but the woman showed no inclination to cease her tirade. She called upon her water abilities once more, but like before, there was no response. Damn it! Was she to remain this way in this contaminated zone forever? Wang Jia despaired, surrendering her struggle. Turning her head slightly, she caught a glimpse of a beam of white light spilling through the gap at the top of the iron door. Moonlight? No, wait. Wang Jia widened her eyes. It wasn't Team Moonlight, it was... Seemingly sensing Wang Jia's gaze, the white light flickered, slowly retreating, revealing a gray-white face, dark pupils, and rosy cheeks. It was a paper figure. A chill ran down Wang Jia's spine, her back prickling with goosebumps. She fixed her gaze on that face, desperate to turn away. But her neck felt as if it were nailed in place. She couldn't even blink. In her daze, she seemed to see the flat paper figure slip through the gap of the window, drifting gracefully into the room. Its gray-white body inching closer until it pressed against her face, the damp paper suffocating her mouth and nose, rendering her nearly breathless. Wang Jia gasped, yearning for air, craving rescue, but Crack Lu Jia, with a composed expression, looked down at the person who had unknowingly gripped her throat. Her lips pressed tightly together as she delivered a heavy slap across Wang Jia's face. "Are you awake now?" The gray-white paper figure swiftly withdrew, leaving Wang Jia dazed. Raising her hand to see crimson-black blood flowing from her pinky, the nail having been turned completely backward from the earlier grip. The pain was belated. Yet Wang Jia felt a sense of calmness within her heart. Thank goodness she was still alive. Truly, how wondrous. Long before Wang Jia became aware of herself, Lu Jia had already taken notice of her. Lu Jia initially intended to wait until the enigmatic woman left the room to engage in a thorough exchange of information. However, to her astonishment, Wang Jia seemed to be suddenly entranced, gripping her own neck with an unwavering intensity. Despite Lu Jia's forceful attempts to pry her hand away, Wang Jia remained immovable, while those surrounding them exhibited no reaction, as if this were entirely expected behavior. In a moment of hesitation, Lu Jia felt her hand resting on Wang Jia's shoulder suddenly grasped. The recollection of the recent incident sent a shiver down Wang Jia's spine. Yet Lu Jia, being a reborn individual and somewhat of a specialist, did not linger in uncertainty. She disclosed the matter of the paper figures to her. "That's roughly the situation. What about you? When did you all arrive here?" Wang Jia harbored a flicker of hope that Lu Jia's information would vastly surpass her own. If not significantly more, then surely their knowledge of weapons and abilities should exceed her understanding. Yet, Lu Jia awkwardly shook her head, extinguishing Wang Jia's final glimmer of hope. "I have been here, enduring the lashes, since I became conscious. By the way, wasn't Shen Ya with you?" "Shen, a student?" Wang Jia's head drooped in exhaustion. Ever since she had noticed Lu Jia, she had been searching for Shen Ya among the cluster of children, but to no avail. Lu Jia furrowed her brows, about to speak when the door, which had been ajar since that woman left, was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Chun Su appeared, his face ashen, and upon seeing Lu Jia and Wang Jia, his eyes lit up. "Come quickly. We have gathered our people." "Gathered?" Lu Jia was taken aback as she helped Wang Jia to her feet. The two limped toward Chen Su, and, in the distance, they spotted dozens of small children rushing towards them in unison. "Have we gathered everyone? Have we?" Glancing at the surveillance cameras stationed every meter along the corridor. "Chen Su, don't shout so loudly. You might attract unwanted attention." All right. But we haven't gathered everyone." Sue leaned into the room, peering inside. Upon seeing the group of children staring up at her, she recoiled in fear. "Where's Miss Shun?" "Nurse Wang. Is Miss Shun not here either?" "No, she's not. How did you all come together?" Wang Jia gazed enviously at the group, noting how they seemed far better off than she and Lu Jia. "Why are only Lu Jia and I suffering like this? We woke up to a beating?" In truth, Li Yuesheng and her companions had also endured a rough awakening. Resting her chin on her hand, she recalled how they had found a room with fewer children. "When I woke up, I ran into Chun Su and the others. We were all tied up in the same room, and before we could even speak to one another, a group of people clad in thick blue protective suits strapped us to the operating table and injected us with dozens of syringes." "That's right." Chen Su grimaced at the memory of those needles. "You have no idea how brutal they were. 31 injections. They ran out of room on my arm and had to pull down my pants to give me an injection in my backside. I haven't had a backside injection since I was 15. Amidst their lamentations, a child who appeared significantly younger than the rest stepped forward. She first looked at Wang Jia and the others, introducing herself. "Hello, Qin Yan. I want to confirm, is Shen Ya the only one missing from your side?" "Only Shen Ya?" Su Wei glanced around, counting on her fingers, suddenly exclaiming, "No, that is not right. Nurse Wang, isn't the little boy Lu Qingyan also missing?" "Oh, and there's a dog Xiaobai. It's missing too. What should we do? Should we go look for them?" Li Yuesheng, surrounded by others, cautiously avoided the cameras and the gazes of children watching from afar. Hey, you two, I have some anti-inflammatory medicine, but I can only take out one box. Now, I need you to wipe some dust from the ground and trade it with me. Wang Jia stared in disbelief. You can use abilities? Li Yuxian was puzzled by her reaction, blinking in confusion as a box of anti-inflammatory medicine appeared in her palm. Yes, but for some reason, my abilities are currently limited. I can only retrieve small items, and using them is quite exhausting. Exhausting? Could it be that her abilities hadn't vanished, but merely weakened due to her smaller size? Qin Yin narrowed her eyes, noting that when the mention of medicine arose, the children who had been lying on the floor suddenly sat up. An expression of indescribable eagerness appeared on their youthful, expressionless faces. Regardless of what this medicine was, Qin Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Jia and took the lead. Her face composed as she exited the room, followed by Lu Jia and Chen Su, forming a line of small figures. They hurried along the corridor, which felt akin to a prison, devoid of any clocks, yet 5 minutes vanished in an instant, and they dared not linger. As the last to enter the room, Lu Jia felt a chill run down her spine upon seeing the interior. There were no beds, only a small blanket that barely qualified as a covering, and the cramped space appeared to be filled with dozens of children. Even after preparing herself upon seeing the list outside the door, the stark reality of the room overwhelmed her, stirring a wave of nausea. Under the gaze of the children who sat up to look at her, Lu Jia carefully stepped over those on the floor, making her way to the center of the room. Whether by design or mere cruelty, the arrangement of the children was such that they surrounded her like the petals of a flower, with Lu Jia at the core. No matter which way she turned, she was met with pairs of eyes fixed upon her under the dim light. Her back injury prevented her from lying down and gazing at the ceiling. After a sleepless night, Lu Jia lay with her head turned, eyes tightly shut, regretting not seizing the opportunity to ask Li Yuxian for a weapon when she left. At the sound of the piercing bell, she sat up abruptly. To her astonishment, the children moved with a speed that seemed to surpass even her military training. In unison, they sat up straight, smoothed their blankets, and Lu Jia, feeling her scalp tingle, could only mimic their actions. Once the blankets were piled in one corner, the children arranged themselves in 3 rows, with Lu Jia standing in the center of the second row. Although she was uncertain of what was to come, the growing tremors of the children beside her heightened her anxiety. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. The same woman from the previous night entered, clad in a floral dress, her hair meticulously styled. She surveyed the children with satisfaction, observing their pale faces upon seeing her. Good, no one overslept today. Xiao Wu, come here. You all will take this batch to South Street, Changjiu Food Street. Oh, and this batch you'll take them to. In the midst of her unabashed discussion, a dreadful realization dawned upon Lu Jia, even though she was aware of the grim implications. Witnessing it unfold before her eyes left her in shock. Wait, you were the one who hit me yesterday. The woman halted Lu Jia's forward movement with a dismissive gesture, casting her a disdainful glance. You're not going today. The smell of blood is too strong. Shout 11. Take her to Building 11 for cleaning. All right, sister. I'll prepare this new batch and take her with me. Xiao 11's voice was youthful and indifferent as he glanced at Lu Jia, who was being led away. In the corridor, a group of naked, attractive children stood impassively, allowing Xiao 11 to fasten iron chains around their necks. Sister, this batch of goods is truly subpar. I searched for quite a while only to find this group of substandard items. 9 years old. Oh, you mean that child? She still hasn't. At 9 years old, she hasn't? Don't you have that particular medicine over there? Haven't you given it to her? Xiao Shi grasped the iron chain and stood up, swaying his waist, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by using it? Haven't you seen those eyes? TSK, they are indeed something else. I have never encountered such beautiful eyes in my life. Hey, come here. Let me whisper to you. She is worth quite a sum now. Xiao Shi held up his finger, showing a 9. 90? No, that's too low. Wait, could it be 9 million? My heavens, is she really that valuable? The rest of what Lu Jia heard became inaudible. Or rather, the moment she heard about those beautiful eyes, her body had already gone numb. Even though they hadn't uttered her name, she instinctively felt that they were talking about Shen Ya. Chapter 25. Cleaning up like Lu Jia. Wang Jia was also singled out for cleaning due to the wounds and the stench of blood from the previous day. When this group of children led her to the restroom, Wang Jia was puzzled as to why they were pulling out crumpled newspapers from their pockets to stuff into their noses. How foul could the restroom be? And why use rotten newspapers? The nasal cavity is so delicate. Wouldn't it hurt? But now she understood, compared to losing her sense of smell. A little discomfort in her nose was trivial. The children were quite young, many appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, and she had no idea when they had arrived or how long they had been there. Most looked dazed, and their hygiene habits were poor. Each time Wang Jia stepped into the restroom, she had to mentally prepare herself. She had considered chatting with them to form a bond, yet despite her best efforts, those children preferred to blink their large eyes at her rather than utter a single word. As she cleaned the unknown yellow substance stuck to the floor, holding the mop, Wang Jia approached a faucet that was significantly lower than the nearby sink. Water flowed over the mop as she disdainfully pulled out 2 strips of ragged fabric from her nostrils, remnants from the clothes she had torn apart the previous day. After a moment's hesitation between washing them or discarding them, she finally tossed them into the basin, allowing them to be washed away. Her back felt numb, and she anticipated more cleaning duties the following day, letting the water wash over the mop and enduring the burning pain in her back. Wang Jia splashed some water on her face. The coldness provided a fleeting relief. Raising her eyes, she gazed at the reflection of a pale-faced child in the mirror. At first glance, she resembled her own self from 8 or 9 years ago, though her skin was excessively pale. Leaning closer to the mirror, avoiding the children passing by, she lifted her shirt. As the fabric rose, it inevitably tugged at her wounds. Wang Jia exhaled softly, noticing some deep red whip marks, likely from her attempts to evade punishment the previous day, with most bruises concentrated on her abdomen. She glanced at them and quickly looked away. After a sleepless night, she hadn't been idle. Through her attempts to communicate with her internal powers, she discovered that she could still use her abilities, but their effectiveness had markedly diminished. In the past, wounds like hers would heal within half an hour, but now, after an entire night, she had only managed to stop the bleeding. Her shirt now fully lifted to her chest, she regarded her heart with a serious expression, momentarily disregarding whether the nearby children could see her. Raising her shirt high, she gently touched the soft flesh at the edge of her heart. Just a thin layer, a mere touch caused it to sink. The pink flesh revealed the deep red veins beneath. Yet, Wang Jia's gaze was not on the veins but rather on the small, fist-sized heart that pulsated rhythmically in the mirror. The congenital absence and inadequacies of her limbs marked her as a second-class citizen. Wang Jia was not ignorant of this reality. Indeed, after meeting Shen Ya, she had researched extensively online, understanding that in this era, many children classified as second- or third-class citizens were abandoned for various reasons. She was aware that there existed inhumane organizations and gangs that preyed upon these children, for no police officer would waste time on children who might not survive long. Even a decade ago, when the Eucian incident broke, it was a mere coincidence that those children stumbled upon a national inspection team, which brought their plight to light, allowing the surviving children, like Shen Ya, to reintegrate into society. However, knowing this was one thing, and witnessing such occurrences firsthand was another, causing her stomach to churn and her heart to race. Silently lowering her shirt, Wang Jia wiped the droplets from her face. She was beginning to grasp the situation in this contaminated zone, while it diverged significantly from her understanding, if history were to repeat itself. This group had to locate that inspection team. To find them, they must seek Shen Ya. When the incident first emerged, it garnered substantial societal attention. For reasons of protection and humanitarianism, all information was strictly sealed, apart from those who had witnessed the events firsthand. Despite her best efforts, Wang Jia had only uncovered 2 bits of information. Holding the damn mop, she stepped on it with her shoe to remove excess water, never contemplating the idea of destroying this place. While it could free her from the contaminated area, being stripped of her powers and turned into a child rendered that path impossible. Having cleaned the restroom thoroughly, she shouldered the mop, following a group of small children led by a slightly taller boy as they hurried to the next floor. Wang Jia trailed behind, cautiously glancing at the children ahead and the numerous surveillance cameras cluttering the corridor. Should she attempt to relay information to Li Yuesheng and the others now, or wait until nightfall? Wang Jia hesitated. Lu Jia had previously considered the possibility of losing contact in the contaminated zone, prompting them to bring along an auxiliary ability user capable of exchanging information through blood, but to send a message, she needed to find a secure location. As she hesitated, the distance between her and the children ahead grew increasingly vast. Confident in their security system, the building now seemed devoid of anyone except the children assigned to cleaning duties, just like her. Just as Wang Jia resolved to take a risk and slip into a room to send out a message, a pair of hands silently pressed against her back. The cold palms grazed her wounds, startling Wang Jia. She whirled around, instinctively recalling the paper figure from the previous day. Fortunately, the figure behind her, though equally pale and faintly tinged with the scent of blood, was discernibly human, albeit with bangs obscuring their brow and eyes, making their features unclear. But where had this child appeared from? The footsteps echoed incessantly, sending shivers down Wang Jia's spine as she gazed at the child who had reached the stairway ahead. With a hint of curiosity, she cast a glance back at the figure trailing behind her. Aside from the brief touch on her back moments ago, the child kept his head bowed, his footsteps barely audible. Had he truly been following her from the very beginning? Descending the staircase, Wang Jia noticed the absence of any floor indicators. It was impossible to discern which level she was on. All around her was an endless expanse of steel materials, devoid of any windows that connected to the outside world. As she continued downward, she pondered various opportunities to lag behind and relay information, but for some inexplicable reason, the child seemed fixated on her. Whether she delayed to use the restroom or lingered due to her wound's pain, he would always materialize unexpectedly, placing a hand upon her shoulder. During her descent, she had caught a glimpse of a blood-stained cloth that bore some message from an unknown source. But time was not on her side to examine it closely. Wang Jia's head felt heavy, perhaps from the noxious air or the throbbing pain from her wound. She decided it was better to wait until nightfall to share information with Lu Jia and the others rather than engage in a battle of wits with the child. Just as she resigned herself to this fate, a turn of events unfolded. Upon stepping onto the black carpet and catching sight of the exterior landscape, she was momentarily at a loss. Hadn't she just ascended one level? Confused, she turned her head, slowly realizing that the once solid steel wall beside her had transformed into an open corridor. The fresh air surged into her nostrils, prompting her and the others to unconsciously slow their pace. The world felt inverted, time distorted. Upon recognizing the view outside, Wang Jia instinctively halted. Beyond the corridor lay a cluster of ominous buildings, barely resembling three-dimensional forms, while the flora and fauna outside, along with the throngs of people below, appeared as if they had failed to transition from 2D to 3D. Twisting streets spiraled upward, buildings contorted and upside down. Wang Jia saw patches of darkness suddenly engulfing the street, only to be swiftly filled in again, replaced by entirely unrelated scenes. Shifting her gaze from a newly appeared Roman column, she frowned, her attention lingering on individuals with striking blonde hair and azure or chestnut eyes. These figures starkly contrasted with their surroundings. The child placed a hand on Wang Jia's shoulder, but she was too preoccupied to dwell on it. Gripping the mop tightly, she unconsciously moved closer to the hollow point, the absence of obstruction widening her field of vision. Was that an island? She gasped, her eyes widening as she beheld the distant isle. At last, the source of her lingering discomfort since her arrival here dawned upon her. She had wondered why so many foreign children with dark skin and blue eyes were present in a pollution zone of Hua'an. It seemed that this place was a mlang of various locales from around the world, rather than resembling Hua'an County. Her fingers tightened around the hollow point as she bit her lip, casting her gaze downward. For a fleeting moment, she thought she glimpsed Li Yuesheng and his group on the spiraling street, but they were quickly obscured by new surroundings. They were gone. A hand, damp with sweat, gently poked her cheek. The child bit his lip, his voice trembling. "If we don't leave now, you'll have no medicine when they come down." Medicine? Wang Jia snapped back to reality, turning her head in shock only to find that the child's bangs had been tousled by the wind, revealing his round, glistening eyes, reminiscent of a puppy that had wagged its tail at her that night. Cautiously licking his lips, the boy glanced around and then pulled down his collar, exposing a heart that mirrored Wang Jia's own. Those children are mean. They purposely don't remind you. But if you have eyes, you can see. If you disobey, they won't give you medicine. Without it, you'll be in pain. It had been a while since he had completed a full sentence. Letting go of his collar, he urged, I have to go now. If you have eyes, they can see everything you do. With that, the boy looked ahead at the crowd that was now barely visible and quickened his pace. Yet, after only a couple of steps, his previously pale face took on an even more ashen hue, the exposed heart seemingly inflicting greater agony upon him than Wang Jia could fathom. The group of children ahead, perhaps hearing their conversation, suddenly broke into a hurried sprint. Time was running out. The boy stared desperately at the fork in the path. Just then, a pair of small hands grasped his knees, pulling him into an embrace, while two fragrant mops were thrust into his hands. Wang Jia panted, feeling the discomfort radiating from her heart as she ran. But with her newfound abilities, she managed to endure. Can you lift these mops? Don't let them touch my clothes. The boy stared at her blankly for 2 seconds before comprehension dawned, his cheeks flushing crimson as he nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. I can. Good. Wang Jia sprinted forward, but unfortunately, she was still a step behind. As she dashed through the corridor, she faced a series of small doors, each leading to staircases. However, based on the boy's earlier words, it seemed these staircases did not lead to a single destination. Did you see which door those people entered? The boy shook his head in silence. Wang Jia felt a sense of helplessness. Since it seemed inevitable that she would fall behind, she contemplated whether to inquire about the medicine the boy had mentioned. She recalled that a man had also mentioned something about medicine yesterday. But before she could speak, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Chapter 26. Good Children. Good children. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible except for the increasingly audible patter of footsteps, casual and leisurely, as if this were not a pollution zone, but rather a quaint garden. This realization heightened Wang Jia's anxiety. Her brown eyes darted around, contemplating who could traverse this polluted area so nonchalantly. Aside from those monsters, she could fathom no other explanation. The sound drew nearer, and Wang Jia released the boy, hesitating to glance back. She knew he had not discerned which stairwell the children had entered, and she was unwilling to take a gamble. Given the previous encounter with the paper figures, she dreaded that a careless choice could cost her life. Yet to escape, the boy's earlier mention of medicine resurfaced in her mind. Wang Jia swallowed nervously, her tongue brushing against her lips. She had initially attributed her dizziness to the wound on her back or the foul odor of the restroom. But now it was evident that her fingertips were embedded deep in her palms, crimson blood dripping down as a sharp pain kept her alert. There was something undeniably wrong with her body. Blood, your hand is bleeding. A fleeting pang of pain could hardly counteract the suffocating sensation that surged towards her like relentless waves. In a daze, Wang Jia felt a hand tightly grasping hers, while she leaned against the wall, shaking her head to clear the overlapping shadows before her. As her vision focused, she noticed a boy awkwardly approaching her, clutching 2 mops. Unbeknownst to her, the rhythmic tapping that had filled the space was now accompanied by the dull thud of footsteps behind her. She barely had time to glance back before someone seized her arm and yanked her up. The inky shadow loomed like an unclean sketch, flat and formless. For a brief moment, Wang Jia recalled Su Wei's two-dimensional creations. Yet, while Su Wei's art bore a wooden quality, it at least resembled something more than mere paper. If yesterday's figure was akin to a paper doll, then today's was a raw outline drawn from a sheet. Wang Jia felt her consciousness wavering, as if a transparent membrane had separated her spirit from her body. Her soul screamed for her to awaken and resist, but her body, captured, succumbed to a profound weariness. Damn it, was she truly to meet her end here today? As the shadows slowly split apart, a deep crimson tongue brushed against her cheek, filling her with despair. She hung her head, her features drooping, not from surrender, but from an overwhelming urge. Her body trembled as the tongue neared, desperately suppressing her desires. Wang Jia's gaze fell upon the barely discernible red pill resting on the crimson tip, and instinctively, her mouth watered at its presence. How she longed to consume it. What was it? It smelled divine. Her brown eyes, consumed by fervor, felt a searing pain radiating from her mind. She heard a voice, ambiguous in gender, whispering close to her ear, affectionately nibbling at her earlobe, raspy and beguiling. Do you wish to eat this pill? No, I do not want to. I do not wish to eat. No. Wang Jia's conscious self screamed in defiance, but it was futile. Her trembling voice betrayed her resolve. I want to eat. The shadow quivered violently, as if mocking her, hovering above her like a specter. A black line snatched the mops from the boy's hands, declaring, "Candy is a reward for obedient children. Are you a good child?" No, I am not. Wang Jia was utterly bewildered by the situation. Before she could comprehend the creature's intentions, she heard her own voice again, wooden and lifeless. I deliberately lagged behind. I ostracized friends. I am not a good child. Bad children cannot have candy. Deliberately lag behind? Ostracize friends? No, that is not true. I didn't mean to lag behind. It was those children. Bad children. A childish voice piped up. Wang Jia's desperate outcry was abruptly silenced as her body was compelled to turn towards the second dark staircase on the left. Crouched in the shadows, the children raised their gaunt faces, their fervent eyes fixed on the monster before them, radiating affection rather than fear. She is a bad child. The girl's voice echoed once more, licking her chapped lips as she stepped forward. I was the first to slack off while cleaning the restroom. I saw it first. No, I saw it too. I just wanted to say that. Me too, I want to say it. I noticed it first. The previously quiet children, now embroiled in escalating disputes, erupted into a frenzied scuffle, resembling a pack of enraged cubs, biting and clawing at one another. Despite their injuries, they were heedless of the pain. The shadow seemed to roar with laughter, its excitement palpable as it swayed. Wang Jia observed that as the shadow moved, the children appeared invigorated, their earlier pretense giving way to raw authenticity. These children had never learned the art of combat, yet they instinctively knew where to strike. The air filled with piercing cries as blood poured from a girl's throat. The first to speak, as she was pinned down, her windpipe nearly severed, crimson pooling beneath her. I won this time, the pill is mine. The boy atop her, his face smeared with blood, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of crimson-stained teeth as he raised his arms in triumph. But in an instant, a stick coated in an unknown yellow substance struck his skull with brutal force. The girl, her vocal cords irreparably damaged, clutched her neck, staggering as she crawled up the stairs. Around her, those who had emerged victorious in the scuffle knelt, murmuring incoherently about winning, their eyes fixed on the dangling crimson tongue as if it were a prize. The pill was carelessly discarded on the ground, and the inky lines slithered into the wounds of the children. Good children, you are all good children. The shadow, satisfied, extended its tendrils, cradling the children in the most comfortable of embraces, encircling their legs and supporting their backs, gently rocking them. With her arm suspended, Wang Jia regained her clarity amidst the chaos. She gazed coldly at the dark staircase, where an abnormal darkness gradually spread. She lowered her eyes, concealing her shock and bewilderment. Why were these children uttering such nonsensical words? Was the allure of the pills truly so potent for them? Moreover, the sound of footsteps had ceased at some point. Had they left upon hearing the commotion? Or a torrent of questions flooded her mind as she caught sight of the eerily harmonious scene nearby. She had not forgotten that the monster had labeled her a bad child. If good children met such a fate, what awaited her at the bad child? She dared not contemplate it, striving to steady her racing heart, fearful that its rapid beats would draw the monster's attention. While the harmonious tableau was unsettling to behold, Wang Jia would rather witness it until her last breath than allow the creature to remember her as a mere afterthought. Yet, fate often defies expectations. A piercing pain shot through her arm as the black lines penetrated her flesh, pulsating as they formed a thin layer upon her skin. The shadow, biting its tongue, was met with the gaze of 7 small heads adorned with creeping black lines, staring intently at her. Bad children must be punished, echoed the childish voices in the endless corridor, hollow and eerie. Another black line slowly reached for Wang Jia's cheek, probing as if to enter her mouth. No. The excruciating pain in her arm nearly sent her into unconsciousness, and she stared in terror. Was it attempting to skin her alive? A loud thud echoed as the mop fell to the ground. With her gaze nearly tearing apart, Wang Jia looked at the boy, ensnared by another monstrous entity, who was on the verge of being devoured. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unable to determine who among them was more unfortunate. She did not wish to meet such a fate. The rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated ominously, a dark line piercing her mouth as blood surged into her throat. With great effort, Wang Jia managed to conjure a trickle of water from her fingertips, but before she could compress it and hurl it at the creature, the black line that had burrowed into her flesh abruptly ceased its movement. Uncontrollably, amidst the encroaching sound of footsteps, Wang Jia and her companions found their gazes forcibly fixed. As a green bamboo pole emerged from the shadows, the black line that had ensnared them relinquished its grip, shrinking and intertwining until, in a mere moment, what had appeared before her transformed into two indistinguishable shadowy figures. Clutching her severely mangled arm and suppressing her pain, Wang Jia tilted her head. Upon recognizing the figure, she instinctively uttered, "Shen Ya, Miss Shun, are you venturing out again?" The shadow's demeanor shifted entirely as it cautiously extended a hand to assist Shen Ya up the stairs. "Going for a walk?" The tone was inscrutable, the shadow casting an ambiguous glance at the group of children gradually emerging alongside Shen Ya. "Are they the only ones following you? What about 11, 15, and 19? Having said that, Shen Ya stepped forward decisively, her back betraying no hesitation, as if she were eager for the shadow to utter these words. No. There is no reluctance." The shadow's form contorted momentarily, its expression darkening slightly. Without a moment's delay, it gently obstructed Shen Ya's bamboo pole, saying, "If you wish to go outside, then go, but you all should follow her." The shadow gestured for the children who had just fallen from the sky to approach. Yet, Shen Ya pushed back slightly, raising her hand to delicately cover her nose, her brow furrowing. A strange odor. The shadow froze, and hearing Shen Ya's words, it turned to the children behind her. "Do you smell anything?" The children nodded in unison. "It stinks. It smells like a restroom." "A restroom?" The shadow paused for a moment, its gaze drifting over to the mop on the floor, suddenly realizing that this group of children had just emerged from cleaning the restroom. "The first location is just 3 minutes away." A tall boy with a sideswept fringe stepped forward, clutching a notebook with crooked handwriting that was barely legible. However, the shadow was not focused on those words. "Hurry, take it away. Don't show it to me." A black line unfurled and obscured the shadow's eyes. Not wishing to continue the argument, the shadow pointed at Wang Jia and the boy. "If you're concerned, these two have a fainter scent." The shadow could not leave the building, but they had their methods of monitoring Shen Ya. There was no time for hesitation. The black line wormed its way into Wang Jia's ears, and both she and the boy lost control of their bodies, as if they were marionettes, rising to follow closely behind Shen Ya. Good children. Wang Jia's expression was vacant as she heard the shadow instruct, "Keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape." "Watch whom?" Wang Jia stared blankly as Shen Ya tentatively tapped the ground with her bamboo pole, surrounded by the group as they descended the staircase. Can she not see? Wang Jia bit her lip, finding herself irresistibly drawn forward, until she stood beside Shen Ya. Her vision was divided. One part belonged to her, while the other was entirely under the creature's dominion. The creature's perspective was far more constricted, fixated solely on Shen Ya's every move. Initially, Wang Jia felt a sense of disorientation, but with the creature commandeering her body, she managed to maintain her balance. The group continued down the stairs until they reached a blue elevator. Juggling her thoughts, Wang Jia cast a casual glance at the elevator, indifferent to its destination. She yearned for an opportunity to probe Shen Ya further. She sensed something amiss about her. Chapter 27. The Peace Dove soars into the azure sky ding. The elevator doors creaked open. The elevator's arrival was swifter than Wang Jia had anticipated. She had yet to devise a method to test Shen Ya. Her left eye drooped while her right bulged, the whites of her eyes overtaken by the black line, as the creature vigilantly monitored Shen Ya through her body. The crowd filed out of the elevator, and Wang Jia found herself devoid of any bodily autonomy. standing beside Shen Ya as the children retrieved various, evidently aged camcorders from their backpacks. A brief glance startled her. Some of these camcorders appeared antiquated, reminiscent of relics from the previous century, while others seemed brand new, as if freshly manufactured. What secrets might lie within these time-worn camcorders? Before she could contemplate further, she felt her numbed right side involuntarily extend her hand, accepting a lace-black umbrella from the person ahead, shielding Shen Ya from above. "Let us go," she heard her own voice say. As the crowd dispersed, the absence of their bodies left Wang Jia wide-eyed. In an instant, she witnessed a bustling noodle shop transform into a small three-tiered cruise ship in a matter of seconds. Waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending sprays of water into the air, while a meticulously laid red carpet stretched from the dock to the interior of the ship, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. Stepping onto the carpet and listening to the sound of the waves, Wang Jia felt an impulsive desire to leap into the sea and truly experience its depths. If it were an illusion, she could deceive herself into believing it was mere trickery, but if it were real, no, it must be false. Wang Jia fervently rejected the latter possibility, unable to fathom the magnitude of the source of pollution if it were genuine. Pollution zones do not materialize out of thin air. They often coalesce around the nearest contamination point, merging and forming a pollution core, which serves as the source of contamination. This source could be human or material, elusive yet undeniably present. The relationship between the source and the pollution zone is symbiotic. Their strengths are inherently interconnected. Thus, the commonly suggested method of eradication involves maximizing the destruction of the pollution zone's appearance to weaken its source. For instance, the source of contamination is akin to that elusive specter, while the polluted area resembles a quaint four-story villa. Despite their awareness that this locale is, in fact, a grand estate with boundaries far exceeding their visible confines, the weakness of the contaminating force prevents them from departing the villa for other realms. This knowledge, imparted by Lu Jia, had served to enlighten them about this unfamiliar world. However, it is precisely because she is no longer entirely oblivious to it that she begins to feel a genuine sense of dread. With a soft sigh, Wang Jia compels herself to refrain from descending into pessimism. Since they are already here, retreating now would yield no escape. Fortuitously, she has found her classmate Shen. Her left eye occasionally glances at the girl beside her, whose demeanor is strikingly indifferent. Wang Jia finds herself momentarily lost in thought, perplexed by the inexplicable sense of tranquility that washes over her upon seeing Shen Ya, despite her peculiar appearance. The interior of the cruise ship is vastly more intricate than it appears from the outside. Upon entering the elevator, separated by a layer of tempered glass, she catches fleeting glimpses of dark shadows flitting past her feet, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Before she can scrutinize further, the elevator doors emit a chime and slide open once more. "Miss Shen, do not forget to mind your appearance in the forthcoming setting." The mention of the upcoming occasion leaves Wang Jia bewildered, blinking in confusion as Shen Ya responds with a vague acknowledgement. Following her out of the elevator, Wang Jia is struck by the overwhelming density of surveillance cameras lining the corridor, far more pervasive than those in the prior building. Indeed, the array of cameras here is not only extensive on the sides and overhead, but also scattered across the floor itself. Why are there cameras on the ground? To catch a glimpse of people's undergarments? She muses inwardly, feeling a surge of urgency as she observes Shen Ya stepping onto the carpet. For reasons unknown, she harbors an unsettling association with these cameras. Watching the hem of Shen Ya's skirt sway with her strides, an anxious impulse rises within Wang Jia. Yet her body remains ensnared by an unseen force, rendering her incapable of moving as she wishes. Fortunately, the angle of the surveillance cameras should not capture her. She reassures herself. However, her relief is short-lived as she witnesses one camera, previously focused on the floor, abruptly pivot upward, provoking a wave of nausea. The emerald-green bamboo staff taps against the ground, and as if sensing something amiss, Shen Ya's grip on the staff momentarily falters. In the next instant, with the sound of shattering glass, the bamboo staff accurately pierces the lens of the camera. With her ashen, eyes slightly raised. It appears as though Shen Ya can perceive the surroundings. She deftly evades traps that materialize unexpectedly, systematically shattering the lenses of the surveillance cameras beneath her feet. I have always felt that you could see. Wang Jia hears her own voice echoing in the air. Shen Ya completely disregarded her presence, as the wooden door slowly swung open the moment she approached. Yet, behind the door, there was not a single silhouette to be seen. Even upon entering the room, no one appeared. A sense of relief washed over Wang Jia as the dark line of anxiety receded from her ear, realizing that her right hand could move slightly. She had feared that she would endure this nauseating feeling of being a mere parasite for the rest of her life. Aside from her temporary inability to move, Wang Jia surveyed the room before her. The overall hue was a rich golden brown, adorned with luxurious golden-threaded carpets and gleaming golden cutlery that reflected the light. The opulent European-style furniture was sparsely arranged, complemented by a rounded floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the sea. However, these elements did not truly capture Wang Jia's attention. She slightly parted her lips in disbelief. No. Could her eyes be deceiving her? Was that ice? No. The temperature in the room felt perfectly normal. Dismissing her initial assumption, she hesitantly gazed at the exquisite set of transparent furniture positioned at the center of the room. The ethereal transparency of the table and chairs, shimmering in response to the light from outside, resembled the magic of a fairy godmother from a fairy tale, delicate and enchanting, stirring the remnants of her youthful heart that had long been battered by the demands of work. Were those diamonds? As she stood, flanked by boys on either side of the door, she contemplated the exorbitant value of such a large stone when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Shen Ya's bamboo stick being forcibly taken by a child trailing closely behind her. At that moment, Shen Ya, clad in a light and exquisite white dress, wore a serene expression devoid of any visible emotion. Yet Wang Jia felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness emanating from her. Suddenly, 3 large screens descended from the ceiling, encircling Shen Ya from 3 directions. Wang Jia, positioned near the door, found herself facing Shen Ya, and she saw 3 dark figures flickering into view on the silver-blue screen. Unlike the shadows within the building, these figures were only barely discernible below the chin, occasionally shifting yet deliberately avoiding the cameras, their exposed skin shrouded in black leather. The shadows exchanged glances, as if communicating silently in an instant. The boy who had been standing aside took out a small notebook from his pocket once more, and a line of ink, resembling printed text, appeared on its pages. With no hint of concealment, the boy approached Wang Jia, and from her vantage point, she could clearly see the contents of the notebook. The first line instructed her to take a seat. The raspy voice of the youth echoed the words aloud. Like a marionette, Shen Ya lifted her foot and stepped toward the transparent table and chairs, yet without the green bamboo stick. She struggled to navigate the instructions given by the child beside her, finally managing to sit down at the dining table after a considerable effort. The second instruction was to find a spoon among the cutlery before her. The suddenly materialized silver utensils gleamed coldly against the transparent furniture, and Shen Ya's fingers moved methodically along the array before her. At last, she grasped a rounded object. Wang Jia felt a mix of relief and apprehension as she observed Shen Ya's fingers avoid the dangerously sharp knife. The third step was to scoop a spoonful of milk. In the fourth step, she brought the milk to her lips. In the fifth step, she wielded the dinner knife to carve the steak before her. The sixth step. The seventh step. Initially, Wang Jia was oblivious to the purpose behind the myriad commands. Yet, with each instance that the pure white hem of Shen Ya's garment became soiled, the intensified gasps emanating from the large screen beside her gradually unveiled the sordid truth. The frail bodies of the young girls, still in their budding phase, resembled blank canvases. Whatever hue of ink splashed upon them would dictate the beauty they presented to their onlookers. In a daze, Wang Jia found herself entranced. Her mind muddled as the scenes replayed repeatedly throughout their journey. Skyscrapers, estates, islands, deep mountains. The settings transformed continuously, and the figures appearing on the screen shifted as well. Shen Ya's once ethereal white attire lost its allure under the deliberate manipulation of others, resembling nothing more than a tattered rag draped over her. A profound sense of nausea surged from the depths of her being, and, at the final destination, when the dark lines withdrew from her figure, Wang Jia could no longer endure. She stepped out from the shadows behind her, propping herself against the utility poles lining the road, and retched violently. However, having eaten nothing since the morning, even as her stomach churned from the revulsion, she expelled only a transparent, acidic fluid. "Are you all right?" A cool hand rested on Wang Jia's shoulder. Through tear-filled eyes, she turned to see Shen Ya's expression, unchanged since the beginning. "Shen Ya." Wang Jia was unsure how she uttered the name, her mouth opening to speak, but before she could form words, a black car barreled towards them, showing no signs of slowing down. "Watch out." She lunged protectively, cradling Shen Ya in her arms. As she turned her head warily, the black vehicle collided with a utility pole, coming to a halt. Wang Jia was jostled out of the crowd, wiping the moisture from her mouth. Still reeling from the series of shocks, her gaze fell upon the trunk of the black car, which suddenly swung open. A powerful stench of blood assaulted her senses. A group of naked, battered children crawled out one by one from the trunk. The sight of their bruised bodies sent a tremor through Wang Jia's heart. But before she could react, the children turned in unison to face her. Drip, 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 their hollow abdomens, with edges marred by blunt force, dripped blood onto their sagging bellies. In eerie synchronization, they stepped forward through the crowd and the buildings, like specters disconnected from the world, advancing towards an uncharted area of the map. They leaped into a dark abyss. In an instant, the scenery changed, and all the children congregated in a grand cathedral, where 15 doves of peace symbolically fluttered from the center. The sky was a vibrant blue, with white clouds gracefully unfurling. Chapter 28. The White Dove Within the Cathedral. The golden bell tolled slowly as the doves departed, yet the sound, meant to convey solemnity and sanctity, sent chills down the spine. Among the crowd, Wang Jia observed that no matter where she looked, children stood with hands clasped in prayer, eyes tightly shut. Some were smeared with blood, others bore 4 drips, and many were. Wang Jia could hardly bear to gaze upon the mangled forms of these children. Human experimentation? Human trafficking? Brainwashing? No, she thought, clutching her head as the crowd closed in, nearly suffocating her. Ignoring the possibility of being noticed, she pressed her hand to her chest and staggered towards the exit of the church. In a throng that should have been impassable, Wang Jia noticed that as she moved past some children, she felt no tangible contact. This realization heightened her anxiety. She glanced frantically at the increasingly near exit, relief washing over her. But before she could fully relax, a cold hand suddenly gripped her wrist. Wang Jia turned. She saw the boy, previously possessed by shadows, gazing dreamily at the swaying golden bell atop the cathedral. "What do you want?" Wang Jia attempted to wrench her hand free, but his grip was vice-like, unfazed by her struggles, whether she clawed or bit. "It's wonderful, isn't it?" "Huh?" Wang Jia questioned, bewildered as she raised her gaze to him. "What could possibly be wonderful? Are you unwell?" She added sarcastically. Unperturbed by her words, the boy tilted his head, dreamily pointing at the doves still circling above the church. "Look, they're finally unbound, both in body and soul, pure and immaculate." A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, Wang Jia perceived a struggle within him. Yet, that final glimmer of defiance swiftly succumbed to an overwhelming obsession with the spectacle before them. We are all forsaken children in this world. No parent would love a flawed child, so we must rely solely on ourselves. The boy's grip tightened around Wang Jia's hand, nearly dragging her into the throng of children gathering around the solemn priest. The priest, clad in white robes, exuded gravity. After the children had prayed, they approached him. As he squatted to greet them, a flicker of surprise crossed his face upon seeing the boy tugging Wang Jia along. "What is this?" "We wish to join." The boy with the side-swept bangs abruptly covered the boy's mouth with his hand, pinning him under his arm, attempting to pull him away. "Forgive me, father. This boy is not in his right mind. Miss Shun's itinerary has concluded for today. She may be a bit unwell, and will be delayed for evening prayers. Miss Shun's itinerary has concluded. The priest's interest shifted from the fragile child, his eyes twinkling with amusement. If she's unwell, I can visit the chapel at Building 11. No need. I shall arrive promptly at 8:30. That will be splendid. The crowd parted, and though Wang Jia was forced to bow her head, she could still sense the predatory gazes hungrily fixed upon her. A thin layer of sweat formed on her brow. Damn it! What did that wretched boy intend to do with her? The group emerged from the church, weaving past the hotel restaurant and flower gardens, the scenery constantly shifting. Yet, they seemed to have a destination, and after several twists and turns, Wang Jia lost track of how many circles they had made before the one gripping her collar finally released her. Coughing as she rubbed her neck where it had been constricted, Wang Jia was taken aback. She had anticipated they would find a dim alley or a secluded pavilion, but instead they settled in the heart of the bustling crowd, beside a red mailbox at the intersection. Bamboo poles were propped against the wall as Shen Ya tilted her head back, eyes closed, amidst the blaring horns and bustling passers-by, oblivious to the presence of the children around her. Even if they engage in a fierce brawl, even with the traffic police standing nearby, Shen Ya raised a hand to shield her eyes. It was not that she could not see anything. Rather, everything was shrouded in a thick veil of crimson fabric, rendering her unable to discern the identity of the figure approaching her. However, through the silhouette, she glanced sideways and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Observing the way the individual continued to clutch at their neck, it was evident that they were an unwitting victim ensnared in this unfortunate incident. How pitiable! Yet, what concern was it of hers? After a prolonged silence from the person, Shen Ya apathetically turned her head away. Countless souls perished around her every day, every moment. She had long since grown indifferent to such occurrences. "Are you done?" "Yes," releasing the grip on the boy's collar. Her gaze turned cold as she regarded the individual sprawled on the ground, their hair obscuring their brow. "If you wish to perish, then by all means, do so. But let me make myself clear. Yijio, you must keep the knowledge you possess buried deep within you. Should I discover that you intend to betray us with such information, I shall become a vengeful spirit and pluck out your eyes." "I am not. I did not." Yijio curled into himself, embracing his own form. At merely 11 years of age, he too wished for freedom, yet it felt as though it was slipping away. Wang Jia was utterly bewildered. Observing the group intent on abandoning Yijio, she hesitated. Although the earlier incident had left her heart racing, it was clear that Yijio had acted out of genuine concern. Moreover, he was merely a child. She stepped forward, intending to assist him. Suddenly, a frail figure, drenched in blood and barely discernible as alive or dead, launched from the wall, crashing to the ground. After rolling twice, the body landed squarely on Shen Ya's outstretched foot. Startled by this unforeseen event, Wang Jia gasped, her eyes darting to the disheveled hair of the fallen person. And after a moment of scrutiny, she confirmed she did not recognize them at all. Where did this child come from? Xiaoyu crouched on his knees, gently nudging the person aside with his foot, as if muttering casually. After uttering this, he returned to stand protectively beside Shen Ya. "Let us go. This is just an unfortunate stranger." "Wait." Shen Ya raised her hand to halt, her gaze intently fixed upon the indistinct figure on the ground. Amidst the crimson-hued world, a striking shade of clear blue suddenly emerged, captivating her attention entirely. She set down her bamboo pole, crouching slightly, her fingers gently brushing against the boy's cheek as she deftly tugged at his shirt, revealing a pendant woven from a red cord around his neck. As if fearing its loss, the red cord was intricately crafted, employing a triple-strand design. Her fingers caressed it tenderly, in stark contrast to the exquisite weaving of the cord. The pendant suspended at its center was not the smooth jade or gemstone one might expect. Instead, it was rough and uneven, scarcely larger than the pad of a child's pinky finger. "Do you like this?" Little Fish queried, gazing curiously at the dull object clutched in Shen Ya's hand. "Isn't it just a stone? Does it really feel that good? Why touch it for so long?" "Well," she replied, "if you like it, then you may keep it. After all, this person is unlikely to survive much longer." Shen Ya gazed at the delicate azure hue at her fingertips. True to her nature, she should have abandoned this person here, allowing the day to unfold peacefully as though nothing had transpired. However, to bring this individual along. Huh? What did you say? Little Fish stared in astonishment, his mouth agape as he regarded the girl before him, who appeared oblivious to her own words. With a wry smile, he remarked, "What is this? Has your benevolence, which has lain dormant for 8 centuries, suddenly reawakened? Or is it that this child is not merely a passerby, but rather a sworn enemy you loathe to the core, compelling you to drag him from the jaws of one peril only to plunge him into another?" Shen Ya cast a casual glance at him, saying, "You may consider it a sudden moral awakening on my part, wishing to become a good person." Knowing that once this lady made a decision, she would not easily change her mind, she exchanged a glance with those beside her, signaling them to take the person away. After all, they had already persuaded their little brothers as much as they could. If she willingly chose to impose another shackle upon herself, so be it. Wang Jia pulled the person onto her shoulder and limped a few steps, trailing behind them. The scenery shifted. The ominous buildings soon loomed before them, but this time, there were noticeably more people waiting by the elevator than there had been when they left. Wang Jia surveyed the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces among those jostling at the entrance, people she had glimpsed hurriedly during that fateful night. She also spotted Li Yuesheng and Su Wei, who were huddled together. Despite their grim expressions, they appeared relatively unharmed. However, many familiar faces were conspicuously absent this time. Wang Jia closed her eyes. Although she had anticipated such occurrences, the actual event invoked a visceral fear of becoming the next victim, testing her psychological endurance. Especially now, with their anchor of stability in such disarray. With a resigned glance at Shen Ya, she noticed that as Shen Ya appeared, Li Yuesheng and the others also caught sight of her. In their excitement, they instinctively wanted to greet her, but past experiences held them back. They glanced around with trepidation before ultimately deciding against it, at least reassured that Shen Ya was present. The elevator arrived, and Shen Ya calmly bore the weight of the gazes upon her as she approached the solitary red elevator. Xiao Yu grasped her wrist, placing her palm against the nearby identification scanner. As the successful scan chimed, the elevator doors opened. A little girl clad in red fur, with golden hair and blue eyes, stepped gracefully out. She wore glossy red high-heeled shoes, followed by a group of equally youthful children, each dressed differently, yet exuding a similar innocence, who respectfully made way for Shen Ya as they exited one by one. Among them were both boys and girls, each possessing distinct features, yet all remarkably refined, as if blessed by the heavens. In that moment, their imperfections transformed into a unique charm. They resembled exquisitely wrapped gifts, poised to be dispatched globally from this polluted zone. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Wang Jia realized she had yet to follow, but even if she did, the likelihood of being forcefully ejected was 80%. She carelessly tossed the half-unconscious individual into a corner, ensuring they still had breath, while the 3 of them huddled closely to murmur amongst themselves. After recounting their experiences, Wang Jia turned to Su Wei, inquiring, "What about you? Were you outside today as well?" "We were outside in the afternoon, but not in the morning," Li Yuesheng replied with a wry smile as she rested her chin on her hand, revealing the needle marks on her arm. "We were taken early this morning to try various potions and had several vials of blood drawn. At noon, we were fed some pig liver to replenish our blood, with everyone required to meet a minimum intake." "Exactly." Su Wei nodded vigorously. "Oh, and I should mention that my blood draw was conducted in Zone C, where 4 individuals suddenly went berserk after receiving injections today." "Berserk? Injected? Berserk?" A vague thought flickered through Wang Jia's mind, but it dissipated far too quickly for her to ponder. "Stop talking." "Huh? What did you say?" Wang Jia's voice was hoarse as she placed her hand on Su Wei's. "Just stop." Chapter 29. Departure. Building 11. Her body stiffened. A bullet pierced her chest. Yet she remained alive, her strength surging. Wang Jia bit her lip, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. However, no one understood better than she the agony of infection and the insatiable thirst for human blood. But how could this be? Even now, few outside were aware of the infected. If this polluted zone was a product of a malevolent event from a decade ago, shouldn't the experiments and incidents also date back to then? Was the emergence of the infected not merely a coincidence? Had research on this virus begun 10 years prior? Yet, it contradicted what Officer Liu had clearly conveyed, that these infected monstrosities and the polluted zone were the result of an extraterrestrial game. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos as she repeatedly posed questions to herself, only to counter them again. What is wrong with her? Su Wei cautiously leaned closer to Li Yuesheng, whispering. Li Yuesheng shook her head, equally perplexed. She exchanged a knowing glance with Su Wei, silently placing a palm-sized acrylic pendant into her hand. The blue figure bore a somber expression, yet possessed a unique ability that would likely go unnoticed. You have 1.5 minutes left. Su Wei shook the acrylic, indicating the countdown timer displayed on it. That should suffice. Li Yuesheng carefully retrieved a small vial of blood from her belongings, accepting the cloth strip Su Wei offered, and gently poured the blood onto it. The white, square fabric quickly expanded, transforming from the size of a palm to that of an A4 sheet. Dense red text emerged, yet much of it had blurred, as if washed away by water. This is bad, Li Yuesheng said seriously. She recognized the smudged writing as a sign of an ability user in danger, on the verge of losing consciousness. The absence of visible wounds on the fabric indicated that her physical state was intact, leaving only the mental realm in peril. Building 7, 11th floor, monster sighting. Route secure. Pingjin cafeteria, gunfight. Police, drug sampling, 6th building restroom. Unfortunate. Help. 11th building. Kume. Lu Jia, monster paper figure. Be careful of the children. Su Wei barely managed to catch the last words. As Li Yuesheng hastily scribbled, "Where are you?" before it quickly faded. There is no time. Many of the messages are fragmented, mostly warning us to be cautious of monsters and mentioning drug sampling. This message seems specifically directed at the professionals on Lu's team, Su Wei remarked, her expression grim. But the last note warns us to watch out for the children, emphasizing it with 2 exclamation points. Be cautious of the children? Li Yuesheng momentarily froze. They acknowledged that the children were victims too, but in the 10 years since, whether the children in the polluted zone were still the same as those from before was debatable. Their primary objective now was to prevent the further spread of pollution. Rest assured, with your abilities coupled with my resources, we will certainly avoid encountering those children, Li Yuesheng said with a smile, placing her hand on Su Wei's shoulder. Just then, she noticed Wang Jia approaching, her expression serious but seemingly returning to normal. What was that all about earlier? You were mumbling, and when I spoke to you, you didn't seem to listen. Li Yuesheng's smile abruptly vanished. Where's Lu Jia? Su Wei was left momentarily dazed by Wang Jia's actions, blinking her eyes in astonishment. She mentioned she is at Building 11. Building 11. I seem to recall that when I encountered that priest, he had said something about a small church in Building 11. Is Shen Ya there as well? If you plan to go to Building 11, perhaps I could guide you. With a trembling voice, Yi Jiu propped himself up, leaning against the wall, traces of dried tears still visible on his face. Li Yuesheng squinted. When did you wake up? How much of what we just said did you hear? You need not be overly cautious around me, Yi Jiu said with a bitter smile. Everyone who comes to this place has their own secrets. I won't involve myself with you, and you need not pry into my affairs. Just know that I can lead you to Building 11. What do you want us to do? Wang Jia scrutinized him with an assessing gaze. An ambiguous whisper floated among them, and Wang Jia exchanged glances with the others, casually ushering him out of the room. They were not free psychologists. Following Yi Jiu's directions, they once again arrived at the complex junction of the staircase. Coughing, he instructed, from here, you go all the way down and you will see a golden elevator door. Enter through that door and you will reach Building 11. However, you must be discreet. You certainly cannot take the elevator. I must clarify that I have never been to Building 11. I have only heard others mention it. Inside, compared to here, is an entirely different world, Yi Jiu cautioned. We are aware. In that case, Yi Jiu didn't insist that they heed his words. Following the staircase down, you can reach Building 11 without entering the stairwell, but there will be more guards along that path. With that, Yi Jiu waved his hand and hurriedly turned toward another staircase. Watching his retreating figure, the 3 exchanged glances. 2 provided cover while 1 rummaged for something. It was obvious that the guards would be more numerous on this route. They would be foolish to confront those men head-on. The empty stairwell echoed only with her footsteps. Caught in the middle, Su Wei clenched the acrylic tightly, nervously lowering her head and avoiding any side glances. They unanimously believed that the acrylic, which had a 3-minute cooldown for its ability, should be saved for the most critical moment. Having prepared a pouch of sand as currency, Li Yuansheng shook the grains left between her fingers. Standing at the top, she could already glimpse the dim yellow glow emanating from the stairwell below. The group entered the elevator area. Before stepping inside, Wang Jia pondered whether they would indeed be able to enter, recalling that when they were on the first floor, Shen Ya had pressed her palm to the door to access Building 11. Yet, she also remembered that when they exited the elevator that morning, she and T pressed her hand. With a stroke of luck in mind, the moment she spotted the elevator door in the darkness, Wang Jia felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, there were no buttons aside from the open and close options, signaling Su Wei to be alert. The three cloaked themselves with a large coat obtained from Li Yuansheng and rushed toward the elevator. Simultaneously, a 3-minute countdown appeared on the acrylic. Su Wei, try to expand its ability to encompass the entire elevator door, Wang Jia urged, her scalp prickling at the sight of the numerous cameras overhead. If the camera captures the elevator door opening, they would surely come to investigate. The time dwindled to merely 2 minutes. 1 minute and 32 seconds. The elevator door slowly opened. 1 minute and 22 seconds. The elevator ascended. The countdown continued to diminish, and as Wang Jia faced the camera directed at them, she contemplated whether to destroy it. However, such an action would only serve to draw attention without affecting any real change. 58 seconds. The elevator continued to rise. Inside, there were no indicators of the floors or any signs. They couldn't even estimate the time. 32 seconds. The elevator was still ascending. A faint trickle of water coiled around Wang Jia's fingertips. Prepare yourselves. While they could cover the camera with their belongings at the last moment, a sudden obstruction of a camera in an empty elevator would undoubtedly attract a horde of guards, as Yi Jiao had mentioned. The three of them stood no chance of overcoming so many guards in darkness, but with the lights on, if they could hold out for 30 minutes, perhaps they might find a glimmer of hope in locating the two individuals. Understood. Only 5 seconds remained. 5, 4, 3, 2. A chilly finger pressed against Wang Jia's ear, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sheet of cold, stark white paper unfurled from behind her ear, perfectly obstructing the camera's view. Wang Jia stumbled back, her fingers frantically rubbing her ear, feeling only a few small, round balls that had formed. She ground them between her fingers. Shredded paper. What is this? Li Yuanqing shrank back in fear. Is it just paper? Wang Jia concentrated, feeling the water coalesce. No, it's a paper figure. More precisely, it was a small portion of a paper figure's face. Cautiously, they remained still, relieved that the paper figure seemed indifferent to their presence. The elevator door opened slowly after 32 seconds, and fortunately, no one awaited at the entrance. The group stealthily made their way through the dark stairwell, cautiously advancing toward the light above. As they approached the final corner, Wang Jia suddenly raised her hand, halting the person behind her who was ascending the stairs. Shoo! Wait a moment. The blackcoats concealed them well in the darkness. They heard a flurry of hurried footsteps rushing past from not far away. Peeking out, Wang Jia caught sight of a large group of individuals in black blocking the staircase. What is happening at Building 11? Wang Jia strained to see through the gaps in the crowd. Finally, the sound of footsteps echoed. It couldn't be wrong. Wang Jia's heart raced as she glimpsed a faint green bamboo pole visible through the cracks. No, wait, the angle of that bamboo pole. Even in this polluted zone, Shen Ya appeared remarkably mature and trustworthy, but that demeanor did not erase the fact that she was merely a small figure. Standing at 1 meter 30, a 1 meter 30 figure holding a bamboo pole nearly her height, the pole tilted significantly. Even if she grasped it lower down, it would not look as it did now. Taking a risk, Wang Jia crouched low, silently wrapping herself in water as she moved gradually toward the light beneath the shadow of the black-clad figures. Peering between their legs, Wang Jia tilted her head back. The sound of the bamboo striking the ground fading away. She saw an elderly man in a white protective suit tapping the ground with the bamboo pole, and behind him, A much younger man in the same attire cradled a disheveled girl dressed in a white nightgown, barefoot. As they turned the corner, the girl's head lolled uncontrollably to the side. Wang Jia's eyes widened. That was Shen Ya. Damn it. Where are they taking Shen? Clenching her fists tightly, Wang Jia felt a surge of anger within her. She struggled to suppress her rage, reminding herself that she needed to remain rational. Although their abilities had returned, they fluctuated in strength, and the primary offensive ability users were still absent from their side. The one capable of relaying information was currently unaccounted for, and they needed to locate him urgently. As Wang Jia attempted to move forward, her body froze in place. She witnessed a tremendous blaze erupting from around the corner, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The black-clad figures that had previously lined the corridor surged towards the source of the chaos. Clear the way! Clear the way! Move aside! The frantic shouts echoed in her ears as she narrowly avoided the onslaught of black-clad individuals propelled by the explosion. With agility, she scrambled upwards. Given the chaos in Building 11, now was the perfect opportunity to rescue Shen Ya. Li was in. Su Wei, let's go. Upon hearing their responses, a wave of relief washed over Wang Jia. The 30-minute cooldown period had surely diminished to around 20 minutes. They only needed to buy some time. Nursali, almost colliding with the person in front of her, Wang Jia's eyes widened in shock. Officer Qin, what are you doing here? No, that was not it. Her gaze shifted to the tall figure beside Qin Yan. Wasn't this the individual who had wielded fire in the castle? Moreover, she stared in disbelief at the person slung over his shoulder. Chapter 30. Comrades, her body tensed and expanded as if she had just grasped the situation. The black-clad figures that had been flung back moments ago had transformed into a monstrous creature measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Watch out! Qin Yan dropped to her knees, abruptly arching backward to evade the shadow lunging for her throat. It was a serpent's tail covered in black scales, and with a miss, the lizard-like creature pivoted, its face now entirely obscured by scales, devoid of any human features. The lizard man extended its tongue, a dark green appendage dripping venom. Li Yuesheng exhaled in relief. The warning had originated from her. She turned to observe the beast that had partially transformed behind her. Swallowing hard, unlike the lizard man, this creature still bore faint human characteristics, yet its half-human, half-beast form instilled a greater sense of dread, continuously drawing weapons from her spatial storage. Su Wei remained closely at her side, cradling a small bag filled with soil and leaves. They exchanged items, gradually developing a sense of cooperation. Initially, they had only retrieved bullets and handguns, most of which proved ineffective. A fine sheen of sweat formed on Li Yuesheng's brow as she anxiously scanned the battlefield. The confrontation between Qin Yan and the lizard man grew increasingly dire, while the monster behind them pressed ever closer, prompting Qin Yan to sustain multiple injuries from sneak attacks. Meanwhile, though Wang Jia had taken over Shen Ya's care, the black-clad boy had become preoccupied with using his fire abilities to clear the path ahead. For a moment, it seemed as though they were on the verge of being encircled. This won't do. We can't afford to waste any more time against these creatures. Li Yuesheng clenched her jaw, suddenly faltering as she reached into her spatial storage. Su Wei's leaves slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Hey, we don't have much left in our bags. Don't waste anything. Move that way. Li Yuesheng's voice rose in excitement. To the left. I can sense that if we go left, I can retrieve more potent weapons. Although uncertain of the efficacy of these more powerful weapons, they were surely better than exhausting themselves here. Moreover, if she could access those larger weapons, it would further indicate that their abilities would be less suppressed in that direction. Reducing the strain on Qin Yan and the others would significantly alleviate their burden. Wang Jia felt a flicker of hope. At Shen Ya's neck, a needle mark with a faint blue edge indicated it had only recently been administered. During her examination, Wang Jia found no other hidden toxins besides the state of unconsciousness. If it were merely a sedative, she believed she could manage it. As they ventured deeper into the left corridor, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. She contemplatively regarded the luminous blade in her hand. Despite her dwindling stamina, she felt an unexpected ease in her battle against the lizard man. Was there something ahead? her gaze fixated on the double European doors at the end of the corridor. Is there something within? Her fingers trembled slightly, brushing against Wang Jia's collar as she prepared to grasp it. Wang Jia turned in delight, noticing Shen Ya's left eye fluttering open. Classmate Shen has awakened, she exclaimed excitedly, but quickly lowered her voice as she saw Shen Ya's brow furrow slightly in response. Shen, no. Shen Ya, are you alright? It's me, the one who was with Yi Jiu today. Unsure of how to convey her identity, Wang Jia stumbled over her words. Yet thankfully, Shen Ya's memory seemed intact. As the dizziness subsided, Shen Ya opened her eyes, her gaze vacant yet narrowing slightly. In a faint, weak voice, she murmured, behind that grand door is my room. Go there, it's safe. Wang Jia's ears tingled slightly, and she discreetly scratched them, ensuring her tone remained gentle so as not to disturb Shen Ya. She relayed Shen Ya's words to the others. The lavishly adorned attire Shen Ya wore felt utterly out of place in the room, which was furnished with minimalist decor. Wang Jia moved a chair close to the edge of the bed, while others either grabbed chairs or settled on the floor, forming a circle around the bed. Shen Ya, what happened? How did you suddenly fall unconscious? Li Yuexing's words tumbled out. Having maintained a close relationship with Shen Ya over the past 6 months, she was accustomed to speaking so freely. Yet as the words left her lips, she regretted it. Wang Jia had previously indicated that Shen Ya seemed not to recognize them. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Shen Ya cast a glance towards the source of the sound, her mind devoid of any other thoughts. Regardless of who these individuals were, the reality remained that they had saved her. The group exchanged glances, and Wang Jia waved her hand, preparing to lead the others aside to exchange information. Earlier that morning, when she had been summoned to clean, she had clearly seen Qin Yin leave with Li Yuexing and her entourage. Yet, here she was inexplicably present. Did she possess information unknown to them? Meanwhile, the man in black, who had been crouching on the ground, suddenly stood up. With a few swift steps, he pushed Wang Jia aside and knelt beside Shen Ya, grasping her chin with a hint of impatience. Hey, Shen Ya, you haven't damaged your brain, have you? Why are you speaking so haltingly? The bamboo staff rested lightly against the man's chest as Shen Ya frowned, turning her face away uncomfortably, barely evading his fingers. Who are you? Her tone was cold, laced with wariness. The room fell into a heavy silence. No, are you trying to pull that on me again? Fine. It was understandable that you didn't remember me last time, but I told you. Have you lost your memory again? The man stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Wang Jia, exasperated, raised her hands in surrender. So I was about to ask you, did you encounter a similar situation during your last mission in the polluted area? Qin Yin propped her chin on her hand, shaking her head. I've never faced such a situation. Yin Hongyan, have you heard of anything like this? Su Wei, hiding behind Li Yuexing, exhibited a flicker of fear. So this person was named Yin Hongyan. Indeed, he was not aptly named. Still in a daze, Yin Hongyan's intensity lessened slightly at Qin Yan's call. I believe I heard that little girl Cheng mention something like this, but at the time, I lacked the patience to listen. His voice trailed off, head lowered in shame. All right, Qin Yin sighed in resignation, not placing much hope in him. Cheng must have entered through your side. By the way, I couldn't find you last night. Are you in a building like this one? Yes, but our place is quite different. Each floor is an expansive open space, dark and devoid of corridors, with only one room. Cheng, Xiaoge, Dr. Bai, and I are all gathered together. Oh, and it seems that there is a selection process for a leader in our area. When we woke up, we were surrounded by a group of older children who looked like they would easily overpower us. They were clamoring to beat us up. Are you all right? Qin Yin stepped forward, concern etched on her face. Yin Hongyan shot her a sidelong glance, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Are you all right? Oomph. You specifically added yourself to the concern, didn't you? You just want to know if that kid is fine. Rest assured, although there were more of those little brats, they were nothing but paper tigers. Cheng, Xiaoge, and I could easily take them down, while you just hid behind us, not lifting a finger. That's good to hear. Qin Yin felt relieved. She exchanged the information from her side in broad strokes. Though I'm unsure which buildings you are in, it's evident that you entered through different entrances, which usually leads to different buildings. Shen Ya's situation is somewhat unexpected. Wang Jia and the others joined in the information exchange, Yet after a fervent discussion, they ultimately surrendered. They only knew that the children in every place were suffering. Beyond that, no enlightening thoughts emerged regarding the others. There's water over there. As she listened to the fragmented discussions, Shen Ya's mind gradually cleared. Upon hearing footsteps again, she raised her finger toward the table. But that water was collected last night, if you don't mind. Last night? Yes, Shen Ya lowered her eyelids. Only at night is it absolutely safe here, and the water is too. If you pass by during the day, you must be extremely cautious. Wang Jia signaled to Li Yuesheng to fetch her a few bottles of water. It wasn't that they mistrusted Shen Ya. It was just that such conditions, limited to nighttime, inévitablement conjurent d'implaisante association. After all, who could predict under what wretched circumstances these assurances might silently vanish? For them, being cautious was the better option. Why do you say it's only safe here at night? Qin Yin received 2 bottles of water from Wang Jia, twisting open one and handing it to Shen Ya. Her curiosity piqued. Earlier that day, she had experimented. Although the guards and some hidden entities transformed into monsters, these creatures seemed visible only to them, the outsiders. Some children, even when danger loomed, appeared oblivious to the transformations of these monsters. Who exactly are you? Were we? The group exchanged looks, indeed questioning their own identities. They were supernatural beings, but voicing such an identity in this polluted area would only invite more trouble. If they sought to comprehend the circumstances of this polluted area, Wang Jia could only associate it with the so-called investigation team. Yet, they could not ascertain whether such a team would appear in the unfolding narrative. If they claimed to be police, Wang Jia recalled Shen Ya's aversion to them in the hospital. Li Yuesheng and Su Wei cautiously observed the expressions of the prominent figures nearby. They yearned to assert their roles as police officers, for in such places, the police were often more trusted. However, they understood that since they had contemplated this level of reasoning, the individuals beside them would undoubtedly arrive at the same conclusion. Their silence indicated their own considerations. Actually, we are your future friends. I don't know if you'll believe us, but when you grow up, Qin Yan's throat tightened. Her eyelids lowered, voice trembling. She knew she could conceal the truth from Shen Ya, yet she did not wish to deceive her on this matter. I am Qin Yan. I met you when you were 20. This is Yin Hongyan. He met you slightly earlier, also at 20. These 3 met you when you were 19. In the future, the world will undergo some changes, but we will become comrades with whom you can entrust your life. Qin Yin held her breath, her demeanor akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment, filled with trepidation. So that is how it is. I never expected I would live so long. I thought I was bound to perish. The last few words were barely audible, yet resonated clearly within the room. Chapter 31. Factions and rules. No one knew why a mere 9-year-old girl would express such sentiments regarding her own mortality. Though they glimpsed a fragment of the truth, it was still insufficient. Qin Yin observed the faint shadow enveloping Shen Ya's eyes, her lashes concealing the myriad thoughts flitting through her mind at that moment. Fortunately, Shen Ya merely voiced her thoughts casually, grasping her hair that hung in front of her and gently untangling the knots at the ends. So, my future friends, why have you come here? Perhaps I can assist you. Shen Ya remained calm and composed. Just a moment ago, she had escaped from danger alongside Qin Yin and the others. Yet now, as she gazed at them, her eyes conveyed a sense of familiar safety. Wang Jia and Li Yuansheng exchanged glances, and without a word, their shoulders relaxed slightly, their demeanor noticeably less tense than before. Admittedly, it might seem somewhat pitiful to say, but it must be noted that whether at the age of 19 or 9, Shen Ya appeared to possess an innate ability to instill a sense of reassurance in others since the moment of her birth. Qin Yin spoke with determination. We wish to eradicate this place. She lacked the patience to continue meandering through the main and side narratives. Her sole desire was to swiftly resolve the pollution that plagued this area, so she could finally reunite with her dear friend, from whom she had been separated for so long. If it proves too challenging, you may start by sharing specific information about this place. As soon as the words left her lips, Qin Yin felt a pang of regret and hastily amended her request, fearful that it might impose a burden on the person before her. The suffering is not excessively difficult, Shen Ya replied, her expression subtly shifting as she glanced toward the large door to her left. The grayish-white figure with flushed cheeks was unmistakably the paper figure from the previous evening. An overwhelming sense of dread caused Wang Jia to involuntarily lower her head. She bit her lip, catching only a glimpse of the white figure drifting past her. A chill ran down her spine. Hadn't they previously questioned why she insisted that the room was only safe at night? The paper figure floated by the bedside, its body contorted as if seated on the edge of the bed, its pitch-black eyes fixed unblinkingly on the individuals before it. The emptiness of that gaze sent shivers down their spines. Aside from Yen Hongyan, who fearlessly faced the situation with the worldly wisdom of Qin Yen, the other three averted their eyes. Yet Shen Ya appeared oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, affectionately extending her hand. The paper figure placed its hand, which had been resting on the edge of the bed, into her palm. "This is my friend. His name is Xiaoji. Though he may appear strange to you, he is truly a good soul, albeit with an odd disposition, particularly disdainful of the adults lurking outside. Xiaoji is quite remarkable, but he spends most of the day outside. He only comes here at night to protect me." Predict Shen Ya? Upon hearing this, Wang Jia suppressed her inner fear and curiously raised her gaze toward the paper figure. She was perplexed. They could all sense that Shen Ya was indeed the Shen Ya they knew, transformed into a child just like them, yet somehow stripped of her memories. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that her memories had not vanished, but were overshadowed by something else. Before leaving home, Shen Ya had always been with them, the few of them side by side. If there was one peculiar moment, it was when Wang Jia cast a sidelong glance at the paper figure, which could be considered an anomaly. The paper figure followed Shen Ya's pointed direction, indifferently surveying the individuals before it. The deliberately drawn smile on its face emitted a sound akin to the clicking of gears as it moved. Wang Jia immediately lowered her head, resolutely unwilling to glance at it again. Suddenly, the paper figure bowed its head, its unsettling visage drawing closer to Shen Ya's ear. Although it uttered not a word, Shen Ya felt as if she had heard something. They were certainly different from those children. "Shen Ya chuckled lightly. I haven't told you yet. They will be my friends in the future." What does the future mean? The future signifies growing up. They say I will live to see 20. The previously escalating hostility vanished the moment Shen Ya spoke those words, and the paper figure turned its head, its fingers, crafted of paper, slightly bending, one resembling a 2, the other a 0. It then raised its thumb, waving it at Qin Yan and the others. In an instant, a glimmer of moisture appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. Though it was merely 2 simple gestures, she understood that the paper figure was conveying in a manner they could comprehend. That turning 20 was indeed wonderful. Beep. Paper figure favorability level, 20. Beep. Due to favorability inclination, your faction will automatically align with the children. Beep. Main quest activated. Destroy the adults. 3 consecutive beeps caught Wang Jia off guard. She was momentarily stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. However, she quickly looked up in astonishment as a silver-blue light screen abruptly materialized before her. "What is this? It seems the game has launched," Qin Yan murmured, a bitter smile gracing her lips as the weight that had long hung over her heart finally lifted. "At least we have received the main quest." Qin Yan did not allow herself much time for melancholy. She fixed her gaze upon the paper figure, pondering thoughtfully. "I never expected that the first contaminated area we would encounter during the public beta would be the faction quest. What does the faction quest entail?" Su Wei instinctively leaned forward. As an avid gamer, she was somewhat familiar with the term faction, yet she remained skeptical about the faction mechanics within this bizarre game. The faction quest involves 2 or more factions engaging in combat. One faction must completely annihilate the creatures, ability users, and territory of the opposing faction to claim victory. Qin Yan spoke with a calm demeanor. "You all must prepare yourselves. There is no notion of a draw in the faction quests of this game. Daytime tasks should serve as their trial period." Qin Yan raised her head, contemplating that after this period, given the apparent weakness of the children's faction, she wondered how many would choose the opposing faction. Yet, that was no longer their concern. Following the prompt, the choices had likely been made. And aside from the fact that they had lost all the items they had brought from outside, they could no longer contact those individuals. Even if they could, this wretched game would undoubtedly deny them any opportunity. Nevertheless, she was not overly worried. Although each individual possessed their peculiarities, they were all bound by a strong sense of loyalty. After the events of the day, they would eagerly join the children, striving to turn this place upside down. With her thoughts somewhat settled, Shen Ya looked up. The paper figure remained unchanged. Its appearance, once drawn, would not alter again. Yet she inexplicably felt a surge of affinity towards it. This was precisely the correction of the faction selection. When encountering creatures and ability users from the adult faction, they too would experience an innate repulsion, as the game would not allow them the opportunity for a disordered faction. Oh, is that so? Shen Ya tilted her head. The paper figure pressed against her ear, remaining silent for a moment. A smile danced in her eyes as she gazed at Shen Ya and the others, surprise evident on her face. It was rare for anyone to take a liking to a little paper figure. She hadn't expected them to bond so well after just one meeting. However, it wasn't their first encounter. Li Yuansheng silently grumbled in her heart. If her memory served her right, that paper figure in the elevator was indeed this one. Did it help them because it sensed Shen Ya was in danger? But why would it assist Shen Ya? No, she needed to find Lu Jia to confirm everything. Lost in thought, Wang Jia tugged at Li Yuansheng, whispering for her to take out the cloth strip. The strip swelled upon contact with blood, the writing still somewhat blurred, yet markedly clearer than before. Had it not lost all reason? Was it asleep? They exchanged glances at the clock above Shen Ya's door. 11:27. Between rescuing and escaping, as well as spending time with the paper figure, they had unknowingly reached the hour for rest. If you don't mind, you can sleep here with me. No one will disturb you tonight. Shi Wuti insist on their staying. With rustling sounds, Shen Ya was the first to claim a spot on the sofa. Truthfully, she had intended to snuggle close to Shen Ya, having often taken advantage of her hospitality in her past life. But seeing the immobile paper figure beside Shen Ya, radiating a guardian's aura, and glancing at her own soiled clothes, she ultimately decided against it. The others, Li Yuansheng and her companions, pulled a few clean sheets from the wardrobe, laying them on the carpet before huddling together to sleep. Yin Hongyan, being the only male in the group, positioned himself by the door, resting against the wall with his eyes closed. The night passed without dreams. Exhausted from the previous day's ordeals and perhaps influenced by Shen Ya's presence, Wang Jia fell into a deep slumber, so much so that when she noticed a white figure standing beside her, she initially failed to react. Apologies, did I wake you? Shen Ya posed, turning slightly to cast an apologetic glance at Wang Jia. Wang Jia stared at her in bewilderment. No, what are you doing? She looked at the clock, the hour hand pointing to 3, momentarily doubting her own eyes. You all should get up quickly. Shen Ya lowered the bamboo pole she had been gripping tightly. In the dim room, it was uncertain whether she could navigate through the obstacles. In another 15 minutes, you should all be ready to depart. Follow me, and I will lead you to the stairs. They won't trouble you. They? Shen Ya brushed off the wrinkles from her clothes as Yin Hongyan waited for Shen Ya to approach him before gently opening the door. In the corridor outside, under the warm yellow light, the perils of yesterday seemed to vanish. A group of guards dressed in black stood in 2 rows along the sides of the corridor. As Wang Jia approached, she was taken aback to see the little fish from yesterday, bewildered, stationed at the entrance, staring at them. What are you doing here? She asked. Shen Ya surveyed the group of seemingly adolescent children, realizing they belonged to the same faction. Indeed, Shen Ya was never one to engage in battle unprepared. How had she forgotten to inquire about the factions of children yesterday amidst their discussions? The quiet corridor echoed only with the sound of Shen Ya's bamboo pole. Li Yuansheng glanced cautiously around, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she recognized a familiar figure among the black-clad guards. Fixating her gaze on him, she recalled that this individual had closely followed them the previous night. She approached Shen Ya and whispered her discovery. I see. Shen Ya's gaze remained fixed on the person at the front of the corridor. She had noticed in the moment she stepped out of the room and smirked coldly. After a lengthy confrontation yesterday, it was impossible to forget so soon. Her silence was merely a testament to her faith in Shen Ya. As they reached the elevator, Shen Ya waved her hand, offering no further words under the intense scrutiny of the black-clad figures behind her. The elevator doors slowly closed. And just as they were about to shut completely, Qin Yin and the others caught sight of two figures in white lab coats, one old and one young, appearing once more behind Shen Ya. The elevator descended, and Qin Yin's voice was devoid of emotion, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't we turn those two into charcoal yesterday? Yin Hong'an clenched his fists, his tone dark. Yes, those old fools seem quite resilient. Wait, aren't you all worried? Sue's voice was anxious. Those two were intent on harming Miss Shen. Are we really leaving her alone up there? She's just a child without any powers. It's fine, Qin Yin replied, stretching her stiff body from the couch. Since Shen Ya remained silent, she likely intends to handle things herself. I should mention that even without our intervention, Shen Ya would have been perfectly fine yesterday. Oh, the old man regarded Shen Ya with a kind expression as he approached. He raised his hand, seemingly intending to place it on her shoulder, a glint of barely visible malice flashing between his fingers. In the next instant, as a white flash flickered, Shen Ya raised her hand, revealing something that had been hidden in her empty sleeve, sliding it into her palm. Turning the hilt, a cold smile graced her lips as she coolly regarded the two before her. What, do you think I would fall for the same trick again? With a swift motion, the severed limb fell to the ground, dark green liquid dripping from the old man's wound, corroding the floor beneath. His milky eyes fixed intently on Shen Ya, and after a moment, he turned his head, allowing her passage. The rules were not to be challenged. Chapter 32. The necklace. Shen Ya's actions drew no attention from the little fish, who frowned as he observed the two rows of people dispersing ahead. In this building, children were expected to show absolute obedience to the adults, only allowed to retaliate if the adults struck first. Since Shen Ya could act, it was evident that something had transpired the previous night that they were unaware of. He sought to understand the situation, but in the next moment, as Shen Ya's white skirt rippled, her wrist twisted, her expression indifferent. She coldly regarded the astonished old man, having never claimed she would only act that once. The sharp point at the end of the hilt lunged directly at the old man's brow without hesitation. Shen Ya noticed the black-clad figures rushing towards her from the corner of her eye, but they were too slow. At the very moment the point was about to pierce the old man's forehead, a fluffy white tail descended from above, wrapping around his waist and yanking him upwards, causing the sharp point to veer towards his abdomen. At a visible speed, the old man's midsection rapidly dehydrated and shriveled. As Shen Ya twisted her wrist, the point slid to the side, leaving the old man's lower half to convulse a few times before it ultimately collapsed into a puddle of flesh on the ground. What a pity. As Shen Ya missed her strike, she could sense the envious gaze directed at her from above. However, she no longer possessed the strength to pursue further. The lace of her long sleeves tore with a sharp sound, and she turned to glance at the three distinct scratches visible on her right arm. The talons had only ripped her garment, leaving her flesh unscathed. This served as a warning from the rules. Should she dare to act again, the next blow might very well cost her an arm, just like that elderly man. She decided to leave. The soft touch of her cream-colored platform shoes against the ground uplifted her spirits, as the blurred world around her was enveloped in a faint, luminous white. She stepped into the corridor, where a few companions flanked her, creating a barrier between Shen Ya and the cloaked figure. Then let's go see him first. If the preceding remark reflected a momentary confusion from her friend, the subsequent statement was one of complete astonishment. Xiao Yu stepped forward to intercept Shen Ya, exclaiming, No, Xiao Yu? Aren't you supposed to go there today? Shen Ya lifted her eyelids, the emerald bamboo pole tapping rhythmically against the floor. A faint smile graced her lips as she remarked, It is not that I choose not to go. She glanced at the individual beside her, who remained unperturbed despite her recent words, and chuckled softly. Once the rules are broken, unforeseen troubles are bound to arise. Rather than allowing both parties to grow wary of each other and escalate into an unresolvable conflict, it would be wiser to conserve our energy. Fewer matters to contend with are preferable. Let's grant each other a moment of respite. The young man said little in response, his figure trembling slightly beside Shen Ya. A golden insect clung to his side, and after bowing respectfully to Shen Ya, the dark-clad figures that had encircled the child retreated in unison, following closely behind him. Yet, there were still some entities that ought not to be seen. Shen Ya cast a glance at the ornate ceiling of the corridor, where intricate patterns embraced the light. In the shadows cast by the lamps, vast swathes of darkness flitted swiftly, and despite their rapid movement and the concealment provided by the surrounding designs, Shen Ya still discerned them. It was a beastly creature, cloaked in black with a white tail. Shen Ya's eyes were peculiar. She was born with an unusual iris color, and her vision was significantly impaired, rendering her sight diminished by nearly tenfold compared to that of a normal person. Navigating through unfamiliar paths, she could only faintly discern the outlines of larger objects to avoid vehicles and pedestrians, barely managing to sustain herself. These eyes had brought her numerous disadvantages in her youth. Yet in this moment, they enabled her to perceive the monster concealed beneath the facade of human skin. Although she could not immediately identify the entity she had glimpsed, it was likely just a beast fashioned by that group of individuals. As she pushed the door open, she noticed that the room occupied by Xiao Yu and the others was considerably smaller than her own, with furnishings limited to the most basic essentials, a bed and a stool. It was simple, yet far superior to the accommodations they had previously endured in other buildings. Xiao Yu stepped forward to guide her, leading her to the bed at the far end of the room. The individual on the bed remained unconscious, but compared to the obscured features marred by blood yesterday, the clear water now revealed his fair, smooth skin and delicate visage, indicating that he hailed from a well-to-do family and had lived a life of comfort. It remained a mystery, however, why such a child from an affluent background bore the marks of inexplicable injury. Shen Ya approached the bedside, narrowing her eyes slightly. Compared to yesterday, the faint azure glow emanating from the boy had not diminished in the slightest. She extended her finger, tracing from the swollen wound on his face to the corner of his lips and then down to his throat. As she breathed, her finger brushed against his windpipe. Suddenly, a red, swollen hand shot up, gripping Shen Ya's wrist tightly, the fingertips paling as a series of unsettling creaks echoed from his bones. The others, including Xiao Yu, rushed forward anxiously, intending to pry the boy's hand away, but Shen Ya raised her hand to halt them. She cast her gaze downward, aware that this pain was still within her tolerance. At this moment, she felt a flicker of curiosity about the boy's intent in grasping her hand. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, he managed to seize her hand with unerring accuracy. Meanwhile, she used her other hand to gently stroke from the pillow to his hair, finally reaching his cheek and feeling the dampness beneath her touch. Why does he cry even in his sleep? As someone with naturally underdeveloped tear ducts, Shen Ya truly could not fathom why some individuals seemed to possess eyes that resembled a leaky faucet, shedding salty tears at the slightest provocation. Is there perhaps some profound significance behind shedding tears? With an air of detachment, caressed the boy's cheek, her gaze vacant as she savored this rare moment of tranquility. She gently wiped the corners of his eyes with her fingertip, a glimmer of envy flickering in her own. To speak the truth, she yearned to weep wholeheartedly. Let us depart. As the boy remained in slumber, found no inclination to linger any longer. She raised her wrist, revealing the edge of a necklace tightly wound around her forearm, a curiosity regarding its origins bubbling within her, but now seemed irrelevant. Grasping a bamboo pole propped nearby, she swung her arm lightly, yet the boy's grip tightened unyieldingly. Furrowing her brow, she glanced back at the few individuals trailing behind her, just as she opened her mouth to beckon them to pry the boy away. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, and she turned to see three slender figures tumble into the room, landing on the floor in a heap. Awkwardly lifted her head, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. Oh, what a coincidence, haha. Why are you lot here again? With veins protruding from her arms, S brows knitted slightly. The weight of a hand gripping her waist felt as if it were determined to constrict her very being. The cold glint of an arm flashed before her, and instinctively, she yearned to sever the grip binding her. Yet, she licked her lips, tasting both salt and bitterness, and lowered her eyelids, inadvertently brushing her lips against his cheek. Please. Don't go, don't leave me. The fragmented pleas echoed in her ears, and gazed down at the hand that obstructed her view, ultimately relenting and releasing her own. Very well, it was merely an unconscious act amidst confusion. The grip around her waist was formidable, yet with combined strength, the others managed to pry it away. Shen Ya gathered the disheveled strands of hair that had come loose from her recent actions. She raised her arm and deftly removed the necklace that was entwined around her wrist. With nothing else available, she decided to make use of it. As for the possibility of damage, she gave it little thought. After all, it was her possession. Even if the boy were to awaken, she had no intention of returning it to him. Wait, Shen, do not use that just yet. Shen Ya paused momentarily as she grasped her hair, lifting her gaze to the anxious girl across from her. She felt an eerily familiar sensation reminiscent of the group, led by Qin Yin from the previous day. But why was she addressing her as Shen classmate? Do we know each other? The atmosphere around them was thick with silence. Lu Jiao blinked, internally lamenting her impulsiveness. She had been so overwhelmed with excitement that she forgot Shen had lost her memories of their time together. Yet, could one truly blame her for being overly enthusiastic? Lu Jia's heart raced as she fixated on the necklace adorning Shen Ya's wrist, particularly as it shimmered in the light when Shen Ya paused. She was certain of it. This necklace was undoubtedly the very one. Overcome with emotion, Lu Jia found herself uncontrollably swallowing the saliva that had accumulated. Her mouth agape with a manic delight that made her yearn to summon a dozen friends to share this moment. However, glancing at those beside her, she realized they were all in varying states of forgetfulness and confusion. Perhaps it was best for her to savor this surprise alone for now. Senklasmat, ja, Shen Ya. She quickly corrected herself, pulling a fuzzy hair tie from her pocket, one she had specifically requested from Li Yuansheng when they separated. This body had long hair that fell to her shoulders, while it did not impede her daily activities. For someone who had sported short hair for nearly 2 decades across her past lives, this length felt burdensome. She had initially planned to cut her hair, but had yet to find a suitable tool. Li Yuansheng had provided her with a makeshift instrument, and she had intended to sneak into the restroom to make the cut when no one was around. However, before they could reach the restroom, they heard someone calling for Shen Ya from behind the door, and in their excitement, they had burst through, crowding in. Use this for now, Lu Jia said as she approached Shen Ya, stopping 2 steps away, only to be halted by a group led by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu accepted the hair tie, scrutinizing it for any potential danger before handing it to Shen Ya. With a simple low ponytail, Shen Ya sat on the edge of the bed. Xiaoyu, you take the others to the door and keep watch. I need to speak with these people. Understood. There wasn't a hint of hesitation. In the empty room, Shen Ya narrowed her eyes, studying the newcomers standing before her. Do you know what this is? Shen Ya possesses a unique sensitivity to the gazes of others. What is the matter? The probability of acquiring this item is exceedingly low. In my previous life, I had only heard whispers that a few fortunate individuals with maxed out skills might obtain it in certain special dungeons, and only 2 had ever succeeded. Lu Jia's words left Shen Ya somewhat perplexed by their nuances, yet that did not diminish her awareness of the necklace's rarity. She lowered her gaze, the necklace's luster standing out vividly amidst the hazy surroundings. To emphasize the value of this item, Nurse Wang, did I not previously mention the blood moon? Wang Jia stood by the bedside, resting her chin on her hand, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the person lying there. Indeed, Lu Jia exclaimed, recalling that in the early days, when human safe zones were scattered and fragmented during the blood moon, the safer zones with fewer attack-oriented abilities could scarcely evade the fate of total collapse. This led to the eventual consolidation of the 4 major safe zones in Hua'an. Although these large zones had sufficient manpower during the blood moon, everyone was confined within their bases. For a few days, this was manageable, but extended confinement severely depleted the resources within the base, dealing a significant blow to the development of the safe zones. However, this stone, once acquired and bound to a safe zone, could render the area undetectable to monsters during the blood moon. Admittedly, later on, when the base marketplace opened, this stone could also be refreshed through luck or purchased with points, yet the chances of refreshing it were exceedingly slim. To obtain it in the early stages, Shun classmate. Your fortune is truly remarkable. Remarkable fortune, indeed. Shen Ya lowered her gaze, gripping the necklace tightly before placing it around her neck. She did not perceive her fortune as favorable. Chapter 33, The 7th Building. Ahem! A sudden series of soft coughs echoed through the quiet room. Shen Ya cast a sidelong glance and happened to see the figure lying on the bed, slowly opening his eyes. The boy's irises were of an extraordinarily light hue, a delicate amber that glimmered softly under the warm light, resembling a clear spring of water. Shen Ya gently brushed her fingers against the necklace adorning her neck. Oblivious to the boy's appearance at that moment, rather than his physical features, it was the faint glow surrounding him that piqued her curiosity. Despite the necklace being removed, the luminous sheen persisted. Was this radiance visible solely to her? Lost in contemplation, Shen Ya rose to her feet, grasping the bamboo pole resting nearby, causing it to strike the ground with a resonant sound. She had other matters to attend to today and could not afford to linger in this place any longer. Attracted by the noise, the boy's eyes gradually sparkled with intensity. Upon catching sight of Shen Ya, he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Shun, cough, 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 Shen Ya, stop right there." With an air of familiarity, he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, embracing her tightly. His fluffy short hair brushed against her neck, resembling a large dog that had not seen its owner for ages. Lu Jia felt as though she could perceive a tangible tail behind the boy. No, wait. Lu Jia widened her eyes. She was not mistaken. A long, thick tail, black and white in color, indeed emerged from behind him. If she was not mistaken, it resembled that of a tiger. Shen Ya, oblivious to the tail that almost encircled her, found herself unexpectedly embraced. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. However, given the groundwork laid by Lu Jia and her companions both yesterday and moments ago, it was only natural for her to assume that this individual might also become a friend in her future. Furthermore, observing the unabashed manner of his actions suggested a potentially close relationship between them. Contemplating this, although Shen Ya felt somewhat uncomfortable with such intimacy, she did not outright reject it. It was only when she turned her head to the side that her cheek inadvertently brushed against his soft ears. The fluffy texture would have delighted her had she been an aficionado of such things. Yet, in an instant, a glint of cold light flashed from her fingertips, as a jade-like white bone dagger's hilt struck against the person in her embrace, forcing him back. Shen Ya's expression remained impassive as she coldly regarded the solitary point of light amidst the haze. "Who are you?" she inquired. Unlike the warmth she felt from Lu Jia and her group, this individual exuded a different aura, and the bestial ability he possessed was one she had only just encountered. The boy, with his black and white tail swishing, appeared momentarily stunned by Shen Ya's abrupt action, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes filled with disbelief. How? How could this be? How could Shen Ya possibly treat herself this way? Clearly, it took him a great effort to find her. With teary eyes, the boy gazed at the sharp blade pointed directly at him. He bit his lip and stepped closer, calling out, "Xiaoya, do you not remember me? I am Yen. Do you still recall this name?" "Ah, I understand now. It must be due to this scenario that you have forgotten me. Am I correct? It is all my fault for arriving too late, for being foolish and not finding you sooner. Please, just wait a moment." As he approached, seemingly oblivious to the blade aimed at him, Lu Jia clenched her teeth. She was uncertain about the depth of this person's connection to Shen, yet it was evident from his demeanor during their conversation that they shared a close bond. She hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Shen, it's not that you've forgotten him. It's due to this scenario. We have traveled back 10 years in time, and for some reason, Shen only retains memories from before she turned 9. Memories from before the age of 9? Yen blinked in confusion. Fearing that he might not comprehend, Lu Jia endeavored to articulate her thoughts clearly, hoping to explain further. The boy's tail swayed gently behind him. "As long as you haven't forgotten me, as long as it's not." The last few words from Yen were mumbled, and even Lu Jia and her companions, standing nearby, could not discern them clearly. "Shen, do you know where those who have been detained after receiving injections are taken?" Lu Jia's expression turned serious as she looked earnestly into Shen Ya's eyes. She felt utterly helpless. Just yesterday, she had narrowly escaped from the monsters in Building 11. Lu Jia was not a combat-type ability user, and as a soldier without any weapons, she had been reduced to a frail child with no capacity for resistance. This morning, upon learning that Chun Su and others had been detained overnight and receiving a distress signal from their side, her only recourse was to seek Shen Ya's assistance. According to Wang Jia, Shen Ya possessed extensive knowledge about this building. Though she held little hope, she thought, what if? After all, she is Shen Ya. Her gaze was intense. Shen Ya cast a sidelong glance. Were they detained after being administered the drug? Are they your companions? Indeed, they are merely a group of children. Lu Jia retrieved a piece of cloth from her sleeve. Upon contact with blood, it expanded, revealing the writing with clarity. Lu Jia pointed to the bottommost line on the cloth, a distress signal left by Chun Su this morning, the crimson letters having faded slightly since the morning's news. Anxious within, Lu Jia maintained a composed demeanor as she recounted the situation meticulously, word by word. I have some inkling of where they are being held, but the pressure to rescue them is immense. It cannot be accomplished with just a few of us. Shen Ya calmly articulated her conclusion. This group of individuals must have reacted to the substances created by those deranged scientists, those madmen. The person you seek is likely detained in Building 3, the only structure devoid of children and inaccessible via the elevators connecting the various black buildings. Moreover, it boasts the most stringent security among the 11 black edifices. If you lack sufficient firepower to overpower their defenses, I advise against any rash actions. Lu Jia, visibly anxious, recalled that during their concentrated search last night, a total of 21 individuals had been confirmed detained. This meant that at least half of their military strength was compromised. In recent days, Lu Jia had also recognized the immense challenges posed by this contaminated zone. Abandoning these 21 combatants would diminish their chances of survival to a mere 20%. Shen Ya turned to the side, dismissing Lu Jia's earlier impassioned outburst. She caressed the bamboo pole in her hands and inquired, "Can you assure me that you will not endanger more lives?" Lu Jia's indignation gradually faded. She could not provide such assurance. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, a task she had assigned to Xiao Yu and his companions. Xiao Yu was always meticulous, particularly regarding her instructions, often executing them to perfection. The last time she had entered this room had slipped her mind, yet she distinctly recalled that the white cloth on the ceiling had been far more tightly secured than it was now. Presently, a faintly visible white silhouette emerged from the gaps where the adhesive had failed, drifting about. How many can you gather? In the hushed stillness of the room, Suddenly spoke. Caught off guard, Lu Jia struggled to maintain her composure. Her emotions were taut, akin to a string on the verge of snapping, while Wang Jia and the others dare not approach. When Shen Ya posed her question, Lu Jia felt utterly bewildered, but soon a possibility dawned on her. Without hesitation, she dropped to the floor, biting her fingertip, her trembling fingers inscribing words upon the enlarged white cloth. The crimson letters stood out starkly against the grayish fabric, and as she fixated upon them, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. Yet, patience was all she could afford as she awaited their visibility to those who might come. After all, those individuals might not be readily available to see them at this moment. Thus, she silently prayed, beseeching whoever might see her message to do so swiftly. It seemed that at long last, the divine was willing to grant these unfortunate souls a glimmer of hope. As the red letters began to emerge gradually from the corners of the white cloth, it was the small team led by Qin Yan, who had come from the capital. Lu Jia's eyes suddenly ignited with a different hue. Unlike her specialized investigative team, Qin Yan's squad was a true assault team, albeit small in number. Each member an elite among elites. I can bring in 11 more. As the words escaped her lips, Lu Jia immediately felt that merely quantifying those individuals was inadequate. She quickly added, "Do not underestimate these 11. They are all exceptional in their own right." Shen Ya, impatiently interrupting, turned to them with a faint smile gracing her lips. "As long as we can gather people, that suffices." As long as we can gather people? Lu Jia's excitement faltered, momentarily perplexed by the implications of Shen Ya's statement. However, Shen Ya did not afford her the luxury of further contemplation, swiftly moving to the nearby wardrobe. The few garments belonging to Xiao Yu and his companions occupied merely a quarter of the enormous wardrobe that could cover half a wall. Shen Ya walked directly around the wardrobe to the other side, in stark contrast to the haphazardly arranged garments that mixed winter and summer attire. The opposite side of the wardrobe was meticulously organized, with several sets of clearly more expensive clothing arranged by season and style, showcasing a significant distance in quality. Shen Ya casually extracted 2 items from within. She leaned a bamboo pole against the inner side of the wardrobe and, with her arm behind her back, felt for the zipper on the rear of the clothing. Turning around, her voice was exceedingly cold, causing Yin to frown and turn first. Su Wei and the others hastily followed suit, a rustling sound accompanying them until the rhythmic patter echoed once more. Only then did they pivot. Clad in a long shirt and trousers, Shen Ya had changed into a more comfortable outfit. "Let us proceed. Inform those individuals to wait for me beneath Building 7. You are aware of its location, are you not?" Upon finishing her sentence, Shen Ya abruptly turned, her gaze lingering hesitantly behind her. Building 7. Lu Jia honestly shook her head. She had heard Wang Jia mention this area earlier that morning, noting that the terrain was prone to change and that each building bore an identical appearance. With dangers lurking, they were also newcomers to this place. "Troublesome," she remarked softly, as the main door slowly creaked open from the outside. Shen Ya declined the gesture of little fish wishing to accompany her, instructing, "You shall wait here for me. As for you over there, if you do not know the whereabouts of Building 7, simply inform them to seek the location of the gunfire." "Gunfire?" "Indeed." Shen Ya swung the bamboo pole. "Each building has its own point of responsibility. If the 3rd building is dedicated to scientific research and the 11th to bodily transactions, then the 7th building pertains to the most detrimental influences in the world, resulting in the highest casualties. War. War? Just 2 short syllables. And even as they proceeded uninterrupted into the elevator, Su Wei remained in disbelief, her lips trembling ever so slightly. Over the past few days, she had noticed that aside from the guards and the monsters, the only active beings in this area were children, whether in roadside eateries or among the throngs of vehicles. These innocent bodies had assumed the roles of adults, their faces adorned with smiles that were disturbingly incongruent with their youthful appearances. Yet, however bizarre, they were still just children. Moreover, wasn't the origin of this polluted zone merely a human trafficking case from a decade ago? How had it become entangled with war, vice, gambling, drugs, violence, coercion, and slaughter? Each manifestation of evil is inextricably linked to these elements. Perhaps we were mistaken from the outset. Wang Jia's delicate face paled. Our perspective had been too narrow. They should have realized at the moment they saw landmarks from various countries in this place. Clenching her hands tightly before her, a faint anxiety flickered in Wang Jia's eyes. She bit her lower lip. Damn it, Shen Ya's words had utterly dismantled her previous theory, and now she found herself unconcerned about whether that so-called investigation team would appear. Their presence or absence had become entirely irrelevant. Damn it, they could only strive to uncover this new breakthrough point. The elevator came to a halt, the group cautiously fixated on the impending opening of the elevator doors, feelings of trepidation swirling within them. Gunfire knows no mercy. Take care of your safety. Huh, wait. Su Wei extended her hand, intending to inquire about the meaning of Shen Ya's statement. The next moment, she understood. At the very instant the elevator doors swung open, a severed head, propelled by gunfire, landed in her arms amidst the smoke. Chapter 34. She has been deceiving you. Su Wei gasped, even though she had encountered numerous sights since gaining her powers, including a face-to-face confrontation with those spectral monsters during the last internal test. However, that did not equate to her being able to remain unperturbed in the face of such horrors. In a flurry of panic, she dropped the small head onto the ground. The head rolled over, landing upright, facing them. It boasted a thick mane of light golden short hair, deep-set eyes, and striking features, clearly indicative of a mixed heritage. Lu Jia crouched down, gently brushing the child's dusty hair, tilting the head to reveal a gory cavity at the back of the skull. The child's brain was missing. Lu Jia's fingers sifted through the hair, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the edges of the wound. This was a bite mark, and, judging by the surrounding dental impressions, Lu Jia could assert with absolute certainty that this was the work of human teeth. "Shun, classmate." Before Lu Jia could delve further, Wang Jia gasped, her gaze drawn to a hasty silhouette slipping away through the gaping elevator doors. Shen Ya hurried along, her movements swift and agile. The bamboo pole. initially employed for scouting the path, was casually discarded to the side of the road. Grasping the ladder at the rear of the truck, she scaled it with remarkable ease, leaping gracefully to the second-floor balcony of the small building by the roadside. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Why did Shen Ya leave alone? Shouldn't we pursue her? Su Wei's complexion turned pale as she averted her gaze, no longer fixating on the severed head that had rolled beneath her feet. Anxiously, she glanced at the balcony, where Shen Ya had vanished, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Their arrival at Building 7 had solely relied on Shen Ya's account. En route, they had adhered to a principle of trust, refraining from inquiring about her true intentions for coming here. They mentioned they had reached Building 7. They asked where we were. Wang Jia's voice was barely above a whisper. She too was puzzled as to why Shen Ya had suddenly fled. Yet her heart leaned more towards Shen Ya than Su Wei's. Wang Jia's hopeful fantasy was abruptly shattered when a youthful voice interjected into their conversation, revealing that while Shen Ya had indeed departed, the boy who had accompanied her, Yin, was still nestled in a corner, listening intently to their exchange. "You are truly unfortunate," Yin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at them. "If only you had encountered Shen Ya after this incident. Alas, you have met the version of her that still lacks a conscience." "What do you mean?" Wang Jia's tone turned icy, her dissatisfaction palpable regarding his judgment of her classmate. "What do I mean?" Yin chuckled lightly, seemingly well acquainted with Shen Ya. As he gazed towards the golden light streaming through the doorway, he continued, "I am merely speaking the truth. You have all been deceived by her." With arms crossed, he advanced towards the elevator doors. "With only the memories of a 9-year-old, she may still be relishing the simplicity of your minds in some corner. I truly cannot comprehend how, in this day and age, individuals as naive as you still exist." As he muttered, Yin's gaze fell upon a figure within the elevator, someone who dared to harbor anger, yet remain silent. Wang Jia regarded him warily. Are you two quite close?" Lu Jia interjected, observing the arrogant young boy. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him, as if she had encountered him in some fleeting moment before. But where could that have been? Such a pretentious demeanor would surely not be forgotten. Could it have been in a past life? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Jia heard the boy respond with a self-satisfied "Of course, we share a good relationship. Unlike your mere acquaintance, I have a bond with Xiao Ya." Before he could finish, a deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke that rushed into the elevator. "Dongji." Wang Jia placed her hands before her, the water flowing around her forming a shield against the debris propelled towards them. Lu Jia hastily removed her outer jacket, using it to deflect the shards that pierced through the water barrier. "We'll discuss this later. For now, we must regroup with those individuals. Su Wei, keep an eye on their location." "Understood." Cautiously, they stepped outside, greeted by a scene of devastation. The charred earth revealed numerous severed limbs and remnants of artillery, with deep fortifications waiting to be unearthed. They scoured the ground for any usable weapons. "Aren't you going to chase after Shen Ya?" Wang Jia asked, shouldering a machine gun, while Lu Jia instructed her on its use. She cast a glance at the boy who had been trailing them closely. If she had not misinterpreted his earlier intentions, he had clearly intended to abandon them at the elevator. Why was he still here now? Yin remained indifferent, dispatching a monstrous creature that had appeared from a shadowy corner with a swift kick, his hand clawing through the air. "We'll pursue her later. First, I need to ensure your safety." He withdrew his hand, nonchalantly flicking away the blood that clung to his fingers. "I may not know how you're connected to Xiao Ya, but if you all perish, she will surely be upset when she remembers me." His final words were spoken softly. Wang Jia stared at him, momentarily catching a glimpse of gentleness flicker across his youthful face. What was the nature of his relationship with Shen Ya? Wang Jia's expression was peculiar, but time was of the essence. She scanned their surroundings, realizing that grotesque creatures had encircled them tightly. She grasped the stair railing at the back of a truck, climbing to the top. From this height, she could see far, but what she beheld below sent chills down her spine. A multitude of bizarre, experimental children with beastly claws and forms swarmed together, an endless sea of horror. In the distance, Lu Jia and her group spotted a cluster of individuals fighting against the onslaught of monsters. They exchanged a hand signal from afar. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jia's expression hardened. Although they were uncertain of Shen Ya's true intentions, they had to carve a path forward swiftly. As gunfire erupted, a deep purple lightning bolt sliced through the sky. Shen Ya halted, turning her gaze towards the spectacle. Indeed, the more grandiose the display, the more it would attract the attention of those creatures. She was curious to see how those who had been so enthralled by the experimental beings would react to this new threat. Gray-white paper enveloped Shen Ya's palm as she lowered her eyelids, the blade in her hand sinking into her flesh. With a single stroke, the horde of monsters lunging at her seemed to have their very essence drained, collapsing into heaps of ash. With her blade poised, Shen Ya cut through the masses, her petite form resembling an unstoppable dagger thrusting towards the heart of the chaos. The paper transformed into elongated strips resembling fabric, wrapping around the railing of a second-floor balcony of a quaint, vintage-themed restaurant adorned with lush greenery. This establishment had once been located in the city center, a place reserved exclusively for the elite and nobility. Now, as her toes lightly touched the ground, the carpet absorbing sound beneath her, the patrons remained oblivious to her presence, engrossed in their conversations. Though their lips moved, no words emerged, merely remnants of a past scene. Yet, it was evident from their expressions that they reveled in some topic, displaying a sense of mockery and haughty pride. Shen Ya gradually approached the center of the stage, her disdain for even the ethereal figures palpable. Circumventing the presence that danced in the midst of the ball, she retreated to the furthest corner of the lounge. A grayish-white piece of paper adhered closely to the ceiling, eventually reaching the clock affixed to the wall behind her left shoulder. With the gentle manipulation of the paper, the vintage hands of the clock began to whirl, causing the figures within the room to spin rapidly, as if time had accelerated to fivefold. The scene within the room underwent a transformation. First, the long tables adorned with an array of colorful pastries vanished from either side, followed by the dimming of the stage lights. And finally, the crowd that had once filled the space abruptly disappeared. As the lights faded, a rustling sound crept close to Shen Ya's feet. The tip of her blade glinted as she coldly raised her hand and thrust down with force, warm liquid spraying onto the back of her hand. Shen Ya raised her gaze, questioning the simplicity of their tactics. In her former self, she might have felt a tinge of fear at the sudden extinguishing of light. However, beneath her grayish pupils now lay a pitch-black room where the writhing bodies shimmered faintly, clearly visible. To scheme against that boy was undoubtedly the most ill-advised move they could have made. Stop testing me. Hand over Jiangchan, and perhaps I shall be merciful. With a firm grip on the knife's hilt, Shen Ya's lips curled into a slight smirk as she rotated the blade, issuing a warning. You ought to know. My patience is notoriously thin. As she threatened with those words, she lifted the knife's tip. A rustling sound echoed in the darkened space. Shen Ya was acutely aware that those ruffians were cowards who feared strength, and they would not dare approach her again. The buzzing of a faulty light bulb filled the room, initially flickering from the farthest corner before illuminating the space entirely. Gazing at the throng of individuals cloaked in red, tightly packed within the dining area, Shen Ya twisted the knife's handle, a regretful smile gracing her features. Alas, it appears this negotiation will conclude in failure once more. The crowd surged forth, their bodies contorting and swelling as they frantically rushed towards her from all directions. With her fingertips pressed against the blade, blood pooled without dripping, and Shen Ya raised her hand, the knife's tip reversing. You truly have a penchant for courting death. Her voice fell like a whisper, and in the next instant, chaos erupted as flesh and blood flew. Shen Ya navigated through the throng with unerring precision, each strike lethal. Her movements were both numbed and practiced, her gray eyes glimmering with a hint of deep green under the light, reminiscent of a large feline poised for the hunt as she pinpointed her singular objective. The beast's claw pierced through the abdomen, the carpet lifting at an angle as she endured the searing pain of the injury. A grin spread across her lips, her usually emotionless gaze now infused with intense hatred. The blade firmly pinned her target in place, and like a mirage, the crowd dissipated. The flow of crimson ceased, and the scarlet cloak slowly peeled away from the fallen figure. Exposed, a trail of red dripped from the corner of the mouth. and Shen Ya's gaze traveled downward as she reached out to feel the person's arm. Beneath the luxurious attire, unlike the exposed right arm, the left was tightly wrapped in fabric, revealing not a semblance of skin. The blade turned in her grasp, the hilt gripped firmly in her palm. As she raised the knife's back in front of her, with a crisp sound, she pivoted her wrist, repositioning the blade that had just been withdrawn, reinserting it before the fallen figure. You remain as self-deprecating and vile as ever. Shen Ya's eyes grew cold. Surely. You don't expect me to fall for the same trick a second time? The blade rotated counterclockwise, and cries of pain filled the air. No, please, don't kill me. The dull knife's edge brought forth a sharp awareness of pain, and Qin winced, her voice hoarse and feeble as she attempted to raise her hand in supplication. Yet, before her hand could rise, a boot clad in hardened leather accurately came down upon her palm. Shen Ya, you can't treat me this way. Qin glared at Shen Ya with envy. If it weren't for me, you'd still be rummaging through refuse, or worse, you'd be at the mercy of countless others. A slice of pale flesh was flicked from a knife's tip, landing beside Qinshan's face. Deprived of her tongue, Qinshan gasped for air, the agony nearly rendering her unconscious, when a hand suddenly clutched her throat. Amidst the suffocation, Qinshan heard a hateful growl. Save me? Huh. What have you ever done for me? I have never been abandoned. You were the one who killed her. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill as Shen Ya, with misty vision, seemed to glimpse that familiar figure once more. You promised you would come for me. This time, it was you who did not listen. Chapter 35, Milk. I want to eat crispy persimmons. In her fragile and tender childhood, Shen Ya often pondered the purpose of her existence in this world. Born blind, burdened with the weight of her family's debts, and raised by parents who lacked affection for her, accepting their indifference was a long and arduous journey. Many, despite dedicating their entire lives to it, fail to grasp this truth that society often dismisses. Fortunately, Shen Ya was far luckier than those individuals. She could not comprehend why she possessed the uncanny ability to remember every event that transpired in her life. From the anxious demeanor of the doctors and nurses during her birth to her mother's sigh of relief upon bringing her into the world. Every moment was etched in her memory. As she opened her innocent eyes, her heterochromatic pupils elicited gasps from the nurses, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Though that embrace was not particularly fragrant, the amalgamation of the scent of disinfectant, sweat, and blood lingered in her memory for an eternity. Even after 1,000 days and nights had passed since leaving those two individuals, she still recalled that it was her mother's scent. With a heart full of love, the nurse had tenderly announced the arrival of the baby, but soon after, her mother's voice transformed into sharp, piercing accusations upon learning from the doctor that Shen Ya was born with a disability. How could this be? Lu Jibei and I are both in good health. How could we have given birth to a disabled child? Do not deceive me. We underwent all the prenatal examinations, and each time you assured me that my child was healthy, that she would resemble me, beautiful and intelligent after a tumultuous outburst, the hospital staff, though sympathetic, chose not to further engage with this distraught and frantic mother. It was not until a week after Shen Ya's birth that her father appeared before her. On that night, despite the moon being obscured from view, Shen Ya could hear the soft, rhythmic breaths of those around her. The ward housed 3 beds, occupied by 3 expectant mothers, with Shen Ya's mother being the only one who had already given birth. Perhaps it was the sincere prayers of a mother for her child. But neither the other pregnant women nor their families were inclined to converse with the frantic woman entangled with the doctors and nurses, nor with the inherently disabled infant. Fortunately, while her mother harbored doubts about the doctors, she did not press too much to interact with the other expectant mothers. Instead, she gazed longingly out the window, only responding with frantic shouts when the nurses, in their impatience, attempted to rouse her to care for her child. Shen Ya resembled a wild child, yet she was widely regarded as the most well-behaved little one in the hospital. She remained silent and composed, even when hunger threatened to render her unconscious. Instead, she would simply suck her fingers, emitting faint, kitten-like whimpers from her throat. Her delicate back and bottom were marred by extensive rashes due to a delay in changing her diaper, becoming red and inflamed. Initially, Her life went unnoticed until a pregnant woman, after giving birth to a girl herself, caught sight of the sores on Shen Ya's back. Compassionate, she took Shen Ya into her care, meticulously feeding and changing her. On the sixth night, Shen Ya lay beside her mother, her fingers still in her mouth, listening to the steady rhythm of her mother's breathing. Suddenly, she was lifted into a warm embrace, the scent of the person, tinged with a faint odor of paint and harsh chemical products, made her sneeze thrice in quick succession. The commotion stirred the nearby new mother from her slumber. Anxiously, she called for her husband, fearing something was amiss with her own child. However, upon checking, they found her baby peacefully asleep, eyes closed in serenity. The disturbance caught the attention of the doctor, and as a weary nurse rushed into the room, the group discovered the father concealed behind a partition. Flushed with embarrassment, the nurse explained that a sudden incident in a neighboring province had necessitated the reassignment of hospital staff. Having worked consecutive shifts, she had inadvertently dozed off while preparing formula. During her brief slumber, a grown man had somehow infiltrated the maternity ward. Just as panic set in and she prepared to summon security, the awkward man tightly cradled Shen Ya and, in a hushed voice, escorted the nurse into the corridor. Through a series of stammers and gestures, he finally established himself as the undeniably incompetent father of Shen Ya. Amidst the nurse's skeptical admonishments, the man squatted outside the hospital room, holding the carefully selected bottle they had chosen before her birth, preparing to mix the formula for Shen Ya. The rich aroma of milk wafted through the air as his feeding technique, though unpracticed, was evidently learned. As Shen Ya grew drowsy from her meal, she nestled deeper into the warmth of his embrace. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, she heard a series of tearful apologies. 2 cool drops fell on her infant face. What thoughts occupied her father's mind that night? Why did he apologize? Oblivious. All she knew was that after that night, she left the hospital with them. Her mother welcomed her once again, though the warmth they provided barely sufficed for Shen Ya's survival. Shen Ya nestled her face in her father's embrace, her chubby little hands clinging to his neck. She could feel that the person she held in her arms had grown considerably thinner compared to 3 years ago. Her mother, though a clumsy adult, was remarkably efficient in her chores, ensuring that their home was spotless. However, when it came to cooking, she could only manage meals that were barely palatable. Although Shen Ya did not mind, after several attempts, her mother ultimately faced the difficult choice between leaving Shen Ya with leftovers or opting for milk powder, and she reluctantly chose the latter. She specifically purchased milk powder that could sustain Shen Ya until the age of 18. As Shen Ya was unable to see, her living space had remained unchanged for the past 3 years, aside from the essential coffee table. No new furniture had been added during this time. Despite her clumsiness, Shen Ya's mother possessed a meticulous side. After yet another mishap with a newly added item, Shen Ya bumped her head against the edge of the coffee table. Fortunately, although her head swelled significantly, it did not bleed. Shen Ya rebelled against such thoughts as she touched the bump on her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She crouched on the ground, using the back of her hand to wipe away her tears, softly sobbing. In this moment, Shen Ya's wish was fulfilled as she was embraced in a warm hug. A gentle hand tenderly wiped her tears away. It was not her father, but her mother. Yet, it was not entirely her mother. Shen Ya's hand inadvertently brushed against something slightly firm, warm, and protruding. A rough hand clasped Shen Ya's small hand, gently placing it upon that object. Through a thin layer of skin, Shen Ya felt her brother's tiny hand against hers. This was the only occasion when Shen Ya connected with that fragile life in such a manner. From that day forth, Shen Ya never fell again. She remained tethered to the spot, from sunrise to sunset, spending the majority of her day around the coffee table. The milk in the thermos increased with each passing day. No longer merely her breakfast and lunch, it transformed into her 3 daily meals. Shen Ya transformed once more into a frail child, curled up on the sofa in a deep slumber. She was abruptly awakened in the early hours by the anguished cries emanating from the adjacent crib. Confused, Shen Ya listened to the cacophony around her. Under her mother's pained direction, her father frantically gathered belongings, draped in a blanket. Sitting up, she only managed to hear the hurried sound of a door slamming shut. lacking the ability to articulate coherent words. Shen Ya preferred to amuse herself with her unique infantile language. Yet such limited vocabulary rendered her incapable of comprehending her parents' conversations. Following the acquisition of a new television at home, Shen Ya gradually began to grasp the language of adults. Though her understanding was tentative at best, fragments of conversation revealed to her that her mother had gone to give birth to a younger brother. Childbirth was a significant affair that necessitated the whole family's involvement. Carefully descending from the crib, Shen Ya tumbled onto the floor, clutching her bottom in discomfort. Tugging at the blanket, she made her way along the wall to the living room. In truth, she had long been capable of navigating her daily route without assistance. Following the wall of the living room, she reached the entrance door, feeling the closed barrier and lamenting that the television had misled her. Childbirth did not always require the entire family's presence. With her eyes tightly shut, she lost track of time, waking intermittently. Yet each time she reached for the thermos beside her, she found no comfort. Sleep and hunger will fade, she reassured herself repeatedly. When fatigue became unbearable, she heard the creaking of a door. A pair of rough yet gentle hands cradled her cheeks. These hands, though coarse, were smaller than her father's, yet larger than her mother's delicate ones. Only later did Shen Ya realize these hands belonged to her grandmother. A bowl of salty dumplings adorned with finely shredded radish and 2 eggs from their rural hens constituted Shen Ya's first meal after her parents had left for a day and a half. She devoured the food ravenously, listening to her grandmother's accented reprimands directed at her parents, until she could eat no more, at which point her grandmother firmly confiscated the bowl and utensils from her grasp. Her grandmother did not stay overnight. She always came and went in a flurry. After hastily organizing Shen Ya's clothes, she fussily retrieved a set of brand-new cotton clothes from her backpack. The cotton jacket was slightly oversized, leaving Shen Ya's fingers completely covered, while the pants were a tad too short. Fortunately, her grandmother had also procured a pair of leather boots, which fit perfectly when paired with 2 thick socks. With a rope tied around Shen Ya's waist, her grandmother hoisted her onto her back. Stooping slightly as they caught the last train of the day, leaving behind the home Shen Ya had known for 3 years. Indeed, childbirth sometimes did not necessitate the entire family's involvement. The television was not entirely accurate, as snowflakes fell upon her face the moment she stepped out of the train station. Shen Ya pondered this realization, feeling the remnants of moisture on her cheeks. Since that day, Shen Ya had not seen her parents again. She only knew that she had a younger brother weighing 8 pounds and 6 ounces. A brother who resembled her closely but was in robust health. When this news was conveyed by her grandmother, Shen Ya was clad in a red-gray short-sleeved shirt and denim trousers, squatting in the chicken coop, counting the freshly gathered eggs from the hens and ducks. She lifted her head, and amidst the pitch-black world around her, the outlines of all things began to emerge. Her gaze settled on a hint of orange at the treetops. Shen Ya chirped in a delicate voice, "Grandma, I want to eat crispy persimmons." I know. I'll pick some for you shortly. But after eating the persimmons today, you must not whine about applying the medicine," she scolded, as a neighbor's dog came to bite their chickens again. Listening to her grandmother's robust voice, Shen Ya brushed back her bangs. As the wind rustled through the leaves, she rushed towards the figure approaching her, softly complaining, "But that medicine stings." Chapter 36. Red is the color of blood. A cool ointment was applied to Shen Ya's eyes, carrying a slight chill. The refreshing sensation of mint caused her to wrinkle her brow. "Oh dear, don't frown. The ointment will get on your eyelashes." With gentle murmurs, Shen Ya kept her eyes tightly shut, nestled in her grandmother's embrace. Through the sparse gaps in the leaves, sunlight poured down upon her face, while a woven straw sun hat rested gently upon her head. Shen Ya's eyes are particularly sensitive to light, unable to endure prolonged exposure to the sun's rays. This insight was gleaned from a medical consultation following her grandmother's decision to sell half a year's worth of wheat to afford a visit to the city hospital. The ailment, inherited from her mother's womb, necessitates careful attention, yet it is not insurmountable. Given Shen Ya's tender age, the physician has scheduled the necessary surgery for the summer when she turns 7. In the interim, regular checkups and the application of medicinal ointments are essential to prevent any deterioration of her eyesight. A daily egg is prescribed, ensuring her health and safety. Although Shen Ya could not see, she never dampened the spirits of her grandmother whenever the topic arose. Throughout the year, the farmers relied on the whims of the heavens for their sustenance, experiencing fluctuations in their harvests. Yet, whenever they sold their grain and received payment, one of the essential rituals at home was for her grandmother to grasp Shen Ya's hand, counting the crumpled bills, one after another. The tactile sensations of the 100 yuan and 10 yuan notes were distinctly different. Once the money was counted, her grandmother would embrace Shen Ya, her rough hands gently squeezing the soft contours of Shen Ya's cheeks, exclaiming that they were getting closer, just 30,000 short of affording treatment for her little granddaughter. Then it would be 26,000, 21,000, 11,000, and finally 4,700. As the sum accumulated, a thick stack of notes was stored within a slender card. Her grandmother had sewn a tiny pocket into the lining of her clothing, just large enough to accommodate the card. At night, she would hold Shen Ya's hand, pressing it against the rigid card, for it was the only way the 61-year-old grandmother could find peace in slumber. With only 900 remaining until they reached the 36,000 mark, her grandmother indulged in the rare luxury of purchasing a new outfit for herself. She had learned from friends in the village that the children in the city donned sparkling dresses and wheeled backpacks. Such novelties were absent in the town, but available in the county. With affection, she pressed her weathered face against Shen Ya's, entrusting her to a lifelong friend in the village, and caught the early bus at 6 o'clock, jostling her way toward the county seat. Though she was impoverished, she aspired for her granddaughter to escape the confines of the mountains. 13 years prior, she had sent her son away from the mountains, and now she hoped that her granddaughter would not be confined to a rural existence for her entire life. Despite her limited education, having only completed junior high, she understood the paramount importance of a good education for a girl. From morning until noon, and then from noon until night, time stretched on. The village children had shunned Shen Ya, the girl who always seemed to complicate their games due to her blindness. However, as the years passed, many of the children grew up and left for schools in the county or city. The village, already sparse, now echoed with the solitude of its elderly inhabitants. Sitting on the threshold, her grandmother lovingly wiped the chilly residue from her apron, then took Shen Ya's hand, gazing into the dim shadows outside. Although worry gnawed at her heart, she masked her concern for her friend with a brave facade before Shen Ya. She was deceiving herself. Adults had their burdens to bear, and she did not wish anyone to perceive her as a burdensome child. Days turned into a week. On the fourth morning, a chill embraced Shen Ya as she nestled against a familiar back, her eyes gently closed. In her hazy awareness, she discerned a fierce argument unfolding nearby. "What did you say? You collapsed on the way and were taken to the hospital? A heart surgery is a significant operation. Don't worry, my child, leave it to me. I will take care of you. By the way, do you have enough money, or do you need? You don't want to do it? Why don't you want to do it? A heart issue is a grave matter. Is it about the money? If you lack funds, I have some left. No, I have money, but I cannot touch it. It is for my little Ya's life. She needs it for school in the coming semester." Shen Ya, originally named Shen Ya, adopted her grandmother's surname. When she was 3 years old, she needed to rectify her birth certificate for household registration. But a procedural error led to her name being recorded as Shen Ya instead. While her formal name could not be altered, her grandmother still insisted on calling her Xiao Ya. Though education was important, it was a separate matter. The expenses should not have fallen upon her. Since her son graduated and began his life, he had only contributed financially during the initial 2 years. In subsequent years, he had become distant. That year, after he fell while repairing the courtyard gate, injuring his face for months, he answered only one of her numerous calls, providing no financial support to the family. He was one person, and Xiaoyu was another. As an elderly woman nearing the end of her days, having recovered from her ailments, she recognized her limited time left. Yet Xiaoyu was still young, with decades ahead of her. With her blindness, she could not pursue education or work, and the thought of her dropping out early, marrying someone indiscriminately, was unbearable to the grandmother. Her tone, elevated by emotion, swiftly returned to a subdued level. In rural areas, elders rarely spoke softly. Most had loud voices. Shen Ya's grandmother, a middle-aged widow, found herself alone in her later years, with relatives scattered far and wide, making her demeanor far more robust than that of the average person. With small hands wrapped around her grandmother's neck, Shen Ya pressed her little face against the side of her grandmother's face, mirroring the affectionate gesture her grandmother often displayed towards her. Shen Ya seldom spoke outside her home. She had absorbed much from the television, yet she struggled to articulate the truths she had learned. Thus, she leaned close to her grandmother's ear and whispered, "Grandma, I wish to accompany you to university." She could not bear the thought of losing her grandmother, if attaining light meant sacrificing the presence of this beloved person. Shen Ya clasped her hands tightly, preferring to dwell in darkness for eternity. Money could always be earned again, but if a life were lost, everything would be irrevocably over. With Shen Ya's heartfelt declaration, the neighbor's grandmother added fuel to the fire, ultimately softening the resolve of Shen Ya's grandmother. She decided to postpone her trip to the neighboring province for a week, waiting until household matters were nearly resolved. She entrusted the chickens and ducks to a nearby neighbor, leaving the keys with her few relatives, while Shen Ya was to stay temporarily with her grandmother's friend. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen events. The grandson of her grandmother's friend, attending school in the city, had been assaulted by a mentally unstable individual, leaving him unable to stand due to severe injuries. Despite multiple hospital visits yielding no answers, his parents, struggling financially, wished to take him to a larger hospital for further examination. But their savings barely covered the basics for their family of three. They decided that one parent should remain at work, while the elderly relative would accompany the other for support. That night, Shen Ya was oblivious to her grandmother's conversation with her friend. All she knew upon waking was that her grandmother had resolved to take her along to seek treatment in the neighboring province. First to inquire about the cost of heart surgery, and, if funds permitted, to have Shen Ya's eyes examined properly. To save money, her grandmother prepared a batch of steamed buns and packed a jar of homemade chili sauce, dressing Shen Ya in new clothes. Together, the old and young set off beneath the starlit dawn, boarding the first bus and then transferring to a green train bound for the province. She felt a sense of security, knowing she would no longer be abandoned. On this train, Shen Ya encountered a man and woman who would alter the course of her life. The scent of cheap hair gel surrounded them, though she could not see them clearly. She recognized a familiar accent in their voices. As she leaned against the window, savoring the buns her grandmother had prepared with chili sauce, the woman eagerly chimed in, and the couple resembled a humble pair of migrant workers, their words imbued with a delightful sincerity unique to their kind. They appeared to genuinely adore children, often purchasing snacks from the food cart to share with the little girls in their compartment, though boys would also offer treats. The couple always found ways to tease them playfully. Despite her grandmother's initial wariness, she warmed to the couple during their friendly exchange, laughing lightly, though she remained skeptical, viewing it merely as a chance encounter. They found a modest 10 yuan room in a low building that had weathered many years, dim and lacking water and electricity, yet affordable. They rushed to register at the hospital the next morning, but fate had never favored Shen Ya, and it was no different this time. The examination results were grim, with a very low chance of successful surgery. Though her grandmother did not elaborate, Shen Ya sensed her grandmother's wavering resolve to continue the fight. Yet, it seemed that divinity often opens a window when a door is closed. While the likelihood of her grandmother's recovery was bleak, the pediatrician, upon learning of their misfortunes and her grandmother's thoughts of surrender, compassionately pointed them toward another option. The province's largest charitable welfare institution provided free treatment to a limited number of orphans from underprivileged backgrounds each year, even if unforeseen circumstances arose. This opportunity would give Shen Ya a safety net. Although it was uncertain when her turn would come, the chances for her minor surgery were relatively high. Encouraged by the doctor's advice and Shen Ya's fervent desire, her grandmother decided to take a gamble. The welfare institution was located in the suburbs, requiring nearly 40 minutes by bus. During their 3-day exploration of the cherry blossom-laden province, they inquired about the institution's services and the authenticity of its treatment offerings. On the 4th morning, her grandmother checked out of their room, gripping Shen Ya's hand tightly, her voice soft as she reassured her. While waiting for the bus, her grandmother embraced Shen Ya, whose slender face brushed against hers, repeating softly, "I will definitely come to fetch you." The bus swayed gently, her grandmother's black briefcase bulging, as she held Shen Ya's hand and pointed out that they both wore matching red short-sleeve shirts. Shen Ya's lips curled into a subtle smile as she tenderly caressed the small pony embroidered on her red short-sleeve shirt, unable to part with it. In that moment, she genuinely believed that she and her grandmother would be together forever. Yet, no one had informed her that red is also the hue of blood. Chapter 37. Listen, those inside. You have been completely surrounded. The narrow, constricted alley lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. In the area awaiting demolition, just a street away from the Love Heart Welfare Institute, bright crimson blood pooled extensively. Shen Ya's eyes widened in terror, her hands, bound behind her, clenched weakly. She bit down hard on the rag that was pressed against her throat, desperately writhing in an attempt to roll toward the thickest pool of blood. Yet, the rope around her neck anchored her in place. That was her grandmother, her only family. With her heart aching, Shen Ya longed to scream, but her voice failed her. No one had anticipated that they were so close, merely a street away from safety. This dying old woman still dared to compete with me. With a belch, the man yawned, clutching the briefcase he had snatched from the elderly woman. He tugged at the chain, exclaiming, "Hey, Qin Shan, come here. This old lady's bag is full of money." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spat and licked his fingers, eagerly counting. 100, 200, 300, 400. $35,941. Oh, this old woman looks so shabby, yet she is quite the stash. No wonder she refused to take your 200. Zhu Lao Lu, it seems your impoverished appearance can't be masked by any fine clothing. The car door slammed shut, and a woman stepped out. She approached Shen Ya, her elongated nails digging into Shen Ya's chin. With satisfaction, she admired Zhou Lao Lu's handiwork and admonished him. "Thank goodness this little girl is unharmed. Zhou Lao Lu, how many times have I told you not to drink and drive? This is the 6th time. Isn't it? If I hadn't cleaned up your messes, you'd have been locked away long ago." The man chuckled, rising from the ground, rummaging through the other bags left by the old woman. Though his luck had diminished, he still found a modest sum of $147. He presented the bulk of the money to the woman, ingratiatingly saying, "All thanks to you, Sister Qin. Consider this a token of my respect. Oh, but please don't pull that rag out of the little girl's mouth. She may be small, but her bite is fierce." Zhou Lao Lu showcased the bite mark on his hand, bleeding slightly. "The little girl has some spirit." With a contemptuous scoff, Qin Shan slapped Shen Ya's cheek, watching as her once pristine face reddened. Rising, she removed the other end of the rope from the utility pole. "Let us go. Clean the blood off the front bumper with fresh water. Though this place is deserted, it's best to be cautious." Of course. You know, Sister Qin, my grandmother was quite the character. I never told you, did I? She wouldn't let anyone touch their chopsticks if she didn't eat first. If her bed was cold at night, my siblings and I would take turns getting our ears boxed. Are you envious of this old woman's selfless act to save her granddaughter? Do you think you're so noble? Qin Shan didn't believe him. As she poured water from the trunk, she pressed her foot down hard on Shen Ya, grinding her back. She chuckled lightly. Wrong. Your grandmother is over there. Little one. With her foot, she nudged Shen Ya's chin, gesturing for her to look left. Lifting Shen Ya's sebans. Qin Shan pointed to the lifeless body on the ground. "Look, little blind girl, your grandmother lies here. So tragic, she died without seeing." "Ugh. Sister Qin, don't tease her." Zhou Lao Lu splashed water on his face, the flush from his drunkenness fading slightly. He smiled broadly. "Hey, Sister Qin, do you know what happened to my grandmother and that whole family?" "What? You killed them, didn't you?" "Clever. You know me well." Zhou Lao Lu tossed the scattered bags beside the body, pulled out a half-empty bottle of liquor, and carelessly sprinkled it around. "At the banquet, I added the new batch, ANFH 1123. Within a night, it caused chaos, vomiting, fainting. Ambulances flooded our village. The police suspected foul play, tracing it back to the banquet. Amid the blame game, I knocked that old woman out, dousing my entire yard in diesel, then placed a suicide note on my grandfather's grave. Those relatives who mocked me in my youth will now bear the shame for life." The fire was magnificent. Zhou Lao Lu abruptly produced a lighter. casually picking up a piece of clothing soaked in liquor, shaking it a couple of times before igniting it. However, he stumbled upon a small book hidden within its folds. Squatting down, he picked it up and opened it, bursting into laughter. "Hey, sister, look. I never expected someone would name their child this. Yeah. Isn't that just crow? Oh, sister. Isn't the crow a bird that brings misfortune?" I was puzzled why two sickly individuals would travel so far for treatment, only to coincidentally share the same compartment with us. "Little sister, it seems your unfortunate fate not only harmed your parents, but also led to your grandmother's demise. Zhou Lu, stop stalling and put this unfortunate soul out of her misery. Don't blame us for your tragic end. Blame your ill fate for having crossed paths with such a calamity." The liquor-soaked clothing ignited instantly, the flames flickering in his eyes. Zhou Lu carelessly tossed the household register into the flames, seizing Shen Ya by the hair, dragging her toward the car. "Let us go, Sister Qin. If the fire spreads, the police will—" Hurry and get her out. "You incompetent fool." "Yes, Sister Qin, I'm on it." In a panic, Zhou Lu rushed to pull Shen Ya, but the warm wind surged, and suddenly, the flames shot up, causing him to cry out in alarm. "Qin, sister. The fire, let us go. I hear police sirens." With her eyes half closed, the vehicle swerved, narrowly avoiding the police car just before it entered the alley. Yet her body felt like rusted gears. Even as she understood she shouldn't stop now, she found she lacked the strength to move a single finger. Shen Ya once believed that her life would conclude on that fateful morning at the age of 3, abandoned at home. Yet, fate had other plans. A benevolent soul grasped her hand and ushered her from the frigid depths of winter into the warmth of a resplendent summer. Eventually, her existence met its end amidst the deafening chorus of cicadas. Following 3 consecutive months of arduous surgeries to mend her burns, Shen Ya traversed a labyrinth of shadowy realms. Each day, countless masked figures stripped her of her garments, scrutinizing the scars that marred her body. Upon the completion of her final reconstructive procedure, Shen Ya's visage found its way to a nondescript corner of the dark web. However, only those who took her under their wing comprehended the depths of their torment. Can you guarantee that the amnesiac Shen Ya could still possess such a hauntingly beautiful gaze, intertwined with hatred and despair, defiance and desolation? The world has never lacked the presence of docile kittens that readily expose their bellies and purr. Such creatures attract only the tender-hearted, while the stark, shadowy world is devoid of such gentleness. What we require are fierce leopards, even if stripped of their fangs and claws, arching their backs and roaring defiantly at us. Only such children are worthy of our investment. Yet, this child now refuses sustenance, and therein lies your dilemma. I merely wish to behold the flowers bloom, and let it be known that the blossoms I desire must be flawless, devoid of any blemish. Those 2 light-hearted sentences effectively severed the last retreat for the person in charge. They could neither retaliate nor scold. What could they possibly do? With their necks ensnared by the confines of their belts, they observed Shen Ya's value on the dark web soar once more. Just as the person in charge found themselves at a dead end, on the brink of making a desperate choice, a glimmer of hope emerged. In the hospital room of Shen Ya, the newly installed television could only connect to the dark web. The new doctor was oblivious to this fact. He merely observed Shen Ya deteriorating day by day, rather than being confined to the ward, endlessly gazing at the ceiling. It seemed preferable to turn on the television and watch something suitable for children. However, the moment the television was switched on, and Shen Ya was forcibly made to watch as the channels changed, a video of an execution abruptly appeared on the screen. The dark web spokesperson solemnly announced that an undercover police officer had infiltrated the dark web for 3 months, dismantling 4 drug-related dens. A figure donning a sheep mask, armed with a firearm, surrounded a man who was battered and bruised, with no visible flesh intact. At the spokesperson's command, a pale blue liquid was injected into the man's body, vial by vial. These individuals always knew how to shatter a police officer's faith. Standing in the light, one can easily scorn us, but what if you too have fallen? In such a state, can you still proudly display your beliefs to us? Loss of control, vomiting, sudden euphoria followed by collapsing to the ground in tears like an untamed beast, During his moments of lucidity, the man once attempted to bite through a vein in his wrist, but only met with another series of drug injections. He had even contemplated seizing the syringe amidst the chaos to end his own suffering. But as the substance slowly coursed through his veins, all his struggles and anger dissipated into nothingness. The live broadcast continued for a week, subjecting the undercover officer to relentless torment, yet he endured. This was the finest promotion for their drugs, and also a blatant provocation against the world's forces opposing gambling, drugs, and vice. Ultimately, the man became a slave to the drugs, willingly playing the fool, pleading with the spokesperson, when a hail of bullets pierced his body. Blood gushed forth. Trembling, the man raised his right hand, thumb pointed downward, and with a smile that revealed his toothless gums, he faced the camera, exuding the same bright and resolute demeanor as before. Please do not give up. No matter how deep in hell you find yourself, we will find you. The fiery explosion obliterated the camera's feed, and amidst the chaos of gunfire, Shen Ya heard it. Listen, those inside, you are completely surrounded. Chapter 38, Laboratory. Prelude to the truth. Sometimes, a single thought can determine a person's fate. The television broadcast was hastily cut off, and outside the once quiet hospital room, a cacophony of voices erupted. The nurse hurried away, leaving Shen Ya alone, staring blankly at the television. Shen Ya covered her eyes, determined to preserve the uniqueness of her heterochromatic irises. Even though the doctors had assured her that the surgery would not affect her eye color, they still hesitated to take any risks. Transparent tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, leaving large, vivid stains on the yellowish-white bedsheet. In a haze of confusion, Shen Ya removed the intravenous needle from the back of her hand and placed it on the bedside table. She ravenously devoured the simple congee and nutritious fruits, stuffing them into her mouth. Tears streamed down her face as she choked, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, Shen Ya vowed to eliminate the two individuals who had irrevocably altered her destiny, regardless of the cost. The sharp blade in her hand gradually pierced through Qin Chan's innards, while a white paper mask hung directly above her eyes. With the aid of the paper figure, Shen Ya could clearly perceive the grotesque expression on Qin Chan's face. You dare not kill me. Qin Chan, enduring excruciating pain, coldly glared at Shen Ya, asserting, though I do not comprehend how you evaded the watchful eyes of those around. You lack the courage to slay me. Here, I am impervious to death. Qin Chan chuckled maniacally. Immortal, indeed. Who among the masses does not yearn for eternal life? I merely did what anyone in my position would have done, becoming a stepping stone for my ambitions. Consider the past. Those under the command of the formidable power seldom have clean hands. Moreover, Shen Ya, you must realize that without me, your body would have been ravaged by countless others long ago. Her voice, piercing and shrill, elicited no response from Shen Ya, who remained impassive, merely rotating the blade. In an instant, Qin Chan shattered the faade she believed to be impenetrable. So what? Shen Ya cast a glance out the window, feeling a slight tremor within her heart, surprised that those ruffians had managed to endure until this moment. Very well, once this matter is resolved, should any of them still be alive, I shall reluctantly save a few. Rolling up her sleeves, Shen Ya extracted a pair of rubber gloves from a slip of paper bound to her wrist, placing her foot upon the wound on Qin Chan's chest. I shall not kill you. Do not provoke me. Qin Chan. Without a backward glance, a smile graced Shen Ya's lips. My entanglement with the darkness runs far deeper than you could ever imagine. Do you remember how you lost that arm? Qin Chan's pupils quivered as she exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be you? No, how is that possible? Those reckless soldiers were responsible. Yet, she pondered, wait, could it be? At that time, she had taken charge of the mission with utmost secrecy, even bringing along nearly all her trusted confidants to execute a grand scheme, intending to deliver an unforgettable lesson to those who had risen through backdoor connections. But who could have foreseen that fate would intervene? After escorting Shen Ya to safety, a crucial transit point was unexpectedly targeted by tenacious Chinese authorities. In the ensuing chaos, her loyal companions suffered devastating losses, and she herself had to amputate her arm to save her own life due to excessive blood loss. The police, in pursuit of that shipment, apprehended numerous high-ranking officials entangled with underground forces, leaving them reeling for months. Yet now, Shen Ya had the audacity to suggest that she was the architect of that event. It was inconceivable. She had been no more than 9 years old at the time. The desperate questioning and curses from Qin Shan brought Shen Ya an unexpected sense of delight. With a slight curve of her lips, she inhaled the pungent scent of disinfectant in the sterile environment, reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance. No one would suspect an 8-year-old girl, blind and harboring a ticking time bomb within her, of being anything other than innocuous. However, any individual possessing a modicum of conscience, untainted by darkness, would inevitably ponder the origins of this child once they discovered the bomb within her, especially the scientists, driven by insatiable curiosity. In the course of accompanying a prominent researcher for blood sampling and analysis, Shen Ya lowered her usual defiance that attracted the perverse attention of her tormentors. A fierce little leopard, unyielding under duress, found herself, in the presence of a nonagenarian, begging for mercy in an astonishingly subservient manner. The researchers, having relaxed their scrutiny during this period, inadvertently allowed Shen Ya to play her hand. She approached the task with a gambler's mentality, prepared for the worst, a brutal reckoning if discovered. Yet, if she succeeded in conveying her message undetected, it would spark a frenzy among those involved. Maintaining her composure, Shen Ya selected a female researcher who naturally spoke their shared mother tongue during her leisure time. Coincidentally, this researcher was present to discuss collaborative scientific advancements. Unaware of the professor's true character, yet possessing some knowledge of the integrity of foreign scientists. Injuring herself without raising suspicion, Shen Ya executed her plan with ease. Nevertheless, she had not anticipated the smoothness of the communication process, nor that the researcher would create such a significant impact following her message. Anticipating a future meeting with this individual, Shen Ya felt a pang of regret, realizing that such a possibility was likely unattainable. Gazing at the firmly closed door before her, she silently sighed, astonished that a terror organization, notorious for its blatant disregard for international laws, would entertain such absurd notions. She had thought such ideas were confined to the fantasies of immature adolescents. The paper slipped from her wrist, and with a soft clatter, moments later, the door swung open before Qin Shan's incredulous gaze. Through the mask of paper, Shen Ya observed the sterile, clinical decor, where several scientists clad in lab coats lay lifelessly on the ground, their abdomens hollow and heads split open, unmistakably beyond salvation. Flanking the room were towering nutrition tanks, many exhibiting signs of violent rupture from within. A few intact tanks contained children, their bodies emaciated, eyes tightly shut, resembling alien figures from science fiction film. Their flesh clinging to their bones as though all moisture had been extracted. How is this possible? Know this. Qin Shan, caught between laughter and tears, remained utterly oblivious to Shen Ya's grip on her hair. She twisted her head desperately to the side, ignoring the searing pain from her scalp, as disbelief consumed her. She shook her head violently, unwilling to accept that these individuals were indeed dead. Shen Ya lowered her gaze, her foot poised to step forward in pursuit. Yet she found herself rooted to the spot. She cast a peculiar glance at the nearly voluminous hair in her hand, then lifted her eyes to observe Qin Shan's sparse and crimson locks. It appeared that this time, she had indeed provoked a significant reaction. It was well known that aside from her relentless ambition, Qin Shan took immense pride in her naturally luxuriant hair. Although the incident had resulted in a demotion, leaving her with considerably less hair than before, there were rare occasions when Shen Ya encountered her tirelessly tending to her tresses during her leisure time. A sudden, unsettling thought crossed her mind. The diminutive room was entirely visible at a glance. Although she had long suspected that the location overseen by Qin Shan might not be the principal research site of those individuals. Her purpose for being here was solely for Qin Shan. Nevertheless, a flicker of improbable hope lingered within her heart. What if, by some stroke of fortune, her luck had taken a turn for the better? She shrugged. It seemed that the crow was devoid of good fortune. The sharp blade slipped from her grasp as Shen Ya's body swiftly leaned forward, attempting to administer artificial respiration and cardiac resuscitation to the scientists alongside Shan. How to articulate it? She recognized that Shan had been momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden shock. Yet at that moment, she couldn't help but quip, "Please, cease the artificial respiration. They no longer possess hearts, after all." Shen Ya had anticipated the situation perfectly. As long as Shan did not suddenly awaken or experience a drastic shift in her physical state, the dagger in her hand would undoubtedly pierce through her target with precision, nailing her to the control panel. Yet, in that very moment when the blade was poised to strike, Shan's body unexpectedly lurched to the left. Indeed, Shan had not regained consciousness. It was another who had awakened. From the right rear of Shan, a figure, once thought to be utterly devoured and certainly dead, suddenly lunged forth, frantically clawing at her cheek. Before Shan could comprehend the unfolding horror, a scream of agony erupted from her lips. "Help me!" she gasped, her mouth agape, reaching out in desperation toward Shen Ya. But just as her hand extended, the assailant sank their teeth into her vibrant, crimson tongue, tearing it away and swallowing it whole. "Oh dear!" With an expressionless visage, Shen Ya emitted a sound that was ambiguous, possibly a note of admiration or perhaps tinged with sardonicism. She twirled the hilt of her dagger in her hand and retreated step by step. Her peripheral gaze caught the feeble arm of the creature still clinging to life, where an almost invisible scrap of paper lingered at the bend of its elbow. As the monster continued its savage onslaught, the paper flitted about, evading capture with astonishing ease. What had begun as an inquiry into this creature's fate now seemed to suggest that perhaps this torment was, in fact, the most suitable course for her. Shen Ya ascended the staircase, gesturing for the paper figure to close the laboratory door behind her. In any case, the paper doll had already fixated on her. Regardless of where she might reawaken this time, it would undoubtedly seek her out. And now, Shen Ya delicately withdrew the necklace from her neck, and, at its center, the stone that once radiated brilliance in her eyes now elicited a subtle frown as it lay against the paper. Indeed, this stone was rather unsightly. Fortunately, she wore a fitted shirt beneath, preventing it from directly contacting her skin. Nevertheless, as Shen Ya removed her rubber gloves, she gently probed the stone with her fingertips. Indeed, it was slightly warm to the touch. Shen Ya clasped the stone in her palm, delicately attuning herself to its essence, and discovered that as she ventured towards a particular direction, the stone's temperature noticeably elevated. Curiosity beckoned her to explore further. Without much hesitation, even in the absence of the stone, Shen Ya had intended to head in this direction all along, leaping between the floors. Paper scraps clung to the exterior pipes of the low-rise building. With a deft twist, she shattered a window and entered the second floor of an abandoned beauty salon. Lifting a corner of the heavy curtain that obscured the glass, Shen Ya cast her gaze downward, only to find Wang Jia and Qin Yin along with their companions inexplicably gathered together, sprawled upon the ground in disarray. The sight was haunting, as their lifeless forms lay in a grotesque fan shape, an overwhelming density that rendered the scene nearly limitless. The strength of these individuals was indeed formidable. Shen Ya remained vigilant, her gaze lingering intently on the group of individuals trailing behind Qin Yin. Among them was a diminutive girl, a tall and disheveled youth, a slightly rotund boy clad in a lab coat, and at the center stood a child dressed in short sleeves and jeans, exuding an air of simplicity. Apart from the seemingly weaker child, the rest of the group appeared formidable. Wait, was that a dog accompanying them? Shen Ya's gaze shifted, focusing intently on the dog. Yet, before she could linger for another moment, a delicate-looking, frail child with pale skin in the very center of the group of children suddenly turned his head. He gazed directly in Shen Ya's direction. With no time to draw the curtains, their eyes met. In the next instant, Shen Ya exclaimed, her voice ringing with a piercing clarity. A cold smile graced her lips as she swiftly retreated, the glass before her shattering instantaneously from the center outward. The sound of that person not only captured the attention of Qin Yin, but also drew the gaze of those lurking behind this amusement park. At last, the moment had arrived. Shen Ya gazed upon the creature before her, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. This was the first time she had truly discerned its visage since their parting 3 years ago. Though it was merely a replica, an abundance of which could be created, it still held a certain significance. Chapter 39. Those they have slain, those they seek to save. Shen Ya took a step back, retreating rather than advancing, as the curtain lifted, revealing a pair of heterochromatic eyes. The creature that lunged forward bore an astonishing resemblance to a human form, save for its towering height, exceeding 3 meters, which placed it beyond the realm of normalcy. Yet, it would be misleading to claim it was entirely akin to a human. Shen Ya bent at the waist, narrowly evading the creature's suddenly elongated claws. Beneath the obviously custom-made attire, little was discernible. Yet with a deft twist of the blade at her wrist, Shen Ya seized the creature's forearm with one hand while planting a foot upon its limb. As she executed a backward somersault, her bone knife sliced horizontally through the air. The fabric of the garment ripped apart like 2 tattered rags. It was merely an ordinary cotton linen outfit, unaltered and unembellished. Shen Ya swiftly brushed aside her hair, which had fallen across her face due to her sudden movement. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed that despite the creature's swift motions, its body was adorned with flesh-colored protrusions that shimmered like fish scales. Under normal light, these flesh-toned elevations were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Shen Ya possessed an acute sensitivity to such details. Frowning slightly, she tightened her grip on the hilt of her knife. With the force of her previous strike, she could have severed the bones of a typical monster, akin to those black-clad guards of Building 11. Yet now, had this batch of test subjects undergone a transformation? Shen Ya raised her gaze. Shen Ya heard a tale richly imbued with the essence of Western mythology. Observing the rampant corruption, violence, and malevolent deeds within human society, God resolved to eradicate the wicked through a deluge. However, just as he was poised to unleash the flood, he discovered a virtuous man named Noah. In a gesture of divine compassion, God instructed Noah to construct an ark, allowing him to shelter his family alongside the world's animals from the impending waters. The professor, in an unending monologue, recounted this narrative to Shen Ya, likening himself to the animals aboard Noah's ark, proclaiming that the great flood was imminent and that Noah would guide them to survival in a new world. This was utterly preposterous. No, it was a collective of fools. Gritting her teeth, Shen Ya evaded once more, twisting her wrist to seize the tattered garment that hung from the creature, vaulting onto its back. Once again, she plunged her blade towards the nape of its neck. Yet, as before, the blade slid away as if coated in wax. The force sent Shen Ya spiraling uncontrollably to one side. She fell to the ground, rolling adeptly to evade the creature's fist, and raised her head. Her expression darkened. A whisper of doubt crept in her mind. Had that band of fools truly broken through their limitations in just a year? No, that couldn't be right. Immediately dismissing the notion, she touched the paper mask on her face. The paper figure could not diminish her extraordinary vision, for even to this day, she vividly recalled the dazzling blue amidst the vast emptiness. A once lean body now lay serenely with crossed arms over its chest, resembling a humanoid form, peacefully resting within a completely transparent oval chamber, as if in slumber or merely in a state of feigned repose. Yet Shen Ya understood that this was but an illusion. He had long since perished. The being, long dead and entombed in silence, lay within its chamber. Initially, upon its discovery, the nation presumed it to be a mere prank by some eccentric overseas billionaire, akin to the way some nations still indulge in releasing dubious news of extraterrestrial encounters, crop circles, sudden UFO sightings, and the like. However, as the investigation deepened, the nation unearthed a spacecraft, undiscovered for countless ages, yet still in a state of activation. The alien technology, far surpassing the pinnacle of human advancement, opened new avenues for the nation, prompting an immediate, clandestine invitation to technologically superior countries. Countless scientists from various civilizations flocked together, setting aside national biases in the pursuit of scientific advancement for humanity's future. Yet, as their explorations progressed, their trepidation regarding the dormant extraterrestrial being grew palpable. With its lifelike appearance, humanity could not discern whether the being was in a comatose or deceased state. Yet, they discovered within the vessel's instruments a potential solution to the pressing issue of reproduction that plagued them. Faced with an increasing number of deformed infants, numerous countries and universities initiated medical research, but nearly a century later, humanity seemed ensnared in a cursed cycle, as if all technological progress had halted since that fateful event 100 years prior. Particularly, with the passing of the older generation of scientists and the deterioration of the new generation of infants. The emphasis on extraterrestrial issues led nations to advocate for research while eschewing exploration. Compared to the billions of lives on Earth, humanity's civilization had existed for less than 10 millennia, rendering their time exceedingly trivial. How could they be certain that in distant galaxies there existed no more aggressive and superior civilizations? While the act of burying one's head in the sand is indeed laughable, it has proven effective. Yet, this world no longer permits such indulgence. Shen Ya remained oblivious to which nation championed this stance. In a secret vote, more than half the nations advocated for continued research. For the first time, humanity turned its gaze toward the extraterrestrial being peacefully lying within the transparent chamber. Filled with curiosity about its physiological structure and the reasons behind its striking resemblance to humans. What was its purpose on Earth? Why was it buried in the soil miles away from the spacecraft? The questions persisted, unyielding with the passage of time. Spurred by curiosity, humanity breached the transparent chamber. This action appeared to shatter a delicate balance. The extraterrestrial being's body rapidly dehydrated upon contact with the air, shrinking before their eyes. Even as humanity hastily closed the chamber's lid, it was too late. He was long dead. Despite humanity's reluctance to accept this reality, they were compelled to acknowledge it. The professor spoke these chilling words with palpable regret. Following the emergence of this anomaly, some timid nations promptly withdrew from the scientific research. Yet many scientists, confronted with this unforeseen development, succumbed to madness. The professor clearly belonged to the latter cohort, having assembled his own research team. Before the average person could react, he had obtained a portion of the extraterrestrial being's remains. After countless studies, he had long been entrenched in the shadows of moral ambiguity, perhaps out of a final act of compassion or a desire to witness the despair etched on Shen Ya's face upon learning the truth. The professor laid bare his heart, sharing his curiosity regarding the being's presence on that land. Was it a miscalculation in the spacecraft's positioning, or something else? What transformations had transpired in that region due to the extraterrestrial's arrival? His investigations revealed that the number of deformed infants in that area far exceeded any other place on Earth. Strangely, none of these deformities pertained to intellectual disabilities. All were manifest in physical forms. This anomaly prompted the professor to ponder, were these children meant to be normal? Did the extraterrestrial being's presence create a magnetic field that rendered their bodies incapable of enduring the strain, resulting in these mutations? Perhaps it was not that the children were disabled, but rather their bodies had actively shed certain parts to protect themselves. Leaning close to Shen Ya, the professor enunciated each word as if they were the last whispers of a dying breath. His gaze bore into her, scrutinizing every minuscule expression on her face. Blood tests revealed no abnormalities. My canary, can you share what your extraordinary eyes perceive in the presence of these revelations? What do they reveal to you? Shen Ya paid no heed to the man's probing. Her countenance revealed not a trace of emotion. With a roll of her eyes, she feigned unconsciousness the moment he burst through the door. The hurried arrival was that of the professor's confidant, who babbled a torrent of incomprehensible jargon, seemingly consumed by anger. Yet, at the tail end of his tirade, Shen Ya caught the mention of the name Qin Shan. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Qin Shan's mission had faltered, prompting an investigation from above that cast suspicion upon the Scientific Research Institute. Consequently, the personnel of the institute hastily evacuated. As a fledgling canary whose value was rapidly ascending, Shen Ya was among those who retreated from the throng. Although she remained oblivious to the professor's true intentions and refrained from voicing her suspicions to the higher-ups. This fortunate circumstance afforded Shen Ya the opportunity to continue her own investigation. As a captive bird, Shen Ya's access to information is severely restricted, relying solely on the various guests who visit her before her first menstruation. These individuals, hailing from the upper echelons of diverse fields around the globe, possess knowledge that, while not as profound as that of a professor, offers some insight. However, the quality of their information pales in comparison to that of an expert. In a twist of fate, amidst her interactions with a renowned medical authority, the individual abruptly departs. During his phone call, Shen Ya learns of a tragic incident. A child from that region, born with a congenital absence of the left arm, experiences severe necrosis at the shoulder, accompanied by heart failure, teetering on the brink of life and death. The child's life tragically concludes at midnight the following day. In the midst of slumber, Shen Ya was abruptly roused from her dreams, bewildered by her own inexplicable decision to ascend to the second-floor corridor, where she curled up in a shadowed corner. She overheard the professor lamenting into the telephone. He uttered, "What a pity, yet another experimental subject lost. No matter, yes, just like the previous ones. Preserve the body for me. Go to the crematorium and procure the ashes of any deceased to use as a substitute. They are all from modest backgrounds. What upheaval could they possibly cause? Ah, you have one there as well? I see. Hasn't it been reported that nearly 3/5 of the newborns registered those years have perished by now? Oh, 7/10, you say? TSK, the oldest among them is merely 12. As for me, that little bird is indeed here. Her health remains relatively stable, but she is only 8 years old. Who knows if any further ailments may arise in the next 4 years? Very well. If you wish to come and see her, I shall be home tomorrow afternoon." Just before the individual entered the guest room, Shen Ya tightly shut her eyes, maintaining a steady breath. The deliberately opened window and the unmade bed concealing the reason for her chilling demeanor. The delicate fingers, resembling those of a 70-year-old, tugged at the covers, caressing her eyes, with increasing pressure as if he intended to pry her very gaze from its sockets. At the opportune moment, Shen Ya emitted a startled cry, not to evoke sympathy, but rather to convey that each child lost diminishes her existence. Ultimately, the eminent medical expert departed the room. With a blade in her hand flipped, Shen Ya crouched on the ground, directing the sharp point towards the sole of the monstrous foot that aimed to strike her. She did not deny that the initial intentions of these scientists may have been to benefit humanity, yet one by one, they strayed from the path. Their pursuits no longer aligned with the welfare of mankind, but were instead driven by an insatiable greed. In the 11 low-rise buildings, countless children endured a myriad of sufferings, some subjected to human experimentation, others affected by the ravages of war. However, the source of their collective anguish stemmed from the avarice of those who towered above them. The number of children they have slain far surpasses those they have saved. In the very instant the sharp point pierced the monster's flesh, its body halted abruptly, dehydrated and desiccated. Shen Ya coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping away the crimson stains left by the monster's brutal fists and feet, her fingers brushing against the white cloth that covered her eyes. After several tentative explorations, she finally discerned the creature's vulnerable point, the sole of its right foot. Yet, she wondered if this was merely a peculiar exception. A cloud of dust erupted as the monster crashed heavily to the ground. Amidst the chaos, Shen Ya limped, using a bone knife to support herself, and made her way towards the shattered window. Chapter 40. Encirclement. Little Fish. The scene was one of utter disarray. The ruins outside were no better than those above. The moment Shen Ya and her companions heard the creature's roar and witnessed it unexpectedly leaping from an unknown corner, shattering the glass and invading the room, they instinctively sought to retreat and assist Shen Ya. Although they were puzzled as to how Shen Ya had recalled her abilities without any memory, they were genuinely concerned for a child whose memories only extended to before the age of 9. However, they found themselves powerless to escape. Just as they approached the window, the surrounding buildings suddenly twisted and restructured, a blinding white light enveloping them. Shen Ya hastily raised her hand, her brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The abnormality of this sudden illumination unsettled her. The group huddled together, arms linked, backs pressed against one another, bracing for any potential foes that might emerge from the brilliance. Yet, none appeared. The monster's roars and the sounds of battle faded into an eerie silence. Qin Yan's thoughts raced. She took a cautious step back, sensing impending doom. At that moment, a chill coursed through her hand, sticky and unsettling, as the extraordinary powers that had been dwindling within her suddenly vanished. As if she were newly arrived in this contaminated zone. Have I grown larger? A distant, fervent shout echoed from a corner, seemingly from their right rear. The foreboding sensation intensified within Qin Yan. She turned her head and whispered, "Xiaoxia, can you still summon your powers?" Her palm was pinched gently yet firmly. Before the individual known as Xiaoxia could respond, a piercing gunshot shattered the stillness. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Qin Shan was tightly held against Xiaoxia's chest. She only heard him emit a low grunt, followed by the overwhelming stench of blood invading her senses. "Xiaoxia, are you all right? Let me go. Was it that shot that hit you, or—" Words failed her as she stared wide-eyed, panic consuming her. The calamity of her previous life seemed to replay in that instant. Back then, Xiaoxia had shielded her with his body against the encroaching infected, forming an impenetrable fortress. At that time, she was merely a fledgling with untapped powers, the frailest of spatial abilities. Helplessly witnessing her loved ones perish before her eyes as they sacrificed themselves for her. She clawed her way from a mountain of corpses and sea of flames. Yet even after becoming Shen Ya's companion, recognized as one of the most formidable among the powers, she could not alter the seemingly predestined fate of her life, which was perpetually marked by loss, first Shen Ya, then by Qiu, Cheng, Yanhong. After losing her blood relatives, she faced yet another loss of those she could entrust her life to. She had once again become the solitary fortunate one. With swollen eyes, the once exhausted powers surged back into her being at that moment. Qin Shan bit her lip, a radiant sword of light materializing in her hand. The white glow dispersed, and a thunderous roar of a helicopter's blades resonated overhead, with a sniper's red dot trained upon her forehead, surrounded by countless special police vehicles. "Listen up. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and release the hostages. You still have a chance to turn back." Xiao Tuan's derisive laughter echoed nearby as he nonchalantly gestured to Li Yuansheng, who, in tacit understanding, produced a glass marble. No questions asked about its origin. She had casually collected it during their journey, and to her surprise, it captured the interest of this formidable figure. Cheng contributed a half-person high block of ice, believing it to be the most suitable medium for negotiation, given its formidable hardness and chilling properties. In a crisis, Li Yuansheng could use the ice as a defensive tool, and with her spatial abilities, she need not worry about it melting, as basic ice preservation was a fundamental requirement in supermarkets. Xiao Tuan rolled the glass marble between his fingers, the surface developing charred marks, as he drew out a custom-made military slingshot. As a bomb manipulator, Xiao Tuan could transform any visible non-living entity into potent explosives at will. He squinted, aiming his slingshot at a nearby police car window. "Wait, Xiaoxia. Watch as I put on a show." With a mischievous grin, he released the glass marble, but just as it neared the window, a square, blue-glowing frame appeared around it, and a tiny explosion cloud dissipated into the air moments later. "Hey, Dr. Bai, isn't this getting dull?" Xiao Tuan exclaimed, hand behind his head, glancing back at the amiable, rotund boy, while Cheng pouted beside him, attempting to restrain Wang Jia, who was eager to join their table. "Wait, a table?" Bai Qiu raised his hand, a silver-blue square materializing in his palm. He looked at his dissatisfied companions and said, "I know you've all been cooped up and want to stir things up with Xiaoya, but could you at least take a moment to assess the situation around us? Have you not noticed the changes in the surroundings?" "Of course we have, but what of it?" Defiance painted Xiao Tuan's posture, arms crossed. They had all endured the trials of that world. They had seen changes aplenty, but what difference did it make? They were bound to fight regardless. "You can all brawl, but first let me ascertain the situation before any fighting begins. Also, keep your distance from that window. We don't know if that bullet was fired by those police outside, so avoid provoking them." The incident just now occurred because Qin Yan was too close to the window. However, this incident shifted Bai Qiu's perception of a certain individual. He gestured for everyone but Wang Jia, the rescuer, to move aside, granting the young couple some space. The others promptly followed suit, jumping down from the table. Moments ago, they had stood atop several high trucks, but upon the flash of white light, the trucks transformed into mere circular tables barely a meter tall. Do you know those people? Noticing Yin Hongin's unusual expression, Bai Qiu nudged him with his elbow. I suppose I do. Yin Hongin scratched his face in a peculiar manner, a vague recollection stirring within him. Had he not encountered these individuals earlier that morning? Suffering from a slight case of prosopagnosia, he realized that their prior meeting had been fleeting. Had it not been for the apparent camaraderie they shared with Shen Ya, he would have retained no memory of them at all. Indeed, Li Yuanxing interjected, her gaze fixed upon the small group of enthusiastic children, their faces flushed with excitement as they brandished steel pipes and machetes. Their attire mirrored that of their earlier departure. Yet an ineffable sense of disquiet lingered in the air. What was amiss? She could not articulate it. Surely, this was not the crux of the matter. Delayed in her arrival, Su Wei intertwined her arm with that of a cartoonish beauty, stepping ahead of Lu Jia and gracefully joining the group. Despite her tardiness, she absorbed every word spoken with clarity. The urge to voice her exasperation eclipsed any lingering trepidation she harbored towards Yin Hongin. Her expression darkened as she pointed toward the child bound by hemp rope, curled on the ground, glaring fiercely at the adults surrounding them. Ordinary NPCs seemed to be inherently undeserving of attractive visages. The adults ensnared by the ropes wore faces so unremarkable that even after scrutinizing them, they soon faded from memory. Yet, Su Wei's expression faltered. If her recollections serve her correctly, these individuals appear to be. Why are you still here? Little Yu turned sharply, as though just noticing Bai Qiu and the others. With a furrowed brow, he cast a worried glance towards the door, then slightly shifted his posture, declaring, "Did I not inform you? This is our business. You need not involve yourselves. Quickly, escape through the secret passage. Run as far as you can. Damn it, why are there so many police?" His incessant muttering, accompanied by a fierce admonition, was met with caution as he peered through the window, revealing only one eye. "We will not leave," Lu Jia's voice cut through from behind. Calmly, she stepped forward, momentarily pausing before Bai Qiu and the others. Soon, she joined little Yu's side, stating, "We will wait here with you." Lu Jia's gaze held an inscrutable emotion as she regarded little Yu, while Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Was it sorrow or indignation? It seemed there was someone present who understood the gravity of the situation. "Do you comprehend that this is meddling?" Lu Jia's tone was heavy as she glared at little Yu, asking, "Did Shen Ya truly instruct you to wait for her here?" "Mind your own business." "Indeed," Lu Jia gasped, bracing herself against the floor as she stood, asserting, "You are already aware that the person entering shortly would not be benevolent?" "Yes." A sardonic smile crept onto little Yu's lips, his eyes shimmering with both derision and despair. Shen Ya was young, trusting the police, yet none of them were virtuous. Having been confined for years, her knowledge of the outside world was limited. They had previously sought help from the authorities, only to witness those children perish. The very children who had sought salvation were dead. Little Yu's voice resonated with despair, his fierce glare directed at the adults in the corner, questioning why they treated him thus, why children like him were born into such a world. Did they wish to be born disabled? Did they desire to be sold into such places? No, they simply never had the choice. Adults imposed pressure upon children, the powerful upon the weak. The world was rife with oppression and subjugation. Officer Lu No Lu Jia. Su Wei hesitated momentarily before tiptoeing to Lu Jia's side, gesturing towards the gathered individuals with a scowl. "So, you are aware of this matter?" "Yes." "Is that so?" After traversing various highly contaminated zones, Chung was momentarily taken aback by the sudden encounter with such a refreshing environment, unable to restrain her tone. "My apologies." She stuck out her tongue, urging Lu Jia to continue. "Yes, this contaminated area has one significant flaw. If adults enter, the contamination will erase their memories from before they turn 9, reverting them to a childlike state, trapping them in a contaminated zone indefinitely." "Why not?" Lu Jia rubbed her face. For children, identifying peers was not as intricate as for adults. Sometimes, mere similarity in height sufficed. Chapter 41. The year Shen Ya died, she was 20 years old. Su Wei opened her mouth, hearing Lu Jia's emotionless, chillingly calm voice. She leaned her forehead against her palm, averting her gaze. What does becoming a child mean? How tall is an adult? How tall is a 9-year-old child? Do they simply chop off the extra height? Wait, could they truly be? Yes, precisely as you just articulated. Furthermore, every individual remaining there was later found by our military's dedicated investigation team to have voluntarily altered their bodies. Su Wei covered her mouth, realizing she had unconsciously spoken her thoughts aloud as Lu Jia turned to her, enunciating each word carefully. Yet this was utterly insane. Su Wei, you may not comprehend. Lu Jia's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. At that time, every individual in society was living with their heads metaphorically tied to their belts, hiding from the sudden appearance of the blood moon, the infected, the sources of contamination. Everyone's mental state was on the brink of collapse. In such a moment, one could suddenly realize that by relinquishing things they would no longer need in the future, they could return to a life reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, unburdened, alongside their loved ones. Childhood truly was a nostalgic time. Wait, you mentioned this contaminated area. Upon Lu Jia's conclusion, Bai Qiu pondered, turning to Cheng Cheng. Have you heard of this contaminated area in your previous life? No. Cheng Cheng shook her head honestly, naturally playful, especially with her considerable prowess. She had always been supported by those behind her. Other mercenary teams and investigative squads from various bases would often detour to the southern base, specifically inquiring if she wished to join them. She never declined. Thus, while she was the youngest among this group, she had witnessed more contaminated zones than anyone except Shen Ya. Yet if she had not seen it, Bai Qiu, a soft voice broke through, and Qin Yin, her eyes red from recent tears, tightly grasped Xiao Xia's hand as she hastily approached the group. When Bai Qiu turned to her, she eagerly inquired, Bai Qiu, do you remember how Xiao Xia died in her last life? Among them, Shen Ya and Eucian had known each other since childhood, while Qin Yin, Xiao Xia, Bai Qiu, and Cheng Cheng shared a bond from their early years. The remaining Yin Hongyan and Xiao Tuan had merely crossed paths by chance. The 8 of them shared a profound camaraderie, yet the childhood friends possessed an unspoken understanding that surpassed the others. After a series of high-speed train transfers to taxis and finally buses, they arrived safely. However, just before the banquet commenced, a deranged individual suddenly appeared, attacking people indiscriminately. Initially, the family assumed this person was suffering from a mental illness, but to their horror, the scenes they had once watched in zombie films began to unfold in their midst. By the time everyone grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already far too late. The hotel where the banquet was held was not exclusively occupied by their family. 2 other weddings were taking place as well, resulting in utter chaos. During their frantic escape, Bai Qiu became separated from the elderly, physically impaired, in the group. Although Qin Yin had always been composed, her parents were among the first to be bitten and subsequently ostracized by the panicking crowd. With no other choice, the remaining few were forced to flee separately. None of them anticipated how swiftly the virus would manifest. In a desperate attempt to protect Qin Yin's parents, who were tightly held by Xiao Xia, they trapped them in an empty room. Meanwhile, the others rushed towards the emergency exit, only to collide with the infected guests from the weddings. To shield their children, Xiao Xia's parents sacrificed their chance of escape, heroically blocking the door with their lives. Xiao Yan, it's all right. I'll get you out of here. I promise. Qin Yin felt dazed, listening to Xiao Xia softly calling her name repeatedly. Yet, she couldn't catch any of his other words. After several failed attempts to break through the door, pushed back by the infected, Xiao Xia firmly grasped Qin Yan's hand and led her into an empty room, barricading the entrance against the oncoming threat. Have you lost your mind, Xiao Xia? Come back. Come back. Xiao Xia gently pried apart Qin Yin's fingers, which clutched his shirt tightly. Tears welled in his eyes as he choked back sobs. In the dim light of the corridor, he resolutely shut the door just as Qin Yin attempted to open it. Do not open the door. Xiao Yan, I've been scratched. Qin Yin froze, hand suspended on the doorknob. Scratched? But when did that happen? When Uncle Qin was bitten, I reached out to pull him back, and his nails tore into my arm. Overcome by despair, Qin Yin slid down to the floor, her eyes shut tight, tears streaming down her face. Deep down, she had anticipated this. The group that had gone to assist had transformed into monsters, and Ya, who had been at the forefront of it all, could not possibly have emerged unscathed. Why hadn't she spoken to him properly earlier? She had lost her family, but Ya had lost his parents too. He must have been terrified throughout their ordeal. Gripping the doorknob with all her strength, Qin Yin tried to push the door open, but the force from the other side was overwhelming. No, do not open the door, Xiao Yin. You must live. Do not worry about us. We will remain by your side in another form. Haha. Isn't there a movie like that? Xia forced a smile, covering his face with his hands. Biting his lip, he wanted to say more, fearing that if he didn't he might never get the chance again. Do not forget me, Qin Yin. You must never forget me. I wish to marry you. I have dreamt of it since I was 5. I have always wanted you to be my bride. Just being engaged is not enough. Qin Yin, I want to marry you. So please do not forget me. Forgive me for leaving you alone in a world that is uncertain, but escaping the inner testing zone at the brink of death. Qin Yin found her beloved's lifeless body. He had taken a kitchen knife to his wrist. As the infected bodies grew cold, she realized she did not know when Xia had made that fateful decision. By the time she arrived, it was too late. Later, they discovered through investigation that time outside the inner testing zone remained suspended. However, if multiple individuals with abilities entered the inner testing zone, time would commence based on the earliest exit. Bai Qiu emerged at 9:27, wearing a watch to ensure there would be no delay in rescue. As Qin Yin cried out, Bai Qiu, running towards her, glimpsed a clock in the room behind her, which read 9:30. 3 minutes separated life from death for the two. Bai Qiu was puzzled. He and Qin Yin, Cheng, and others had previously experienced memories of Xiao's death. The pivotal moments in their recollections aligned perfectly. Didn't Xiao die at Grandma's birthday banquet while trying to protect you? Huh? What's suicide? Xia was utterly bewildered. Wasn't Grandma's birthday banquet postponed because she believed that an 80th birthday was inauspicious, and that an 81st was more appropriate to symbolize overcoming the trials of life? What are you saying? Cheng exclaimed. The group exchanged serious glances, slowly realizing something was amiss. First, let's confirm the order of our deaths, Bai Qiu calmly stated. According to Qin Yin, it was Shen Ya first, then myself, followed by Cheng, Yin Hongyan, Xiao Tuan, and finally Qin Yin herself, correct? Yes, Xiao Tuan nodded. When I died, Xiao Yin was still in the southern safe zone. Roughly so, at least when I died, Xia and Yin Jie were still alive. The last two confirmed their recollections. Bai Qiu's expression softened. Does anyone know about the pollution zone that Officer Lu mentioned? As the three who had just arrived, Cheng and Su Wei promptly relayed Lu Jia's earlier remarks. I have not heard of this pollution zone. Qin Yin set aside her inner turmoil. The matter of the pollution zone took precedence. It seems there are 2 timelines. Bai Qiu continued. Now, let us discuss the cause of each of her deaths. I was the second, dying from a malignant mutation in pollution zone 0178. Wait, Bai Qiu, didn't you die in pollution zone 0261? And it wasn't a malignant mutation. It was clearly due to Jiu Walu's reckless attempt to absorb the pollution source, leading to a meltdown. You sacrificed yourself for the others and eventually succumbed to exhaustion. No, Bai Qiu died in pollution zone 0441. It was actually 0447. No, that's not right. Bai Qiu stood frozen, listening to his friends passionately debate the circumstances of his death, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. I don't mean to interrupt, but could you discuss someone else? Bai Qiu weakly suggested, prompting the others to exchange glances before shifting their focus. After much discussion, the group sadly discovered that while the order of their deaths remained unchanged in each memory, the timing had collectively shifted anywhere from 1 month to 20 years later. Qin Yin's earliest recorded death was at age 26, while in Xiao Hongyan's memory, she was nearly 40 when she perished. As Qin Yin recounted her demise at the age of 42, Cheng pondered aloud, perplexed by the discrepancies in their memories. How could our recollections differ so greatly? She murmured, her head swirling from the recent heated debate. Was it possible that someone was persistently rewriting their fates? Yin Hongyan, equally bewildered, crossed his arms. questioning the integrity of his past selves. How could he, unaware of possessing such formidable friends, have attracted their ire with his sharp tongue? His self-awareness was keen. Meanwhile, Lu Jia, who had been silently absorbing the conversation, glanced at the white marks etched into the concrete by a stone in her hand. She reflected on their discussions about how they met their ends, suggesting an intriguing possibility. What if the anomalies were not caused by them? Organizing her thoughts, she found inspiration in Yin Hongin's words. If someone were indeed attempting to alter their unavoidable destinies, could it be that person was Shen Ya? After all, while many claimed Shen Ya had perished in the southern region in previous lives, no one had ever actually seen her corpse. What if there was a chance, however slim? Bai Qiu, observing Lu Jia's eyes brighten with this notion, coldly dismissed her speculation. Shen Ya is dead. If there were even a glimmer of hope for her survival, Eucian Yin wouldn't be in such a frenzy. Yet, your words spark an idea. His gaze swept over the group. Perhaps we should compare our memories regarding the year Shen Ya vanished. In your recollections, how old was she when she died? 20, came the collective response, echoing in unison. She went missing at the age of 20. Gradually, others who had been waiting nearby joined the discussion, except for a few who had met their ends even earlier than Shen Ya. An overwhelming consensus emerged. Shen Ya had indeed died at 20. Bai Qiu averted his gaze, wiping away a tear that had escaped the corner of his eye. He had once thought that the mysterious figure might possess the power to rewrite destinies. In a corner of the room, a previously trembling figure suddenly ceased its quaking amidst the profound silence. What are you still doing here? Xiao Yu's irritable voice shattered the unusual atmosphere as he stared incredulously at the circle formed by the others. Is someone dead in the middle? You just died? Came the retort. Oh, I almost forgot. This person is indeed deceased. Eucian quickly covered her mouth, realizing the gravity of her words. This was no trivial matter to be taken lightly. No one is dead. Why the mournful faces? It's truly irritating. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes dramatically, clapping his hands to signal the group to step aside. After confirming the functionality of his megaphone, he declared to the police outside, if you let us release the hostage, we will stick to our previous statement. When Lin Kai arrives, we will set them free. Lin Kai, a journalist honored by the central authorities within the past year, had previously exposed a human trafficking ring that spanned 13 provinces over 35 years, rescuing over 24,000 women and children. Lu Jia continued, her gaze complex as she looked towards the door. After several tense minutes, she spotted a weary-looking man clad in a red and white plaid shirt and denim jeans. Upon suspecting the source of the contamination, we investigated this area. Lin Kai met an unfortunate fate during this case, which unfolded over 5 hours. The report claimed that children retaliated against society, deliberately killing Lin Kai. Authorities deduced that these children exhibited pure antisocial tendencies. Within 15 minutes of Lin Kai's murder, snipers were deployed to assist the SWAT team, but due to the intense resistance and the ignition of homemade explosives, all involved, children, hostages, and SWAT personnel, perished without survivors. Isn't this just baseless conjecture? Xiao Tuan interjected, unable to remain silent. He glanced at the children behind him, the eldest appearing no older than 13. The tallest being around 5 feet 5 inches, a girl armed with kitchen knives, steel pipes, and even a chair leg. With such meager equipment, it was baffling how these children managed to bind a group of adults. Oh, and let's not forget, one of them is still missing. If Shen Ya were present, the situation would undoubtedly be different. With an unwavering belief in Shen Ya's almost impenetrable aura, Xiao Tuan had not once considered that Shen Ya was merely an ordinary 9-year-old girl at this moment. To strike? This individual must be virtuous. According to the progression of the news, if we proceed in the opposite direction, would it not be prudent to eliminate the beasts in human guise outside, while ensuring that the child behind us remains unharmed? If so, perhaps we could navigate through this contaminated zone. Impatience clouded their minds, leaving no room for a slow advance. They awaited the revelation of the individual who had attempted to rescue them across the timelines. A multitude of tasks lay ahead, and this instance appeared to be yet another narrative-driven scenario. Since Lu Jia was aware of the plot's trajectory, breaking the storyline should come naturally, should it not? It should be feasible. Cheng waved her hand, a transparent ice forming in her palm, While Bai Qiu raised his hand, countless silver-blue boxes materializing around the gathered individuals. The earlier bullet had struck while they were caught off guard, yet now such a lapse would not occur again. Yin Hongyan stretched lazily, positioning himself alongside Xiao Tuan and Qin Yin, encircling Xiao Xia at the center. A gentle breeze enveloped them. As Xiao Xia lifted his hand, the pale green, elongated leaves torn by the wind swirling around his fingertips. Since his rebirth, he had grown weary of hearing Shen Ya's name, to the point where it felt as though his ears were calloused. He genuinely wished to express his gratitude to Shen Ya in person, thanking her for not allowing Qin Yin to be alone during his absence. Lin Kai was oblivious to the encounters of his companions, adopting a detached demeanor. This was a defining characteristic of the narrative-driven, contaminated zone. During the unfolding of the story, they were in an invincible state, impervious to the influence of nearby, supernatural beings. The police outside shared a similar fate. Bai Qiu lifted his finger, a box containing clothing gliding past the windows without attracting bullets. Squinting, he peered outside, spotting a group of well-meaning individuals on tricycles and several reporters armed with cameras, standing at a distance behind the police. It was no wonder they hesitated to fire. It seemed they genuinely feared their true nature being exposed. Silently, they awaited the conclusion of the narrative. Until the story ended, even if they ventured out, they would not be able to vanquish them. In the next moment, a diminutive figure descended from above, landing on the front hood of a police car, extracting a bone knife from the driver's seat. Amidst the chilling wind, Shen Ya's long hair danced as she coldly surveyed the surrounding police officers, her gaze unwavering as they aimed their guns at her. With a mocking smile, she raised her head, assessing the buildings both visible and hidden around her, aware that within them, a group of individuals was closely monitoring the situation, desperate to survive. As if they could truly manage that. I know far more than you can imagine, she mouthed distinctly, fully aware they could see her in the glaring lights aimed at her. Bang! As the first bullet targeted the back of Shen Ya's head, the explosion of a bomb within a modest structure sent debris flying throughout the room. What on earth was this? Completely caught off guard, Li Yuanxing turned, her mouth agape in disbelief. No, that couldn't be. Hadn't the police not arrived yet? We were mistaken. That homemade bomb was the work of these children. Shouting, Lu Jia too failed to comprehend, her focus solely on the outside as gunfire erupted. Who could have imagined these seemingly foolish children capable of such acts? Bai Qiu's voice was cold. It is not them. This homemade bomb was undoubtedly the doing of Shen Ya. Do not forget your earlier conversation. Shen Ya instructed them to escape swiftly. His gaze darkened. This step was meant for Shen Ya, yet these children have preempted her. Officer Liu, do you recall the records of survivors from that case? None. Chung. Qin Yin, you two take the children and leave quickly. There must be an escape route here. The rest follow me to assist Shen Ya. Bai Qiu's expression revealed an uncontainable hostility. If it were the case that a few of the police outside might have no ties to the forces at play, within the contaminated zone, such a scenario was impossible. Not one adult would be spared. Bai Qiu's last words were directed at Su Wei and her companions. He had a good understanding of them and held no disdain for Shen Ya's methods, but he detested the overly compassionate. There was no equilibrium in factions, only a struggle for survival. Understood. Lin Kai, dazed from the explosion, sat on the ground, while Chung decisively knocked him unconscious, casually retrieving a burlap sack to contain him. After the prior incident, she harbored doubts regarding the nature of this individual, opting to drag him rather than hoist him over her shoulder. Qin Yin led the way, the scent of blood and chaos trailing behind her. She heard it, yet she trusted Bai Qiu and the others to handle it. Why? Qin Yin halted. Little Fish suddenly looked up, his face pale, devoid of any color. Yet this pallor differed from the sickly hue of illness. If she were to describe it, Qin Yin furrowed her brow as this whiteness reminded her of the paper figure from that day. And perhaps it was this thought that made her feel as though a blush had appeared on Little Fish's cheeks. To save Shen Ya. To save Shen Ya. To save. Sister Qin. A sharp call snapped Qin Yin back to reality, a chill racing across her face. She quickly regained focus. her vision sharpening as she saw little fish's face, mere inches from her own, a shiver running down her spine. We need not rescue Shen Ya. It was Shen Ya who directed us to come and save you. Out of the corner of her eye, Qin Yin noticed that the children had somehow distanced themselves from the adults, their faces bearing the marks of the paper figures, even more pronounced than little fish's, with some children's features resembling crude charcoal drawings of those figures. A heaviness settled in her heart. Despite her fondness for these children who had always protected Shen Ya, she did not wish to engage them in conflict. However, it was evident that these paper figures had lost their sanity. No, perhaps it was not a loss of reason. Swiftly dodging the paper projectiles aimed at her, Qin Yin observed as they pierced the ground effortlessly, as if striking tofu. A chill crept up her neck, making it hard to fathom the tragic scene that would have unfolded had Cheng not called out to her. The light in her hands morphed, but instead of transforming into the light blades she typically wielded, it became 5 circular shields, dimming the luminosity and utilizing the properties of light and shadow to gradually reduce her visibility. Uncertain if this tactic would prove effective, she felt compelled to try. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Cheng encircled by an ice wall, the ice's hardness evident as the paper projectiles merely left shallow imprints. Cheng's right hand was coated in a thin layer of ice, signaling Qin Yin to proceed confidently, assuring her that she would remain alert, ready to intervene if anything went awry. They trusted each other with their lives. Thus, Qin Yin gazed into little fish's eyes, reflecting a child's innocence that adults often fail to comprehend. A child not nurtured by love encased themselves within a prickly shell. Foolish child. The world ought to grant them a little more time. If I am not mistaken, your true form should be beside Shen Ya, correct? Do not deny it. After all, you clamored for us to protect her. Yet, how could you, who have already lost her once, possibly relinquish her to us, adults whom you utterly distrust? A flurry of paper suddenly changed direction, piercing through the air as they shrank the circle, endeavoring to uncover the person concealed within this space. Treading cautiously, narrowly evading the paper that almost discovered her, Qin Yin pressed onward. It must be quite stifling to feign friendliness before Shen Ya while being part of this group of adults disguised as children. Do you regret not eliminating us that fateful night? Despite having the paper pressed against that person's face, they still did not meet their end. Qin Yin recalled the peculiar behavior of Wang Jia when she beheld the paper figure while rescuing Shen Ya that night. There was certainly an underlying shadow, but she had long recognized Wang Jia's fervent obsession with Shen Ya. If one were to claim that the paper figure was Shen Ya's guardian, she would undoubtedly forgive it with ease. Yet, most of her demeanor that night betrayed her unwillingness to even glance at it, all while the paper figure had saved her. Setting aside those thoughts, Qin Yin shifted her gaze. The paper figure beside Xiao Yu had completely lost any semblance of humanity. She had initially assumed that the source of pollution in this contaminated zone stemmed from the resentment of children, but it now appeared to be more complex. While there was indeed resentment from the children, the paper figure ought to possess a corporeal entity, undoubtedly by Shen Ya's side. Initially, she presumed that entity would be Xiao Yu, as he consistently lingered near Shen Ya. However, pondering further, Qin Yin recalled that Xiao Yu did not seem to possess such a temperament. Such an aggressive and subtly deranged method of attack resembled a dual personality shift. Qin Yin retrieved a blood-stained strip of cloth from her pocket. Has anyone encountered a particularly fierce child, perhaps with a hint of madness or dual personality traits, in the past couple of days? She inquired. Whether it was due to the girl's complete awakening, the bloodstains were strikingly vivid, instilling confidence regarding Chen Su and the other's safety. Feeling the depletion of her abilities, Qin Yin raised her hand, transforming it into a mass of light and shadow, casting it through the window into the outside world. The small burst of light vanished in an instant, yet all present witnessed it. A chilling frost enveloped Qin Yin at the center. As she released the orb of light, it confirmed that her position had been compromised. She had anticipated that Cheng's summoned ice would arrive just in time, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her brow. She noticed faint red marks appearing along the edges of the cloth. I encountered one named Yijio. I cannot ascertain if he is mad, but he is associated with Wang Jia. The final line was scrawled in a hurried manner. Upon hearing Bai Qiu instruct them to examine the cloth, Wang Jia, a versatile ability user who could fight, heal, and defend, yet excelled at none, found herself safely positioned in the middle of the group. Upon reading that line, she felt it was an astute description of Yi Jiao. Just as she was about to finish her writing, a bloodied figure was abruptly hurled beside her, nearly colliding with her and startling her. She quickly turned her head, catching a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow passing by Shen Ya. How strange. What could have provoked the paper figure? Chapter 43. Shen Ya still calls him Xiao Jiao. The battle within the room remained tense and unpredictable, and the same could be said for the outside. Shen Ya raised her hand to wipe away the crimson mark at the corner of her eye, a result of a stray bullet grazing her. Compared to those around her, she was encircled by the greatest number of frames, an impressive total of 8. Yet, even this was insufficient to match her speed. Bai Qiu, slightly out of breath, lifted his gaze, only to realize that, in a moment of distraction, the individual who had originally stood beside Wang Jia on the far east had inexplicably darted to the far south. Each strike was lethal, none missing its mark. The scars on Shen Ya's body gradually multiplied, yet she seemed oblivious to her plight. Apart from mechanically raising her hand, the majority of her movements consisted of tilting her head to evade the ammunition that nearly struck her face, wrapped in a white cloth. It was unclear whether her adversaries had discerned her vulnerabilities or had acquired intelligence from other sources. What began as attempts to assault Shen Ya's limbs escalated into fervent strikes aimed at her vital points, ultimately culminating in a reckless endeavor to inflict harm upon the white cloth that encircled her eyes, even at the cost of human lives. Silently reflecting, Bai Qiu allowed a bittersweet smile to grace his lips, his hands remaining busy, while his gaze would occasionally drift toward Shen Ya. He was not alone in this gesture. Xiao Tuan, Yan Hongyan, Lu Jia, and even several strangers they had merely crossed paths with mirrored his actions. After all, the figure that danced among the monsters, wielding a bone blade, was one they had not witnessed for countless seasons. Whether this news held any truth, Bai Qiu had never provided those individuals with a definitive answer. He merely guided them time and again along the streets of the southern region's safe zone. Every household hung white cloths, and every person donned white flowers. The first gravestone of Shen Ya was erected by an unknown individual, a fact that Bai Qiu remained unaware of. However, by the time he learned that someone had commemorated Shen Ya, there were already hundreds of gravestones scattered across the 4 domains of Hua'an, extending both domestically and abroad. The old ones had departed, yet newcomers emerged. Eventually, it was not merely in the safe zones and wilderness that many confident and formidable individuals erected stones for Shen Ya, even within the contaminated areas. When Bai Qiu met his demise, he leaned against the slightly warm gravestone, unperturbed by the anger and despair that the outside world had attributed to him. Instead, he felt a tinge of regret. In the first 20 years of his life, most of his friends and their families had succumbed to misfortune. He lamented that among his childhood companions, the boy had passed away one after another, leaving only 2 girls behind. In both realms, people awaited his return. He was not alone. Yet, one sentiment lingered in his heart, his dissatisfaction with the fact that he never uncovered the cause of Shen Ya's death. With a swift motion, the bone blade spun. Caution was paramount. Utilizing the broader side of the bone knife, Shen Ya deflected the bullet that was aimed at Bai Qiu. She frowned, recognizing the efficacy of this individual's extraordinary ability. If circumstances allowed, she wished to prevent his premature demise. "Thank you," Bai Qiu said with a gentle smile, his pale complexion and childlike stature resembling a doll from traditional paintings, devoid of the insincerity often associated with adulthood. He glanced up and unexpectedly met the hollow gaze of the paper figure, its eye sockets dark and enigmatic. Amused, he pondered, recalling that Wang Jia's calligraphy was not solely perceived by Qin Yan, as he too had stolen a glance while fulfilling his supportive role. "Ye you." Bai Qiu lifted his gaze once more, mirroring his earlier stance. As the offensive capabilities of those surrounding them dwindled, every strike from Shen Ya retained its precision and power, unwavering even as a fine sheen of sweat began to appear on her forehead. Despite having the opportunity to evade a recent attack, by slowing down her movements. She chose not to. The 8 squares encircling Bai Qiu provided ample support for Shen Ya, yet she consistently opted for risky maneuvers, accumulating numerous wounds as if seeking to prove something. "So it's for you all," Bai Qiu murmured, grasping the fabric strip and hesitating momentarily before letting his fingertips fall. Gasping for breath, Cheng Cheng wiped the perspiration from her brow. Earlier, for reasons unknown, the paper projectile aimed at them had slowed, initially thought to be mere coincidence. Yet now it seemed something significant must have transpired outside. Bai Qiu peered through the ceiling. A smile crept onto his lips. "What? Are we not leaving?" Cheng Cheng slowed her pace, observing the sudden halt of the individual ahead, while cautiously assessing the situation with the paper fish figure. She also stole a glance at Qin Yan. It was indeed peculiar. Such matters of dismantling should have been within Xiao Tuan's expertise. "What did you say?" Amidst the hail of bullets, Cheng Cheng struggled to hear, but in the next moment, she saw Qin Yan wielding a luminous blade. She raised her hand and, with a delicate touch of her toes, summoned ice blocks that landed precisely at Qin Yan's feet. The light blade whirled gracefully. Despite lacking systematic training and having mostly been shielded by others in her previous life, Qin Yan was not a helpless damsel. It was as if, compared to the heavy stones that could easily crush them, the external world held something far more valuable than their own lives. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yan suddenly turned her head. In the next instant, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain washed away the sense of blood and gunpowder. Shen Ya knelt down on one knee, extracting the bone knife from the chest of the person beneath her. The white paper covering her face became increasingly translucent under the torrential rain. She lifted her hand to gently touch the paper over her eyes, lowering her gaze. Beside her lay a fan-shaped array of fallen bodies, their lives frozen at the moment the blade pierced through. A corpulent shadow, face obscured, curled up on the ground, trembling, its voice shifting from male to female. Old to young, it pleaded for mercy. Yet, Shen Ya's knife descended without the slightest hesitation. Rainwater trickled down her face, mimicking tears as it fell lightly upon the paper figure before her. The paper figure, long and slender, no longer indistinct, surrounded Shen Ya as if resembling the pale visage. Crimson lips and flushed cheeks she had seen that fateful night, now stained with mottled traces of tears. Its elongated arms enveloped Shen Ya. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The refrain echoed endlessly. Yi Jiu's voice, amidst the rain, sounded ethereal yet absurd, for beneath the surface of regret and sorrow, it emerged in a tone of mockery. "Hehe, I'm sorry. Hehe, I'm sorry. He, Shen Ya, he little fish, he, sweet, sweet. He." The paper figure's face remained a rigid mask of laughter. The paper figure, no Yi Jiu, buried his face in Shen Ya's shoulder, unable to shed tears, summoned this deluge, the rain masquerading as tears upon his paper visage. This storm raged as fiercely as that night. The paper figure clung to Shen Ya's back, while her small frame exposed the dark hollow of her face, quietly surveying the small room stripped of its ceiling. With the roof gone, the rain mercilessly drenched the paper figures, transforming them into a mass of inferior paper scraps. In a daze, the scraps morphed before Yi Jiu's eyes into vast swathes of red, limbs and flesh melding into a gruesome mass. In the bloody mire, Yi Jiu could not find little fish, could not find Sister Sweet, could not find the puppy, could not find Shui Sheng. He could find no one. Yet, their fates were not meant to unfold this way. They had vowed that once everything was revealed, they would go to the same orphanage, heal their ailments, become heroes, and never again be beaten or scolded. Sister Sweet would no longer fear the cold showers due to her height, yet everything was ruined. He had destroyed it all. He was a sinner, always had been. No one could ascend to heaven. He could never transform into a dove of peace. Bai Qiu and the others retreated step by step, his fists clenched, gazing solemnly at the center where a black cyclone formed. This was the source of pollution in upheaval. If the unrest continued unabated, if the pollution worsened, none would escape. Should he intervene, or continue to trust her? Bai Qiu stared at the indistinct figure within the cyclone, exhaling a heavy sigh. Whenever she appeared, all his multiple-choice dilemmas ultimately became singular decisions. Conserve your strength. Those who can move must carry those who cannot. Retreat to safety. The damp paper at his back momentarily felt like a bloodied skin adhering to him, provoking a shiver down Shen Ya's spine. Her body swayed precariously. She drove the bone knife into the ground, barely stabilizing herself, her head pounding. Shen Ya bit down hard on her lower lip. Memories from this life and the past flooded her mind, indistinguishable from one another. He. Shaking her head, Shen Ya covered her eyes, which felt as if they might burst. It hurt so painfully. Her body ached as if her bones had been dismantled and reassembled. Shen Ya struggled to suppress the cry that threatened to escape her lips. Bai Qiu and the others were still outside. She could not allow them to worry. But it hurt so much. She could not collapse here. Not now. With her lips bloodied and mangled, Shen Ya crouched on the ground, fiercely ramming her head against a nearby vehicle until its body dented. Only then did she lift her slightly swollen head, exhaling a breath of relief. Her memories remained a muddled mass, indistinct and chaotic. Shen Ya rubbed her temples, reaching back to tear away the entity that had been sniffling and giggling against her back. Little Jiu, gazing at the featureless visage before her, Shen Ya felt a disorienting sense of time dilation. Oh no, it seemed like a lifetime had passed. Although her memories were still jumbled, the recent ones were relatively clear. She stood up, her legs still numb. How absurd! Erasing my memories, little Jiu. You can't possibly intend to stare at me in silence, can you? Or have you truly lost your ability to speak? Shen Ya squinted her eyes, recognizing that Yi Jiu was indeed the source of pollution in this contaminated area. Logically, one would expect that the source of pollution would wield absolute authority. Yet Yi Jiu found himself not only restrained in his abilities, only capable of utilizing them during the night, but also unable to govern his own words and actions. It seemed that even the most insignificant individuals dared to bully him now. As she inhaled the noxious stench that had lingered for decades, her gaze turned frigid. Exhausting my strength to orchestrate such a grand performance. It would indeed be laughable if the host did not even make an effort to step out for a moment. The paper figure stood in a daze, looking up. Shen Ya's overly familiar tone momentarily choked back any laughter that threatened to escape him. He gazed at her profile, which faintly echoed the visage of her childhood, and at that moment, the fury and resentment that sought to obliterate everything within him came to a halt. She still called him Little Jiu. Shen Ya continued to call him Xiao Jiu'er. Chapter 44. That night, the roads were slick, and you did not return home. No, please, do not laugh anymore. Yi Jiu tilted his face upwards, his pale visage slightly contorted. He extended his slender fingers to his throat, gradually tightening his grip. Please, at least not now. Let him speak a few words, let him confess, let him apologize. Regardless, at this moment, do not laugh any further. The paper tore. With a twist of her wrist, the dagger's hilt pressed against the sharp point. Shen Ya raised her hand and plunged the blade through Yi Jiu's throat. A small aperture, merely 2 fingers wide, appeared at the base of Yi Jiu's neck. Shen Ya crouched down, narrowing her eyes slightly in the dim light from a distance. She could faintly discern delicate white threads entangled at the opening. Yet, as she drew closer, it became apparent that these were not mere threads. They were slender, writhing worms. Using the dagger's point, Shen Ya attempted to extract the worms from their abdomens, but in the next moment, she witnessed Yi Jiu's right hand convulsing violently in response to her action. It is futile. This was specially developed over there to restrain me. Yi Jiu's voice was hoarse, yet thankfully, he no longer laughed incessantly as he had before. Shen Ya raised the sharp tip of her bone blade, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the nearly imperceptible wisp of white ash at its end. As she pierced Yi Jiu's throat with the spike, the small insects at the nape of his neck were devoured entirely by the bone knife in her grasp. Yet the paper that adorned Yi Jiu's neck was consumed as well. These insects had become one with Yi Jiu. How long had it been? Shen Ya's expression was grim. The temporal distortion within the contaminated zone was palpable. Although she had regained her adult form, everything around her remained ensnared in the past. According to the timeline, this contaminated area had only materialized less than 2 days ago. Yet, upon closer inspection, Yi Jiu's existence might stretch back several decades. Sorry, Shen Ya. Sorry. It was all my fault back then. If only I hadn't run away. If only I had spoken up about what I saw. If only I had. Enough. Yijio, what exactly are you feeling guilty for? What is this guilt? Yijio stared at her blankly. What burdensome guilt weighed upon him? Fragments of paper drifted from his arm, coalescing into lifelike paper figures, each standing behind Shen Ya, some seated, others standing, some playfully jostling, while others stood aloof, turning their heads in a huff, refusing to meet each other's gaze. A black vortex crumbled in one corner, revealing a blue sky adorned with white clouds, and golden sunlight cascaded down. Shen Ya squinted, nostalgically gazing upon the faceless paper figures that, despite their lack of features, vividly embodied their distinct personalities. How many years had it been since she last saw them? Counting both her past and present life, it must have been around 20 years. Perhaps? Little Ya, don't be afraid, Xiaojio. I have a hidden steam bun here. If you're hungry, just call me brother, and I will share it with you. Little puppy, wag, wag, wag. Hey, brother, look. The moment I call your name, that little yellow dog comes wagging its tail. Shen Ya, do you think the day will dawn? Will it truly dawn? 9-year-old Shen Ya wiped the sweat from her brow and, upon hearing this, resolutely declared, yes, it will surely dawn. If she were abroad, she might have hesitated to take risks. Yet, ironically, she found herself right here in her homeland. Shen Ya lured hergaze, while the little fish beside her followed her instructions, burying the soil bombs beneath the floor of the room. Is this sufficient, Xiaoya? Yes. You must adhere strictly to my plan. Only by escalating this matter to its utmost potential do we stand a chance of survival. Shen Ya clenched her fists, her body trembling with excitement. She had meticulously orchestrated this for 3 long years. Failure was not an option, even for the memory of that figure long departed. She absolutely could not afford to falter. Yijio clutched his chest, curling up in a corner, staring blankly at Shen Ya. It was indeed a rare sight to witness her speak so fervently. As a devoted follower of Shen Ya's group, Yijio had always taken a passive approach, his heart exposed, unable to make bold moves. Initially, he had attached himself to her entourage for selfish reasons, hoping to evade labor and punishment. Yet, as their bonds deepened, he found himself developing a profound reliance on them. However, despite this dependence, he never anticipated that they would engage in such actions. Using the common sedative they often employed, they concocted a tale that the dazed individuals they carried were merely their inebriated fathers. After witnessing numerous abduction schemes, no one had considered that a group of children could manipulate adult perceptions in such a manner. In fact, as the recent investigation team's numbers dwindled, they managed to pull it off. Do not worry about me. I will safeguard myself. At dusk, as they prepared to part ways, Shen Ya waved her hand. The little fish tightly grasped Yi Jio's hand, and the group gradually ventured into the fading sunlight. Upon reaching the intersection, the little fish abruptly halted. Does everyone know what they should do? Of course. Clad in ignorance, Yi Jio was utterly bewildered. Although he shared a decent rapport with the little fish, his physical limitations prevented him from staying up late, and certain members of Shen Ya's team harbored doubts about him. Generally, they refrained from divulging the details of their daily endeavors. Yet this time, the little fish gazed at Yi Jio with unwavering trust, revealing their plan to him. They aimed to expose the child trafficking operation that spanned multiple countries, a scheme initiated by Shen Ya, which they had been plotting for 3 years, reconnoitering, investigating, and eliminating threats with utmost caution. Their understanding of the darkness underlying this industry was not as extensive as Shen Ya's. Yet their maturity allowed them to grasp that such a clandestine network could only be sustained by the influence of many powerful figures. Shen Ya alone was insufficient. They needed more people, many more. Yi Jio stared vacantly as the group of children adeptly scurried about, evading the impending arrival of the police, igniting the curiosity of onlookers, while media crews swarmed, armed and vigilant at every corner. When the first soil bomb detonated, thanks to the little fish's guidance, the crowd instinctively avoided that area. Yi Jio lagged momentarily, watching as negotiation experts hastily approached due to the gathering throngs. His mouth fell agape. It seemed that what the little fish had claimed was indeed feasible. Yet it was not. A child, conspicuously visible within the crowd, appeared to vanish into thin air. No, it was not so. Yijio's eyes widened in horror as he watched Tian dash frantically away from the crowd. Her path leading directly to Shen Ya's location, a secret route. What on earth is happening? Why is she running? Yijio was perplexed as he navigated the staircase. Reaching the corner on the other side. Due to the nature of the case, the police had cordoned off the area, leaving this side of the building deserted. A sudden fear gripped Yijio from deep within. He crouched down, attempting to shield himself with a rusted railing. Caught in a dilemma between calling out to her or remaining silent, he hesitated. Just as he struggled to make a decision, a round bloodstain appeared on Tian's forehead. Her body swayed, ultimately collapsing to the side, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. Emerging from a concealed position, officers clad in uniforms approached, treating Tian's body with disdain as they prodded her face with their boots. His mind blank, Yijio dared not contemplate the fate of the others. He only knew that it was over. Everything was over. No, perhaps not everything. Crouching in a corner, Yijio's gaze fell upon the house, surrounded by police vehicles. He knew the secret route. He could seek out Shen Ya, or perhaps there was another path. His eyes shifted to the crowd below. The little fish and the others were not fools. They would not all be slaughtered in such a short span of time. As long as he could locate them within the limited time frame, there remained a glimmer of hope for their survival. But where could he possibly search for them? No, perhaps he need not seek them out. If he stood atop this platform and shouted that there were traitors among the police, the little fish would instinctively know what to do. But did he truly want to do that? Could he bring himself to take such a risk? He did not wish to die. The fabric of his shirt was tightly gripped by a small hand. Yijio did not want to perish. He had joined Shen Ya for the sole purpose of living well. He understood that many wished ill upon him, and no one anticipated whether he would live or die during his abduction. Yet, he yearned to survive. Stumbling, Yijio was oblivious to how he had descended the staircase in such a frenzied state. He did not know if his disheveled appearance had drawn the attention of the police. Suddenly, Yijio soared into the air, reminiscent of countless dreams where he imagined flight. He spread his arms wide, only to crash down heavily. Ultimately, he did not take to the skies. Caught between life and death, Yijio transformed into a different existence. He became a paper effigy positioned before the home of a deceased elder, immobile, yet able to hear the conversations of passersby. They spoke of the little fish and the others meeting their demise. They mentioned the successful rescue of hostages. They recounted the tragic fate of a brave journalist who had perished in a struggle with the assailants. They told tales of the bombs buried by the perpetrators detonating, injuring hundreds and igniting a fire that raged for 3 days and nights. They claimed the assailant was a child trafficker. They spoke and spoke and spoke. Yet, none of their words held truth. Can a paper effigy shed tears? Yijio was uncertain, just as he was baffled by the sudden ability to move, to wield the power to alter the world. With joy, he crafted a perfect children's paradise in his mind, one adorned with a church, the little fish, and a mother. The church was dedicated to his long-lost mother, and the amusement park was for his dearest friend, even knowing they were all dead. Even acknowledging that this was merely his solitary performance, he too had perished. Who could claim he wasn't also partaking in a tragic farce orchestrated by others? However, it seemed as though the world had never intended to treat him kindly from the moment of his birth. His paradise was invaded by a force more formidable than himself, which expanded its influence in a manner he abhorred, pulling him once again into the abyss. He had contemplated resistance, yet, just as in years past, he found himself powerless to prevent the demise of the little fish, nor could he stave off the erosion of his cherished haven. Just as he was on the brink of oblivion, he once again beheld the ray of light that had illuminated his existence. So this is the reason you erased my memories? With a sense of helplessness, Shen Ya extended her hand to cradle Yijio's wrinkled face. After all, he was merely a child. As a self-aware adult of 20, Shen Ya found no reason to hold a child accountable. Moreover, she had never believed that Yijio should bear this burden of guilt, living in anguish and remorse. It was never the victim who should feel sorrow or regret. Gently pressing her forehead against his, Shen Ya lowered her gaze, observing the writhing creatures within Yijio's throat. it would soon come to an end. Chapter 45. The Third Building. Shen Ya loret hergaze. If she had harbored any doubts about this polluted area at first, now she was utterly convinced. Time was not on her side, so she fixed her gaze upon the figure in the ruins who was staring intently in her direction. His features soft and gentle as flowing water. Should I call you Yin, or Eucian, or perhaps Eucian? The slender figure trembled slightly as the boy lifted his head, his eyes tinged with red. His brows and eyes were remarkably serene. Yet Shen Ya understood that beneath that calm exterior lay decades of longing, coupled with discontent and anger towards her actions. Shen Ya appeared somewhat dazed, quietly gazing at him, her thoughts drifting away. In truth, when she made that fateful decision years ago, she had pondered how Eucian would react upon learning of her salvation, what words he might utter. Yet, there were no what-ifs. She had perished far sooner than she had anticipated. Unable to fathom the implications, she began to contemplate what Eucian would do if he truly discovered the cause of her demise. With his straightforward nature and unwavering resolve, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against those responsible, unearthing the truth behind the incident that ensnared not only Hua'an, but all nations involved. However, if he pursued this path, what would become of him? To stand alone against countless adversaries would be an arduous and distressing endeavor. She could not bear the thought of it. Moreover, such actions would inevitably entangle many innocents. Even though Shen Ya understood that Eucian was not inherently cruel, the ripple effects of a butterfly's wings could spiral beyond its control. She wished to spare him from the burden of infamy. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Eucian still chose this path, even more decisively than before. Time reversed, she was resurrected. The sound of chaotic footsteps grew nearer, and in the blink of an eye, the figure who had stood not far from her suddenly vanished. Very well, for now. It is best to address the matters at hand. Shen Ya turned her head, gazing at Bai Qiu and the others who had already transformed into adults. Without uttering a word, she stated directly, "Let us proceed to Building 3 and rescue the remaining individuals." Bai Qiu was momentarily taken aback, blinking as his gaze slowly shifted from Shen Ya's face to her fingers tightly gripping the bone knife. His breathing suddenly quickened. Who are you?" "It has been a long time," Shen Ya replied with a faint smile. Bai Qiu instinctively covered his mouth, while Cheng Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared in disbelief at the person standing before her. The essence of Shen Ya's statement is that, if she has not misinterpreted, it conveys that at the entrance of Building 3, Qin Yin and her companions have already proceeded to investigate potential dangers. Meanwhile, news from Han Xiao indicates that personnel from the third building have begun to evacuate. Bai Qiu meticulously organized his thoughts, as if resolved to a certain determination. And with a sidelong glance at Shen Ya's profile, he inquired, "Xiao Ya, are you pondering over Eucian?" Shen Ya did not deny it. She candidly nodded. Her bangs slightly obscured her brows and eyes, and Bai Qiu's voice became increasingly indistinct amidst the sound of the wind. "Shen Ya, there are certain matters you might need to be apprised of." Bai Qiu endeavored to articulate his thoughts as he recounted the conjectures he had shared with Qin Yin, Xiao Tu, and others regarding their disordered timeline. As he spoke, he scrutinized Shen Ya's emotionless countenance. This incident was not perpetrated by Shen Ya. The only possible culprit behind it could be Eucian. Indeed, whether he sought validation or had other motives, Bai Qiu felt an unexpected certainty upon hearing Shen Ya's unequivocal affirmation. Yet, he truly had not anticipated it. That impudent child, consistently exuding an air of superiority, frequently looked down upon us, whether by puffing out his cheeks or glaring disdainfully. It was surprising that he would come to our rescue. Bai Qiu jested, honestly, causing such a ruckus without consulting us first. If I ever find him in this lifetime, I shall certainly confront him about his reticent demeanor. In this life? Have you not yet encountered him? No, the troubles he stirred in the previous life were considerable. He must retain memories from that time. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knows where he might be hiding? I see Shen Ya lowered his gaze, pondering the well-known adage of the cunning hare having 3 burrows. His audacity surpasses what you might imagine. Shen Ya's eyes curved slightly, as the distorted fabric of time and space twisted under Yi Jiu's intervention after awakening. A few individuals arrived at the third building even more swiftly than those who had come previously to scout the way. The exterior of the third building bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the previous structures. Shen Ya lifted her gaze and suddenly inquired, "Baiqiu, during your previous existence, did the southern region's safe zone still exist? Did it still exist?" Baiqiu reached back to touch the nape of his neck, replying, "It did exist, but it was no longer as it was when you were still here." "Oh." Shen Ya turned her head in astonishment to look at Baiqiu. "Did you not acquire the meteorite fragments?" "Meteorite fragments? This is it." Shen Ya withdrew a necklace from her neck, revealing an irregular stone before Baiqiu's eyes. "So this is what you refer to as a fragment of a meteorite." "We have indeed acquired it," she remarked with a wry smile. "If that is the case, then without the influence of the blood moon, shouldn't your survival and existence rates significantly increase?" Baiqiu pondered. Logically, that should be the case. He refrained from touching the necklace, aware that its radiative properties were exceptionally potent for those with supernatural abilities, easily leading to their malevolent manifestation. Only a select few, particularly those with spatial abilities or formidable control over their own powers, could dare to make even a fleeting contact with it. Shen Ya's ability to make contact was a testament to her formidable strength. Baiqiu, with an exceedingly thick filter of skepticism, had no doubt whatsoever. However, I believed it was merely my assumption. The influence of the blood moon had indeed diminished, yet in its absence, the rate at which the contaminated zones expanded surged exponentially compared to before. While we could still barely manage against the tide of monsters through our strength and weaponry, the extensive contaminated areas, which could spread tens or even hundreds of miles at a moment's notice, left us utterly powerless. Strikingly, as the number and rank of ability users increased over time, the world following Shen Ya's demise seemed to be on a downward spiral. How could this be? Clenching her necklace, a fleeting pallor washed over Shen Ya's face. The elevator arrived. Baiqiu, oblivious to her distress, was entirely captivated by the suddenly opened elevator doors. He waved his hand, and the small group that had been observing their conversation from a distance hurried over. While waiting for the next batch of people to arrive, Shen Ya decisively chose to rescue those in need. "Perhaps here, we shall all uncover the truth of my death from years past." Shen Ya uttered a rather enigmatic phrase, as white paper figures encircled her. The already confined space of the elevator was crowded with people, yet a small area remained around Shen Ya. "Are we together?" Baiqiu gazed at Shen Ya's profile, which appeared lost in contemplation. What does Shen Ya's utterance truly signify? What is the essence of death? Could it be that even Shen Ya herself remains oblivious to the manner of her demise? Such scenarios are indeed plausible, perhaps assassination, ambush, or even the administration of poison. The necklace clasped tightly in her hand has embedded itself deep into her palm, and as Shen Ya gazes at the stone pressed within, crimson droplets of blood encircle it, intertwined in an inseparable bond. With her eyes closed, Shen Ya attunes herself to the sensation. After a moment, she finds nothing. The stone offers no hint of searing pain. A singular existence, one that, irrespective of the shifting of time and space, shall never see its like again. Eucian, what have you done? As the thought reverberates in her mind, the elevator doors slide open, and Shen Ya steps forth, her gaze meeting a space identical to the small room in the restaurant, yet vastly different from the previous emptiness of the nutrient canisters. Rows upon rows of canisters crowd the area, while a child clad in white lies with eyes tightly shut. Each possesses a distinct appearance and age, yet they're united by a shared fate. Baiqiu meticulously confirms that no one else occupies this floor, before organizing teams of 2 to uncover the whereabouts of Chun Su and the others. The handwriting on the note has long since blurred. Han Xiao should still be alive, albeit unconscious. Meanwhile, he crouches down to gather the scattered materials on the floor. Perhaps they had been in such haste that only the core documents were salvaged. Baiqiu sifts through the incomprehensible experimental data, page after page, most having been dampened by the spilled experimental solutions, and he hastily scans a few conclusions. Yet in the next instant, upon catching sight of a familiar name on the papers, he instinctively places it among his neatly arranged files, mechanically repeating the motion twice, until suddenly he stands up. the abruptness of his action drawing Shen Ya's attention. What is it? Shen Ya perused the data in her hands, most of which pertained to human augmentation. Behold this. Baiqiu gestured for her to look. The yellowed paper displayed a top half that had long since faded into obscurity. Yet the name Eucian was distinctly legible in the bottom right corner. The date inscribed on this document was March 17, 2105, coinciding with Eucian's first year of life. While the document lacked experimental conclusions, it did feature a color-printed image. Shen Ya's fingers trembled slightly as she gazed at the remarkably clear printed image. Shen Ya's heart was in a tumult, aware that there was no time for her to engage in futile analysis. The professor had long since perished, and the extraterrestrial beings were likewise dead. Yet, whenever she attempted to refrain from fixating on these thoughts, her gaze inevitably gravitated towards the lower left corner of the image. There lay an infant swaddled in a blanket, positioned near the small leg of the alien creature. Shen Ya. Baiqiu gazed at the faintly trembling figure with concern, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. He stepped forward, intent on inquiring further, but in the next moment, he abruptly turned to look behind him. Who? He fixed his stare upon a shadowy corner of the darkness. Yet there was nothing. He raised his hand to summon a square object to probe the surroundings, circling around 2 or 3 times without catching sight of even a single figure. How strange. Could it be that he had merely imagined it? But just then, he felt a tightening at his waist and instinctively raised his hand to shield himself as scattered materials tumbled to the ground. Shen Ya looked up, gripping Baiqiu tightly, retreating 3 steps. Shen Ya. In the dark corridor, Li Yuexing's voice rang out, short and urgent. Go. You must find him first. Shen Ya whispered softly, casting a final glance at the scattered documents on the floor. Unconsciously, her gaze flickered upward, resting upon a shadowy corner, as she forcefully propelled the individual out of the room. In the next instant, the laboratory door slammed shut. A slick, sinuous entity teased the tips of Shen Ya's fingers, prying apart her grasp inch by inch, until it finally nestled in her grasp, content to cease its movements like a pair of intertwined fingers. A damp, heated breath lingered at the nape of her neck, the fuzzy sensation brushing against her exposed skin, contrasting with the slickness as another warm, furry appendage coiled around her wrist, heedless of the knife's sharp edge, guiding her to place it at her waist. How willing you were to squander your own memories. In the enveloping darkness, she ultimately could not bring herself to be ruthless. She had always been tender-hearted towards him. Chapter 46, Fusion in the Pitch Blackness. Shen Ya could only passively sense Eucian, or perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as Eucian now. She caressed his hair, and when her fingers brushed against the quivering ear that sought refuge beneath her touch, she paused for 2 seconds, only to resume her playful exploration of the ear's tip. As her fingers descended to the hardened shell of Eucian's shoulder, just as they were about to slide down to his fingertips, a slick presence silently, yet firmly pushed her hand away. Why? Is there something about you that I cannot see? The figure nestled against her neck shook its head silently. Then do not impede me. The presence entwined around Shen Ya's fingertips remained unyielding. Its unsightly below, filthy. The hoarse voice, nearly inaudible, belonged to Eucian, fragmented and shaky. Touch me. His voice, almost a plea, echoed in Shen Ya's ears. Sitting upon a soft support, she reached out to caress the cheek she had not seen in ages. Unlike the chaotic sensations enveloping them, Eucian's face was pristine. The warmth of his skin compelled him to bury his face in her palm. He gazed greedily at Shen Ya's face in the darkness, inch by inch, his pupils trembling slightly, a desire emanating from deep within, threatening to consume the remnants of his humanity. As long as the two of them were together, there came a tentative knock on the closed door, a familiar voice calling out. Shen Ya froze mid-motion, her hand lingering on Eucian's. She lifted her hand, intending to withdraw it, but several vine-like tendrils tightly coiled around her fingertips, unwilling to let go. Fine, you came here specifically to return my belongings, did you not? Shen Ya sighed, gently stroking the little creature that clung to her fingers. Her gaze shifted downward, and in the pitch darkness, she sensed a familiar essence emanating from the depths of her flesh and bone. It had been thoroughly fragmented, To be honest, she could scarcely recall what her hands looked like before the apocalypse of her previous life. Quietly gazing into the dark corner, listening to the occasional rustle in the silence, a faint smile graced Shen Ya's lips. She knew Eucian was right beside her, silently observing her. The bone knife delicately grazed her right arm, crimson droplets threatening to spill, round beads of blood swaying gently on her arm. Within moments, they shrank until absorbed by the surrounding skin. As she stretched her arm, watching her wound heal at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye, Shen Ya momentarily lost herself in thought. In her past life, due to her devouring abilities, she could use the bone knife to absorb the vitality of her foes, rapidly mending her wounds. Consequently, every time she emerged from the contaminated zones, while others appeared disheveled, Shen Ya always seemed remarkably composed. Her attire slightly ruffled, but her demeanor unperturbed. Because of this, many believed her to be the strongest among the various abilities, as she always emerged unscathed while others were injured. Initially, Shen Ya would offer explanations, but as others joined the Southern Domain safety zone, to bolster morale and attract wandering ability users, her unscathed nature was further exaggerated. Eventually, it became an unspoken consensus that wherever Shen Ya ventured into contaminated areas, she would deliver an impeccable performance. This is why, in her previous life, many ability users perished in the process of clearing contaminated zones. Yet only Shen Ya's incidents stirred widespread commotion, drawing ability users from both home and abroad to Hua'an. Not to mention her amiable reputation played a part as well. Shen Ya vividly recalls the moment when she was referred to as a monster by everyone. At that time, she did not refute it, for deep within, she recognized her humanity. Some truths need not be proclaimed to the world. It suffices that those whom she loves and who love her understand that she is indeed human. Presently, she remains silent on the matter, as even she is uncertain whether she can still be deemed human. During her brief conversation with Bai Qiu, it was he who spoke while she listened. When the topic arose, the mirth in Bai Qiu's eyes nearly overflowed. He was oblivious to how Shen Ya suddenly acquired memories of her past life. Perhaps she was akin to them, albeit with a slight delay. She wished to reassure herself that her lagging behind was inconsequential, yet she knew that was not the case. The opportunity for a second chance had long since eluded her. In the shadows, a dark figure cradled a mass of flesh, and as it lifted, human skin began to unfurl and spread outward. Beneath the illumination, the object, encased in human skin, finally revealed its true nature. It was a fragment of bone, a woman's forearm bone. The instant the bone separated from the skin, the dark figure dragged the skin back into the abyss. Shen Ya gazed at her forearm, where her original bone resided. It was there, tangible and present. Yet she understood that it was merely a hollow shell, crafted to allow her to move and walk like an ordinary person. Its existence would not hinder the arrival of what was meant to transcend time and space, a bone meant to be embedded. Insert, cut, embed, sever, insert. The actions repeated endlessly until they approached a state of numbness. Finally, as the last piece of bone was integrated into her being, a set of pristine garments emerged from the shadows. Shen Ya moved like a puppet newly animated by the enchantments of fairies, her limbs stretching, grasping, crouching, and sitting. The tattered remnants of her garments blazed in the glow of the flames, as the lights illuminated the space. The obstruction that had long impeded the doorway vanished in the fleeting moment when the shadows receded. Shen Ya blinked her eyes. Behind her was Qin Yan's voice, filled with excitement and a hint of tears, while in front of her stood Qin Yan, clad in a coat and trousers, quietly observing the throng of people enveloping Shen Ya from a distance of 3 meters. The interplay of light and shadow was palpable. This time, Shen Ya was in the light, while he remained in the shadows. Shall we go? Haven't we already discerned where Chen Su and the others are? Despite Qin Yan's firm grip on her arm, Shen Ya stepped forward, tightly clasping Qin Yan's hand resting by his side, glancing back at Qin Yan. Are they all right? Aside from their arms being pricked with numerous needle marks and the rapid blood draws leaving them slightly anemic, they could be considered, if not entirely unscathed, at least in a tolerable condition. Wang Jia pressed her lips together. not reacting with the same fervor as Yin Hongyan and the others upon witnessing Shen Ya's bold gesture of grasping Lu Qingyin's hand. She understood that ever since the conclusion of the internal testing, Lu Qingyin had been residing with Shen Ya. If he could stay there, it must have been with her consent. With a firm hand over Yin Hongyan's mouth, Xiao Tuan reprimanded him. That's enough already. Didn't Bai Qiu just tell you that Eucian has saved you countless times? Given that, could you please refrain from presenting that antagonistic demeanor towards him? Is that too much to ask, old chap? With his mouth firmly sealed, Yin Hongyan's face flushed crimson. He blinked twice defiantly, signaling his understanding. That's more like it. Assured that this person wouldn't engage in duplicitous antics, Xiao Tuan smiled, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the individual walking beside Shen Ya. He nudged Yin Hongyan, who promptly got the hint, extending his fingertip to create a small spark that ignited the tobacco nestled between Xiao Tuan's lips. In a split second, as the spark flared, Xiao Tuan stepped back slightly, the flame curling his forehead hair without burning him, merely provoking a playful annoyance. With ease, he dispatched the man aside and approached Bai Qiu. Have you conversed with that brat yet? Not yet. Exhaling a ring of smoke that gradually dissipated, Xiao Tuan fell into a contemplative silence before abruptly stating, this time, you cannot allow Shen Ya to run amok. Those two children are far too audacious. It's a fundamental truth that when the sky falls, the tall ones will bear the brunt. Are you particularly tall? Bai Qiu turned to assess the man clad in leather, sporting a crew cut and a gangster aesthetic leaning against his shoulder, pondering where he had acquired such a peculiar ensemble. Xiao Tuan stood half a head taller than Bai Qiu, approximately 183 centimeters, slightly taller than Xiao Xia, yet shorter than Lu Qingyin and the notably tall Yin Hongyan, who exceeded 190 centimeters. Is there a possibility that I am referring to experience? Oh, I almost forgot. In terms of experience, I might not even measure up to that Lu Qingyin, Bai Qiu added kindly. Such a tongue-twisting name. Smacking his lips, Xiao Tuan scratched his head and stretched lazily, curious. Hey, I wonder how old that person ahead is. Didn't someone mention they had seen him in his 40s? Shouldn't he be nearing 100 by now? Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Both Lu Qingyin and Shen Ya had notably keen hearing, a fact that was well known among the team, thus not particularly secretive. Shen Ya gently clasped the hand in her palm, discerning that Bai Qiu and his companions were intentionally emitting undertones of reconciliation towards her. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lu Qingyin's profile, revealing not a trace of emotion. Had their previous life been fraught with such animosity? To what extent had their discord reached? Shen Ya's memories did not reveal the truth to her. The numbing of pain allowed them to be much closer to each other than ordinary people would be. Lu Jia was the first to notice Shen Ya and her group. As the team leader, nearly two-thirds of those taken were her subordinates. Even though they assured her that they had merely undergone blood extraction and received several doses of a completely sensationless serum, she insisted on remaining with them. The smile at the corner of her lips had yet to fully blossom when, in the next instant, she caught a glimmer of cold light flicker from the depths of her eyes. A blade plunged deeply into a man's abdomen, pinning him to the wall. Lu Jia turned her head in bewilderment, only to find that the one Shen Ya had slain was none other than Zhou Hao, the man who had once shared with her dreams and poetry on a rainy night, extolling the glories of Hua'an. Logically, Zhou Hao should not have been present here. As a senior official in the central government and a man over 60, he was more akin to being the one who would be struck down rather than the one wielding the blade. Lu Jia was equally astonished to see him, but after verifying the situation, she concluded that perhaps he had traversed here from another path, much like Bai Qiu and the others. After all, Zhou Hao had previously inquired about the abilities of supernatural beings and had even volunteered to explore the inner testing area, though that latter request was decisively rejected upon learning of the dangers inherent in that zone. In a world newly emerged from chaos, the presence of an unknown entity with uncertain powers was far less valuable than the wisdom and courage of an experienced leader. Yet now, Lu Jia gazed helplessly at Shen Ya. Had she truly killed Zhou Hao? She had slain him. Was this truly the case? That he was a counterfeit from this polluted zone? No, to be precise, he must be the Zhou Hao from a previous life. A previous life? No, wait, are you suggesting there are two Zhou Haos in this world? He should not be a counterfeit from this polluted zone. No, wait. Lu Jia's mind was in a state of confusion. Shen Ya turned her face aside, glancing at Lu Qingyan, raising an eyebrow. Is this your masterpiece? Lu Qingyan covered his lips, coughed lightly a couple of times, and nonchalantly nodded. Chapter 47. The Truth, Madness. Cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Without the support of the bone dagger at his chest, Zhou Hao slowly slid down to the ground. He lifted his head, and the evident signs of aging on his face were filled with profound disbelief upon seeing Shen Ya. How is this possible? You were already dead. His voice cracked as he shouted, entirely disregarding the blood that continuously gushed from his chest. He stumbled to his feet, nearly losing his balance due to his unsteady legs. Lu Jia displayed a look of compassion. After all, Zhou Hao, at his advanced age, was still her direct superior. Yet, glancing at Shen Ya and then at the other motionless figures behind her, she ultimately halted her instinctive urge to step forward. Shen Ya's demeanor towards Zhou Hao, although not as amicable as she had envisioned during their previous encounters, certainly did not escalate to the point of violence. Do not interfere. Classmate Shen possesses her own discernment. Wang Jia remarked as she approached Lu Jia, gently patting her shoulder to draw her attention. Look closely, it is not a fatal wound, and moreover, the old man's injuries are gradually healing. He too is an ability user. Listened impassively to the whispers surrounding her. Raising her face, her delicate, thick eyelashes cast shadows beneath her eyes, adding an air of coldness to her otherwise indifferent visage. What? Are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead? Her tone was so calm that it obscured any trace of emotion. Zhou Hao, his coarse hands like a fan, wiped his face. Faced with the somewhat aggressive gaze of Shen Ya, his eyes momentarily flickered with avoidance. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Miss Shen, there is no need for further pleasantries. Please tell me directly, have you truly fulfilled the conditions I once agreed to? Protect the southern region, safeguard my companions, and refrain from dragging them into this mess. Have you truly accomplished that? Although his words were not overtly confrontational, Zhou Hao's calm questioning caused his already stooped back to stiffen further. I apologize, Miss Shen. This matter is indeed our fault. Zhou Hao, who had devoted his life to the nation and its people, prided himself on his integrity, believing he owed nothing to anyone but Shen Ya. As a flicker of light ignited in his clouded eyes, Zhou Hao touched the wound on his left side, trembling as he lifted the edge of his garment. Within the gaping, bloodied hole, a faint circle of pale, rotting flesh was visible, writhing slightly. Lu Jia squinted, initially thinking the movement was caused by Zhou's labored breathing, but soon realized that it was a ring of red-tinged white worms, struggling to mend the edges of the wound. Each time, they emerged from the flesh. The remnants of the bone blades' consuming force obliterated their efforts. Not only Lu Jia, but Chen Su and others also turned pale, covering their mouths, feeling an unsettling itch in their throats at the thought of such creatures lurking within their own bodies. Receiving their desperate glances, Bai Qiu cleared his throat and reassured them. It's nothing to worry about. This is merely a side effect of the injected serum. Once we allow Shen Ya to make an incision on each of you, or when you exit the contaminated zone, these worms will vanish on their own. The game's design included a user-friendly feature. Players could carry their collected resources and treasures out of the instance. But the side effect from contamination would gradually diminish upon leaving the polluted area, returning to normal over time. Knowing the worms would eventually disappear, Chen Su and the others relaxed their furrowed brows, though their curiosity about Shen Ya's past grievances with this man only intensified. After all, those grievances were closely tied to her demise. Years ago, the uproar surrounding Shen Ya's death was notorious. Although it was unclear why those involved in the incident departed quietly after only a few days in Hua'an, it only fueled the suspicion surrounding her death. Was this not the moment they would uncover the truth? Eyes wide open, Zhou Hao leaned against the wall, slowly sinking down. He contemplated his words, realizing the truth could no longer remain hidden. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am ready to speak. With a sense of relief, a faint smile graced Zhou Hao's lips. What truly happened to Shen Ya back then? Was she not taken away by Gu Qiusheng? And why did he repeatedly provoke us? What vendetta could he possibly have against her that made him go to such lengths? using his spatial abilities to travel to the southern region multiple times? What transpired at that banquet? Unexpectedly, the first voice to break the silence was not Shen Ya or Eucian, but rather Cheng, who had remained silent since entering. Zhou Hao spoke slowly, his expression reflecting a mix of shame and respect. It's impossible. Shen Ya would never willingly choose to. She cherished her life above all else. Wait, perhaps there is another possibility. Cheng's mind raced as she recalled Zhou Hao's earlier words. She remembered distinctly that, in her past life, just before Shen Ya's untimely death, there was a fervent discussion about a fragment of a meteorite. Are you suggesting that the meteorite fragment was in Shen Ya's possession? Li Yuanqing Gaspat, astonished that the singular meteorite fragment, which had fallen to Earth 50 years prior, had fortuitously ended up in Shen Ya's hands. The odds of such an occurrence were astoundingly slim. However, Bai Qiu furrowed his brows, pondering the timeline. Isn't the date of Shen Ya's disappearance the same as the announcement of the game's release? The detection device was only just introduced into the instance. Even for someone exceptionally skilled, it would take days to swiftly navigate the instance and acquire the device. How could they have abducted Shen Ya so hastily after the game's announcement? You all knew that the meteorite fragment was with Shen Ya. This was the only explanation that made sense. They had been aware of it all along, but had not seized it before Shen Ya, suggesting that they either could not or dared not take it. Why was that? The truth was becoming painfully clear. Bai Qiu glared at Zhou Hao, his expression grim. This apocalypse cannot be mere coincidence. I maintain that while some games are more challenging in beta testing than in public release, the difficulty is generally adjusted based on players' capabilities during public testing. This is a thorough selection process for life, meant to filter out beings that do not meet its standards, rather than a ruthless extermination. Remembering the bloody chaos of his past life, Bai Qiu's face flushed with anger. The difficulty of this game was not calibrated against Earth. It was a consequence of your actions that brought this catastrophe upon us. With that statement, Bai Qiu and the others subtly stepped forward, shielding Shen Ya from view. They could not allow the focus of this matter to return to her. The onlookers, who had been waiting for entertainment, now wore expressions of confusion, their faces pale and emotions spiraling out of control. No, this can't be true. It must be a coincidence. Speak up. Don't pretend to be mute now. Captain Bai must be right. He wouldn't lie. You lunatics. What have you done? Do you have any idea how many lives were lost last time? I'm the only survivor of my family of 5. My daughter was only 8 months old. You lunatics. You're all insane. Tell me, what have you done? Lu Jia trembled with rage, scarcely believing her ears. If this apocalypse was indeed orchestrated by those above, what did they consider these soldiers to be? Mere pawns completely in the dark, yet convinced they were protecting the populace? Even though she was infuriated to the point of wanting to kick the man 2 times, when she saw those individuals choking Zhou Hao to the brink of asphyxiation, Lu Jia still stepped forward to mediate. Please, everyone, let us remain calm. The most pressing matter is not to vent our anger, but to clarify the situation. Yes. Let us all take a breath and allow him to finish. It's best if he first elucidates the individuals involved in this matter. We shall repay grievances with grievances and enmities with enmities. All right, let us continue listening to him. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Ya pushed her way through the crowd, reaching out to grasp the arm of the man who was tightening his grip around Zhou Hao's neck. You're going to strangle him to death. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet he dared not unleash his fury upon those before him. He didn't even dare to question Shen Ya, if she had known about this all along. If they were pitiable for being kept in the dark, then how tragic it was for Shen Ya, who, knowing the truth, was still willing to sacrifice her own life to atone for the faults that were not hers to bear, aiding those wretched beings. Cough, cough. Zhou Hao collapsed to the ground, clutching his severely injured neck. His gaze swept over the line of people before him. He managed a bitter smile. He never expected that even after awakening countless times from such nightmares, when the nightmare truly manifested before him, he would still feel suffocated. Zhou Hao abruptly held his breath, his eyes widened. At the instant he caught sight of Lu Qinyan, he felt as if his heart had completely ceased to beat. Despite the stark differences in height, physique, and the overall impression each radiated, he recognized that it was indeed him. Eucian. He was still alive, and it was he who had brought Zhou Hao here. What did he intend to do? Make them repent? Reveal the truth? Or merely savor the torment of their suffering? In mere seconds, a multitude of thoughts flickered through Zhou Hao's mind. He fixed his gaze upon Eucian's movements. He saw him raise a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, he uttered, "None of you will escape." Zhou Hao opened his mouth, staring at him, silent and mute. Chapter 48. Sore. Zhou Hao's breathing grew increasingly labored. His lips trembled. Although it was June, he felt as if he had suddenly plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled. What did he mean by that? Not a single one shall be spared. Was that what he intended? Zhou Hao raised his head, frantically turning to grasp the surroundings, but having lost too much blood. The surge of emotions rendered him lightheaded, and darkness enveloped his vision. He couldn't see. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he had already formed a conjecture. Despite the obstructed view from the crowd, this corner could accommodate at least 3 surveillance points, especially since he could not discern whether it was intentional on Lu Qingyan and the other's part or not during the earlier scuffle. Although Zhou Hao's figure had been submerged in the crowd, as soon as Shen Ya stepped forward to intervene, Zhou Hao's face was once again exposed. He could not escape. However, it should have been this way from the start. No one could evade the fate that rightfully belonged upon their shoulders. It had always been this way, merely a matter of surviving by sheer luck for a few years. Zhou Hao forced a smile, one that was painfully stiff. His gaze became vacant. The faces of those surrounding him blurred into obscurity. He lifted his head, a bitter taste in his mouth. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse that frail silhouette once more, kneeling on the ground, wielding a small handcrafted pair of scissors, the blades embedded in her neck, her eyes streaked with blood, pleading desperately for a way to ensure her 5-year-old child's survival. At that time, he had just barely entered a world he had once never dared to imagine. Even though he felt a pang of sympathy, he could only remain a silent observer. He listened to the lofty rhetoric of the leaders beside him, employing all manner of grandiloquent phrases, emphasizing the so-called greater good, claiming to contribute to the cause of humanity while conversing with the woman. He had never anticipated that what he deemed as shrewdness would, decades later, transform into a blade that pierced through the mask he had worn for far too long. The negotiations collapsed, and the woman's frail body blossomed into a tragic flower amidst the pool of blood. No, they should have foreseen this. How could someone capable of coexisting with that creature possibly be just an ordinary person? One by one, individuals around Zhou Hao collapsed into the crimson puddle. He forced a semblance of glasses upon his face, his mind in a haze, staring blankly as that frail figure approached him step by step. In that dire moment, the person Zhou Hao had shielded with his body no longer exuded the earlier air of aloofness and pride. He trembled, fixated on that figure, and just as both believed they were on the verge of death, what they had anticipated did not transpire. The oversized, ill-fitting experimental suit dragged along the ground, trailing deep crimson streaks of blood. The boy wiped the blood splatters from his face with the back of his hand, clutching the blood-stained scissors tightly. Locking his gaze onto the two, in a hollow, bewildered tone, he gently asked, "What does the outside world look like?" "She told me to go outside." "What is it? How do I get outside?" Among all the experimental data, Eucian had never exhibited any traits that distinguished him from ordinary children, save for his emotions. Emotions were precisely what the experiments sought to eliminate, rather than allow a child with feelings to begin yearning for the outside world and to rebel. They preferred a puppet that would never utter a refusal. No one knew how this woman had connected with the boy, just as no one understood how such a tragedy could occur on a day when personnel involved in the highly classified project came to inspect the results. The police arrived promptly, but in the face of this child, whose potential was akin to a nuclear bomb, not a single person dared to act recklessly. Even though they were aware that these individuals were among the most significant figures both domestically and abroad, they wished to cultivate big shots, and thus, new replacements would always arrive to fill their seats. But Eucian was unique, irreplaceable. If he perished, it would truly be the end. Eucian neither ate nor drank. He merely sat there, like a vocal puppet, repeating those three phrases over and over until dusk. After several attempts to ascertain that Eucian would not reject their assistance towards the other personnel, the medical staff entered, only to sadly realize that Eucian had never dealt fatal blows to them. These individuals should have had a chance to survive. Yet they succumbed to excessive blood loss due to the delays. This revelation surged like a wave, melting away the conflict between the factions advocating for and against the preservation of lives. Eucian was granted freedom. He was sent to his mother Lu Ya's hometown, Hua'an. Yet Zhou Hao knew that, with 600,000 ordinary citizens serving as experimental subjects, Eucian had merely transitioned from one research facility to a larger experimental base. However, contrary to expectations, as if by divine mercy, on an otherwise ordinary afternoon in the 3rd grade of elementary school, Eucian encountered the person who would alter the course of his fate. A criminal syndicate sheltered by some unscrupulous old fogies, and a boy who could wager an entire city. Covering his mouth, Zhou Hao coughed lightly, and a sense of schadenfreude washed over him as he recalled the faces of those individuals from years past. Suddenly, his current pitiable state seemed less unbearable. He raised his gaze to Lu Qingyan, and upon realizing that none of those people would escape retribution, he felt that his life, precariously hanging by a thread, could endure for another 3 to 5 days. The deputy captain was indeed correct. Cough. The designated venue for the public test of the game was certainly not Earth. A single word ignited a torrent of emotions. In a world unbeknownst to Zhou Hao, survivors who had fled in panic due to the upheaval or narrowly escaped natural disasters were now driven to madness. They fixated on the screen before them, where a video had abruptly emerged, showing the once defiant individual being restrained by Lu Jia and others, their curses echoing incessantly. Although this time, due to the government's prior knowledge and timely interventions, casualties were relatively few. Many who had suddenly regained memories of their past lives could not simply dismiss the haunting recollections of their loved ones perishing before their eyes with the light-hearted term of rebirth. They had truly lived through it. 50 years ago, we discovered an alien spacecraft with technology levels significantly surpassing those of Earth. With humanity's interests placed above all else and science transcending national boundaries, as soon as we detected this spacecraft, countries dispatched their most esteemed scientists to investigate in waves. During our exploration, we stumbled upon a dormant extraterrestrial being within the spacecraft's emergency escape pod. Initially, we approached this sleeping entity with a reverence that dictated non-contact. However, as we continued our exploration and linguistic studies, we discovered that the civilization from which this spacecraft hailed was a higher dimensional one, excelling in culture and technology. We believed that, given time, we too could reach such heights, but we were in dire need of medical advancements. Time was not on our side. Inside the pod, there was no medical information, only details regarding the alien being. Yet, who could have guessed that this extraterrestrial was utterly incompatible with Earth's environment? Despite our best efforts to simulate conditions within the pod, the moment it emerged, its body aged rapidly, and even though we took immediate action, just aging? At this, Shen Ya raised an eyebrow, sensing a discrepancy with her recollections. Wait, could it be that you killed him? As the clouds of confusion began to clear, Shen Ya fixed her gaze on Zhou Hao, whose hesitance filled her with a foreboding sense of dread. Zhou Hao looked up at Shen Ya, his lips trembling, shame compelling him to lower his head. We had no choice but to kill him. We needed to acquire fundamental information about this being. His existence was a pivotal opportunity for our stagnant medical advancements spanning decades. However, we did not anticipate that the moment he lost consciousness, essentially, when he died, the spacecraft would autonomously transmit Earth's coordinates to the higher dimensional civilization, marking the cause of his death. It was then that we engaged in our first communication with the beings of that planet. Through our dialogue, we learned that the deceased extraterrestrial was a renowned investigator from that planet, tasked with assessing the cultural standards of habitable planets and their eligibility for ascension. A century prior, he had been drawn to Earth by a sudden anomaly in our water resources. On his journey, he encountered an accident and, consequently, chose to preserve his body by entering a temporary slumber. This spacecraft was designed to filter planets that met its criteria, absorbing energy from them to aid in the being's bodily repair. Yet, it was a cruel twist of fate that it landed on Earth. Originally, he needed only a century to collect sufficient energy for his recuperation, to gather clues regarding the anomalies afflicting Earth, and to devise a restoration plan. Instead, we ended his life, and upon the detection of his lost vital signs, Earth was automatically placed on the path to ascension. Absurd. This is utterly preposterous. After hearing Zhou Hao's account, whether within or beyond the polluted zones, the singular thought resonated within everyone's minds. What on earth is happening? Did you find a solution to the increased probability of congenital deformities? Propped on her chin, Chung Chung suddenly pondered aloud. Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she regretted her inquiry. You haven't found anything. You haven't even looked, have you? Steering the conversation toward the issue of human deformities, Shen Ya was aware that the professor might have concealed certain truth from her, but she had encountered those experiments firsthand. You support the destruction plan for third-class citizens. Did you truly ensure that the children you sent to hospitals departed this world without suffering? The blood drained from her face, involving 168 nations. The trafficking of over 10 million children. Were you truly blind to it all? And now you stand here claiming it was for the children? Huh. Is it not rather for the longevity of certain individuals? Body modifications, experiments, splicing animal limbs onto children, administering injections. Zhou Hao, I can only say that you have brought this upon yourselves, and the consequences will inevitably return to haunt you. Shen Ya scoffed as she gazed at the circular void upon Zhou Hao's abdomen. Greed is insatiable, akin to a serpent consuming an elephant. The specifics of the cause were nearly comprehended. In truth, Shen Ya had no intention of lingering within this contaminated zone any longer. Aware that a portion of this pollution stemmed from Lu Qingyin's involvement, and now, with Zhou Hao entangled in the matter, it appeared evident that his insertion aligned with the faction of adults. Concealed behind everyone from the very beginning, the little paper figure, Yi Jiao, upon noticing Shen Ya's glance, drifted over from the corner. Compared to before, the creases in his form had intensified significantly. He could not endure much longer. I am sorry, classmate Shen, Zhou Hao murmured as he gradually rose, precariously leaning against the wall behind him, bowing deeply with a mix of solemnity and humility. The apologies you owe are never solely directed at me. Shen Ya lowered her gaze and murmured, Yin Hongyan, let it burn. Shen Ya's expression was intricate as she gazed into the quiet eyes of Yi Jiao. She was acutely aware that the true Yi Jiao had long since perished. They had met their demise in a previous life, before everything began, rendering them the most innocent victims of this war. At the moment when the spark ignited the hem of the paper figure's garment, Yi Jiao blissfully narrowed his eyes, his entire being joyfully curling into a ball. The paper figure was destined to embrace rebirth in the flames. The black tower crumbled layer by layer, and it was not merely the tower that disintegrated. Everything Yi Jiao had created around him dissolved into ephemeral shadows with his vanishing. Yet amidst this void, one place remained strikingly clear. A nun, donning a white robe, glided gracefully towards him, each step as if she tread upon lotus petals. The church bells chimed, and at the moment the pure soul rose from the ashes. The nun placed a laurel wreath upon his head. Countless ethereal figures emerged within the church, some mere children under a meter tall, with playful pigtails, others mischievous and curious, circling the pews or adolescents who had matured, subtly seeking their individual identities. These diverse children turned in unison. Though none spoke, Shen Ya and the others could sense that they were conveying their gratitude. Wisps of green smoke spiraled upwards, reaching for the heavens. Shen Ya lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips. Soar high, even if not as messengers of peace. You ought to exist beneath the azure sky. Chapter 49, The 191 Timelines. A truth I have always known. The source of pollution has vanished, the contaminated zones dissipating. In that fleeting moment when the blue sky faded from view, Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback. Her mind had yet to catch up, but her body instinctively reacted. With a swift kick of her right leg, she sent the fractured utility pole tumbling away from her. Rising to her feet, her hands remained in motion as she hastened forward, wrapping her arm around He's waist and hoisting her onto her shoulder, swiftly departing from the scene. The others, initially bewildered, soon regained their composure as Shen Ya neutralized the most pressing threat. The remaining adversaries were no longer daunting. In a rapid response, Wang Jia raised her hand, conjuring a shield of water, while Eucian sprinted to her rear. Su Wei gestured, and a robust figure from another dimension expanded, his upper body transforming into solid rock, enveloping the remaining individuals in his embrace. Run towards the open ground. Amidst the cacophony, someone shouted, and Shen Ya forged a path ahead, urging He to climb onto her back. With one hand wielding a knife, she struck the debris aside with the blade's back, sending it flying into unoccupied space. Hua'an County was shaken by an earthquake. Damn it, the public testing of the contaminated zone was not stalled like in a beta phase. Shun, ensure that the belongings and people in your room are evacuated promptly. We are instructed to head towards the largest stadium in Hua'an. Before they arrived, their voices echoed. Lu Jia, with keen eyes, spotted Shen Ya first. Although their squad had not suffered significant losses, they still had a few injured members, and, compared to Shen Ya, their pace lagged. Realizing they could not keep up, she hastily called out, knowing full well the urgency despite just learning of it. Yet they found it hard to sever ties with the military. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ya changed direction. She was most familiar with Hua'an County. Even though the surroundings had turned into ruins, she recognized the path. Help! Help me! Cough, cough! Is anyone there to rescue? Pausing on her toes, Shen Ya turned her head and swiftly grasped the water pipe on the outer corridor, scaling up to the 4th floor in a few agile moves. There were voices of children. Upon hearing this, Wang Jia and the others quickly halted, scrambling up to the 4th floor as well. Children? How could there still be children here? Were they not all evacuated? Lu Jia and the others caught up just in time to witness Shen Ya and Lu Qingyin passing the children one by one from the balcony down below. Initially, a few were reluctant, crying out in fear, but upon seeing their companions safely caught, their trepidation vanished, replaced by excitement as they gazed at Su Wei and the others' extraordinary abilities. There were a total of 7, mostly young children from kindergarten and elementary school. This must have been a daycare center. When the teachers evacuated, they likely did not want to deal with the hassle of bringing them along. Evidence of taken blankets, food, and clothing was apparent, yet this group of children was left behind. Shen Ya's expression was grim. This should not be an isolated incident. Slow down. If anyone is lost on the road, divide into groups and remain vigilant for any cries for help amidst the ruins. Wang Jia, stay with me. Notify me of any severely injured individuals. Understood. Qin Yin and the others, slightly delayed in their gathering, caught the tail end of Shen Ya's instructions. Though unaware of the full situation, they swiftly joined the rescue efforts. In the search, there were not a few individuals left behind, among whom were primarily the elderly, the frail, or those with limited mobility. Fortunately, Su Wei was present. She gestured for the stone figure to expand once more, though sitting atop the stone was somewhat uncomfortable. Such trivialities paled in comparison to the gravity of life and death. Lu Qingyin manipulated the red thread with his fingers, casting a glance at the silent figure behind Shen Ya, aware that this person had likely regained all memories from their past life. It was time. He lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Unbeknownst to Shen Ya, the hidden camera had never ceased its recording. All the survivors silently observed the unfolding events through the screen, from the beginning until now. They clearly saw that Shen Ya had not paused to glance at the screen even once. Those around her might have been privy to this information. Yet time was of the essence, and none chose to inform her. She was unaware of the camera documenting her every action. Thus, each of her movements stemmed entirely from her genuine intentions. Now I understand why. Despite the southern region not having the highest number of ability users or the utmost safety, it is still regarded as the most blissful sanctuary in the post-apocalyptic world. Someone lamented. In total, there were 67 individuals. To ensure that no one was overlooked, Chen Su utilized teleportation to check once more. Let us go. By the time they reached the stadium, 3 hours had already elapsed. Su Wei and the others' parents had prepared a large pot of steaming hot stew. The military had provided ample time for evacuation, and each household brought whatever food they could carry. Particularly, the military had previously showcased their stock supplies, which reassured everyone. So even when the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, it did not draw too much attention. After drinking 2 bowls of warm meat soup, Shen Ya learned that all their communications with Zhou Hao in the contaminated area had been recorded and streamed live on the gaming platform. Confused, she considered that such occurrences were utterly unprecedented. In her previous life, due to the prohibition against bringing recording devices into the contaminated zone, information could only be relayed through countless sacrifices of lives. Countless gifted ability users had perished there. Now a live broadcast was being conducted? What on earth? As Shen Ya was perplexedly staring at her live-streamed self, the screen suddenly shifted. What on earth is this? Why am I still being recorded? I'm changing clothes. Do you understand the concept of personal privacy? What a moronic contraption. Are you trying to drive me to madness? The screen split, startling everyone watching the live stream, as an uproar of voices filled the air. Beep, the report has been verified. Planet FAS 1976594 has indeed engaged in deliberate inducement towards planet DQ68441947, deceiving the intergalactic maintainers with the FAS 678 clone. The maintainers, without thorough investigation, made an improper judgment. Consequently, the Alliance of Galactic Maintainers has issued the following ruling. Planet FAS 1976594 is prohibited from undertaking any scientific, military, or political advancements for 300 years and must pay a compensation of 100 years' worth of star coins to planet DQ68441947. What nonsense is this? What do you mean by compensation and improper behavior? Before Eucian and Lu Jia could comprehend the situation, they heard Shen Ya's almost broken call. The live stream displayed 2 descending beams of white light enveloping Lu Qingyan and he. Eucian? Did she just call him Eucian? How could he possibly be Eucian? Is that the point we should be focusing on right now? The voices echoed her thoughts. Exactly that guy. If he hadn't meddled, we would have succeeded in our challenge already. Why we have to start all over? I didn't suffer such severe injuries in my past life. Fingers tightly intertwined, Shen Ya fixed her gaze on the beam, separating the two. Her heart, which had been anxious since regaining consciousness, seemed to halt at that moment. She watched as Lu Qingyan extended his hand towards her, palm meeting the barrier of light. His lips curved into the gentlest of smiles, his amber eyes gleaming like melted honey, holding only Shen Ya's reflection. You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? His lips moved silently. Yes, Lu Qingyan nodded. But you promised me you would live well. Her fingers clenched silently, tears trailing down her cheeks. Shen Ya reluctantly closed her eyes, repeatedly gazing at the familiar yet foreign face. Lu Qingyan hadn't changed much. He had merely softened the wildness in his previously unruly features. Thus, upon regaining her memory, she recognized him at once. Hey, Shen Ya, why can't you like me? What have I done wrong? Tell me, and I will change. The youth's voice was tinged with grievance as he dangled his feet off the railing, making a rhythmic, clanging noise. He couldn't understand why he felt Shen Ya's affection, yet she refused to accept his confession. Had he offended her in some way? Hearing his confusion, Shen Ya paused in her actions, wiping her bone knife. She lowered her gaze, unable to bear his pitiful tone. Just moments ago, she had nearly agreed to him, but the heated pendant beneath her clothing awakened her reason at the last moment. She had a premonition that as long as the trouble surrounding the pendant remained unresolved, they could not walk together under the sun. Let's wait a bit longer. If my suspicions are correct, let us just hold on a little longer, she thought. Because you're too fierce. If one day you can go out with me, without scaring the children to tears, I might consider whether to accept you. Inyist. Shen Ya tossed a small mirror from her pocket with a smile. You can practice how to show a less fierce expression to the children tomorrow when we go out together. As if sensing her thoughts, Lu Qingyan grinned with pride, opening his mouth to declare, just now, I was the most popular person among the children. I understand. I know. No, from the very beginning. I knew you were a very gentle person. I've known it all along. Tears blurred his features, yet Shen Ya couldn't bring herself to blink, fearing that a mere flutter of her eyelids would make him vanish. Don't cry. I can't wipe your tears, Lu Qingyan said, his eyes reddening. Honestly, I wanted to express my anger towards you, to let you experience the feelings of being kept in the dark. But please don't cry, okay? Beep detection verified. DQ001 and DQ491 have disrupted game rules, utilizing abilities to challenge game authorities, resulting in severe deviations across 191 timelines, causing system collapse and game reset. Despite the challenge planet's strength and game difficulty being grossly mismatched, with a success probability reduced to 0. 0001, DQ001, and DQ491 have compromised the gaming experience for participants. Wait, did I mishear that success probability? 0.0001. Do you think you're PDD? Forget about gaming experience. This nonsensical game arriving on Earth is the most unfair gaming experience for me. Where's the report button? Where's the damned report button? Don't think just because you're artificial intelligence, I can't report you. Give me the contact number for your intergalactic maintainer. I have a few things to discuss with him. You moron. Which game company produced you? You should have been scrapped and thrown into the junkyard long ago. No junkyard would accept a waste like you. Suddenly, the calm reporting voice of the game stuttered, as if it had detected a certain keyword. Beep. The reporting channel has been opened. Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback, her hand trembling as she leaned against the luminous screen. She raised her head and forcefully slapped her cheeks twice, attempting to quell the surging tide of emotions within her. Even though hope seemed scant, if there were to be a glimmer of change, perhaps it lay in this very moment. Her fingers remained frozen on the reporting interface. Shen Ya pondered deeply, realizing she could not directly assert that the judgment against Eucian and he by the gaming platform was unjust. In her previous life, Eucian's abilities did not pertain to time and space. These realms should be under he's jurisdiction, while Eucian merely assisted. What methods could he employ to exploit the bugs? Situated precariously between destruction and being destroyed, the extent of devastation loomed near 80%, and the source of contamination remained unvanquished. Shen Ya cast her gaze down at the bone dagger. If she were to choose to whom her supernatural powers should be bestowed after her demise, her fingers tightened silently. Her devouring ability stemmed from that fragment of meteorite. Unlike ordinary individuals who might share the same powers, Shen Ya's ability was singular to her alone. Regardless of the numerous timelines, she remained the sole possessor of this power, unless Eucian traversed a timeline post her death. No, Shen Ya's pupils trembled. Her previous memories were filled with discrepancies. Eucian had undoubtedly ventured into a timeline before her demise, and to prevent a single timeline from harboring two devouring abilities. He could only eliminate her, or rather, eliminate them, across 191 timelines. How many versions of Shen Ya of various ages, alongside Eucian, had he extinguished? How desperate must he be? Merely contemplating this made Shen Ya feel as if she were suffocating, her chest aching to the point of rupture. Yet, this was not the moment for despair. With unwavering resolve, Shen Ya raised her hand to press the report interface at that very instant. Hey, come up with a plan to save that guy and let your brother know. Don't be shy. We're waiting for you. Exactly. I've got this under control. 1, 2, 3. Anyway, there's several thousand people. How should we fill it out? I'll just let them fill out however. Exactly. Listening to that foolish thing. What that kid is doing is actually saving us. We are not ungrateful scoundrels. Countless individuals who had originally been fervent in their indignation, suddenly halted, their hands frozen mid-action, as they silently withdrew from the report interface. In the corner to the left of two beams of light, Shen Ya's face, slightly disheveled from recent tears, became strikingly clear at that moment. One person bore the brunt of their condemnation, traversing 191 timelines, enduring their insults. One person had devoted themselves to their cause in life, even sacrificing their existence into those fragments of meteorite to aid them in resisting the blood moon. The screen erupted with activity, voices from the southern region, those who had benefited from Shen Ya and her companions, and individuals feeling guilt towards Eucian all clamored on the public screen, urging everyone to ensure the preservation of both Eucian and he. Thank you. Shen Ya had a plethora of words she yearned to express, yet in that moment, she seemed to recognize only two characters. Amidst the benevolent laughter of those around her and the comforting reassurances, she wiped away her tears. despite the exceedingly low probability of success. Shen Ya was resolute in her determination not to concede. From dawn till dusk, billions of complaints continued to flood in, until a notification sounded. Ding! Detected that the mentions of ID 001 and ID 491 exceed the report threshold by 50. The voting interface is now open. 1. ID 001 and ID 491 did not disrupt the gaming experience. Game compensation reduced by half. 2. ID 001 and ID 491 disrupted the gaming experience. Full game compensation. The voting period has begun. Each person has one vote. Please choose wisely. Without hesitation, Shen Ya pressed the first option. With her hand released, she maintained a calm demeanor, leaning back against the luminous screen behind her, though only Eucian noticed her hand trembling with indignation. Although stripped of her right to speak, Eucian and his companion could still access the screen. They could only resign themselves to fate. What is wrong? Nothing, just wanted to see you. Eucian traced the contours of Shen Ya's brows and eyes with his fingertip, and apart from he, no one knew how many years he had spent longing for that face, endlessly striving, repeatedly attempting, and ultimately taking the life of the one he cherished most. He absorbed the tainted source into his own being time and again, his body collapsing into a grotesque mass, and each time he teetered on the brink of despair. He would whisper her name, Shen Ya, over and over again. He could no longer bear to see the lifeless Shen Ya stitched together with red threads. He only wished to hear her say once more, Eucian, smile for me. Look, the child is frightened by you. He had already fallen into the abyss. Shen Ya was his sole remnant of humanity. The process of counting the votes was excruciatingly protracted. Some hesitated over the reduced compensation, while others, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, began to fear the struggle that lay ahead in the game. Wang Jia was unaware of others' thoughts. She felt no hesitation. Sitting on the soft cushion, she waited through the night until dawn broke and the day brightened. She quietly observed the two who leaned on each other, laughing and chatting. For a fleeting moment, she felt disoriented. From their first encounter to now, she had elevated Shen Ya to a pedestal, and she knew countless others echoed her sentiment, regarding Shen Ya as a beacon of faith to persevere. Yet, she had forgotten that no one had ever inquired whether Shen Ya wished to ascend that pedestal. She was merely a 19-year-old girl, deserving of a joyful life, living to 100 with her beloved. She should not be deprived of the life that was rightfully hers. With this thought, Wang Jia opened her mouth, wishing to plead once more through the screen. But ding, voting has concluded. The voting interface will close in 10 seconds. Results will be announced in 10 minutes. It was already too late. She had faltered once again. Exhaling deeply, Shen Ya gazed at the figure within the light beam, caressing the bone knife in her palm. She chuckled softly. Hey, aren't you going to tell me to live well? No, Eucian replied, his eyes curving into a gentle arc. Living alone is far too painful. He cannot bear it. So be it. The 10 minutes stretched longer than anticipated, yet at times it felt fleeting like the blink of an eye. The light beam flickered twice before vanishing abruptly. He looked up in shock, tackled to the ground by Xiao Bai, whose tongue was lapping at his face, preventing him from opening his eyes. Yet he paid no heed to push it away, his gaze fixated on the side. Wait, why has only my light beam been released? What about Eucian? Ding. Voting results are in. 1. 78, 222. Detected that ID 001's body has been contaminated with multiple pollutants. In order to maintain game balance, separation treatment must be conducted prior to release. Shen Ya's body was thrust aside by an immense force, and instinctively, she leaned back to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully on her feet. In her line of sight, a pale blue hand pierced through the ceiling, its index finger delicately resting on Eucian's back. Merely a gentle touch. Unseen creatures and ethereal manifestations from horror films and mythological tales swiftly detached from his being. Some were busy counting, while others stared in astonishment, comparing these apparitions to the sources of contamination from their past lives. The cacophony was incessant, yet Shen Ya could not discern a single word. Her fingertips embedded deeply into her palms as she fixated on the beads of sweat forming at Eucian's brow, her eyes slightly reddening. The process of assimilation and absorption was excruciating. Separation could hardly be effortless. Yet, in the fleeting moment when the beam of light dissipated, Shen Ya dashed forward, kneeling to embrace him tightly just as the blind figure was about to plummet to the ground. Thankfully, those they cherished had yet to endure that calamity. Thankfully, everything was merely beginning. Driven by emotion, some turned to swiftly embrace their loved ones, while others tended to wounds. Yet all gazes directed towards the contaminated zone remained resolute. If they had never faltered across 191 timelines, then this time they would steadfastly uphold their choices. Each generation bears its own responsibilities. This was merely a recompense of 50 years, and they had no desire for such blood-stained offerings. They would simply start anew. This time they would only succeed. As if imbued with this fervor, the system's voice resonated once more, unlike any before. With unwavering sincerity, she conveyed her heartfelt blessing. The life selection game wishes all players an enjoyable experience. We look forward to encountering you in the future. Surely, we shall meet again. End of text.